Chapter 1. The True Self of Jian Xiao Qi. On Nuwa, why have you not returned yet? 10 years. Xiao Qi has waited for you for 10 long years. Where on earth have you gone? If you do not come back soon, I fear I shall perish. The little girl's calls were imbued with deep longing and regret. On the brink of death, she reflected upon her life, each cherished memory flashing vividly in her mind. Nuwa had accompanied her, catching ants, chasing crickets, and fishing together. He had carried her on his back, regaling her with stories, making her giggle with joy, and lulling her to sleep. They had spent 8 years together, childhood sweethearts, innocent and carefree. Until one fateful day, when Nuwa had packed his belongings for a journey, pinching her cheek gently as he admonished, "Xiao Qi, be a good girl and wait for me. Once I have gained my strength, I shall return to marry you." Then a crimson haze enveloped her mind, flames soared high, and the air was filled with the anguished cries of despair. Familiar faces of her kin were slaughtered one by one, collapsing beside her those who had shared her days for many years. The little girl was tightly held in the embrace of a couple. Moments later, that very couple, who had shielded her with their lives, met their tragic end before her eyes. They were Nuwa's dear parents. A seething hatred manifested on the delicate features of the little girl. Were it within her power, she would willingly transform into a vengeful spirit, seeking to perish alongside those wretched souls. Jian Xiao Qi was engulfed in the scene, feeling as though she had personally lived through it all. She was that little girl. The profound yearning remained, as did the deep-seated hatred. A sharp pain coursed through her body, as if she were falling apart, rhythmically jolted. Had she not died? Not long ago, in the apocalyptic world, the fierce Jian Xiao Qi had self-destructed in a final confrontation with the zombie king. 10 years of apocalypse, a tragic end. Eagerly, she opened her eyes, surveying this new world she had unboxed. This new world was truly remarkable. Before her lay a dense jungle, where trees stood tall, so enormous that it would take several people to encircle them. Thick mosses draped over the branches, and through the gaps in the leaves, she could see the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. No longer did she behold the wilted, desolate plants, the extinct creatures, or the eerily silent landscape of the apocalypse. This was before she had closed her eyes in self-detonation. A mechanical voice echoed in her ears, ding, ding, dang, signaling that her experience points had reached 1 million. With 1 million points, she would gain the opportunity to traverse into another world. Her efforts during the 10 years of apocalypse, from the age of 15 to 25, tirelessly cultivating crops in the spirit spring, establishing a base, and protecting the children and scientists, were not in vain. But just as joy washed over her for a fleeting 3 seconds, a more intense pain surged through her body. Jian Xiao Qi found herself too weary to think of anything else. She cried out in anguish. She had always been acutely sensitive to taste and pain. The injuries she bore now felt even more severe than before her death. This was disastrous. Had the 1 million points she exchanged for a new life turned out to be a trap? Upon arriving in this new world, was she not supposed to receive a healthy body? Yet, it was clear that she had sustained serious injuries, on the verge of death. Jian Xiao Qi struggled. She gasped in fright. She realized she was lying on the back of a wild beast. The creature, adorned in a striking pattern of yellow and white, ran with astonishing speed. Specifically, it was a massive tiger, towering over 3 meters, and its tail was tightly wrapped around her waist. Dressed in a half-fur skirt and deer-hide boots, she wore a vest made of animal skin. Her delicate arms and legs were even fairer than they had been during the apocalypse. Had she transformed into a stunning beauty? There was no time to ponder. Weak and drenched in cold sweat, she felt an urgency. At that moment, the tiger beast, Lu Qin, sensed the movement on its back, and its anxious heart eased slightly. Her little cub, Xiao Qi, was gravely injured and had remained unconscious for over 10 days. Finally, her little cub had awakened, thank the heavens. Lu Qin was filled with tenderness as she looked around, finding a secluded spot to gently set her down. "Xiao Qi, do you feel any better? Mother is here, do not be afraid." Jian Xiao Qi struggled to sit up. Startled to hear the beast speak, she instinctively moved her ears, realizing she could understand. The tiger was indeed speaking, calling her by her childhood name, Xiao Qi, and referring to itself as her mother. Jian Xiao Qi cautiously lifted her head, only to be met by the enormous face of the tiger, its golden eyes with vertical pupils looming closer. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a piercing headache surged as countless memories flooded into her consciousness. She had traversed into a wild beast realm known as the Qingling continent, a land fraught with peril. The original owner of this body was also named Jian Xiao Qi, an 18-year-old female. What a twist! How maddening! She was not merely a human, but a beast woman. Her father was the chief of the tiger beast tribe, a rare sixth-tier beastman in this savage world. Her mother, Lu Qin, was the highest-ranking female beastman in the forest, a fourth-tier beast. With such formidable parents, how could their tribe have nearly faced annihilation? Jian Xiaoqi blinked her dark almond eyes, gazing at the gigantic tiger with a complex expression. Would she now be calling the tiger mother? That was a hard pill to swallow. In that moment, Lu Qin was carrying her through the forest, evading dangerous beasts and fleeing. The massacre had been meticulously planned to capture the original Jian Xiaoqi. Her exceptional fertility, stunning beauty, and remarkable physique, coupled with her intelligence and the potential for awakening abilities at just 18, made her a coveted prize. In this beast world, the higher the rank of the male, the more challenging it was for a female to conceive. Thus, the scheme to capture Xiaoqi had unfolded. Jian Xiaoqi met the gaze of the giant tiger with complicated feelings. Lu Qin looked at her with affection. Seeing her little cub now brimming with vitality brought Lu Qin immense relief. Just moments ago, she had feared her cub was lifeless, without breath or heartbeat, the blood no longer flowing. A mother's instinct to protect her child filled Lu Qin with strength. She would fight with all her might to shield her precious cub from any malevolent beasts. At that moment, the sounds of large beasts pursuing grew ever closer. The hunt was on. Xiaoqi, no matter how much it hurts, you must hold on. Grip tightly to mother's fur and stay low. Mother will do everything to get you to safety. With that, Lu Qin's tail curled around her, lifting her back onto the tiger's back. Lu Qin continued to sprint away from their pursuers through the misty forest. Having survived 10 years of relentless battles in the apocalypse, Jian Xiaoqi had honed her ability to confront complex situations without fear, swiftly identifying the crux of any problem. She contemplated their predicament. Behind them were 8 fourth-tier male beastmen, traitors to the tiger beast tribe. Brutal and ruthless, they had already slaughtered a significant portion of the tribe. What fate awaited them should they fall into their hands? Lu Qin was also gravely injured and pregnant, due to give birth in less than a month. Even with her fourth-tier prowess, she would undoubtedly be no match for those vile creatures, especially with her daughter a considerable burden on her back. After days of fleeing, Lu Qin was utterly exhausted at the end of her strength. How could they possibly escape the jaws of death? The tale was not a mere unknown. There were currently 6 male leads: Shirue, Hu Shao, Gung Tong, Songrui, De Qi, and Hu Peng. It was said that each book required a special cabinet, humorously dubbed the Intelligent Storage Cabinet. Remember to follow the author's avatar on the Tomato app. When a follower count exceeds 1,000, a reader group can be established, a cozy nook for book lovers. A gentle reminder: writing reviews may bring delightful surprises. You understand my hardships, and I shall be grateful in return. In this lengthy narrative, do keep an eye on the sections marked with large brackets. What to do? I feel so weak. It's affecting my ability to draw my sword. Jian Xiaoqi bit down on her molars, her mind racing for a solution, inadvertently voicing her thoughts. Then, she gasped in astonishment, realizing she was speaking in the beast tongue. Lu Qin immediately responded with gentle reassurance. They're closing in. Fear not. Xiaoqi, mother will protect you. Lu Qin gritted her teeth, relying on her memories to sprint through the misty forest. Jian Xiaoqi felt soothed by the tender words, as if the pain had lessened, allowing her mind to race even faster. In her tiger beast tribe, a number of traitors led by Jian Ming had emerged. Taking advantage of her father's absence, leading the capable warriors on the annual grand hunt, these treacherous beasts launched a coordinated attack. Their sole aim was to capture the original Jian Xiao Qi. Her mother, Lu Qin, fought valiantly to keep her safe, guiding her into the misty forest. Jian Xiao Qi searched her memories, tears welling in her eyes. Having grown accustomed to the brutality of the apocalypse, where kin turned against each other and cannibalism was common, she was suddenly struck at her core, vulnerable to the deepest emotions she had long buried. To her astonishment, the act of unboxing brought forth delightful surprises. The woman, who had always shared a tenuous bond of familial affection, having grown up in an orphanage, was met with the revelation of a mother who cherished her dearly from the very beginning. In her memories, the bond between mother and daughter was profound, with Lu Qin regarding her as the apple of her eye, showering her with tender affection. The gentle caresses, the soft whispers of endearment, the embraces and soothing gestures, these were the longed-for comforts of a past life. It turned out that there truly existed a mother willing to fight for her child's very life. Jian Xiao Qi blinked back her tears. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to her body and spirit, probing the realms of her abilities and the dimensions of space. Initially, she held no expectations. After all, traversing realms in exchange for points invariably comes at a cost. To her delight, she discovered that the space remained intact, and her abilities were still present, albeit at a significantly diminished level compared to the apocalyptic times. Without hesitation, she summoned her wood-based powers to assess the condition of the surrounding flora, seeking a refuge from impending danger. With swift decisiveness, her delicate, alabaster fingers pointed in a direction. "Mother, let us flee that way. There are thorns." Connected by an invisible thread, Lu Qin immediately followed the direction indicated by her daughter. In her heart, Lu Qin believed her little girl to be a paragon of beauty and intellect, a rare gem in a world where females outnumbered males. Regret washed over Lu Qin. Had she known, she would have concealed her daughter more securely. The notoriety had drawn peril upon them. She had thought that the formidable tiger beast tribe, which ruled the forest, would be a bastion of safety. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Qin found herself sprinting into a thicket brimming with thorny underbrush. Ignoring the pain piercing her feet, she pressed deeper, eventually finding a cave to shelter within, laying Jian Xiao Qi upon a bed of dried grass. The thorny underbrush exuded a pungent aroma, serving to mask the scent of blood that clung to both mother and daughter, rendering them temporarily undetectable to their pursuers. As soon as Jian Xiao Qi settled, she examined her mother's injuries. Lu Qin bore several deep wounds on her head and body, still bleeding after all these days. Years of emotional detachment left Jian Xiao Qi unable to discern whether the pain she felt was her own or that of her original self. How could she heal her mother's wounds? Her wood-based healing abilities were insufficient for such a task. However, she recalled the spiritual spring water she had previously stored within her space, known for its healing properties. Jian Xiao Qi smeared the spiritual water onto her hands, tearing a piece from her skirt to dip into the liquid, using it to gently clean her mother's wounds. Gradually, the blood ceased to flow, and the injuries began to close and heal. Only then did Jian Xiao Qi feel a sense of relief. The spiritual water could alleviate pain, stop bleeding, and hasten recovery. As Lu Qin's breathing steadied, the agony lessened. "Xiao Qi, how do you feel?" Jian Xiao Qi cleared her throat. "Mother, I'm feeling much better and can endure. Please do not worry about me." She had secretly consumed a substantial amount of the spiritual water earlier. Upon hearing her daughter's response, Lu Qin felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a loving gaze, she said, "My dear Xiao Qi, not long ago, I could scarcely hear your heartbeat no matter how I called. You wouldn't awaken. I was so frightened of losing you that I gave you the tiger beast treasure, the only supreme essence pill. By the grace of the beast god, my little Xiao Qi has finally awakened." Through the fierce visage of the tiger, Jian Xiao Qi discerned a gentle and tender expression. An inexplicable urge to draw closer to her mother surged within her. She felt as though she could seamlessly merge with the emotions of the original Jian Xiao Qi, accepting the formidable creature before her as her mother. "Mother, you have worked hard. They will not find us here tonight. You should rest for a while." Jian Xiao Qi tucked her hands behind her back and retrieved a pack of compressed biscuits, one of the few remaining supplies in their space. She extended the biscuits toward the grand tiger beside her, saying, "Mother, even the beast god is aiding us. I found this behind my back. Give it a sniff. It appears to be edible, though I cannot ascertain who left it here." Lu Qin sniffed it and nodded, responding, "Let's share it." Jian Xiao Qi wasted no time, tearing open the packaging, and they each took half, mother and daughter gnawing away. After finishing, Lu Qin felt her strength and vitality restored to what it once was. Though she wondered if it was merely her imagination, a smile crept across her face. Our little Xiao Qi is still as beautiful as ever. Lu Qin could hardly wait to witness the day her daughter found a mate. Envisioning the scene of being lured back to the den by that strapping young male, a new awe. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Jian Xiao Qi felt her cheeks flush at the thought of a new awe. He belonged to the world of beasts that Xiao Qi inhabited, designated as her companion beast by Lu Qin. According to custom, upon reaching maturity, a female would bond with her companion beast, and Huzai was meant to be her beastly spouse. Jian Xiao Qi steadied her thoughts, curling her lips slightly. "Huzai, what a childish fool. I have no desire to be acquainted." "Mother, Huzai may already be dead," she uttered. Lu Qin's eyes clouded with confusion, revealing a deep sense of regret and sorrow. It had been 10 years since there had been any word from Huzai. What a pity, considering how close he and our little Xiao Qi were. Jian Xiao Qi sighed. "Indeed, it is a shame. The Xiao Qi who was gravely injured and unconscious has perished, replaced by the one who has traversed into this apocalyptic world." Jian Xiao Qi silently vowed, "Having taken possession of your body, I shall henceforth be you. I will safeguard your mother. I, Jian Xiao Qi, shall not let any of those who harmed you escape unscathed." With her promise made, Jian Xiao Qi accepted this body without trepidation. She could not see her own face, but her memory suggested she was quite beautiful. "Mother, does your body still ache? Are you feeling any better?" "I'm fine. I can protect you," Lu Qin replied. Jian Xiao Qi shifted her position. "Mother, let us embrace." She clung to the grand tiger's neck, attempting to nuzzle affectionately for the first time. Lu Qin immediately wrapped her in her embrace, whispering words of comfort. Indeed, a child with a mother is a treasure. For the first time, Jian Xiao Qi felt the sweetness of happiness. That night marked the most peaceful sleep she had experienced in her memory. As dawn broke, it became apparent that the adversaries were formidable. The vile male, Jian Ming, and his gang had returned in mere hours, like stubborn pests that refused to be shaken off. Jian Xiao Qi, deep in slumber, suddenly opened her sharp almond eyes, awoken instinctively by the surrounding aura of menace. Lu Qin, adopting a defensive posture, slightly bent forward, shielding Jian Xiao Qi beneath her, warily gazing towards the cave entrance. Soon, 8 even larger male tigers, their eyes gleaming with greed, appeared at the mouth of the cave. These were tigers that towered 4 to 5 meters tall, larger than any she had seen before the apocalypse. Surrounding the cave's entrance with their jaws agape and teeth bared, Jian Ming's face twisted in malice, fixating his greedy gaze on the mother and daughter duo. "Lu Qin, why are you fleeing? I would never harm you. Nor would I harm little Xiao Qi." Lu Qin shuddered in disgust. "You have betrayed the tiger beast tribe and forsaken your oaths. You shall meet a wretched end." Jian Ming's whiskers quivered, unperturbed. "Lu Qin, I have pursued you for 20 years. Have you ever spared me a glance? I asked for little. Now the Xiao Qi has come of age. Why not both of you join me?" Lu Qin's tiger form bristled with fury, her disgust palpable. And even Jian Xiao Qi felt repulsed. "What kind of despicable creature are you? If this were the apocalypse, I would have slain you 100 times over." Jian Xiao Qi's gaze sharpened, her fingers twitching, ready to summon the 1-meter-3 blade from her spatial realm at any moment. Lu Qin scoffed, "You have harmed me, and you have harmed Xiao Qi. You have violated the vow laid down by the beast god that I, representing the tiger beast tribe, hereby expel you and your companions. You are no longer members of my clan." Jian Ming shook his tiger ears, attempting to argue. "Had you not sworn to resist me to the death, I would not have harmed you. If not for Xiao Qi suddenly stepping in front of you, I would not have injured her. Xiao Qi, come with your uncle. He will treat you well." May lightning strike Jian Ming down. Jian Xiao Qi observed them as one would a pack of lifeless beasts. while she spat in contempt. Her mind raced with thoughts. Though her mother possessed formidable strength at level 4, she was heavily pregnant and due to give birth in half a month. How could she possibly contend with 8 fully grown male tiger beasts? In the world of beasts, where abilities flourished, Jian Xiao Qi's combat prowess appeared inadequate. Yet a sudden inspiration struck her. She unleashed her dwindling wood-type abilities. Instantly, countless spiky grasses shot forth, targeting the eyes, bellies, and vulnerable parts of the 8 tiger beasts. Immediately, cries of anguish echoed from Jianming's side as they bowed their heads, clawing at their faces or hindquarters in a frenzy, rolling about, though the spikes were not as lethal as swords. Piercing eyes, nostrils, ears, bellies, and other sensitive areas was excruciating, rendering them combat ineffective in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qin coiled her tail around Jian Xiao Qi, lifting her on her back, and sprinted toward the cave entrance without pause. Jian Xiao Qi had a rough recollection of the forest. Just ahead lay the edge of the misty forest, and beyond a great river was the treacherous Shiyuan Marsh for the large-bodied beastmen. Marshes were perilous. Yet for her with wood-type abilities, it represented vitality. Jian Xiao Qi shouted, pointing the way. The mother and daughter united in purpose as Lu Qin dashed toward the Shiyuan Marsh. The riverbank loomed ahead, but Jian Ming and his companions were already hot on their heels. Clearly, the spiky grass had only afforded Lu Qin a brief respite. As Jian Ming lunged forward, Lu Qin deftly sidestepped, resolutely plunging into the river. With a furious roar, Jian Ming's front paw seized Jian Xiao Qi's waist, yanking her from Lu Qin's back. Lu Qin, unable to halt her momentum, dove head first into the river. Jian Xiao Qi's eyes widened in horror as she helplessly watched her mother swept away by the raging waters, disappearing from her view. Meanwhile, the tiger beasts accompanying Jian Ming prepared to split their forces. One group would pursue downstream, while the other would follow along the riverbank. Jian Xiao Qi's eyes darted, quickly regaining her composure. Her mother, the tiger beast, could swim. Once washed by the river, she could emerge on the other side without leaving a scent, making it easier to escape. However, lingering in the water too long could lead to miscarriage and harm. Once ashore, Lu Qin would certainly return to search for her female cub, effectively walking into the jaws of the tiger. Regrettably, her wood-type abilities had been nearly exhausted, making it impossible to strike again in the short term. Otherwise, she could have constructed a bridge to ferry her mother across the river. What to do? Jian Xiao Qi pondered a decisive strategy. Just then, the transformed Jian Ming, completely naked, tightly embraced Jian Xiao Qi's soft form. Pressing against her, his foul mouth leaning in for a kiss. Jian Xiao Qi's temper flared instantly. Don't you dare touch me. Having just savored a night of maternal love, it was abruptly interrupted. Normally unfazed, she felt rage coursing through her veins. Disregarding all consequences, maggots, I shall fight you to the end. With a thunderous explosion, she self-destructed. All sentient beings within a 50-meter radius were reduced to ashes. She lost consciousness. Her last thought was 1,000,000 points. Just for a day of life in this new world. Was it worth it? Whether it was or not, it has already happened. Lu Qin, you gave me the warmest night. Lu Qin, may we meet again in another life. And I shall ask you to be my mother once more. The remnants of chaos, marked by brutal methods, have claimed countless lives. The very first act of Jian Ming upon seizing Lu Qin was to extinguish the life of the child she bore, a sibling to Xiao Qi. In that instant, Jian Xiao Qi resolved to carve a path to survival for Lu Qin through such a sacrifice. Within a radius of 50 meters, only 8 shimmering crystal cores remained, scattered across the charred, blackened grass. The shockwave of energy also harmed the innocent. Just moments ago, not far from the riverbank, the wandering serpent beastman, Shirue, was stalking his prey, a solitary male barbarian bull, weighing a staggering 3,000 kilograms. With formidable, sharp horns, suddenly, the elongated body of Shirue sprang into the air, his wings unfurling as he soared towards the rushing bull. Upon catching up, he swiftly bent down, opening his vast jaws to seize the bull's throat. Coiling around it in a deadly embrace, the muscular length of Shirue constricted tightly around the bull, rendering its desperate struggles futile. Soon, the bull lay motionless, its eyes filled with unyielding defiance, lifeless, as Shi Rui prepared to savor his catch. The rapid sound of footsteps approached from afar. He quickly ascended a tree, gazing towards the source of the noise, only to be met by a charging pack of tiger beasts, concealed among the branches. Shi Rui observed silently. It was then that he witnessed the earlier confrontation between Lu Qin, Jian Ming, and the other beastmen by the river, before he could discern who was atop the tiger's back. An unforeseen and thunderous explosion erupted, a force so devastating that he was caught off guard in an instant. A large patch of scales from his tail was seared away. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had shielded his head. With his already unattractive features, any scars would further diminish his chances of attracting a mate. Without a mate, a beastman would remain eternally wandering. Feeling despondent, Shi Rui bore the pain and lamented his misfortune. He swiftly dismantled the barbarian bull, devouring its flesh. Enduring the agony, he slithered towards the riverbank, collecting the crystal cores scattered on the ground and storing them in his personal space. Suddenly, the ravaged grassland began to visibly rejuvenate. Sprouting fresh green blades, a cluster of rebirth flowers swayed, their leaves bending outward to reveal the center. Amidst the blooms lay a girl, peacefully slumbering upon the meadow. Without the bending leaves, one would hardly notice her presence. It was as though the flowers were shielding her. The girl possessed long, flowing black hair, adorned in a vest and skirt of animal hide, her fair arms and calves exposed, her exquisite visage, delicate as porcelain. With skin like snow, gracefully arched brows, fan-like curled lashes, and petite crimson lips radiated charm and sweetness. Shi Rui was evidently captivated, his eyes shimmering with wonder as he leaned closer to inhale her fragrance. The solitary serpent beastman, Shi Rui, shed tears of joy. Such a sweet little female, he was overwhelmed with delight, believing he had found a mate. The thunderous noise had not harmed her. She must be blessed by the beast god. Sent specifically for him, his once placid green eyes sparkled with vibrant stars. Overcome with excitement, he softly spoke, "Little female, the beastman who brought you here must have perished in that explosion. Surely, the beast god intended for me to find you. From now on, I, Shi Rui, shall protect you that we have an agreement. You will be my little female." Gently, he coiled his tail around her, cradling her as one would a precious treasure, and made his way to his den. His dark serpent face beaming with pride and joy. The pain in his tail was forgotten. Jian Xiao Qi awoke to hunger, her lips smacking as she recalled being robbed of her rations by those scoundrels. In this post-apocalyptic world, having her food taken was truly a nightmare for any glutton. Unable to endure any longer, she resolved to fight back. With determination, she opened her drowsy eyes, only to find herself staring into the green vertical pupils of a large serpent. In shock, she nearly tumbled off the stone bed. What was happening? How was she still alive? Why was it always a frightful awakening? Before her lay the head of a massive snake, intricately patterned and coiled beside her. Its scales glimmered with a dark sheen, interwoven with blue and white stripes. The serpent's tongue flicked as its narrowed eyes fixated on her like a predator. Jian Xiao Qi instinctively arched her back, ready for defense. If the serpent dared to make a move, she would retreat into her space. She was terrified. Yet upon closer inspection, she realized that the great serpent was, in fact, a male beastman, according to her memories. Beastmen did not consume one another. They feasted only on primitive beasts devoid of intelligence. Otherwise, she would have been devoured long ago. What then was the serpent's intention? Had it saved her? With caution, she inquired, "Who are you? Did you rescue me?" Shi Rui had been watching her intently since she entered the cave, captivated by her serene beauty in slumber, her sleepy demeanor upon awakening, and her agitation in this unfamiliar environment. All of it fascinated him. The sound of her voice was as melodious as it was enchanting. "I am Shi Rui, a serpent beastman," he replied, his deep, magnetic voice soothingly "O not fear. This is my cave. I will protect you, feed you, and care for you. Help?" His voice was too soothing. Jian Xiao Qi trembled, suddenly overwhelmed by goosebumps. The timbre of his voice calmed her instincts, causing her to lower her guard. Much to her dismay, the idea of the serpent wanting to care for her was unprecedented. For 10 years in this apocalyptic world, she had cultivated crops in her spiritual space, sustaining a group of orphaned children and a cadre of elite scientists. How rare it was to have someone express a desire to care for her. So let him take care of her. She was in no position to protest. Her survival skills were minimal. It would take months of spiritual water to restore her to her former self. The degradation of her powers in space had rendered her a mere shadow of her former self, vulnerable to any beastman of a higher rank. Yielding was her only option. Suddenly, her temper flared. Who was this obnoxious serpent to meddle in her affairs? Jian Ming and the others were undoubtedly beyond saving. Once her mother returned to the shore, she would surely come looking for her. Perhaps they were already reunited. Without further thought, she struck the serpent on the head with her small hand. Immediately, she felt a pang of regret. Fearing the serpent's wrath might lead to her being swallowed whole. In disbelief, she stared at her own hand, stinging from the impact. Clearly, her emotions had been influenced by the beastly Xiao Qi. Yet, she quickly considered apologizing to the serpent. Though the words eluded her, Shirei, caught off guard by the sudden blow, paused momentarily but made no move to retaliate, gazing at her with a gentle demeanor. The little female was fierce yet undeniably adorable. Shirue's heart softened, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Little female, you are quite fierce, but also quite endearing, aren't you? How dare you laugh? She thought. Infuriated in a fit of hunger and frustration, she inadvertently summoned a large knife from her space, its weight clattering beside her, almost striking her. Jian Xiao Qi felt utterly exasperated. How had she fallen so low as to be unable to wield a weapon? Shirei gazed at the exquisite knife and remarked, "Little female, this must surely be your token of affection for me, that I knew you were extraordinary. Rest assured, I will procure a fitting token for you soon." What nonsense is this? A token of affection. So, he doesn't just wish to care for me. He wants to be my mate. Jian Xiao Qi stood frozen in place. After a brief standoff between the two parties, she was the first to succumb to impatience. "Hey, big snake, what on earth do you intend to do? Why are you silent?" Her stomach growled with hunger, and she felt an urgent anxiety for Lu Qin, who had fallen into the river. All she wanted was to find her mother. Seeing that the great serpent remained mute, Jian Xiao Qi, infuriated, prepared to leap from the bed and rush outside. Just as she was about to stumble, Shirui quickly blocked the edge of the bed with his serpentine body, coiling his tail around her waist and legs. He nudged a goat milk fruit towards her with his head. "Little female, eat the fruit that I will strive to hunt and provide for you. I, Shirei, vow under the beast god to protect you forever and accompany you as you grow." As Jian Xiao Qi listened to his heartfelt pledge, her gaze flickered. "I won't listen to your nonsense," she retorted. Surveying her surroundings, she noted that the cave was vast, deep, and dim, but apart from a stone bed, it was devoid of anything else. She pouted. "What conditions do you speak of, daring to claim you can support me?" Another empty vow under the beast god. Lowering her head, she began to think rationally. Beastmen take their oaths very seriously. They do not speak lightly. It seemed that Shirui bore her no ill will for the time being. In the beast world, oaths are a matter of honor, and beastmen pride themselves on keeping their promises. Although the great serpent's intentions might be questionable, his vow appeared legitimate. At least for now, he would not harm her. It was best to observe the situation unfold. Forming a bond among beastmen is not akin to human marriage. The beast world safeguards the rights of females. One never knows who might end up at a disadvantage. Moreover, she would not easily acquiesce. Unlike the apocalyptic world, where there were indeed vile beasts like Jian Ming. Most of the beastmen in the tribes possess simple minds, honesty, and diligence. They regard their tribe as home and center their lives around family, remaining loyal throughout their lives. Their personalities are also direct. They say what they think without beating around the bush. She had no need to be as guarded as a hedgehog, as in the apocalypse. Of course, Shirui was a wandering beastman, and his character remained to be observed. Considering his melodious voice, she decided to let it be for now. Shirui gazed at the dazed little female and reminded her, "Little female, you have been asleep for 2 days. That if you don't eat something soon, will you not starve?" Jian Xiaoqi's pupils contracted. Had she really slept for 2 days? With 2 days past, her mother was certainly no longer nearby. Lu Qin would not linger. She had likely left to track down Jian Ming long ago. Soon, Jian Xiao Qi felt a sense of relief. Without her, Lu Qin would be much safer, as this burden that the dark forces hunted would only impede her. With Liu Qin's fourth-tier combat strength and capability, she could fend for herself in the forest. Keeping her distance from Lu Qin was the best way to help her, and no wonder she had awoken so irritable. Her previous experiences in the apocalypse had left her with a residual temper, making her particularly short-fused when hungry. Clearly, Shi Rui had made the right choice in taking her away from the riverbank. Without the ability to defend herself, she was in constant danger in the perilous forest. That despicable snake had saved her. Thus, Jian Xiao Qi's rage simmered down. Shi Rui looked at the little female with eagerness. She appeared so beautiful and delicate, her face now tinged with sadness, which inexplicably tugged at his heart. The little female must still be underage, so he resolved to feed her well before nurturing their relationship. Shi Rui nudged the goat milk fruit closer to her once more. Jian Xiao Qi, captivated by his sincere gaze, decided to take it one step at a time. Lowering her head, she inhaled the aroma of the fruit, breaking it open to reveal a milky white juice that flowed out, carrying a scent reminiscent of milk. It tasted delightful, with an essence of peanuts accompanying the milk flavor, reminiscent of the peanut milk she had once savored in her memories. Narrowing her eyes, Jian Xiao Qi devoured one after another, discarding the peels on the ground. Shi Rui, lowering himself beside her, inquired, "Little female, what is your name? If you do not have one, I can name you." Jian Xiao Qi quickly shook her head. "I am Jian Xiao Qi. I have my own name." Shi Rui's tail wagged joyfully. The little female had responded to him. Her soft voice made his heart flutter. "Then I shall call you Qi Qi from now on." He felt elated at this thought. Jian Xiao Qi rolled her eyes while eating. "Are we that familiar?" Focused on filling her belly, she was too lazy to engage with him. Finally, she let out a satisfied belch, surrounded by a pile of fruit peels. That Qi Qi, "Are you full now?" "There's plenty more. Eat as much as you can." Jian Xiao Qi felt troubled. Although her stomach was full, she still felt a lingering hunger. After all, this was merely a juice-laden fruit, which seemed insufficient to satiate her appetite. Shi Rui's green eyes widened slightly as he looked at her with tenderness. "I knew that just the milk fruit wouldn't suffice. I will get you some meat to eat right away." In an instant, the large serpent vanished, transforming into a strikingly pale-skinned, handsome man. He sat by the stone bed, bending gracefully, elegantly lifting his distinctly knotted hand to gather the discarded peels from the ground. Jian Xiao Qi was stupefied. Was this something one could witness without payment? At that moment, memories from her two lives clashed in her mind, each side pulling at her. The soul of the apocalypse, as queen, urged her to close her eyes and avert her gaze, while the little female from the beast world encouraged her to look boldly and without hesitation. Jian Xiao Qi swallowed hard, forcibly merging the feuding souls within her. Shi Rui's long silver hair framed his face. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features sharp and defined, deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips pressed together, forming a determined jawline that on his cold, white face, two blue and white stripes adorned his cheekbones, not disfigurement, but rather a deliberate camouflage akin to that of a special forces operative in the forest. He appeared both imposing and striking, estimating his human form to be around 2 meters tall. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he possessed a well-defined chest and 8-pack abs, devoid of any excess flesh. "You shameless rogue," she thought, even lacking a bee-skin skirt. This scoundrel was utterly oblivious. No wonder he could only wander as a beast. Jian Xiao Qi's heart raced. Embarrassed, she pondered whether she was still a bit of a beauty enthusiast. After all, the despicable snake was somewhat attractive. Shi Rui observed every nuance of the little female's reaction. Feeling self-conscious about the stripes on his face, which he had deemed ugly, he had harbored insecurities for years. Fearing the little female would find him repulsive, he had intentionally transformed into human form before her, as he would eventually need to show her. However, judging by her reaction, it seemed she did not find him particularly disagreeable. He chose to ignore the slight hint of disdain in her eyes. In that moment, due to his anxiety, his cheeks and ears flushed crimson. He continued nonchalantly picking up the fruit peels from the ground before standing up and moving outside. Jian Xiao Qi immediately acted as if scalded. covering her eyes with her hands and turning her back to him. Despicable snake, I truly do not wish to engage with him. Shirue discarded the peels outside the cave, then, at the entrance, began to prepare the wild boar he had just hunted. In a matter of moments, he tore off the tenderest piece of pork from the wild boar and handed it to the pouting little female. Chi, have some meat. You must eat more to grow quickly. Jian Xiao Qi stared at the blood-dripping red meat. Am I supposed to eat this raw? Can my stomach handle it? Though she was eager to fill her belly. In the tiger beast tribe, they typically ate cooked meat. After all, she was the cherished daughter of the tribe leader. Surely, this insufferable snake must have some common sense, right? Where would one serve raw meat to a female or a youngling? Shirei noticed Jian Xiao Qi's expression and felt a twinge of guilt. Let's eat a little meat first. Tomorrow, I will sneak some roasted meat from the tribe for you, all right? He furrowed his brow. Feeling at a loss, even the nearest tribe would take a while to reach and return. He truly did not dare leave her alone for too long. Jian Xiao Qi took a deep breath, deciding to quell her irritability, as that was not her true self. She stood up and began to move about the cave, pretending to search for things, pulling out 2 stones in her hands. Then, 2 stones collided with one another, sparking a shower of embers. The cave was somewhat dim, making the sparks appear even more pronounced. Shirue's eyes gleamed with astonishment as he unceremoniously snatched the stones away. Striking them together with greater force, producing even more sparks, he exclaimed with excitement, "Little female, I never imagined that the beast god would even provide us with fire." Indeed, it must be so. Shirue convinced himself that the little female was entrusted to him by the beast god to nurture. He dashed out of the cave, brimming with enthusiasm, to gather dry grass and firewood. The sparks from the repeated collisions ignited the dry grass, and soon, white smoke began to rise. Although Shirue had been wandering alone since birth and had never been taught how to roast meat over a fire, he had often witnessed the tribespeople engaging in such activities. In his youth, in order to survive, he would roam the outskirts of the tribe, scavenging for food. When hunger struck, he would pilfer a morsel to satisfy his appetite, then hide in the most secluded trees, watching the tribe's life unfold. Yearning for the familial affection he could never attain to self-taught, he placed slender twigs atop the ignited grass, and the flames gradually grew larger, finally illuminating the cave with a warm glow. By nature, Shirue was fearful of fire and the sting of heat. His fingers throbbed from a recent burn, and his tail, singed just yesterday, ached. Yet he paid no heed to such discomfort. The fire had finally presented him with hope. Without it, he could never care for the little female. As reluctant as he was, if she could not endure the nights ahead, he would have no choice but to offer her to a larger tribe. Jian Xiao Qi observed that Shirue was capable of managing everything on his own, so she refrained from intervening. This was partly due to her lack of garments beneath her animal skin skirt, which left her feeling insecure, and also because the bright, shimmering scene before her made it difficult to approach. Sitting at the edge of the stone bed, she clutched the hem of her skirt. Surveying the cave surroundings, soon, the embers glowed red, and Shirei skewered the thin meat with a stick, holding it over the fire to roast. The aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the cave, making Jian Xiao Qi's mouth water. As if he were a divine messenger, Shirue promptly offered her the perfectly roasted meat. Chi, eat up. Jian Xiao Qi glanced at the meat, one side cooked while the other burned, and nodded as she approached. Burnt was certainly better than raw. She had endured far worse during the apocalypse. This was already a significant improvement. Though there was no salt, she had no qualms, grasping the stick. Jian Xiao Qi devoured the roasted meat heartily. Watching the little female relish her meal, Shirue sighed in relief. Surely, he could now provide for her, with the fire kindled, if he prepared more animal skins. He could hold her close at night, ensuring she wouldn't feel cold. It turned out that those 2 stones were indeed the source of fire, all part of the beast god's meticulous plan. Shirue continued to roast meat, growing more adept with each passing moment, mastering the timing and technique until he no longer burned it. He selected the best roasted pieces to offer her, observing her eat with gusto. He couldn't help but notice that despite her prolonged feasting, she had only consumed a fist-sized portion of meat. How could his Chi eat so little? Chi, eat more. there's plenty left. Jian Xiao Qi shook her head, saying, Big snake, I'm full. You eat the rest. Jian Xiao Qi noted the softness of his expression. After all, he was her savior. Shirue brought the animal skin closer, intending to wipe her mouth and hands. Instinctively, Jian Xiao Qi recoiled, realizing his intention, and snatched the animal skin from him to do it herself. With a gentle tone, Shirue said, Little female, just sleep once you're full that I will always watch over you. Whenever you wake, you will see me. After satisfying her hunger, Jian Xiao Qi's tense nerves began to relax, and drowsiness overtook her. She yawned widely, her eyes glistening like a startled doe. Yet, how could she dare to sleep? The imposing figure of the great snake before her was too striking, its glistening form difficult to behold. Shirue retrieved several pieces of animal skin, layering them on the stone bed to make it more comfortable. Chi, sleep now. Do not be afraid. His voice was like a soothing lullaby, lulling Jian Xiao Qi into deeper fatigue. Ultimately, she succumbed to slumber, collapsing onto the animal skins. Shirue gently covered her with more animal skins. Brushing his hand against her cheek, she felt warm, indicating she was not cold. The sight of the sleeping little female was sweet. He could not take his eyes off her. With eyes sparkling, Shirue contemplated all the arrangements he would make to nurture her. By this time, it was already afternoon. Approaching the bonfire, he organized the leftover meat, tender, both raw and roasted, wrapping them in leaves and setting them aside. The tougher, charred pieces with bones were quickly consumed by him. Despite having recently feasted on half a wild bull, he could not bear to waste food. Roasted meat was indeed far more palatable, and no wonder those in the tribe who could do so relished roasted meat. The fire was also vigilantly guarded by certain beastmen day and night. Shirue ventured outside again, collecting a substantial amount of firewood and dry grass to stockpile near the cave. This time, he used a large stone to seal the entrance before swiftly darting into the forest and grasslands. However, he did not dare venture too far, as he had promised the little female he would be there when she awoke. Nearby, within his territory, he hunted 2 wild boars and gathered a heap of milk fruits to bring back. Shirue possessed a personal space. Beastmen awakened with special abilities were granted this upon reaching the 2nd tier. Just recently, having turned 20, he ascended to the 3rd tier, expanding his space considerably. He contemplated the capacity of his storage, planning to accumulate enough animal skins and provisions. Finally, after completing his tasks outside, he returned to the cave, sealing the entrance once more and beginning to sort the animal skins he had collected. Although he had no immediate need for the dozen or so skins, he had grown accustomed to gathering them. Animal skins could be exchanged for other resources such as salt, meat, and medicinal herbs. Once settled, he intended to trade for some salt to prepare for the winter. It was currently the dry season on Qingling continent, and the weather had begun to cool. It wouldn't be long before the lengthy cold season arrived. The thought of the cold season made Shirue feel a sense of urgency. There was much to accomplish. The little female was particularly sensitive to the cold, and he needed to prepare bedding and garments, gathering as many animal skins as possible. Suddenly recalling her disapproving expression upon seeing raw meat earlier, he couldn't help but chuckle. He hurriedly added more firewood to the bonfire. He could go several days without food after a hearty meal, but the little female required several meals a day. Shirue possessed excellent night vision. Though darkness had fallen, it did not hinder his sight. His mind was awash with images of her adorably charming face. The sight of her covering her eyes with her hands in anger must have been the most endearing scene imaginable. Shirue diligently sewed animal skin skirts, for the daily life of caring for the little female could not be conducted while remaining unclothed. The beastmen in the tribe wore animal skin skirts, and if other little females had them, so too must his hands pricked with blood as he painstakingly stitched the uneven seams into a skirt, finally donning it himself. In the future, he would make many more animal skin skirts for the little female. He then fondled the knife, which was sharper than both stone and bone knives. Finding it exceedingly efficient for cutting meat, he toyed with the 2 pieces of firestone before carefully placing them on the bedside. At last, he leaned back against the thick animal skins and lay upon the stone bed. Just then, Jian Xiao Qi rolled over, her cheek brushing against the animal skins. Shirue wrapped his arms around her and the skins beneath her. Little female, I will hold you while you sleep, so you one tea feel cold. He gently pressed a kiss to her forehead. All he received in response was her steady, slumbering breaths. His warm form enveloped her, and she drifted off to sleep, cradling the little female wrapped in the animal skins that on their first night sleeping together, Shi felt both exhilarated and anxious that he awoke several times throughout the night. Fearful of his inexperience in caring for the little female, worried she might feel cold, that he might accidentally crush her, or that rodents or insects might intrude, or that there might be lurking dangers around them. He continuously checked and reassured himself before daring to fall asleep again. As dawn approached, he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. In the depths of her slumber, Jian Xiao Qi found herself entwined in a tapestry of peculiar dreams and stark realities. Among these visions, she encountered Su Mama, the nurturing figure from the orphanage that had raised her. At the age of 15, she had awakened her spatial abilities and wood-based powers, placing unwavering trust in Su Mama. Revealing not a single secret to her, in those days, Su Mama would gaze at her with affectionate pride, as if to say, "My daughter is blossoming into a young woman." She consistently encouraged her, asserting that talent is a divine gift and that with great ability comes an equally great responsibility to bear. Thus, over the course of a decade, she honed her powers, navigating the treacherous landscape of a post-apocalyptic world, fending off zombies, and safeguarding the children of the orphanage. She even managed to bring a cadre of esteemed scientists to the safe haven she had established. All the crops harvested from her spatial domain and the various supplies she had accumulated were stored within the subterranean fortress of this secure base, sufficient to sustain them for a century. Indeed, by fulfilling her responsibilities, she reaped the rewards, amassing valuable experience points. Soon nearing the coveted threshold of 1,000,000 night, Su Mama quietly entered her room. "Xiao Qi, you have done more than enough for us. In doing so, you have suppressed your innate innocence and exuberance. You may not even recall how endearing and spirited you were as a child." Jian Xiao Qi could only manage a bittersweet smile, for she knew that returning to that carefree state was no longer an option. The weight of her duties and responsibilities bore down upon her, leaving no moment for respite. "Xiao Qi, once you accumulate 1,000,000 points, you must redeem them in the new world. You must let go of your defenses and reclaim the innocence and romance that are rightfully yours. Dare to love boldly and pursue the light." With tears glistening in her eyes, Jian Xiao Qi nodded, her lips pressed together in silent agreement. This conversation sparked her final preparations for action. With unwavering resolve, she aimed to vanquish the zombie king, embracing her fate without hesitation. The morning sun, heralded by the melodious calls of orioles, roused her from sleep. How long had it been since she had heard the sweet sounds of birdsong? As Jian Xiao Qi slowly opened her eyes, a sense of disorientation washed over her. It took her a moment to realize that she had indeed arrived in the new world, and that it was all real. Finally, she had a mother willing to love her unconditionally, waiting for her to grow strong enough to eradicate all evil before finding Lu Qin. For now, she must endure and refrain from seeking her out. If Lu Qin could not find her, she would surely return to the tribe, where safety awaited. Since the vile beasts sought Xiao Qi, she could not endanger her mother by revealing her location, despite Lu Qin's willingness to protect her with her life. In the presence of a large, foolish serpent who claimed he would care for her, she suddenly found herself surrounded by familial bonds, friendships, and love. All she needed to do was to dare to give love freely. Before her lay a broad, powerful chest, solid and robust. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed the once austere features of Shi now softened. Taking a deep breath, Jian Xiaoqi blinked and instinctively sought distance. Yet, two iron arms encircled her waist tightly, and sensing her movements, they seemed to tighten their grip even further, drawing her closer still. Jian Xiaoqi felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her. She had genuinely let her guard down. Sharing a bed with a serpent she had only just met, wrapped in the same animal hide blanket throughout the night, she found herself nestled in his embrace, her legs draped over his waist. As if she had initiated the contact, the realization that she wore nothing beneath her garments made her cheeks burn, turning crimson with shyness. She pondered who had made the first move. Surely it was the serpent who had pulled her in. Not daring to dwell further on the thought, Jian Xiao Qi rummaged through her spatial storage for undergarments, clutching them in her hands as she attempted to dress. "Hey, wake up! Don't hold on to me," she urged, pushing against Shi Rui's chest. Awakened from his slumber, he transitioned from confusion to clarity, his eyes burning with intensity as he regarded her. "Xiao Qi, are you cold? Fear not, I shall take good care of you." Even in her anger, Jian Xiao Qi found it inappropriate to unleash her ire. After all, she was in his domain. "Shirue, please rise, I am hungry." Upon hearing that the little female was hungry, Shirue knew this was a matter of utmost importance. He quickly rose, standing at the edge of the bee. It was then that Jian Xiao Qi noticed he, too, wore a hide skirt, which eased her mind considerably. This implied that the serpent was not entirely unkind. "Xiao Qi, I will prepare roasted meat for you immediately. In the meantime, enjoy some milk fruit." With a blush coloring her cheeks, Jian Xiao Qi accepted the milk fruit. "Shi Rue, could you please step outside the cave for a moment? I would appreciate it." Shi Rue gazed at the little female with her tousled, fuzzy hair, her face glowing with health, her eyes clear, and her lips a luscious shade of red. He felt his throat tighten. And suddenly, his head spun slightly. Whatever the little female said was of utmost importance. "All right," he responded, stepping out of the cave while listening to the rustling sounds within. Jian Xiao Qi quickly donned her undergarments. Feeling a wave of relief, she tidied her hair and approached the campfire, tending to the flames and adding fresh kindling. "Shire, you may come back in. It's time to roast the meat." As he re-entered, he cautioned, "Xiao Qi, the fire is quite hot. Let me do the cooking." "Okay." Jian Xiao Qi turned to exit the cave, but Shi Rue immediately grasped her hand, saying, "You cannot go outside. It's dangerous." Jian Xiao Qi pouted, furrowing her brow in frustration. She needed to relieve herself, seek water for washing, and even yearned for a bath. "Shi Rue, I wish to wash my face. I cannot eat until I'm clean that I want. I will take you. Call me if you wish to go anywhere. Do not venture out alone," he replied, rising to lead her outside. His warm, dry, and sturdy hand enveloped hers, making Jian Xiao Qi feel both uncomfortable and secure. Stealing a glance at Shi Rue's serious countenance, she noted just how handsome he was. The first rays of morning light illuminated his striking features, casting a regal aura around him. His silver hair fell casually behind him, wild and untamed. His elegant jawline and slightly curled upper lip framed a gaze that was always sincere. His physique, tall and striking, exuded both primal vigor and strength, embodying everything that resonated with her aesthetic sensibilities. Was Su Mama's advice to let down her guard meant for Shi Rue? As she pondered this, Jian Xiao Qi followed him down the mountain. The cave was situated at a higher elevation, and as they descended, she caught sight of a meandering stream about 100 meters away. The cool morning mist enveloped the forest, where the air was fresh and the chorus of birdsong filled the air with sweetness. Jian Xiao Qi observed her new surroundings with keen interest, feeling utterly satisfied. This was her 5th day in the new world, and as a wood element user, she felt an innate affinity for nature's flora and fauna. Although challenges and threats loomed ahead, she remained optimistic that all would unfold beautifully. Was this the light Su Mama spoke of pursuing? "Xiao Qi, there are fish with sharp teeth in the river, so we can only wash by the shore. All right?" Jian Xiao Qi crouched down to wash herself, catching a glimpse of her reflection. She realized that she resembled her former self from the apocalypse, though her skin now appeared noticeably fairer, evidence of Lu Qin's tender care. As Shi Rue observed her every movement, he remained vigilant to the activities within the water. Once she finished washing, Jian Xiao Qi inhaled deeply and made her way toward a large rock. "Do not wander off." Feeling caught off guard, Jian Xiao Qi halted and turned away. Recognizing the implications, Shi Rue's chiseled face flushed with heat, and he pressed his lips together, turning his back to her. Hearing the sound only intensified his embarrassment. Jian Xiao Qi finally relinquished her tension, exhaling a long sigh, only for the awkwardness to return. She and the serpent were still not well acquainted. He had surely heard her. Biting her lip, Jian Xiao Qi returned to the riverbank to wash again. Calling out to him, "Shi Rue, you should wash up too, all right." Shi Rue hurriedly followed her example and washed his face, as long as the little female did not fall ill or despise him. He would comply with her every whim. She Rui held her hand as they made their way toward the cave, casually glancing back at the large stone. What Jian Xiao Qi was unaware of was that She Rui would later take the time to return and bury it, carefully leaving behind his scent. The roasted meat was devoid of salt or any seasoning. Jian Xiao Qi didn't mind, as the forest was abundant with resources. She would search for some later. The process of exploration was an integral part of life and a delightful experience in this new world. She Rui watched with satisfaction as the little female was fed, a smile playing on his lips. Chi, would you like to take a nap after eating? Jian Xiao Qi felt a bit embarrassed. Was her penchant for sleep that obvious? She Rui, shall we go for a walk? I want to stretch my legs. Of course, he replied, leading her hand in hand through the lush jungles and meadows of his territory. It was the golden autumn season, with the sun shining perfectly and some trees heavy with fruit. The vegetation in this beastly world seemed to have undergone mutations, with the same species appearing significantly larger than those in Jian Xiao Qi's previous knowledge. She pointed to a tree laden with large, red fruits, resembling oversized apples. She Rui immediately understood, plucking one and placing it in her hand. Then gathering a handful for himself. She then spotted small, intensely flavored berries akin to Sichuan peppercorns, and She Rui collected a generous amount of those as well. As they walked, Jian Xiao Qi inhaled deeply. Her sense of smell had been greatly enhanced, making this a novel experience. Soon, they discovered several pale stones on a rocky wall. She Rui affectionately glanced at her, then without further ado, collected them all into a space. With keen sight and hearing, the world around them felt more vivid. Clusters of mushrooms nestled in the grass, and a wild rabbit passing by, surprisingly large. What a big rabbit! Do you want to catch it? Chi, never mind. It's too cute. Rabbit meat isn't as tasty as pork. She Rui chuckled, suggesting they could catch more wild boars since his little female enjoyed that. The pair worked in harmony, continuing their foraging in the jungle, with She Rui never refusing anything Jian Xiao Qi desired. She was utterly enchanted by this new world, her face radiant with an innocent smile. She Rui gazed at her, unable to contain his feelings. Chi, are you satisfied with me? Jian Xiao Qi was taken aback. What do you mean by satisfied? She Rui grasped both her hands, facing her earnestly as he lowered his head, his deep eyes locking onto hers. Chi, if you're satisfied with me, I wish to be your companion beast. I promise to protect you with my life and be by your side. After speaking, his handsome face flushed again. This question was vital to him. He longed to know if he qualified to stay by her side, to care for her as she grew, without the little female's acknowledgement. He felt anxious. Jian Xiao Qi looked at this man, exuding an aura of restraint and coolness, now humbly bending for her. How could he do this? Her heart raced. Was this the feeling of infatuation? She realized with some frustration that she was eager to agree. A battle of two souls seemed to take place in her mind. One voice urged her to observe longer, to maintain her composure, while another insisted she must not hesitate. Go for it. Don't let me down. Trust in my judgment. Little female, do I have the right to be your companion beast? Are you satisfied with me? If you agree, I will strive even harder, She Rui patiently reiterated. Jian Xiao Qi lifted her chin, gazing firmly into his eyes, and nodded affirmatively. She Rui was overjoyed, never expecting her to agree so readily. He had anticipated having to ask daily for years. With excitement, he lifted her high above his head, spinning her around. Little female, really? I can be your companion beast, and when you grow up, we will become mates. Dizzied from his spinning, Jian Xiao Qi felt stars in her eyes. Was this rascal trying to disorient her before devouring her? That wouldn't he do. She would turn into excrement. Dazed, she heavily nodded in response. How could she refuse? She had seen. She had embraced him. Now, She Rui was infused with her scent, making it impossible to back out. Not being her mate would imply being her father instead. In the beast world, unmated males were very particular about their scents. Males were reluctant to carry the scent of a female unless they genuinely liked her or intended to mate. Otherwise, they would face disdain from a truly beloved female, leading to dire consequences. Jian Xiao Qi was decisive and unambiguous in her feelings. Her cold heart and lungs were warmed by the radiant charm of the handsome snake. She Rui finally received a confirmed answer from the little female. He howled with joy, eager to share this wonderful news with the entire forest. He finally had a female who wanted him. She Rui spun her around, and after enough revelry, he steadied the dizzy girl and solemnly declared, "Little female, I swear under the beast god that I, She Rui, will forever be your most loyal mate, protecting and accompanying you for a lifetime." Jian Xiao Qi blinked her ice-blue eyes, not wanting to keep the snake waiting. She nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. She Rui was entranced, utterly captivated by his little female. How could she be so adorable? He felt his heart race as he reverently leaned down to kiss her forehead. "Chi, I like you." Jian Xiao Qi felt a surge of warmth. Wow. Now they had kissed. The big snake was hers from now on. "She Rui, you must be good from now on." She Rui gazed at her intensely. Softly coaxing, "From now on, I will obey you, all right?" In this post-apocalyptic world, Jian Xiao Qi was no longer afraid of betrayal from her mate, that if he behaved well, she would take care of him. If not, she would break his legs, yet still be responsible for him for life. After all, She Rui had shown her kindness. Betrayal was out of the question. From now on, the snake would be her own. In life and in death, she had finally found a partner. She Rui grew bolder, wrapping his arms around her tightly against his chest, letting her rest her head on his shoulder, inhaling her sweet, fragrant scent. He wished he could meld her into his very being. She Rui longed to announce to the entire forest that he finally had a little female. He was no longer a wandering beast. Jian Xiao Qi had never been this intimate with a male before. Last night didn't count. She had no recollection, but a delightful freshness enveloped her, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around She Rui's sturdy waist. Now that they were officially bonded, their hearts drew even closer. Standing before the towering She Rui, she felt quite petite, appearing no taller than 165 cm, dainty and delicate. A veritable little potato, and no wonder She thought she was still a juvenile and wanted to nurture her. Jian Xiao Qi mischievously chose not to clarify. She wished to savor the sensation of being cherished and nurtured, having missed out on too many life experiences in this world. The big snake had promised to take care of her, so she would let him Chi, so soft and fragrant. Jian Xiao Qi pouted, "And you, She Rui, are hard but still fragrant, but you must bathe in the river every day." "All right, as long as Chi doesn't mind." "I will bathe daily." "She Rui, you're so thoughtful. You must be able to fly, right?" "I haven't had a good look at your wings." She Rui regained his confidence, puffing up with pride, for his wings were his most treasured feature. "Chi, I'll take you flying to see our territory." "Okay, my She Rui is amazing, having his own territory just 2 years after maturing." "Who said I can't fly?" "The farther I soar, the more I feel I deserve this vast expanse. Otherwise, I'd be out of bounds after just a few flaps." The serpent, with a tender caress, brushed against her cheek, then released her and retreated several paces. Transforming into a sleek black and blue-striped snake that a pair of wings unfurled, fanning gracefully in the air. Jian Xiao Qi, akin to a child unacquainted with the world, gazed with wide, sparkling eyes, her astonishment evident as her mouth fell slightly agape. The wings, also black, stretched out to a remarkable length of 7 or 8 meters, shimmering with a dazzling, cold glow under the sunlight. As the wings flapped, the serpentine body soared, weaving around Jian Xiao Qi. Rui, your wings are so beautiful. I want to fly to, as long as Chi is happy. I will take you flying every day." The serpent halted beside her, and Jian Xiao Qi gently stroked the dark, metallic sheen scales adorning his body. With half-closed eyes, Rui was enveloped in a haze of rosy affection, relishing the delicate touch of a young female's fingertips. "She touched me. She took the initiative to touch me." The great serpent's tail flicked joyfully, dancing freely. Suddenly, she noticed numerous scales shedding from his tail, revealing scars beneath. "Are you hurt?" Rui glanced back, shaking his head as he replied, "It doesn't hurt. It was that tremendous noise when we met that caused the injury." Understanding dawned upon Jian Xiao Qi, and her brows furrowed with concern. She dabbed her fingertips in the spring water and gently applied it over the entirety of Rui's tail. Ever since I encountered you, I have forgotten the pain. From now on, my heart shall know only sweetness. Rui, you are so good at comforting me. Jian Xiao Qi playfully nudged his snout with her head before climbing onto his serpentine body. Bending to embrace him, Qi is settled. Rui began to ascend slowly, cautiously rising higher and gradually changing direction, careful not to frighten her with sudden movements as the gentle breeze caressed her. Jian Xiao Qi beheld the vast expanse of earth beneath her, gasping in delight as her clear voice echoed through the valley. The natural resources of the Qingling continent were indeed bountiful, with towering trees that had stood for hundreds of years. In the autumn, the foliage transformed into a palette of vibrant hues, resembling a tapestry of colors upon a green carpet, utterly enchanting. Rui's territory sprawled across several grand mountain peaks, accompanied by extensive meadows and a large lake. The lush waters brimmed with aquatic plants. Scattered across the meadows were herds of grazing animals. Look, there are fawns, cows, and sheep. That one, larger than a bison, is likely a barbarian beast, right? Yes, I don't eat much. One barbarian beast can sustain me for many days. Let the others roam freely for now. Whenever I desire, I shall hunt. From now on, my home Qi shall enjoy fresh meals. Rui felt a surge of pride, for he had fought off numerous wandering beastmen, sustaining injuries and shedding blood, to claim this territory. With such a vast expanse, he was certain he could provide well for her. Who would have thought my Rui would be such a grand landowner? If Qi finds this space insufficient, we can expand even further. Jian Xiao Qi shook her head, asserting that size was not paramount. As long as all essentials were present, the larger space would require constant oversight, which would be quite a hassle. I truly enjoy it here. Rui promptly reminded her, aren't you afraid a larger space? After all, I can fly flying so impressive. I suspect you're looking down on me. Jian Xiao Qi fully embraced her carefree spirit. Rui quickly shook his head, turning his serpentine head to nuzzle against her shoulder, seeking to please her. His antics drew forth peals of laughter from Jian Xiao Qi. Rui swiftly steadied her waist with the tip of his tail, ensuring her balance. After circling several times, he began to describe the surroundings as he flew. Gradually, Rui descended beside the central lake, and Jian Xiao Qi alighted. In an instant, Rui shifted back into human form. This time, Jian Xiao Qi was taken aback once more that a twinge of regret washed over her as she contemplated her agreement to Rui's courtship. For she now acutely realized their bodies were mismatched. Could she retract her consent at this juncture? In her mind, the two souls began to bicker once more. The domineering flower of the apocalypse shook her head vehemently. Trembling with anxiety, no, it's not a match. Let us call off the engagement. Though he is extraordinarily gifted, my petite frame simply cannot endure. The beast world Xiao Qi stood firm, hands on her hips, arguing passionately. What nonsense! If we were mismatched, the tongue snake would have gone extinct thousands of years ago. Xiao Qi, just wait for the good life to come. Jian Xiao Qi, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, quickly intervened. All right, everyone stop arguing. Let us observe a bit longer. The beast world Xiao Qi remained unconvinced, insisting, you won't regret listening to me. My judgment is impeccable. You cannot abandon Rui after just half a day. Jian Xiao Qi sighed. Fine, just be quiet. Rui, clad in a leather skirt, approached and took her hands in his. What are you thinking about? Are you tired from flying? Jian Xiao Qi snapped back to reality, her face flushed as she scrutinized him. Rui, shall I make you some clothes? You seem to be wearing so little. She was eager to stitch together a little outfit for him. Qi, you've got it wrong. From now on, your clothes shall be made by me. The animal hides I prepared, along with my mature snake shedding, are all reserved for you. I never imagined I would have a female to cater to, so I discarded many animal hides. Rui led her along the lakeshore, taking in the picturesque scenery. It was only when the sound of her stomach growling reached him that Rui decided to carry her back to the cave. He spread large leaves on the ground and laid out the fruits and stones he had collected along the way. Jian Xiao Qi squatted down, sifting through the offerings, picking up a sizable stone. She licked it. Rue quickly grasped her hand, halting her in "Oh mischief. Be careful, it might be toxic." Rue, trust me, it's not poisonous. I could TS salty and can be used like salt. Then I'll try it first. If I'm fine, you can have some. After saying this, Rue crushed the stone with his fingers, placing the powder in his mouth. His handsome face contorted into a grimace before swiftly transforming into one of excitement. It truly is salt. My Qi is remarkable. Salt, after all, required a considerable amount of animal hides to procure. Jian Xiao Qi felt a swell of emotion as Rue praised her for testing the toxicity first. Suddenly, she was caught off guard by his compliment. Her smile bloomed like a flower. "You are so adorable. I like you too." Rue let out an excited "whoa," joyfully pulling her into his embrace. "So you like me too? Silly Rue, you are so wonderful. What is impossible about liking you?" The two, lost in their affection, embraced each other, but as time swiftly passed, Jian Xiao Qi felt genuine hunger. Therefore, she drew upon her life experience from 2 lifetimes, swiftly preparing a meal. Eventually, Rue was convinced that the gathered items were safe, allowing the young female to handle them without concern. The gray-white stone was crushed into fine powder by strong hands and scattered over the roasted meat. A sprinkle of crushed Sichuan pepper followed. The meat was skewered on bamboo sticks and placed over the fire. Before long, the savory aroma of the salty, spicy roasted meat wafted through the air. Rue salivated, gazing at her with an eager intensity. Silly Rue, just being silly again. Am I truly that good-looking? Of course, my Qi is the most beautiful. All right then, hurry up and roast some apples for me. Oh yes, at your service, my little female. She Rue was intently roasting apples over the fire. While the fruit was delicious when eaten raw, it took on an entirely different flavor once cooked, making it suitable for consumption as a vegetable. In just a day, the culinary skills of both the male and female had skyrocketed dramatically. Enjoying the savory roasted meat seasoned with salt and Sichuan pepper, She Rue nearly bit his own tongue in delight. His gaze towards Jian Xiao Qi brimmed with affection and surprise. As if she were a divine gift, he felt he had stumbled upon a great treasure. The once aloof and cold She Rue now radiated happiness. Enveloped in the warmth of spring sunlight, his smile as broad as a fool weighing over 200 pounds. The two, well-fed and content, relaxed on the edge of the bed. Before long, Jian Xiao Qi had drifted back to sleep. She Rue looked at her with a tender affection, feeling no shame in her penchant for slumber. The sight of her sleeping was simply adorable. He gently placed her on the bed, covering her with a fur blanket. After gazing at her for a while, he exited the cave, sealing the entrance behind him. He needed to wash quickly in the river. It would not do to be scorned by the little female. Jian Xiao Qi, still in a sleepy haze, was awakened by the sound of a large stone blocking the cave entrance. She looked around, finding that the great serpent was nowhere to be seen. Undoubtedly off to bathe. Recalling the Sichuan pepper, milk fruit, and apple seed she had secretly received in her space, she resolved to check it out. It was not that she wasn't tired or didn't want to sleep. Rather, she had sustained serious injuries that left her particularly drowsy. Yet, she needed to expedite the upgrading of her space, enhance her abilities, and restore her skills. It seemed that due to the Ji Yuan Dan, she was temporarily unable to transform into her beast form and could only assume a human guise. In the future, being able to shapeshift and defend herself, along with her space and abilities, would ensure her survival. Ultimately, her fate would rest firmly in her own hands. Although the great serpent possessed formidable strength, he was merely 20 years old, with a shaky foundation, insufficient to safely accompany her in search of her mother, Lu Qin. Moreover, their enemies were exceedingly powerful, and the mastermind behind it all had yet to be uncovered. The remnants of their foes remained, and the threat had not been completely eradicated. Upon entering her space, Jian Xiao Qi reflected on the journey of her wood-based abilities and the space she had awakened at the age of 15, that after 10 years of relentless effort, she had managed to elevate it to the 10th level. However, after her journey and self-destruction, everything returned to its primordial state, starting from zero. Nevertheless, having something was better than having nothing. Now, her space, though at 0 level, boasted the functionalities of a quasi-level 1, the spiritual spring had dried up, and the area measured only 100 square meters. Fortunately, she had a few water storage jars filled with spiritual spring water. This water not only nurtured crops, but also possessed healing properties. Each day, she would drink a small amount to expedite her recovery. With a resigned spirit, Jian Xiao Qi took a small hoe and began to dig pit after pit, planting the milk fruit, apple seeds, and Sichuan pepper seeds. She carefully sprinkled a bit of spiritual spring water into each pit. Completing her initial planting to upgrade, she needed to engage in hands-on cultivation. The more she harvested, the faster she could level up. Reaching the first level would take at least 10 days. Every day, she would carve out time to tend her fruit trees within the space, seeking out more seeds to plant whenever possible. As for the spiritual spring water, it would yield 50 drops daily at the first level and 2,500 at the second level, increasing exponentially with each level. Ultimately, the higher the level, the more abundant the spiritual spring water, and the larger the space would become. One day, it would provide her with enough resources for constant use and even bathing. Upon hearing the commotion of the large stone, she hurriedly exited her space and lay back down to continue her slumber. She Rui approached the bed, brushing his hand gently against her delicate face. Satisfied before returning to his tasks, he took out the wild boar. Using a tang knife to slice the meat into portions suitable for the little female, storing what she could eat in her space for later. The leftover scraps he consumed ravenously before lying down beside her, wrapped in the fur blanket. After a brief, restless nap, Jian Xiao Qi awoke feeling revitalized. She Rui stirred as well, asking if the little female was hungry. Jian Xiao Qi shot him a glare, retorting, "Do you think I'm a bottomless pit? Always asking if I'm hungry. You're the one who's starving. Your entire family is starving." Just as she finished rebuking him, she choked on her words, succumbing to a fit of coughs. After all, she was destined to be part of the family with the fool of a serpent. She Rui laughed heartily, patting her back, suggesting they take a stroll around the cave. "All right," she replied, realizing the cave lacked many essentials and that procuring supplies would be a daunting task. With that thought, she promptly got out of bed, assuming the role of a queen as she began assigning various tasks to her partner. Before long, She Rui had fashioned a large stone into a makeshift pot with his bare hands. Under her guidance, a stone stove appeared in the center of the cave, with the pot set atop. He then sought out thick bamboo, cutting it into segments to serve as water containers, filling them with river water. Jian Xiao Qi even added a splash of spiritual spring water to the storage jars. She Rui bore wounds of his own, with several brown scars marring his otherwise pale skin. Remnants of battles fought. He was not born with a silver spoon. Rather, he had fought tirelessly for everything he possessed. She directed him to find a large, flat stone slab, propping it up to serve as a table. She fashioned several bamboo jars to act as bowls and carved out spoons and chopsticks. 2 jars were filled with salt and Sichuan pepper. The condiments neatly arranged on the table that a flat stone slab served as a frying pan, finally giving their cooking and dining a semblance of structure. She Rui watched in awe, asking, "Chi, who taught you all this?" "I learned from others," she replied. With the kitchen all set, it was soon time for dinner. Before long, the stone pot simmered with the few remaining pig bones that She Rui had not devoured, bubbling and steaming. With salt, Sichuan pepper, and chopped apples added to the broth, the aroma wafted enticingly. Watching the once barren cave slowly fill with the warmth of home, Jian Xiao Qi felt a sense of accomplishment. In this regard, she had no need to hide her skills, as these items were already commonplace in her tribe. For the first time, She Rui savored bone soup, reveling in its exquisite flavor. Previously, he had swallowed bones whole, and now he felt as if the last decade had been wasted. He had never anticipated that the meat adjacent to the bones would taste so delightful when cooked. His chatter increased as he regaled Jian Xiao Qi with tales of his past experiences. Having never had an audience before, it was as if he poured out a decade's worth of loneliness, sharing secrets long kept from other beastmen. Jian Xiao Qi listened with keen interest, happily playing the role of his best audience. The more she heard, the more her heart ached for her serpent. The more she listened, the more she realized what a remarkable male he truly was. Despite being one of the few cold-blooded beasts among the beastmen, with a naturally aloof demeanor that seemed indifferent, He possessed a fervent heart that yearned for affection and companionship. Sadly, no one had ever given him the chance he deserved. Both abandoned by their parents, their past bore striking similarities that eye in the future. She and the great serpent would comfort and accompany each other. She Rue diligently emulated Jian Xiao Qi, striving to master the art of cooking meat, learning to wield a ladle and scoop soup. And to drink broth from a bowl he learned quickly, as cooking was his trade, while his little female merely had to sit back and enjoy the meal. After finishing dinner, darkness enveloped the cave. Although a bright campfire flickered, Jian Xiao Qi's night vision was still weak. Yet, she did not wish to sleep too early, having promised to make She Rue a pair of pants. How would she address the issue of nighttime illumination? She finally devised a plan, fortuitously having the creature, known as the wild boar, using some lard to refine pig fat for lamp oil. She tore a strip from her old garments to serve as a wick. 2 pig fat lamps were lit within the cave. Jian Xiao Qi sat before the stone bed, using it as a surface to cut and sew fabric from the snake's shed skin, crafting a few pairs of small trousers for him. It was her first attempt, so she had no choice but to hold the fabric and repeatedly measure it against the snake's body. The sensations brushing against her waist and legs were faint yet tantalizing, the moonlight casting an enchanting glow beneath the dim light. This nearly cost the snake its life. Sheer restlessness consumed She Rue, his face flushed, breathing rapid, in a state of daze, standing motionless by the bed. He could only endure, for his little female companion was still not of age to last. As Jian Xiao Qi focused intently on her sewing, she unexpectedly noticed the bulging beast skin skirt, her cheeks instantly reddening. In a fit of anger, she slapped him, exclaiming, "You vile serpent, how could you be so heartless to a mere child?" Unable to contain himself any longer, She Rue's powerful muscles tensed as he swept her up in his arms. The height was just right as his scorching lips descended upon hers. Finally, they met, those soft, delicate lips that had been dancing in his mind all evening. She Rue emitted a sigh of sweetness. Overwhelmed by the sensation, what began as a mere taste quickly spiraled into fervent exploration. Passion ignited, spiraling out of control. Jian Xiao Qi found herself with no escape, uttering soft whimpers, soon sapped of strength. Her feet dangled in the air, like an ornament, clinging to him as he kissed her, leaving her mind hazy and limbs weak. Eventually, as Jian Xiao Qi gasped for air, on the verge of fainting, She Rue released her. He gazed at the little female, her eyes glistening with tears, panting, her lips an even more vibrant shade of art. In an instant, he placed her upon the stone bed, his entire body enveloping hers, his hands roaming freely over her. His voice, hoarse and trembling with desire, murmured, "Chi-Chi, I can no longer restrain myself." This was Jian Xiao Qi's first kiss, arriving unannounced, a tempestuous whirlwind leaving her both embarrassed and infuriated. She regained her composure, admonishing herself, "No, you must behave. What shall I do? Only you can save me. Next time, do not slap me. What if you break me? What will you do then?" Jian Xiao Qi's face reddened further at her own words. Very well, this time she would take the blame, for her hand had indeed been too rash. Yet, she felt utterly innocent, as she had done nothing wrong. Her first kiss had slipped away just like that, leaving her head spinning and her ears ringing. Intentionally diverting his attention, she said, Rue, I wish to take a bath. Could you dig a large stone pot to heat water for me?" Driven by his inherent nature as a serpent beastman. A fire ignited within him, one he couldn't extinguish. Yet, the little female could do so. As soon as she mentioned the stone pot, he immediately released her and sprang to his feet. "I shall go dig the stone pot right away. Wait for me." With an oddly peculiar gait, She Rue rushed outside to excavate the pot. Jian Xiao Qi sat up on the bed, touching her lips which still burned from the kiss. They were swollen, and her heart raced uncontrollably. She lamented her lost first kiss. After a considerable time, she returned to her task, diligently sewing the small trousers. Finally, as the hot water was prepared, the trousers were also finished. She Rue obediently donned them, sitting by the campfire, listening to the sounds of the little female splashing water as she bathed behind him. Though she commanded him not to look, was it truly possible for a high-ranking beastman not to? His acute senses were far too perceptive. While his eyes may not be as sharp as an eagle's, his entire being was an instrument of perception, as if he could see everything. This was truly torturous for him. Shirue suddenly felt the trousers were too tight, a discomfort he could scarcely endure. In a moment of desperation, he dashed outside to block the cave entrance and immersed himself in the river. This marked the second time he had bathed that day. Soaking in the cool waters, he finally calmed down. Yet he was still apprehensive, hastily returning. However, there lay Jian Xiao Qi, languidly reclined on the bed, exposing her fair neck. Slender arms and legs, her delicate feet so paled, rendered Shirue breathless, his throat constricting as blood rushed to a singular point, making his earlier bath feel futile. Jian Xiao Qi patted the space beside her, gesturing for him to sit. Rue, come sit beside me. I shall comb your hair. What does combing hair entail? Jian Xiao Qi smiled sweetly. No need to ask. After living with me for a while, you will soon understand many things. Shirue dutifully settled beside her, gently stroking his long silver hair. She took a comb and began to groom him. To his surprise, he discovered his head was remarkably sensitive, never having experienced such gentle touch before. After only a few strokes, an unusual sensation coursed through him. Raising goosebumps across his skin, he found himself gasping, his mouth slightly agape, fists clenched. The strange feeling surged upwards, threatening to overwhelm him. Would she make him lose control? Shirue was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Fearing the implications, he couldn't let the little female feel scared of him, even though he had yet to encounter many experiences himself. He possessed ancestral memories. Chi. Shirue's voice was hoarse, filled with a plea for mercy. What is it? Don't move. Once your hair is untangled, it will be easier to comb. She reassured him he had no choice but to continue tensing his body. Allowing her to comb his hair, each moment was agonizing, yet he had no desire to halt her ministrations. Only Chi could be so patient with him. Rue, I see you do not have shoes. After 2 days of companionship, Shirue had learned many words he previously did not know. He was aware of what shoes were. Chi, I have never needed shoes before I met you. I crawled or flew. It is only when holding your hand to stroll that I require shoes. Big snake, tomorrow I will weave you some grass sandals. When it gets colder, I shall make you leather boots. Shirue took a deep breath. Regaining clarity, you're truly good to me. I should be the one making you shoes and clothes. Why should you treat me well? You are my future mate. Follow my lead, and the shoes you make will surely surpass mine. Very well. I shall heed Chi-Chi's words at last. Jian Xiao Qi finished combing his hair, tying it with a cloth strip. With his hair neatly arranged, Shirue exuded a refreshing air of elegance. Jian Xiao Qi felt a sense of accomplishment. Her man looked splendid, both in appearance and demeanor. Satisfied, she released him. Shirue let out a sigh of relief. It's time to sleep. Jian Xiao Qi lay upon the thick beast skin blanket, soon producing even breaths as she fell into a deep slumber. That night, Shirue, after making the rounds to the river and bathing for the 5th time, finally exhausted, embraced her and her blanket to sleep. Although Jian Xiao Qi slept soundly, her mind was preoccupied, and she eventually awoke in the middle of the night. Opening her eyes to utter darkness, she only heard Shirue's steady breathing. The sight of him sleeping, no longer the aloof and proud figure, his features softened, made her want to steal a kiss. Yet, she dared not disturb his slumber. In a blink, she entered her spatial realm. The seed she had planted yesterday had already sprouted. Time flowed rapidly within this space, particularly for wood-type plants. Akati neither affected her as the owner nor the shelf life of the supplies stored within. The items in her space remained fresh. However, prior to her self-detonation, she had already emptied all supplies into the base S storeroom. Now, her space was empty save for a few changes of clothing. Some biscuits, several personal items, and a few weapons. The Tang knife was entrusted to Shirue for both protection and culinary use. There were also a few knives and daggers left for her own defense. Had she known that her space would follow her, she would have saved some supplies or seeds. It seemed she truly had to start anew. Contemplating all of this, she clenched her teeth and got to work, continuing to dig and cultivate the land with her hoe. The labor in her space mirrored that of actual farming. Arduous toil of tilling, sowing, watering, and harvesting, all requiring her personal effort. When her wood-type abilities became stronger and she possessed more land, she could utilize her powers to assist in farming. There would be no shortcuts to take. The more one harvests, the faster the space upgrades. She made a brief plan, planting fruit trees in a circle around the boundary, while other vegetable crops were cultivated in separate patches. Afterward, she watered them with a bit of spring water. Lacking extraordinary abilities and strength, her farming efficiency was exceedingly low. Jian Xiao Qi toiled for several hours, planting a little of each crop to allow them to grow first. However, the spring water was not necessarily better in larger quantities. After sipping a few mouthfuls of the spring water, she entered the space and nestled into the fur blanket held by Shi-Rui. Continuing her deep slumber, another new day dawned. Shi-Rui once again followed his little female, learning to brush his teeth and maintain personal hygiene. Chi-Chi, let me comb your hair too. Sure. Jian Xiao Qi handed him the wooden comb, guiding him on how to style a female's hair. His large fingers, well-defined, held the comb in one hand while he twisted a lock of her black hair, mimicking the little female's mannerisms with utmost seriousness and care. The unique fragrance of her hair lingered in the air, and she inadvertently became entranced by it. This time, it was Jian Xiao Qi who felt a slight itch. Clearly, this sensation was different from when Su Mama used to comb her hair. Evoking a sense of peculiarity, she urged, "It's done. Please tie it up for me." Shi-Rui, coming back to his senses, neatly secured her hair. Chi-Chi, your hair is truly beautiful. Rui's hair is also lovely. Even fuller than mine. Shi-Rui smiled softly. Jian Xiao Qi turned to him, taking his hand. "Shall we take a stroll by the river in the Shiyuan marsh today?" Shi-Rui frowned slightly. "Little female, do you wish to go to the river in the Shiyuan marsh? It is quite far from the cave, and there might be dangers." Jian Xiao Qi pouted, nodding her head, fearing that Shi-Rui would refuse to take her. Indeed, Shi-Rui hesitated. Such a distant place posed a risk to her safety. That day, he had inadvertently crossed boundaries to hunt a large savage bull. He retrieved 8 crystal cores, which he found by the river where you appeared. I believe they are related to you. Additionally, a tiger beastman jumped into the river. Jian Xiao Qi examined the cores, certain they belonged to the 8 traders at that time. A pack of tiger beasts had rushed toward the river, only to be met with a sudden, thunderous noise. All those tiger beastmen perished, leaving only the crystal cores behind, while you lay asleep amidst a cluster of petals that I then brought you back to the cave. Jian Xiao Qi nodded in understanding. Chi-Chi, do you wish to seek the tiger beastman who jumped into the river? Shi-Rui finally voiced his question, though he was reluctant. Yet, loyalty to his partner demanded honesty, and he dared not withhold the truth. If the little female wished to find her kin, he would accompany her. They were already bound as future partners, witnessed by the beast god, and he no longer feared abandonment. Although the tribe held disdain for the Teng She beastman, a Teng She male with a female partner was more readily accepted. Ultimately, it all depended on one's own strength, as long as the Teng She beastman was powerful enough and contributed to the tribe. Everything would be manageable. For her sake, Shi-Rui would strive to enhance his combat prowess. All his efforts were willingly devoted to her. Moreover, he found himself often preoccupied. The little female was quite susceptible to danger. The protection of the tribe would provide an added layer of safety. This time, Jian Xiao Qi nodded in agreement, expressing her desire to search for the one who fell into the water. She worried for Lu Qin, fearing for the safety of her unborn child, wishing only to catch a glimpse of her to ensure her well-being. That I promise you, I will help you find your tribe and bring you back to your loved ones. As for me, I will also live with you in the tribe. Jian Xiao Qi rested her head on his shoulder, seeking comfort in his presence. Shi-Rui's heart softened like water. This was their first moment of sincere communication, reaching a mutual understanding, as the little female encouraged him to integrate into the tribe. Shi-Rui was filled with excitement. Then let us go to the riverbank. Perhaps we may encounter your kin who are also searching for you. But we must not leave your scent behind, as that would be perilously dangerous. Jian Xiao Qi understood this well. She could not quell her resolve to visit the riverbank. If there were no traces left by Lu Qin, They would have to wait until she and Shi Rue grew strong enough before seeking her out. The entire slaughter stemmed from her presence, as long as she was not near Lu Qin. Lu Qin would be much safer. She did not necessarily wish to flee to the other side of the forest to join the tiger beast tribe. Lu Qin, burdened with her pregnancy, would not cease her search until she found her. Jian Xiao Qi was also concerned for the safety of the child within Lu Qin, that if Shi Rue truly cherished life in the tribe, she would take the initiative to establish her own tribe in the future. Soon, Shi Rue carried the little female to the riverbank. Jian Xiao Qi beheld the spot where the mother beast had jumped into the river, yet no traces of the initial explosion remained. She had only awakened 2 days after the explosion, and in that brief time, the area had become lush with verdant grass that it was as if 8 vile males had abducted a female cub, leaving no evidence behind. Lu Qin, returning, would not assume the 8 males had perished. She would surely think she had been taken by the villains and would not wait idly, but instead pursue them. This was also why Jian Xiao Qi had not sought her out immediately upon awakening. This moment, she felt particularly despondent. Her mother, Lu Qin, was one of the few awakened females in the beast world. Typically, females could only transform into their beast forms without possessing combat strength or beast rank. Yet Lu Qin had reached the 4th rank by the age of 40. In one-on-one combat, she was no weaker than Jian Ming. But against 8, she would certainly be at a disadvantage. However, since Jian Ming and the others had all been obliterated, Lu Qin could sufficiently protect herself in the forest as long as she avoided the malevolent beasts. Lu Qin's daughter, Xiao Qi, had only just come of age, bringing such bloodshed to the tribe. There was a legend that Jian Xiao Qi was a harbinger of future prosperity, blessed with the ability to bear the mightiest offspring. Jian Xiao Qi would not willingly become a mere lamb for slaughter, subject to bullying and theft, reduced to a breeding machine, or even shared among males. She would forever strive to be the master of her own fate. Only by growing stronger could she wield power over her life. If she returned to the tribe now, it would only invite endless strife and calamity. Keeping her distance from Lu Qin and the tiger beast tribe was, in fact, a form of assistance. Meanwhile, her companion, Shi Rue, had already reached the 3rd rank as a beastman. She would aid Shi Rue in swiftly ascending to the 4th, 5th, or even higher ranks, until Shi Rue attained formidable strength. She would not expose him to danger. The highest rank in the beast world was 7. Upon reaching the 6th rank, one could sprout wings and become a winged beastman, capable of flight. However, Teng She were unique, as they were born with wings, becoming flying serpents shortly after birth. The increase in beastman's abilities with each rank was not linear, but exponential. Shi Rue gently stroked her head, offering solace. Qi, as long as your kin and the tribe still live, we will eventually find them. Until then, I will protect you. Now that the dry season was nearing its end, the long cold season would soon arrive. Once the warmth returned, I will take you to search for them. Why little female must eat well and grow plump. Jian Xiao Qi nodded in agreement, accepting the situation. Currently, she was frail and delicate, vulnerable to harm. Bearing the burden of beauty, she could only endure through this autumn and winter before contemplating other matters. The Qingling continent also experienced 4 seasons. The cold season was winter. The hot season was summer. The dry season was autumn. And the warm season was spring on the return journey. Jian Xiao Qi gazed at the towering plants laden with bountiful fruit, transforming her worries into joy. At this moment, amidst the golden autumn, she seemed to discover a renewed sense of purpose in life. To prepare for winter storage, to utilize the entirety of autumn and winter to enhance her space and fortify her strength. Her origins forbade her from living a life of quietude and modesty, seeking a secluded paradise in the Qingling continent forever. Thus, she resolved to climb higher, to ascend to the pinnacle, so that she might gaze down and attain the tranquil life she longed for. Jian Xiao Qi soon came to this realization. The 2 of them flew back, and upon reaching their territory, they disembarked to continue on foot. They collected an array of fruits and nuts along the way, bringing back whatever they could carry. Throughout the journey, Jian Xiao Qi took the opportunity to teach Shi Rue the names and uses of various fruits and plants. Gradually, Shi Rue became familiar with many botanical varieties. In her memory, she was now a female tiger beast, primarily carnivorous, yet still in need of vegetables and fruits. When they encountered wild leeks, they harvested some to take back for seasoning. Although Jian Xiao Qi's wood-based abilities were quite weak, she could still discern which plants were poisonous and which were safe. This knowledge would greatly assist them in their winter preparations. They also gathered some mushrooms to take home. Jian Xiao Qi's spirits were high. And suddenly, she spotted numerous potato vines. Shi Rui affectionately brushed her nose, gazing at her with a mix of exasperation and amusement at her enthusiasm. What is this? Are we really going to dig them up? Could they be toxic? In the past, he had never seen the orc tribe consume such things. These are potatoes. When cooked, they are safe to eat. If not, they can be toxic. Shi Rui knelt down and began to excavate the potatoes, using a bone knife from his base to unearth several large, round tubers, all of which he stored in his own space. As he worked, he remarked, "Chi-Chi, take them back to cook. I'll eat first, and when I'm done, you can have some." Jian Xiao Qi pursed her lips. Rui, thank you. Shi Rui shook his head and continued his labor. Jian Xiao Qi surveyed the fertile land, realizing that such rich soil could produce potatoes twice the size of a male's fist. Overjoyed, she nearly danced with delight. Potatoes meant a staple food supply for the winter. She lamented that it would have been wonderful if she had saved some seeds of wheat, corn, and soybeans from years past. Rui, that's enough for now. Let us dig no more. You must remember this spot well. We shall return for more, and we still need to find the grass for weaving straw sandals. All right, I've memorized it. Rest assured, I'm most familiar with my territory. Jian Xiao Qi walked with a long stick in hand, poking at the grass as she went. What are you doing with that stick? There might be snakes in the grass. And I fear being bitten. Shi Rui smiled. With me around, no snake would dare approach. You have nothing to worry about. Am I merely a decoration as your male? Jian Xiao Qi felt a flush of embarrassment. How could she have forgotten that her partner was a formidable being? Had he suddenly become foolish out of love? Nonetheless, she clung to the stick. Knowing it could be useful as she walked, she prodded the grass in search of the type suitable for weaving sandals. Before long, she discovered a resilient type of grass known as woolly grass. When dried, it would become even more durable, making it an excellent material for crafting straw sandals. Shi Rui, wielding his bone knife, harvested a substantial bundle and stored it in his space. By noon, they returned laden with their bounty. For lunch, the diligent Shi Rui, following Jian Xiao Qi's instructions, finally prepared a stew of potatoes and meat bones. The broth infused with cubed, peeled potatoes, diced apples, Sichuan pepper, wild leeks, and salt, wafted an enticing aroma. Watching the bubbling stone pot of savory stew, Shi Rui swallowed several times, deciding to dig up more potatoes to stockpile in the cave for Jian Xiao Qi's winter sustenance. After all, the cave was spacious. Having grown accustomed to raw meat, he suddenly felt as though the previous 20 years had been in vain. Not only did he consume meat raw, but he also swallowed it with bones. He had never anticipated that the meat cooked from the bones would be so delectable. Indeed, life with a partner like Jian Xiao Qi was blissful, which explained why many males were desperate to find a mate. Shi Rui couldn't help but extol his little female, Chi-Chi. You possess so many talents. I have truly found a treasure. Jian Xiao Qi, engrossed in the delicious potato stew, paid no heed to his foolish praise. The soup was simply too delightful to resist. She was unafraid of the heat, blowing on the steaming broth as she ate, her eyes sparkling with delight. The potatoes were soft and easy to chew, perfectly suiting her palate. However, with her small appetite, she soon felt full, contentedly belching and patting her stomach. Shi Rui, on the other hand, continued to eat, finishing 7 or 8 bowls. Yet he left some in the pot, just in case Jian Xiao Qi felt hungry again. The two, one large and one small, leaned against a stone, sprawled out in satisfaction. The author's note: to clarify why the female protagonist did not rush to the riverbank to find her mother upon awakening. Let me explain. After her second self-detonation sacrifice, which resulted in the deaths of Jianlan and 8 others, she had eliminated the threats to her mother's life. Given her rational nature, her willingness to sacrifice herself was rooted in deep maternal affection. Furthermore, Lu Qin, a 4th-tier beast, possessed formidable self-defense capabilities. The villains targeted Jian Xiao Qi, not Lu Qin. Moreover, By the time the female protagonist awakened from her self-detonation, 3 days had passed, and Lu Qin had long departed. Our female protagonist is a rational player. Her love is both sensible and responsible, rather than mindless and fearless. Shi Rui turned his head to gaze at the languid little female, casually inquiring, "Chi, you must have lived in a tribe before, right? Otherwise, how could you know so much? And those deceased tiger beasts were your kin, weren't they? What on earth transpired?" Jian Xiao Qi, shedding her relaxed demeanor, straightened up, her expression gravely serious. Her partner, Shi Rui, deserved to know the truth. "Shi Rui, I actually grew up in the tiger beast tribe, located on the other side of the misty forest. Just over 10 days ago, a sudden internal strife erupted within the tribe. Several traitorous tiger beasts attempted to abduct me. My mother resisted fiercely with the tribe members. The wicked beasts killed many of our kin who fought back and severely injured both my mother and me. She managed to escape with me here. When I was on the brink of death, my mother fed me a tiger beast essence pill, which allowed me to survive at the cost of my ability to transform into beast form for the time being. As you have seen, my mother fell into the river and has since gone missing. The traitorous beasts were punished by the beast god and have all perished." As Jian Xiao Qi spoke, she was overtaken by the original owner's intense hatred. Her eyes tinged with red fury. Those slain kin were not merely acquaintances but companions, friends, and elders she had spent her days with. Above all, the parents of Hugu had shown her great affection and had perished in this massacre while protecting Lu Qin and her mother. Their deaths had been truly horrific. In her dreams, Jian Xiao Qi could still hear the haunting cries. Consumed by this hatred, she had detonated herself once more, observing the sorrow and anger etched across Jian Xiao Qi's face. Shi Rui felt a deep ache for his little female, knowing she had endured immense suffering. His own eyes reddened. As her male partner, how could he bear to see her bullied, nearly losing her life? With a heart full of compassion, he enveloped her in his embrace, gritting his teeth in indignation. "Chi, I will ensure that all those who have wronged you shall meet their demise, and I will take you to find your mother." Jian Xiao Qi blinked, quickly regaining clarity. "Great Snake, I suspect that the beasts involved in this conspiracy are exceedingly powerful, perhaps even colluding from within. The 8 fourth-tier tiger beasts pursuing my mother are presumably dead. However, there should be a group of even stronger beasts involved in this invasion. My father had taken the tribe out to hunt during the most crucial hunting season of the year. He is a 6th-tier beast, one of the few winged beasts in Qinling continent. His speed when flying surpasses even yours now. My parents share a beast bond. If one faces danger, the other can sense it and rush to the rescue. Yet, in these past 10 days, I have not seen my father come searching for me and my mother. Thus, I suspect that my father and the others have also encountered misfortune. The enemy is thus extraordinarily formidable." Having executed a well-planned scheme, Shi Rui furrowed his brow, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. He had been taking her around carelessly, flying near the territory's riverbank. Thankfully, they had not encountered any danger. "Chi, are all these beasts after you? Is it because you are beautiful and clever?" Jian Xiao Qi nodded gently, as this appeared to be the purpose. The tiger beast tribe was a formidable force within the forest. An ordinary beast would hardly dare to challenge them. However, this time, the entire tiger beast tribe had undoubtedly suffered a catastrophic blow akin to a near annihilation, and my mother led me to flee. While they dispatched their most powerful warriors in pursuit, they ruthlessly executed many of their kin. Yet for me, they sought only to capture alive Chi. Will your mother die? She won't drown if she falls into the river. As long as she can hide temporarily, she will survive, and my mother is among the few awakened females in the beast world, already at the 4th tier of beast rank. Ordinary beasts are no match for her. Thus, not being with my mother actually makes her safer. Rui, do you understand? Being with me makes you the most vulnerable." Snake Rui nodded in understanding, still resolute. "I comprehend, but I am unafraid your companion beast. It is my duty to protect you, that we shall not venture anywhere, but remain in my territory. I will also find ways to swiftly ascend in beast rank, in preparation for any incursions." Jian Xiao Qi embraced him tightly. Rui, are you not afraid that I will bring you greater troubles?" Snake Rui immediately shook his head. I believe this is a trial bestowed upon me by the beast god. If I do not put forth effort, how can I become the most beautiful female's mate? I am certain I will pass this trial. Jian Xiao Qi released her hold and gazed in his eyes. Rue, you are truly wonderful. I will not let you down. We shall fight together. Snake Rue felt a pang of worry. How could he allow the little female to engage in battle? He could not bear the thought. Yet he was reluctant to contradict her. All right, once you transform into a tiger beast, I shall fight alongside you. Very well, it is a promise. The two embraced for a long time, drawing strength from one another's warmth. Snake Rue suddenly spoke. Deep within the Shiyuan swamp, there exists a fruit known as the Shiyuan fruit. Females who consume it become stronger, more resilient to the cold, can aid in fertility and treat ailments. It also enhances their beauty. As the male of my family, how could I not procure this for you? It has been my plan to present it as a token of my affection. Having said this, Snake Rue cast a proud glance at her. My dear Chi, you certainly know of this fruit, do you not? Only a male who truly loves his female would seek to obtain it for her. Jian Xiao Qi searched her memories, and, indeed, the Shiyuan fruit was well known among many beasts. However, very few females had ever tasted it. As the Shiyuan swamp was perilously dangerous, it was said that high-ranked monsters guarded the area surrounding the Shiyuan fruit, making it quite difficult to acquire. In the frigid winters of Qingling continent, many females could perish from the cold. Thus, tales of the Shiyuan fruit arose, suggesting that consuming it before winter would ease the struggle against the harsh season. Eating it after giving birth would also increase the chances of conception the following year. Setting aside whether the Shiyuan fruit would truly benefit her, she would not allow Snake Rue to take such risks. She was uncertain if the Shiyuan fruit could restore her body better than her spiritual spring water. Big Snake, my mother says that eating well and sleeping plenty will help me recover. She would not deceive me. I forbid you to seek out the Shiyuan fruit on your it is too dangerous, and I do not want you to die. Snake Rue felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The little female was concerned for him, unwilling to let him go. With her words, he would willingly face death. That moment, he had no desire to argue with her, nor to provoke her anger. For you, I will become stronger, achieving a higher beast rank. That time, everything will be less daunting that I cannot bear the thought of dying. I will always be by your side. All right, Big Snake, you must heed my words and not act recklessly. Jian Xiao Qi rested her head on his shoulder. Mumbling softly, it seemed that she would quickly fall asleep after concentrating on a single matter for too long. She had just spoken at length, and now her eyelids drooped, stifling yawns, as if the Sandman had called her to slumber. The information overload left Snake Rue in shock, requiring time to process. He carefully laid the little female on the bed and tucked her in with a blanket. His deep, dark eyes watched her as he fell into contemplation. The little female's mate, knowing the strength of their enemies, did not frighten him in the slightest. He would not allow any vile beast to steal away his companion. He was, after all, the most formidable and dominant hunter in the forest. Thus, the cold and powerful serpent began to meticulously devise a plan. After much contemplation, he finally exhaled deeply, pulling the blanket tighter around the little female. In the softest tone, audible only to the two of them, he whispered, Chi, I truly adore you. My days with you bring me immense joy. I will certainly procure the Shiyuan fruit for you. Any beasts that threaten you will meet their demise. You need only to enjoy your meals, have fun, and be happy as my female. Snake Rue placed a tender kiss on her forehead. The conversation from the previous night had drawn him closer to his beloved female. At dawn, filled with confidence and determination, he began to execute his plans. With clear objectives, it was essential to live well and make all necessary preparations. Snake Rue rose early to patrol his territory, reinforcing his scent. In recent days, he had neglected his rounds due to the arrival of the little female. Yet, as much as he wished to laze about, he found no abnormalities in his domain. He retraced the paths Jian Xiao Qi had walked, meticulously covering her traces in scent. Then, he gathered thorny grass and scattered it around the cave at a distance, creating a wide perimeter. From now on, the area within the thorny grass would be the primary domain of the little female. Snake Rue did not rest, running to the mountain to collect stones, bringing back two enormous boulders upon entering the cave. He found Jian Xiao Qi already awake, preparing to rise. "Big Snake, where have you been? I didn't see you when I woke up." Jian Xiao Qi's voice was soft and laced with a hint of complaint. Snake Rue felt warmth bloom in his heart. "Qi, I will ensure you see me as soon as you awaken from now on." Jian Xiao Qi smiled sweetly. She had merely been playfully pouting. Yet the big snake took her seriously. Snake Rue knelt at the bedside, preparing to put on her shoes. However, as his large hands brushed against her delicate feet, he couldn't bear to let go. The calluses on his palms tickled her soles, making Jian Xiao Qi squirm, only to have her foot caught once more. "Will not moved. I am putting on your shoes." Jian Xiao Qi stifled a giggle. "Then hurry and put them on." The wait for the little female to grow was indeed a difficult trial. After much effort, Snake Rue finally managed to fasten her shoes. Then he persisted in combing her hair, attempting to braid it and tying it up with a strip of cloth. After completing these tasks, he kissed her hair. "My Qi is so beautiful. I must keep a close watch." "Big Snake, were you frightened by what happened last night?" "Of course not. I was merely uncomfortable thinking about the vile beasts that covet you. I would gladly rush over and bite them to death right now." Jian Xiao Qi intertwined her fingers with his. "After a while, we shall hunt the monster beast together to aid in your ascension." Snake Rue had this intention, yet he would never bring the little female along, as it was too dangerous. "We shall discuss it later. I will prepare breakfast for you now." After saying this, Snake Rue settled at the stone hearth, tending to the fire, while Jian Xiao Qi washed up and assisted him in preparing the ingredients. In truth, upon waking up, the earthy scent of Snake Rue mixed with the aroma of thorny grass had already informed Jian Xiao Qi of his toil. Her dear snake had worked so hard. She must prepare something delicious to reward him. As they chatted, they prepared breakfast together. Jian Xiao Qi shared her culinary expertise without reservation. The breakfast consisted of fried potato strips, salt-baked pork belly, and beef mushroom soup. As two carnivorous beasts, they found no greasiness in their meal. Aside from the portions Jian Xiao Qi saved for herself, the rest was devoured by Snake Rue. Sated and invigorated, Snake Rue felt rejuvenated, save for a lingering annoyance at the thought of his female being coveted by vile beasts. "Shall we take a stroll after eating?" Jian Xiao Qi shook her head, suggesting, "Today, we have leftover food. Let us tidy up our cave." Snake Rue blushed with delight at the thought of home. Indeed, it is their home. With the arrival of the female, he has gained a family. "Well then, I have just brought back a large stone and will dig 2 stone basins. So you won't need to wash and fetch water by the small river anymore. I will fill the basins with water every day." Jian Xiao Qi understands and says, "I will first weave you some grass shoes. You cannot always be barefoot." The two of them busied themselves in the clearing outside the cave, occasionally glancing at each other and exchanging a few words. Most of the time, it was Jian Xiao Qi directing him to tidy their little courtyard. Once Jian Xiao Qi completed 2 pairs of grass shoes, Shi Rue had also finished digging 2 stone basins and filled them with river water. Using the leftover stones, he fashioned several small basins for washing vegetables or clothes. Finer gravel was laid out in the courtyard to prevent mud on rainy days. He also cut nearby bamboo to erect a fence around the area. With the bamboo, they constructed several drying racks for clothes. Wild vegetables, mushrooms, or meat, by the time the fence gate was also completed, a quaint little mountain cave homestead had taken shape. Within the fence courtyard sat a diligent female, the lady of the house. Shi Rue gazed at her with satisfaction. After lunch, as was customary, Jian Xiao Qi took a nap. Meanwhile, Shi Rue secured the cave entrance, fastened the fence gate, and ventured to the grasslands to hunt, returning with 2 wild boars and a mountain goat. Along with a bounty of rock salt, he aimed to stockpile provisions for his partner, as he would soon be leaving for a period of training. Upon waking from her nap, Jian Xiao Qi discovered that Shi Rue had sliced the meat into strips and arranged them in the courtyard. "Shi Rue, you are so industrious. Let's make smoked cured meat. We should save the skins too, to see if we can trade for tan furs. In truth, the tanning process is not particularly difficult. What is challenging is the labor-intensive procedure, especially outside the cold season when she truly lacks the time for it. Moreover, Shi Rue would hibernate in winter. All right, whatever you wish to do, we shall do." They proceeded to rub salt and Sichuan pepper onto the meat, placing it in the large stone basin. After 3 days of marinating, it would be ready to hang for smoking with pine branches. Shirue covered the marinating meat with a stone slab and then led her into the forest for a stroll. They unearthed an entire patch of potatoes, bringing them back to stack in the courtyard. Shirue, let's dig a cellar in the deepest part of the cave so that the potatoes won't freeze in winter. Just tell me how to do it, and I will handle it. Jian Xiao Qi selected a suitable spot, while Shirue took charge of the digging. In no time, Shirue had excavated a cellar to store all the potatoes. The entrance was quite small, allowing it to be covered with animal hides or stone slabs, thus preventing cold air from entering. The cold season in Qingling continent is frigid. Jian Xiao Qi estimated that they had over 3,000 pounds of potatoes, likely enough to last until the next year's sprouting season. The cellar was not completely filled, leaving room for future collections of walnuts, chestnuts, apples, persimmons, and other supplies to fill up. Over the past few days, Shirue had become acquainted with various plant species, identifying them even more accurately than humans, as he distinguished them by taste. In the coming days, they would gather a little each day. Jian Xiao Qi, however, did not wish to accumulate too many supplies, as she had also planted crops and fruit trees in her space, which would yield harvest soon. Shirue possessed his own space as well. Yet he remained anxious that their food supplies might be insufficient. Qi, one cellar may not suffice. For now, it is enough. If it isn't, we can dig more later. Snow won't fall for another 2 months. Though their spaces were not particularly large, they would certainly have enough provisions for a year's worth of sustenance. Once Jian Xiaoqi's space leveled up to 1, she could confidently stockpile resources, as the likelihood of regressing back to a 0 level would be minimal. After completing their tasks, the sky was nearly dark. Shirue washed his hands, preparing to cook dinner. Since the little female needed to eat and sleep more to grow quickly, of course, 3 meals a day was a significant affair. It was quite challenging to hold her every day. He had to coax her into eating more. Shirue was plotting in his mind. Jian Xiaoqi, however, pulled him to sit on a stone and asked, "Big Snake, let me see how well your tail's wound has healed." Over the past few days, the water they consumed had been infused with spring water, yet she still felt uneasy. Shirue noticed that the area by the campfire was not large enough, and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a semi-human form, with a human upper body and a snake tail. This spectacle left Jian Xiaoqi utterly astonished. She had not anticipated such a transformation. What a remarkable display! The upper half of Shirue was still well-proportioned and striking, but below the leather skirt, he had fully transformed into a serpent. Jian Xiaoqi, ever the curious one, pondered deeply. Where did it go? Shirue, fully aware of her thoughts, teasingly lifted her chin and asked, "What is my Qi thinking?" Caught in the act, Jian Xiaoqi's face flushed with embarrassment. I wasn't thinking about anything. I just want to touch your tail." Shirue released her, encouraging her to touch, fearing she might not enjoy it. After all, she was not a stranger to mask her embarrassment. Jian Xiaoqi squatted down to study the snake's tail, touching and pinching it. Shirue's tail seemed to respond playfully, wrapping around her arms and legs in a gentle sway, resembling a teasing stick. No, a teasing tiger stick. Jian Xiaoqi's innate curiosity as a tiger beast drew her to this lively little thing. She suddenly pounced, hugging it tightly, pressing her face against it. "Big Snake, your tail's wound has healed. Hee, your tail is so cute." While Shirue suppressed the tingling sensation, he maintained a serious demeanor. "Yes, it has healed. I do not know why the wound healed so quickly, but I wonder when the scales will regrow. Ever since my Qi came to my side, I have been particularly favored by the beast god, and good fortune has been bestowed upon me. Can lost scales grow back? I've seen fish beasts whose lost scales never returned. I am different. The ones I lost can grow back. After all, the new skin after shedding must have scales. That's good. That's good." Jian Xiaoqi felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that her self-explosion had inadvertently harmed Shirue, for which she was the culprit. Naturally, she had to take responsibility. As she wasn't hungry, she clutched the tip of the tail, occasionally rubbing her face against it, mumbling to herself as if playing house. Shirue's breath became uneven. He clenched his fists to relax himself, trying to ignore the sensations from his tail. This was his precious little female. He certainly could not deny her the pleasure of touching it, and besides, he secretly enjoyed it as well. Alas, it was truly hard to endure. The little female seemed to be getting addicted to the game, holding the snake's tail and stroking it up and down, even planting kisses on it. Although a snake's vision was the weakest, every part of a snake's body was filled with sensory organs, a natural gift. He couldn't help but recall the soft sensation of holding her at night, the image of her bathing, and the sight of her smooth legs, rounded arms, and delicate neck that swayed before him every day. Shirue couldn't resist licking his lips, his voice laced with yearning and confusion. Chi-Chi, you must take responsibility. Jian Xiao Qi was filled with questions. Her first instinct was to flee. She was merely adorably naive, not foolish in the least. Shirue tightened his grip on her shoulders. Where do you think you can escape to? Her waist and long legs were ensnared tightly, and her shoulders were held firmly, leaving her no choice but to endure Shirue's kiss. Jian Xiao Qi struggled fiercely, but to no avail, whether out of anger, urgency, or something else. She could not tell. Shirue kissed away her tears, whispering soothingly, "Be good." Initially, Jian Xiao Qi was filled with trepidation, but gradually she realized that their entanglement was merely a dance of sorts. Shirue did everything except take the final step. It was then that she began to relax, fully entrusting herself to him, reminding herself not to indiscriminately touch his tail in the future, in a state of drowsiness. She soon succumbed to sleep. However, as the minutes stretched on, her rest eluded her, prompting Shirue to abandon his own slumber. He dared not forego his trousers, perplexed as to why the little female insisted he wear them. It was truly uncomfortable, in the dimness. He roamed not far from the cave, capturing several cooing beasts and collecting numerous cooing beast eggs, which the little female had been incessantly clamoring for during the day, claiming them to be quite delectable. Shirue had always thought them insufficient to satisfy his hunger, regarding them as trifles. Only in his youth, when larger prey was elusive, would he resort to catching such insignificant creatures. Upon returning to the cave, he found the dawn yet to break, so he gathered a considerable amount of rock salt, which could be utilized as seasoning, planning to trade it later for some tanned furs. After toiling extensively, he finally endured until morning, hastily preparing breakfast. The little female had not eaten the previous night. Awakened by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, Jian Xiao Qi opened her bleary eyes, recalling the events of the previous night. A wave of regret washed over her. She had neither eaten nor tended to her garden in the space. All of it was the fault of that insufferable serpent. Remembering those heart-stopping moments, she felt a surge of agitation, wishing to strike out. If she were to lose control, she would surely come to harm. The very thought sent shivers down her spine, igniting a desire to flee. Shirue, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, approached her bed the moment she stirred. He enveloped her and the blanket in his embrace, his voice tinged with an air of supplication. Chi-Chi, you're awake. Insufferable serpent, you are not permitted to hold me. I have no intention of acknowledging you today. You ought to reflect on your actions, she retorted. Shirue, sensing her displeasure, resolved to admit his fault with utmost sincerity. Chi-Chi, it was my oversight last night. I failed to provide you with dinner. Jian Xiao Qi rolled her eyes, exasperated. Was this merely about missing a meal? They had not yet undergone the bonding ceremony, nearly succumbing to temptation. Without imparting some lessons today, that insufferable serpent would remain oblivious to the reasons behind the flower's vibrant hues. Perhaps you should fetch a large stone later to serve as a bed. It seems we must sleep apart. Otherwise, neither of us will rest well. Shirue promptly rejected the notion, adamant. No, it's too cold at night. I must keep you warm. Separation was utterly out of the question. His eyes flickered, devising ways to soothe her anger. Jian Xiao Qi, uninterested in his antics, prepared to extricate herself from his hold to wash up, for her hunger was becoming unbearable. One must first eat before harboring anger. Her body was in a recovery phase, rendering her particularly susceptible to hunger. Chi-Chi, I promise you, until I retrieve the Shuyuan fruit, I will not impose upon you. After we exchange tokens of our bond, we shall conduct the bonding ceremony. Then we can be together. My word is my bond. Jian Xiao Qi insisted on getting out of bed to put on her shoes. Did we not agree that gathering Shuyuan fruit is perilous? You must not go. Surely we cannot forsake our bond simply because of danger. Qi, I am your companion beast, he implored. Yet Jian Xiao Qi remained obstinate, for her fear of bonding stemmed from a dread of potential harm. She wished to delay, for even in the apocalypse, she was merely 18, barely an adult, and had years yet to prepare for marriage and children. The situation was indeed fraught. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had not considered the subsequent complications of raising offspring. Shirui felt a twinge of panic. Continuing to coax her, I have caught cooing beasts and gathered some eggs. Would you care to see how to prepare them? As long as you enjoy eating them, I will catch them for you every day. Jian Xiao Qi paused, her interest piqued. Indeed, the thought of chicken stew with mushrooms stirred her appetite. She had not indulged in such a dish for years. Her demeanor softened. Then release me, and I shall prepare it. I will cook the cooing beast meat for the first time. Shirui promptly complied, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Qi, let us not remain cross. From now on, I shall heed your every word. Jian Xiao Qi scoffed. She had pleaded with him for ages to cease his actions last night, yet he had not listened. His words were hardly trustworthy. Shirui, like a devoted partner, catered to her every need. Fetching water for her to wash up, combing her hair, and braiding it according to her instructions, he then brought water to boil, cleaned the insides, and chopped the meat into pieces, assisting her throughout. After half an hour, the chicken stew with mushrooms was complete. This cooing beast, akin to wild chickens, was significantly larger than domesticated birds, each weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. Particularly plum.it seemed the natural resources of the Qingling continent were remarkably bountiful. One chicken, along with mushrooms and some potatoes, filled nearly half a pot. The eggs they had collected were also substantial, comparable in size to duck eggs. Jian Xiao Qi, on a heated stone slab, prepared wild onion scrambled eggs. The delightful aromas from both dishes filled the cave. Unable to resist, Shirui's mouth watered as he praised. My Qi is truly skilled in the kitchen. I never imagined that the meat I once deemed unworthy could be so delicious. Jian Xiao Qi was not one to let him bask in his glory unchallenged. She believed in reciprocation, lest she be overshadowed in the future. An idea sparked within her as she picked up a bone knife to peel bamboo. Eager to gain favor, Shirui asked, Little female, what are you doing with the bamboo? Allow me to assist you. Be careful not to cut your hand, I can manage. You wouldn't know how I'm making chopsticks. What are chopsticks? When we eat the chicken stew with mushrooms, we must use chopsticks. Otherwise, you shan't eat. Do you understand? Shirui did not comprehend, but dared not argue, replying, All right, I agree. Jian Xiao Qi smirked slyly, lowering her head to focus on crafting the chopsticks. When the stew was finally ready, she had fashioned 4 pairs of chopsticks, 3 shorter ones for eating and 1 particularly long pair for cooking. Using 2 large bamboo bowls, she filled them with chicken stew and a generous bowl of scrambled eggs. Setting them on the stone table, facing each other, Jian Xiao Qi proclaimed, Let us eat. You must use chopsticks. With that, she ignored him, using her chopsticks to grab the meat. The tender chicken, infused with a rich mushroom broth, was simply delectable. Jian Xiao Qi puffed her cheeks, blowing on the hot food before eagerly gnawing on the bones. Yes, she chewed. Her nods of satisfaction illuminated her face with joy. Shirui, feeling despondent, attempted to mimic her use of chopsticks. Yet the 2 sticks seemed to have minds of their own, failing to cooperate and consistently dropping everything he attempted to grasp. He fumbled multiple times, dropping them on the ground. The utensils had to be washed first, a rule set by his little female. Once clean, he returned to the table, trying to pick up the meat once more. Each time he tried, it would slip from his grasp just as it neared his mouth, leaving him with nothing but a mouthful of saliva. Frustrated, he yearned to use his hands, but the icy glares from Jian Xiao Qi deterred him from acting impulsively. How could a skilled hunter, a warrior of perceived strength, struggle with chopsticks? It was vexing and humiliating to be outdone by his own female companion. Why could she manage it while he could not? As Jian Xiao Qi's bowl of meat and vegetables diminished significantly, Shirui had yet to consume a single bite. All he could do was taste the broth that clung to his chopsticks, further igniting his appetite. Qi. Finally shedding his masculine bravado, he softened his gaze. Pleading for mercy, Jian Xiao Qi, with a touch of pride, replied, "Did you not say that a male should keep his word? If the agreement was to use chopsticks, then that is what we shall do. If you cannot eat, whose fault is that? Practice more, or you shall go hungry at every meal. May I please have one bowl first, and then practice with the chopsticks, having already been tempted by the food?" Jian Xiao Qi was somewhat accommodating. She had teased him enough, and perhaps it was time for leniency. She gently nodded, permitting him to use a spoon. Shai Rui's face broke into a delighted smile as he swiftly grabbed a spoon, scooping a large piece of chicken into his mouth, finishing it in mere moments. Jian Xiao Qi timely reminded him, "Be careful. Chicken bones can get stuck in your throat. Remember to spit them out." The serpent's gaze burned with intensity as he addressed Chi-Chi, expressing his concern for her well-being. "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine," she reassured him, recalling the serpent's instinctual habit of devouring whole. Her earlier worries seemed unwarranted. She continued to savor her breakfast leisurely, while the serpent, having hastily consumed the initial pieces of meat, gradually nibbled on the chicken, spitting out bones, and occasionally using a spoon to sample some scrambled eggs. With grease smeared across his lips, he lavished compliments upon her, showering her with flattery. Only Jian Xiao Qi recognized that this meal lacked many seasonings. Fortunately, the ingredients were of excellent quality, featuring authentic free-range chicken. She rated her breakfast an admirable 8 out of 10. Out of a perfect score of 10. Sated in content, she mused that despite the lurking dangers of this beastly world, it was in fact far preferable to the apocalyptic realm she had known. At least here, there was hope for the future. As for her diet, predominantly consisting of meat, she could not apply the standards of her past life. After all, she was now a tiger beast woman, inherently carnivorous, based on her experience. She required approximately 5 pounds of meat daily, complemented by an additional 5 pounds of vegetables, fruits, and nuts. This meant her monthly meat consumption was equivalent to that of a fully grown male boar, sufficient sustenance for her needs. However, the serpent's consumption eluded her calculations. According to him, a robust adult male bison could sustain him for an entire month without the need for additional food. Yet, it seemed he had recently feasted on bison, and in the days that followed, his appetite had remained unabated. Indeed, the entire pot of chicken and mushrooms had been devoured by him, leaving not even a morsel of mushroom, potato, or broth behind. The final bowl of meat in his possession was surely destined to be cleared. It was truly said that he was easy to please, yet he was also a handful to manage. Satisfied with his meal, he gazed at the last bowl of meat, which was, in fact, meant for her. "You must eat more, grow up quickly. Once we reach adulthood, we shall mate," he remarked. Jian Xiao Qi's face flushed as she replied, "No need. I'm truly full." "You eat." The serpent, undeterred, scooped 2 pieces of meat into her bowl. "Chi-Chi, eat more. You must mature swiftly. I can hardly contain myself." Jian Xiao Qi blushed again, pondering how to handle a boyfriend so prone to impulsive advances. "You should eat more. Excess consumption leads to stronger competition." Seeing her resistance, the serpent resigned himself to finishing the meal alone. He relished his food, wiping the grease from his lips. "Shall we take a stroll after our meal?" he proposed. The term stroll was one he had learned from Jian Xiao Qi, and each time he uttered it, it carried an inherent charm. Jian Xiao Qi chose not to correct him. Such moments added a touch of joy to life. "Let's take a stroll, then. Our home is perpetually filled with meat. Our utensils are always greasy, and washing them clean is a futile endeavor. Let us search for soap trees in the forest." "What is a soap tree?" she inquired. "Today, you shall guide me along a route I have never traversed before. In search of soap trees, they bear fruit that cleanses clothes remarkably well." "Very well. I shall follow your lead," he acquiesced. Jian Xiao Qi pursed her lips. "By day, you heed my words. By night, I shall heed yours." "Quite a bargain, isn't it?" "Humph." After finishing breakfast, Jian Xiao Qi noticed a pile of rock salt in the courtyard. "Goodness, you've been quite industrious this evening. Do you not require sleep? I must say you are not a night owl. Are you?" The serpent expressed a hint of melancholy. "Embracing you in slumber is a thought that keeps me awake. Even soaking in the river proves ineffective, so I must occupy myself with tasks." Jian Xiao Qi awkwardly touched her nose, hesitant to respond. The serpent, mindful not to push too hard, recognized the rarity of their relationship and the importance of nurturing it. He held her delicate hand in his left and grasped 2 clean chopsticks in his right. Leading her into the forest, as they walked, he practiced using the chopsticks with earnest dedication. Jian Xiao Qi chuckled. "Are you diligently honing your skills?" The serpent replied with utmost seriousness. "Of course. Otherwise, I would be unable to use them for our next meal. And I would have nothing to eat." "Very well. I wish you success in your endeavors." Jian Xiao Qi glanced around, occasionally using her faint wood-based abilities to assess their surroundings in search of soap trees. After walking for quite some time without success, she grew anxious and broke free from the serpent's grasp. Pressing ahead, "If we cannot find soap trees, let us at least gather some mushrooms. We both enjoy chicken with mushrooms." The serpent readily complied, scanning the area as they separated to forage for mushrooms. Jian Xiao Qi, becoming increasingly engrossed in her search, unwittingly ventured forward. In a moment of carelessness, she slipped on the damp grass. Sliding down the slope, a cry echoed through the valley, startling a flock of crows. The serpent, alarmed, dropped the mushrooms and rushed to her side. Catching her, she continued to slide. Jian Xiao Qi, startled and disheveled, found herself covered in grass and mud. "Qi, are you injured?" The serpent asked, cradling her and moving to level ground. He knelt, examining her foot. A sharp pain shot through her, and tears welled in her eyes. She chastised herself for her clumsiness, feeling utterly inadequate compared to her former self in the apocalypse. "I twisted my ankle. It hurts terribly," she finally admitted. The serpent grasped her ankle, assessing the severity of the injury. Jian Xiao Qi winced. "Don't move. It hurts too much." The serpent, unsure of what to do, suggested, "Shall we return to the cave?" "Let us return," she replied. The serpent partially transformed, sprouting wings, and carried her skyward. They soon landed at the entrance of their abode. Without pausing, he brought her into the cave and laid her on the stone bed. "I am so sorry. It is my fault for not watching over you," he lamented. Jian Xiao Qi, enduring the pain, conducted a thorough examination. Having survived a decade in the apocalypse, she had become intimately familiar with the human body and its joints. After her assessment, she concluded that the ankle was merely sprained and would heal with a few days of rest and some spring water. "You are not to blame. It was my own carelessness. I shall be fine after a few days of rest." The serpent gazed at her swollen and bruised ankle, feeling a pang of guilt and concern. "In the future, I shall carry you through the forest. We shan't set foot on the ground." He observed her delicate, porcelain-like feet and decided that carrying her would bring him peace of mind. Those feet were simply not meant to touch the earth. Jian Xiao Qi chuckled. "I'm not made of clay. Rui, we had agreed to fight side by side in the future, and I intend to keep my promise." She retrieved a piece of beast hide, dampened it with river water mixed with spring water, and gently wiped her ankle, cleaning the soiled areas as well. The serpent, having learned, took the hide and helped her. "Qi, you should lie down. What would you like for lunch? I shall prepare it for you. If we eat well, we shall recover more swiftly. For lunch, let us have roast chicken, simply cleaned and seasoned with salt, pepper, and scallion water, then roasted directly," she suggested. The serpent nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on her ankle, realizing that the forest was perilous and unsuitable for her to wander again. He had taken her there because she always radiated joy and laughter during their excursions, which brought him joy as well. Yet, the thought of her encountering danger filled him with dread. He could hardly bear to contemplate it. A flicker of madness crossed his sharp gaze, that he even pondered whether to send her back to the tiger beast tribe earlier, where there were shamans that, in the event of an injury, she could receive immediate care for him. He knew little about healing. Besides instinctively gathering some herbs for common ailments, he was not knowledgeable in medicine. He seemed to forget that the females in the tribe had the task of foraging for fruits and wild vegetables. Even if they were heavily pregnant or carrying a child, they still ventured into the forest to gather supplies. Otherwise, they would go hungry. Shere allowed her to rest in bed while he busied himself over the stove preparing lunch. As he roasted the chicken, his thoughts lingered on recent events. The more he cherished her, the greater his fear that he might fail to take care of her, that she might perish. Originally, he possessed an exceedingly domineering and cold-hearted nature, unwilling to allow anything that belonged to him to be harmed or taken away. Yet now, he found himself with a vulnerability, his thoughts increasingly consumed by her well-being. Jian Xiao Qi's ankle was no longer in such pain, and she estimated that within a few days, the swelling would subside, allowing her to frolic about once more. However, the absence of soap pods from the soap tree left her pondering what could be used for daily cleaning. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden clarity struck her. With She Rui having procured an abundance of wild boars, there was lard available that by combining the lard with wood ash, they could create soap. Using soap for daily hygiene would prove far superior to washing with soap pods from a tree. They indulged in hearty meals daily, and the kitchenware was perpetually greasy. Lost in her thoughts, Jian Xiao Qi inadvertently drifted off into a nap. After devouring 2 roasted chickens for lunch, the two began to busy themselves with soap making. In truth, it was Jian Xiao Qi who merely directed, while She Rui did all the work, diligently rendering lard and filtering the wood ash to create lye. He then combined the lard and lye in a large pot, stirring continuously to hasten the saponification process, creating a soap solution. Once the soap solution was ready, it was set aside in a basin to cool. Following Jian Xiao Qi's instructions, She Rui smashed rock salt and boiled it, filtering the brine with wood ash to extract refined salt. The filtered brine simmered steadily in the pot. Although She Rui was unfamiliar with the intricacies of soap making and salt refinement, he executed Jian Xiao Qi's directives with precision. By dinner time, they had produced an entire bamboo tube full of refined salt. She Rui was secretly astonished. His little female companion was truly a treasure. He had previously exchanged a substantial amount of unprocessed animal hides for just a small jar of coarse salt. For a forest hunter like himself, it would take nearly a month to gather 10 quality pelts. Not to mention, the salt they had rendered bore no bitterness and was pure white. A mere pinch was exceptionally salty. At least 20 high-quality pelts could be traded for what they had made. Jian Xiao Qi sampled the refined salt and expressed her satisfaction. Big Snake, this is why we don't process the hides ourselves. It's incredibly labor-intensive. Making refined salt is much easier, and we can trade it for tan pelts. She Rui nodded thoughtfully. Then let us make more, ensuring we have enough for ourselves and some trade for pelts. Jian Xiao Qi responded. After a while, we can go trade together. She Rui quickly shook his head. No, I'll go alone. You stay in the cave and wait for my return. Concerned about Jian Xiao Qi's injured ankle, he worried about the possibility of further injury. Additionally, with her beauty, any male would be unable to resist her charm. He was determined not to let her fall prey to the gaze of other males. Jian Xiao Qi's eyes sparkled. Arguing about this was pointless. She would cling to him when the time came that if danger arose, she could always retreat into her space. She grasped his large hand, offering reassurance. Big Snake, don't be anxious. My ankle is fine. She Rui's heart softened as he embraced her from behind, kissing her hair gently. Precious Chi, you must be good, or I won't feel at ease leaving you in the cave. Jian Xiao Qi felt warmth blossom within her. She Rui's affection was gradually softening her heart, which had been hardened by 10 years of desolation. Unable to resist, she turned her head and lightly kissed She Rui's lips. What she thought would be a casual kiss nearly overwhelmed him. Ecstatic, She Rui's deep green eyes sparkled with fervor. Chi. The kiss had been so swift. Could they not do it again, perhaps at a slower pace? Jian Xiao Qi felt her heart warm as she turned to embrace his neck, offering her warm lips. Their kiss was gentle, taking their time, softly caressing and moving that a single light kiss was far from sufficient. She tightened his embrace around her waist, pulling her closer as he deepened the kiss. In that moment, the temperature within the cave soared, and the world faded away, leaving only the two of them. Lost in the kiss, they were oblivious to everything else. Just as the moment threatened to spiral out of control, Jian Xiao Qi gently pulled away, her face flushed, lips glistening, eyes misty, yet with a firm tone. She declared, Big Snake, I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. Good night. With that, she exaggeratedly yawned, signaling her intention to rest. She Rui wore an expression of unfulfilled desire and reproach. Chi, how could you be so cruel? Jian Xiao Qi bit her lip, resolutely stating, Since you can't sleep while holding me, let South just place some large stones between us and sleep separately. Good night, Rui. After saying this, she cuddled under a blanket, curling up in a corner of the bed, settling into a sleeping position. She Rue gritted his teeth at the thought of placing stones between them. He swore he would never do such a thing. Chi, you'll get used to it after a few more cuddles. He stubbornly snuggled up to her from behind, pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed. Placing stones was out of the question for him. Jian Xiao Qi was at a loss, but resigned to this arrangement. If She Rue struggled to sleep for several nights, it would hinder her ability to cultivate her space. Alas, another day wasted. She was particularly anxious to upgrade her space, eager to reach level 1 as quickly as possible. She Rue weighed the pros and cons of placing stones versus holding her close, and being as clever as he was, he immediately chose to embrace her without causing any fuss. Thus, he held her still from behind, feigning sleep. The fervor from their earlier kiss still lingered, and he thought there was no way he could fall asleep. Yet, before he knew it, he had drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the industrious Jian Xiao Qi, seeing She Rue asleep, wrapped him in the blanket to form a human shape, allowing him to continue holding her. She then ventured into her space to tend to the crops and fruit trees. After several days of planting, the 100 square meters had been filled with fruit trees, potatoes, wild onions, and other plants. In just a few days, she would be able to harvest the first crop, striving to complete her initial upgrade task within 10 days. Satisfied, she watered her crops with the enchanted spring water and drifted off into deep sleep. In the subsequent days, Jian Xiao Qi tended to her ankle while collaborating with She Rue to produce refined salt. Occasionally, they would hunt for some wild chickens or gather fruit. They also tidied the courtyard to make daily life more convenient. With soap water and wood ash and greasy pots and bowls, they managed to keep everything clean. Finally, Jian Xiao Qi's ankle had healed sufficiently for her to get out of bed. Concerned that his little female might feel confined in the cave, She Rue carried her out into the sunlight after breakfast. Seeking a picturesque location to stroll, as they walked, Jian Xiao Qi chattered away like a sparrow. Suddenly, a wild chicken startled and flew past. Quick, catch the wild chicken, since Jian Xiao Qi often referred to the wild chickens as GGSHU. She Rue immediately sprang into action. He swiftly retrieved a large stone from his space, swung his arm, and hurled it. The wild chicken, mid-flight, was struck and fell to the ground. She Rue took long strides to follow, reaching the fallen bird just as it hit the ground, expertly catching it in his hands. The entire sequence was seamless, showcasing both skill and speed. Jian Xiao Qi gasped in admiration. Rue, your movements are so impressive. You're a born hunter. When will I ever be as formidable as you? Jian Xiao Qi felt humbled. Even at her best in this apocalyptic setting, she could not compare to She Rue. It seemed that in this beastly world, she was destined to remain a delicate female, waiting to be fed, with no hope of becoming a fierce hunter or warrior. Perhaps it was best for her to continue being modest. This was not an act. She truly was timid. She Rue beamed at her praise, his heart swelling with joy. As he carried her, his hand rested on her backside, occasionally squeezing it, making Jian Xiao Qi wish she could leap down. Chi, all you need to do is be my female. I will provide for all your needs. Once we mate, make sure to give me plenty of little ones. Jian Xiao Qi pressed her lips together. Truly the epitome of bringing up the very thing one ought not to mention. The dark mass, she recalled, sent shivers of fright coursing through her, compelling her to flee. Did She Rue not realize that this very reason nearly caused him to be abandoned once again right after successfully courting? Jian Xiao Qi coughed a few times, her throat parched, and said, My dear Rue, can we not engage in our romance for a few more years? Let's relish life a little longer. Having offspring brings such constraints. We can no longer enjoy our world of two. She Rue furrowed his brow, perplexed by her words. Little female, once you are in heat, we shall mate. There is no time to waste. Jian Xiao Qi was utterly speechless. This love-struck serpent seemed to perpetually fixate on those few phrases, oblivious to the triviality that made She Rue so stubbornly attached. Rue, let's continue our journey and catch a few more cockatoos. I delight in watching you hunt. Very well. Let us proceed to where the cockatoos are more abundant. He was confident as he strode in a direction where he was well aware of the terrain. Yet before long, Shi Rui abruptly halted, his muscles taut and primed for action. Jian Xiao Qi, comfortably sprawled on his back, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Intruders had encroached upon their territory with fierce intent. "Let us investigate," she urged, clutching his neck tightly. "I cannot allow you to be exposed to other beastmen, nor to primal beasts." Yes, they moved. Shi Rui shed his trousers and beast hide skirt, instantly transforming partially before soaring into the sky with Jian Xiao Qi on his back. Soon, they beheld a pack of hyenas charging across their territory towards the direction of their dwelling. Shi Rui flew low and stealthily, and after assessing the situation, he placed Jian Xiao Qi atop the tallest nearby tree. He produced a leather strap, fashioned from beast hide, and secured Jian Xiao Qi to the tree to prevent her from falling. "Do not be afraid, my dear. I shall chase them away shortly. I will return for you." Jian Xiao Qi nodded, composed. "I am not afraid. I will wait for your return. Ruero, remember to use the knife I gave you." Shi Rui nodded in understanding, casting her one last glance before swiftly intercepting the pack of hyenas. The hyenas, having caught a scent, made a beeline towards the cave. This was intolerable for Shi Rui. The larger the territory, the more frequent the encounters with wandering primal beasts or beastmen, unless they lingered too long. He generally couldn't be bothered to chase them off. However, the hyena beastmen were crossing a line, encroaching upon the cave, and Shi Rui prepared to eliminate them all. The pack consisted of over 30 members, each bearing their fangs. Jian Xiao Qi mistakenly believed them to be mere primal beasts, devoid of intelligence, rather than beastmen. Yet, Shi Rui recognized them immediately as hyena beastmen, infamous for their collective raids in forests and grasslands, making them particularly troublesome. Among them were several third-tier beastmen, matching Shi Rui's own tier. Undeterred, Shi Rui awaited the opportune moment. As they approached a muddy lowland, their movement slowed, and he seized the chance to dive in. Half transformed, Shi Rui gripped his tang knife and plunged downward, driving it straight into the eye of the leading third-tier hyena beastman. The creature let out a horrified scream as its brain matter oozed forth. Shi Rui withdrew his knife and swiftly dispatched 2 second-tier beastmen before soaring back into the air. The remaining hyenas reacted quickly, brandishing their weapons and unleashing their abilities in retaliation against Shi Rui. At this point, he had ascended to a high altitude, evading their most ferocious assaults. Yet, to eradicate these hyenas, he would need to dive closer. After circling for a while, he spotted another opportunity and swooped down towards another third-tier beastman. This individual, aware of the prowess of Shi Rui's knife, attempted to block the attack, but with a resounding clang, the hyena's weapon was cleaved in two, but the momentum of the tang knife continued unabated. Piercing the creature's heart, the second third-tier beastman fell. Shi Rui pressed on, refusing to take flight again, instead brandishing his knife on the ground, launching an assault on the encroaching 30 beastmen. The third-tier beastman opted for a different strategy, allowing the remaining second-tier beastmen to attack him in succession to wear him down. The hyena's fangs were formidable, but they required close proximity to cause harm in contrast, Shi Rui's tang knife could strike from a slightly longer distance, granting him an advantage. With the ability to slice through iron effortlessly, Shi Rui dispatched the second-tier beastmen with ease. Soon, over 10 hyenas lay defeated. However, the enemy's tactics were organized and disciplined, employing a cunning strategy. Before long, while Shi Rui was momentarily overwhelmed, a hidden third-tier beastman stealthily loosed a dark arrow. Caught off guard, Shi Rui was struck in the wing. The pain caused his wing to retract involuntarily, rendering him temporarily unable to fly. Yet, Shi Rui was the type of beastman who thrived on bloodshed. The more adversity he faced, the more his potential was ignited. His injury did not dampen his fighting spirit. Rather, it fueled his resolve. With thoughts of the little female in the distance, he knew he must conclude the battle swiftly. With a fierce roar, he disregarded the blood seeping from his wound and charged at the third-tier beastman. The latter was taken aback by Shi Rui's rapid counterattack despite his injury, leaving him vulnerable in the blink of an eye. The tang knife was at his throat, and the third-tier beastman fell. Shi Rui withdrew his knife, riding the momentum of victory, and continued to swing it in the chaotic melee, ultimately claiming the heads of all the hyena beastmen. Amidst the fray, he sustained a bite to his thigh from one of the hyenas, leaving a deep wound that exposed flesh to the bone, and he was drenched in a mixture of his own blood and that of his foes. It was only when the last hyena ceased to breathe that Shi Rui retracted his tang knife and swiftly cleaned the battlefield. The remains of the hyenas were piled together, ignited by a fire that blazed fiercely, erasing all traces and scents. Seeing the flames erupt, Shi Rui dashed towards the tree where Jian Xiao Qi awaited. Unable to take flight due to his injured wing, he resolved to climb the tree to retrieve her. The entire ordeal was witnessed by Jian Xiao Qi, who felt a pang of sorrow for the wounded Shi Rui. From her perch, she called out, "Rui, I can come down myself. You must believe I can manage." No sooner had she uttered those words than she took her dagger and severed the leather strap. Skillfully sliding down the tree, Shi Rui did not prevent her descent, confident that he would catch her safely on the ground. When she was just 3 meters above, Jian Xiao Qi closed her eyes and leaped. Shi Rui caught her in his arms, spinning her around twice before gently placing her down. Tightly embracing her, he asked, "Did you feel afraid, my dear? The wicked beasts are no more." Jian Xiao Qi, her heart aching for his 2 wounds, shook her head vigorously. "Big snake, let me tend to your injuries. We must stop the bleeding first." "Very well, whatever you say," he acquiesced. "Do not worry about me. I have no intention of dying. I'm still looking forward to mating with you." Jian Xiao Qi, noticing the blood still seeping, disregarded his playful banter and pulled him toward a nearby river. The riverbank, she dipped the beast hide into the water, cleansing the wound on his thigh, squeezing out the dirt, and then rinsing it thoroughly. Seizing the moment, she used the spring water to wash the wound multiple times for disinfection. Soon, the bleeding ceased. Jian Xiao Qi fashioned a tourniquet from the beast hide to bind his thigh. Only then did she find the opportunity to speak. "Big snake, it has stopped bleeding. Later, I will gather some herbs to apply on your wounds. That as for your wing, though it bleeds little, we must hurry back to the cave so I can properly treat your injuries." The serpent, obediently allowing its petite female companion to tend to its wounds, displayed an astonishing level of compliance. Soon, they returned to their cave, where the serpent lay upon the stone bed while Jian Xiao Qi utilized a dagger, heated over the fire, to extract the arrows lodged in its wings. The arrows, sharp and barbed, would undoubtedly cause considerable pain upon removal. However, the serpent remained silent, exuding an air of ease that, in truth, it simply wished to spare its female companion from worry. Such injuries were not unfamiliar to it. It had endured similar afflictions on several occasions, and had grown accustomed to the pain, which was indeed excruciating. The wounds on its wings were cleansed and disinfected with the water from the sacred spring. And proper care was administered that a significant chunk of flesh had been bitten away from its leg, which could only be stitched temporarily, to be reopened for further healing later. Jian Xiao Qi, with a sinew of beast hide, completed the stitching and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, great serpent, does it hurt?" she inquired. "Not all. My dear Chi, a gentle breath from you alleviates the pain. A few more kisses, and I shall be completely healed by tomorrow." In mock frustration, Jian Xiao Qi pounded her small fist against his chest, admonishing him not to be so reckless next time. Those were over 30 hyena beastmen. It was only then I realized they possessed beast ranks, including 3 at the 3rd rank. The serpent feigned a dramatic ouch, while grinning, pulling her into a playful embrace and giving her a hearty squeeze. "Are you concerned for me? Chi, just admit that I was exceedingly valiant at that moment. Do you love me even more now? You're incorrigible. You nearly frightened me to death. Had I known they were beast-ranked, you should have taken me far away. We could have hidden." The serpent's expression turned slightly grave, its chiseled jawline tightening, its dark eyes glinting with a hint of cold resolve. "This cave is my beloved Chi's favorite place. It is our home, and I shall not allow those vile beasts to defile it. Should they dare approach, I shall bury them all here." Jian Xiao Qi fell silent, realizing that sometimes discretion was the better part of valor. Survival took precedence over bravado. However, the truth remained that the serpent had already incinerated and buried them, leaving her without further words. That it was as it had to be. The serpent's actions were justified. Failing to eliminate them entirely would only allow them to catch a whiff of her scent and continue their pursuit. In the territory of a wandering beast, the presence of a female was inherently suspicious. She could either be a captive or there could be other reasons at play. The serpent's choices were entirely correct. Yet, witnessing the large gash on its leg brought her immense sorrow. The serpent held her close, resting its chin on her shoulder. They embraced for a long while, reluctant to part. They both understood that such an ordeal could not be entirely concealed. The scent would not be completely erased. The fire could only obliterate some traces, and it was impossible to completely eradicate evidence. With its injuries, the serpent could not eliminate all traces of their passage. The sudden disappearance of a team of over 30 beastmen in the forest left lingering signs that could not be entirely masked. The serpent harbored some concerns about this, but chose not to burden its female companion with such worries. Jian Xiao Qi felt a premonition that their tranquil days were likely to be disrupted, making peace a rare commodity. The hyenas had clearly discovered something and came prepared. The serpent and Jian Xiao Qi believed they had eradicated the threat. But that was not the case. That second-rank hyena beastman, having lagged behind due to an upset stomach, found itself at the rear of the group before they entered the territory, when it finally rose to investigate. The conflict had already erupted. This cunning hyena chose to crouch outside the territory, observing the unfolding events. Upon witnessing the serpent's formidable prowess as it dispatched 3 third-rank beastmen in succession, it concealed itself within a burrow. Only when the serpent vanished from sight did it dare to flee in a panic. Despite its injuries, the serpent felt oddly content. After Jian Xiao Qi had treated its wounds, for reasons unknown, it felt no discomfort whatsoever. As it had expressed, since meeting her, it had forgotten pain, and sweetness filled its heart. Observing her with tears welling in her eyes from concern, it felt blissful. From now on, it would no longer bear its wounds alone. It was now a male with someone who cared for it, someone who remembered Chi, touch me. I think I might be in pain again. Jian Xiao Qi hurried to the bedside, propping up the animal hide to help him recline comfortably. She checked his forehead for fever, handed him a large cup of water. Actually, the water from the sacred spring, and teased, it seems we're taking turns getting injured. My ankle just healed, and now you're laid up. Tomorrow, I shall be able to stand. I want to cook for you so you can eat well and grow stronger. All right, just lie still. I will clean you up. You are quite filthy, that I will be very obedient. My Chi is the most diligent. Jian Xiao Qi shook her head, bringing a basin of water to cleanse the blood and grime from his battle-worn body. After several basins, the water became somewhat cleaner. For the final rinse, she used sacred spring water. With the animal hide, she meticulously wiped him down, hoping to expedite his healing. The stains on his skin were scrubbed away, transforming from black to white. And the more she scrubbed, the hotter he became, a flush rising to his skin. Jian Xiao Qi furrowed her brow. Pondering whether he might have a fever, she was suddenly enveloped in the serpent's embrace. Chi, I do not know why, but your touch is unbearable. Jian Xiao Qi, caught in the intensity of his gaze, felt her cheeks heat. You seem rather restless. The serpent chuckled softly, stealing a kiss. With fervent sincerity, he declared, my little female, shall we become mates? Jian Xiao Qi contemplated deeply. This injury had truly pained her. She harbored a fear that one day, the serpent might perish protecting her, preventing them from growing old together. With utmost seriousness, she lifted her gaze and replied, yes, once you are healed, we shall officially become mates. You must recover swiftly. To her surprise, the serpent received the answer it had longed for, disbelief mingling with joy as it asked, really? So once I am healed, we shall be mates, the formal kind? Of course, the formal kind, the kind you envision in your heart. The serpent's eyes sparkled with a different kind of anticipation. My little female. I feel as if I am already completely restored. Jian Xiao Qi couldn't help but smile. Great serpent, thank you for your willingness to fight for me. You are indeed my little female, as I promised. Jian Xiao Qi ceased further discourse, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. You must be a good boy and rest while you heal. No wandering about. The serpent squeezed her small hand that I will heed your words. Now that is being obedient. Jian Xiao Qi carried the basin of dirty water outside the cave, disposing of its contents. Then she gathered some herbs around the cave and placed them in a pot to simmer. Squatting before the pot, she rested her chin on her hands. Lost in thought, She had truly resolved to be with the serpent, no longer resisting. She no longer feared their wedding night. She trusted that the serpent would never harm her. If she were to conceive, it would be destiny, and she would bear the serpent's offspring to in truth. She also understood the difficulty of conception. Females in the beast world faced significant challenges in becoming pregnant. Moreover, due to harsh climates and conditions, offspring were prone to miscarriage, and reaching maturity was a formidable task. In other words, the elimination rate was exceedingly high. Otherwise, why would the vile beast kill so many beastmen to capture her? Once the medicine was ready, the serpent drank it and soon turned onto its side, falling into a deep slumber. Jian Xiao Qi checked its wounds again, then sat beside the bed, sewing a pair of pants and a vest for it. The serpent frequently transformed and fought, making its garments prone to wear and tear, necessitating the creation of several pieces. The pot simmered with lamb meat, bubbling enticingly and filling the air with a savory aroma. Once the clothing was finished, Jian Xiao Qi adjusted the fire and then lay beside the serpent, succumbing to a deep sleep as well. That a homely courtyard centered around a cave. I could see this moment from a great distance. The courtyard is adorned with curling wisps of smoke rising from cooking fires, and the rich aroma of braised meat wafts through the air. Such a scene exudes harmony and tranquility. Yet, to a group of gray wolf beastmen, it appears oddly sinister and unconventional. The scent that tantalizes the beastmen not only includes the enticing aroma of meat, but also carries the delicate fragrance of a young female, a scent that even the surrounding prickly grass cannot obscure. Indeed, in the far reaches around the cave, a group of gray wolf beastmen lurk, holding their breath as they observe the cave. The pack of hyenas is evidently on a mission. Jian Ming and his band of beastmen had tracked 2 females, only to suddenly vanish at the edge of the Shiyuan swamp, leaving no trace behind. How could the observant not be restless? How could they simply give up? How could they refrain from sending others to investigate the vicinity? It is precisely that oversight which led to a leak of information back to their kin. Thus, they have dispatched a more formidable group of gray wolf beastmen to ascertain the situation. The presence of a wandering snake beastman, tainted with the scent of a female, is inherently peculiar. Generally despised, wandering beastmen are perceived as unworthy of any female's affection or companionship. Therefore, whether the female was abducted or was Jian Xiao Qi or Lu Qin, they are all eager to test their luck. Meanwhile, the master of the territory, wounded and with diminished senses and abilities, seems yet unaware of the impending danger. The group of robust hyenas has been entirely annihilated. And not far away, the pungent odor of burning corpses serves as a grim reminder of the formidable combat prowess of the snake beastmen. This compels the gray wolf beastmen to proceed with caution, remaining hidden as they continue their watch. After a prolonged period of lurking, they finally feel reassured. It appears there is only a solitary wounded wandering snake beastman in the vicinity. The gray wolf beastmen begin to approach with organized boldness. Just as they close in, the slumbering Shirue suddenly awakens, his sharp eyes snapping open. He gently adjusts the small female nestled in his embrace, covering her with a blanket before swiftly exiting the cave to survey the distance. The oppressive scent of alien aggression permeates the area, shattering the serenity of the courtyard. I could see this moment. Surrounded by wolves, Shirue feels the surge of battle boiling within him. Without hesitation, he partially transforms, unfurling his wings and charging towards the concealed gray wolf beastmen hidden within the grass. In the past, he had fought in his full beast form, but since acquiring the Teng Dao, he discovered that the sharp, agile blade proved even more effective than his own fangs. This weapon, bestowed upon him by the beast god to protect the small female, has become increasingly familiar in his hands. A grand battle is set into motion. A fierce combat team of gray wolves, stronger than the hyenas, engages with a snake beastman who has only rested for half a day after sustaining injuries. The entire battlefield is thick with the scent of blood, the air charged with the atmosphere of life and death. Limbs severed, fighting for survival. Shirue's beast form weaved through the throng of gray wolf beastmen, his movements swift and lethal, the Teng Dao a mere blur in his grasp, splattering blood wherever it strikes. The cries of the wounded echoing throughout the valley. Jian Xiao Qi awakens, perched atop a large rock at the cave's entrance. Craning her neck to watch the unfolding battle, she hesitates to rush forward, fearing she might become Shirei's Achilles' heel. Yet, remaining back, she knows she can offer no assistance. Her wood-based abilities have improved slightly after 10 days of recuperation, but they are clearly insufficient for the moment. All she can do is pray that Shirue remains unharmed in a short span. Shirue has dispatched over half of the Grey Wolf beastmen. However, he himself is battered and bruised, his combat strength waning. Movements growing sluggish and labored, he glances at the small figure atop the rock, determination rekindling within him. With renewed vigor, he continues to surge forward, his partially transformed form blending seamlessly into the fray. Employing his blade, arms, tail, and fangs as weapons, every movement an assault. Another wave of wolf beastmen falls, yet ultimately, they are outnumbered. Shirue feels he cannot hold out much longer. He contemplates a final, desperate gambit. Mutual destruction. Generally, high-ranking beastmen are loath to resort to self-detonation. Even the smallest creatures cling to life, let alone these highly intelligent beings. Yet, Shirue is prepared to make that sacrifice, just as the moment of reckoning approaches. A series of thunderous roars reverberate through the valley, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps drawing near as a powerful and formidable tiger beastman charges towards them, its roar infused with a fierce energy that exerts a bloodline pressure over the gray wolves. Both sides are momentarily stunned. The tiger beastman, in its reckless dash, crushes all gray wolf beastmen in its path, either slamming them to the ground or tearing them apart. Its massive head, adorned with sharp fangs, seizes each gray wolf beastman, violently hurling them against the rocks, sparing none. The sudden arrival of the tiger beastman shifts the tide of battle. The tiger swiftly approaches Shirue, and in the blink of an eye, all the gray wolf beastmen threatening Shirue's life are eradicated. In astonishment, Shirue gazes at this formidable tiger beastman, as a foe or an ally. Those are the only two choices. The tiger exudes a fierce aura, proud and ruthless. Without acknowledging Shirue, it continues to clear the battlefield, methodically dispatching the remaining gray wolf beastmen, ensuring they are all lifeless. The tiger's head swings back and forth, gathering the fallen bodies into a heap. Before long, the corpses form a small mountain, ready to be incinerated. Once this task is complete, the mighty tiger strides forward, lowering its head to fix its fierce gaze upon Shirue. Shirue remains vigilant, his defensive posture unwavering as he watches the predatory tiger beastman approach. Finally, the tiger, having enjoyed its display of dominance, casually quips, "You look fearsome, yet you are nothing of note." Shirue purses his lips, surveying the surroundings, thinking, "You arrived just in time. Had you been any later, you would have merely reaped the rewards of my efforts. It seems you are not as clever as you believe." Reap the rewards? Wasn't it always mine to begin with? The male tiger beastman casts a lingering glance at the small figure on the distant rock, murmuring, "I'm ultimately soft-hearted, but is certainly not because of you." Convinced he is not an enemy, Shirue smirks. "What exactly do you intend? This is my territory. You should leave immediately." "Leave? I claim this territory. It is you who should depart." Instantly, Shirue's aura intensifies, prepared to engage in battle once again. The tiger beastman scoffs, blood nearly drained, questioning the source of his newfound confidence. Ignoring Shirue, the tiger beastman shifts into his beast form, racing towards the small female. Shirue cannot allow this unknown beastman to approach his beloved. He leaps forward, reaching Jian Xiao Qi's side in an instant, shielding her behind him. "Halt! You shall not come near my female." The tiger halts at the courtyard entrance, fixing its gaze upon Jian Xiao Qi. She remains as radiant as ever, akin to a pure, delicate flower, evoking a longing in males to risk everything just for a smile from her. The tiger beastman inhales deeply. Transforming into his human form, "Xiao Qi, do you not recognize me? I am your elder brother, Hu Ji." Initially on guard, Jian Xiao Qi scrutinizes the unfamiliar tiger beastman, contemplating 100 ways to eliminate him. So, he is Hu Ji. She observes Hu Ji's towering figure, over 2 meters tall, his robust physique exuding the strength and vitality of a mature male. His golden hair cascades down his back, wild and untamed, while his equally golden eyes, cold and profound, fixate on her as if she belongs to him alone. His strikingly handsome face is stern and aloof, seemingly indifferent to all but her. Hu Ji, is that you? Jian Xiao Qi searches her memories for all that pertains to Hu Ji. Shi Rui, witnessing their recognition, watches Jian Xiao Qi, awaiting her explanation. Jian Xiao Qi understands his unspoken question. Rui. His name is Hu Ji, a member of the tiger beast tribe. He must be here to find me. Shi Rui nodded slightly, but did not cast a glance at Hu Ji. It was true that Hu Jia had rendered him significant assistance, even saving his life. There were countless ways to express gratitude. However, at that moment, an unsettling premonition gripped him, leading him to suspect that Hu Jia had come to claim the little female for himself. Thus, he regarded him with a cold demeanor. Jian Xiao Qi, too, was too preoccupied to engage in conversation with Hu Jia, her attention fixed on Shi Rui, whose body was marred with injuries, likely on the verge of collapsing. She supported Shi Rui as they made their way into the cave, where she helped him lie down on the stone bed. Great serpent, I shall tend to your wounds. Soon, the pain will subside. Shi Rui fixed his gaze on Hu Jia, who surprisingly followed them into the cave. Standing there watching the two of them, despite the displeasure etched on his face, Shi Rui gently nodded at his little female, obediently lying down on the stone bed. Jian Xiao Qi worked swiftly, using clean animal hides, secretly dampened with spring water, to cleanse his wounds. Indeed, where she tended, the pain diminished, and the bleeding ceased. The gaping wounds inflicted by sharp teeth and claws were methodically stitched up by Jian Xiao Qi. Fortunately, none had penetrated his internal organs. Last, Shi Rui's injuries were attended to, and he lay still and quiet. Meanwhile, his little female sat by the bedside, watching Hu Jia, who remained silent and still. Hu Jia, please take a seat. How did you find your way here? Have you located my mother? Hu Jia gazed at her languidly, ultimately unable to bear her excessive worry for her mother, replying, I have indeed found your mother and hidden her in a very safe place. She has given birth to 2 more cubs. You now had a younger brother and sister. What of my father and the many clansmen? Your father's whereabouts remain unknown, and his fate is still uncertain. The deceased clansmen have been laid to rest, and those who survive remain in the tribe. For the time being, no one has troubled them. Jian Xiao Qi regarded him, resolute in her decision. Hu Jia, I cannot return with you. If I do, those clansmen will still be in danger, and my mother will not be safe either. Hu Jia understood her intent. He brushed off the dust from his animal skin skirt and settled himself on a stone, saying, Wherever you are, I shall be. You? Jian Xiao Qi replied, Now that you are a level 4 beastman, should you not return to protect the clansmen? Xiao Qi, the Tiger Beast clan has suffered a devastating blow, and I have become the new leader of the Tiger Beasts. Jian Xiao Qi's heart stirred with emotion. Her father's fate was unknown, and so many powerful Tiger Beast clansmen had perished. Only Hu Jia and a handful of young beastmen, who had evaded the massacre by training in the forest, remained to uphold the clan. In light of the slaughter, the young beastmen scattered throughout the forest were summoned back to the Tiger Beast clan to fill the void in their population, shouldering the responsibility of defending and rebuilding the tribe. She recalled that Hu Jia had left the tribe at the age of 15, venturing into the forest with his peers, and after 10 years of training, he had evidently matured into a level 4 beastman. It was only natural for Hu Jia to assume the role of the new leader, as the tribe needed the most capable individual to guide them through adversity. Hu Jia, as the leader, you bear a heavy burden. Go back and protect the clansmen. Do not worry about me. Shi Rui will safeguard me. He is my companion beast, and once he is recovered, we shall bond. Hu Jia clenched his fists, the veins at his temples throbbing, his voice strained with sorrow. Companion beast, are you piercing my heart? Xiao Qi, have you forgotten that your companion beast is me? Jian Xiao Qi lowered her head in guilt, unable to respond for a long while. Indeed, Hu Jia was the companion beast of the original Xiao Qi. Yet she was not the same person. The deep bond of youthful affection between them had ultimately transformed into a permanent regret due to Xiao Qi's untimely demise. Hu Jia was irrevocably a step behind. She could not disclose to Hu Jia that the Xiao Qi he loved was no longer present, S1 who had come from the apocalypse. She would not betray the memory of Xiao Q. Hu Jia. I am sorry, I thought you had perished during your 10-year absence. Hu Jia's chest heaved with emotion, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. Before speaking in a calm tone, I disappeared for 10 years, training recklessly in the forest. All of it was for you. Only the strongest beastman is worthy of being your partner. Xiao Qi, have you truly forgotten me? Forgotten your elder brother, Agile, who accompanied you throughout your childhood? Jian Xiao Qi felt a sharp pang in her heart, as if the remnants of the originals will still lingered. Memories of their time together surged forth. Xiao Qi had loved this Hu Jia, a pair of star-crossed lovers, forever separated, truly a pity to that moment. She Rui sat up, tightly grasping Jian Xiao Qi's hand. Addressing Hu Jia, Qi is my female. You should leave my territory at once. You're female. As long as Xiao Qi remains a member of the Tiger Beast clan, she is under my care. As the leader, I have the right to choose any female from the tribe as my partner. Xiao Qi, am I not correct? Jian Xiao Qi's heart was in turmoil. Hu Jia was not mistaken, and the situation was becoming increasingly complicated, fearing that Hu Jia might threaten She Rui's life. She rose to argue. Hu Jia, he is She Rui, my chosen partner. You cannot harm him. If you force me, I will renounce my ties to the Tiger Beast clan and willingly become a wandering beastman's female. Hu Jia's handsome, solemn face was marked by profound sorrow and disappointment, his eyes reddening. Xiao Qi, you would forsake the Tiger Beast clan for him. Have you forgotten those clansmen who sacrificed their lives to protect you from being abducted? Among them were my parents as well. Are you wielding a knife to shatter my heart? Jian Xiao Qi swallowed hard, gazing at the agitated Hu Jia, unsure of what to say. The scene of Hu Jia's parents desperately protecting her and Lu Qin felt as vivid as if it had happened just yesterday. This was why Jian Xiao Qi had been willing to self-destruct, to annihilate those fiends. Their methods were too cruel. In truth, the self-detonation was also a way to repay a debt and seek vengeance. Yet, that debt of gratitude could never be erased. Jian Xiao Qi attempted to explain, Hu Jia, I owe a debt to the Tiger Beast clan, and I shall repay it in my own way. But you must not harm She Rui. You must guarantee that. Hu Jia chuckled bitterly. Why would I kill him? If I wanted him dead, I would have merely waited for him to die before appearing. Would that not be better? Xiao Qi, you truly know how to wound my heart. Jian Xiao Qi clasped She Rui's large hand, encouraging him to rest. She then stood up and approached Hu Jia. Hu Jia, She Rui is gravely injured. I must gather some herbs quickly. Will you accompany me? Hu Jia also rose and walked outside the cave. Although She Rui felt uneasy, he did not wish to defy the command of his female. He lay back, straining to listen to the sounds outside. At the very least, he knew that Hu Jia would not harm Qi, nor would he take her away against her will. Jian Xiao Qi followed the familiar path to the small river, swiftly gathering a multitude of herbs. Hu Jia remained closely behind her, his expression stern, hands clasped behind his back, silent. Finally, having collected enough herbs, Jian Xiao Qi held the animal hide bag and looked up at the frigid Hu Jia. Hu Jia, how did you find me? You missed one hyena beastman. He led a pack of gray wolf beastmen to seek you out, and I tracked their movements closely, following from a distance, which ultimately allowed me to find you. Hu Jia answered every question, yet his demeanor remained unyielding, the sharp angles of his handsome face taut. Even in the presence of his beloved little female, he wore no gentle expression. Clearly, he was still too upset to be placated. Jian Xiao Qi wished to ease the tension, for Hu Jia was not only a tribesman, but also a lifesaver, and moreover, the cherished one of Xiao Qi. Hu Jia, have you discerned the truth? Who sought to abduct me? Who is the mastermind behind the killings of the Tiger Beast clansmen? Hu Jia's golden eyes bore into hers. It likely involves certain level 6 and level 7 beastmen from the eastern regions. But more investigation is required. They are far away, and we are close to the Shi Yuan swamp. Rest assured, this place is temporarily safe. Jian Xiao Qi felt a slight sense of relief. Huja. Your responsibilities as leader are immense. Once She Rue recovers, you must return promptly to oversee matters. With tightly clenched fists behind him, Hu Zhai could no longer endure the unbearable tension. Suddenly stepping forward, he seized her by both shoulders and pressed her against a grand tree behind her. With a thud, Jian Xiaoqi's back collided with the tree, causing her bee-skin pouch to tumble to the ground. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on him without blinking. Hu Zhai gritted his teeth. Xiaoqi, do you truly despise my presence by your side? Hu Zhai, please do not act this way. Let me go. Hu Zhai's imposing stature rendered Jian Xiaoqi exceptionally petite. He towered over her, his face mere inches from hers, a potent masculine scent enveloping her senses. What do you mean by not like this? Ever since I can remember, I have been your accompanying beast. When my little Xiaoqi disappears, am I not justified in searching for her as the clan leader? Should I not stay by her side upon finding her? Are you seeking to drive me away for She Rue? Jian Xiaoqi struggled to gather her thoughts, attempting to calm Hu Zhai's agitation. Please, do not be so worked up. Just release me. Hu Zhai tightened his grip, his fingers turning white as they dug into her shoulders. With a fierce expression, he declared, without you, I would rather perish. Yet upon finding you, your indifference pierces my heart with agony akin to a slow death. Xiaoqi, why? Dizzy by his shaking, Jian Xiaoqi felt her shoulders throb painfully. She exerted herself to escape. I already have She Rue. Let me go to In truth, she did not entirely reject the relationship dynamics of the beast world, where one female coexists with multiple males. However, Hu Zhai was different. He belonged to Xiaoqi. Unable to break free, Jian Xiaoqi suddenly found a dagger materializing in her hand. Upon seeing the dagger, Hu Zhai's eyes blazed with fury. Profound sadness creeping onto his handsome visage, his eyes reddening, he positioned the dagger's blade against his heart. Xiaoqi, I am determined to have you that I can tolerate She Rue, but I will never accept your abandonment. If you wish to kill me, do it now. Do not hesitate. With that, Hu Zhai embraced her waist with one arm while the other pressed against her back, forcefully claiming her lips in a fierce and resolute kiss. Leaving no room for refusal, his hand gripping her back pressed her against him, forcing the dagger's blade cruelly against his heart. In a state of panic, Jian Xiaoqi, unable to bear it, diverted the blade, discarding it to the ground, narrowly avoiding piercing his heart. Yet she had unwittingly become Hu Zhai's prey, caught in a domineering kiss that she could not escape despite her struggles. At last, Jian Xiaoqi bit him, blood spilling forth. The kiss intensified, growing more ferocious until, after what felt like an eternity, she gasped for air, nearly drowning, before he finally released her. Jian Xiaoqi's chest heaved violently, her eyes reddening with fury, with a resounding slap. She struck him hard across the face. Hu Zhai's head tilted, his solemn expression transforming into one of satisfaction and triumph, as he teasingly probed his swollen cheek with his tongue, saying, at last, I have kissed you. And indeed, it is sweet, sweeter than I had imagined. You shameless rogue. Madman, Jian Xiaoqi seethed, preparing to strike him again. Hu Zhai caught her wrist, inspecting it before placing a gentle kiss near her lips. Xiaoqi, does your hand hurt? Let me blow on it, or would you prefer to switch hands and continue? Jian Xiaoqi, exasperated, was left speechless. Unable to fight back or drive him away, she felt as if she were burdened by a heavy iron weight. Her hand nearly rendered useless. In frustration, she stomped on his foot, wiping the saliva from her lips with the back of her hand, turning to retrieve the dagger and clutching her bee-skin pouch as she walked away. It was as if she had been bitten by a rabid dog. Hu Zhai touched his cheek, as if the warmth of her small hand still lingered. The warmth of her lips remained, after 10 years apart. Xiaoqi's temper had grown fiery, a stark contrast to the innocent and delicate little tiger cub she once was. Yet he cherished both versions of her equally, if not more fervently, that a mere kiss had elevated his spirits immensely. He never anticipated that the little female tiger would erupt with such ferocity, not as a wild creature, but as a true female tiger. Just 18, she could inflict wounds upon him that he eagerly anticipated the years to come. Each time the female tiger unleashed her wrath upon him, leaving him bloodied, recalling the scratches on his father's face and back, A fire ignited within him. One day, Xiaoqi would love him as deeply as his mother loved his father. Hu Zhai felt content, following the frantic little female at a leisurely pace, like a tea lease now. Her gaze towards him was no longer devoid of emotion. It was no longer as tranquil as still water. Even infused with resentment and irritation, it brought him great comfort. How could he bear to let her go? She was his unwavering faith since childhood. He would remain by her side, biding his time. Hu Zhai watched as Jian Xiao Qi entered the cave to tend to Shi Rui's wounds. His feelings toward Shi Rui were complex. Xiao Qi was his responsibility. When he failed to protect her, Shi Rui had accomplished what he could not. Thus, his male pride allowed him to accept Shi Rui. However, if Xiao Qi were to abandon him for Shi Rui, that would be utterly unacceptable. He had made up his mind. Therefore, he gathered a substantial amount of firewood from outside the courtyard and set about disposing of the corpses of the gray wolf tribe beastmen, including the hyena beastman, incinerating them together. Hu Zhai erased many traces around him. After completing this task, he washed away his impurities in the river. Then he opened the fence gate and entered the small courtyard, slowly stepping into the cave. Observing the cave's arrangement, he deemed Shi Rui was somewhat capable, as the small courtyard was better kept than those in the tribe. That be why this time. Dusk had settled, and Shi Rui, having received treatment, had already fallen asleep. After 2 consecutive injuries, the second one nearly costing him his life, the high tension had taken its toll. With Hu Zhai by his side, despite knowing Hu Zhai was once Jian Xiao Qi's accompanying beast and might compete for her affections, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Jian Xiao Qi silently prepared dinner before the stone stove. Hu Zhai had a stubborn and foul temper, and though she was furious, it seemed she still felt compelled to prepare a meal for him. Stirring the contents of the stone pot with a spoon, she glanced up to see Hu Zhai casually entering. He seated himself on the stone opposite her, merely watching her cook in silence. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Though Jian Xiao Qi remained quiet, she felt particularly unsettled. Before long, she finished preparing dinner. The meal was the same as always, lacking any novel variations. The ingredients were limited, and they had been eating the same items daily. The only difference was that the portions had increased. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, pork stewed with potatoes, and wild onion stir-fried with eggs. Jian Xiao Qi set aside a portion for Shi Rui to cool down, intending for him to eat upon waking. She reserved enough for herself, leaving the remainder for Hu Zhai. With a gesture, she signaled him to eat. Hu Zhai was indeed famished, and he assumed that all the facilities in the cave, including the cooking methods, were taught by Shi Rui. He secretly admired him for taking such good care of Xiao Qi. Without him, perhaps he would never have seen her again. His resistance towards Shi Rui gradually diminished. Thus he did not question further. Mimicking the way the little female wielded her spoon, he immersed himself in his meal. Rapidly, he devoured the sizable portion allocated to him, finishing it all, given his appetite. It was just right. After satisfying his hunger, Hu Zhai's facial features softened slightly, bathed in the dim glow of the campfire and the pig fat lamp. He gazed languidly at the little female as she ate. Jian Xiao Qi pointed to a large stone in the courtyard and said, "Tonight, you shall sleep on that large stone." Hu Zhai regarded her with a few glances, unexpectedly compliant, nodding in agreement. Jian Xiao Qi secretly sighed in relief. Hu Zhai's presence was overwhelmingly dominant, and she had feared he would refuse. Considering he might not have a bee skin blanket to cover himself, she felt a twinge of schadenfreude, wishing he would freeze to death. Jian Xiao Qi prepared warm water to wash herself, tending to her own cleanliness in the cave. Once Shi Rui awoke, she would serve him dinner. As the two embraced, they drifted into slumber. Huda retrieved a fur blanket from his personal space, spreading it upon the stone surface before lying down. With his arms crossed behind his head, he gazed at the vast night sky above, adorned with countless twinkling stars, after a long period of yearning. Wandering and searching, the heart that had been lost was finally found again, bringing a sense of tranquility. Everything, it seemed, was still within reach. Suddenly lost in thought, the corners of his lips curled upward slightly, and he soon succumbed to sleep. Early the next morning, Shi Rui awoke to find his wounds had healed considerably. The stitches had begun to scab over, and the minor injuries were nearly invisible. He attributed this remarkable recovery to his newfound talent of ascending to the third tier of beast rank. However, Jian Xiao Qi insisted he remain in bed, urging him to be more compliant. Rising to freshen up, she noticed Huda was nowhere to be seen. In fact, his absence suited her just fine. Jian Xiao Qi busied herself preparing breakfast, attending to Shi Rui's needs, and then coaxing him to rest once more as his future partner. She understood the importance of being open with him. Holding Shi Rui's hand, she said, Rui, you must recover swiftly. Once you are well, we shall become mates. Shi Rui's eyes sparkled as he replied, Chi, you will indeed become my mate, won't you? Of course, she assured him, do not let your imagination run wild. With the clan leader present, he will witness our mating ceremony. I promise to honor my word. Shi Rui had intended to remind her that the Su Yuan fruit had yet to be found. But at that moment, Huda entered the room. Clearly, he had overheard their conversation. Both Shi Rui and Jian Xiao Qi fixed their gazes upon him, awaiting his reaction. Huda clenched his jaw and declared, very well. As the clan leader, it is my duty to officiate your ceremony. Jian Xiao Qi regarded him with skepticism, but Huda met their eyes with an unwavering confidence that suggested he bore no opposition. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. That is settled then. Once Shi Rui is healed, we shall mate. Huda merely grunted in response, taking a seat at the stone table to enjoy the breakfast left for him. Silence enveloped the three of them once more. After finishing his meal, Huda spoke softly, I have surveyed the territory. All appears normal. Outside the cave, there is a wild bull beast. I shall butcher it for our sustenance in the coming days. Xiao Qi. For the time being, I will take over the tasks that Shi Rui used to handle. Jian Xiao Qi regarded Huda with suspicion, sensing a hidden agenda. He did not seem the type to relent easily. She exchanged a glance with Shi Rui. Very well. I need to gather herbs and fill the stone pot with water outside. You may assist me with that. Huda readily agreed, nodding his head. His usual expression of indifference remained, betraying no hint of warmth or emotion. Only when he delivered a swat did the complexities of his demeanor momentarily surface. Indeed, the cantankerous Huda required persistent prodding. Jian Xiao Qi rubbed her hands together. Contemplating the day she might seize the opportunity to retaliate in kind, she furrowed her brow, pondering how a once innocent and lively Xiao Qi, who had always been the source of joy in any setting, could be rendered into laughter by the stern visage of Huda. Xiao Qi had always been prone to tears, comforted only by her older brother. That moment, Huda found himself rolling a large jar of fine salt in his hands. Secretly astonished, how could Shi Rui possess such prowess? It was evident that Xiao Qi had discerning taste in her affections. After breakfast, Jian Xiao Qi employed various methods to lull Shi Rui back to sleep. She then resumed her herb gathering, while Huda followed closely behind, ensuring her safety. He remained quiet, and after a prolonged silence, Jian Xiao Qi could no longer contain herself. She resolved to engage him in a more amicable conversation. Huda, Jian Ming, and the 8 treacherous males have all perished. They broke their oaths to the beast god and were met with a grim fate, their bodies never to be found. Only 8 cores remain. Resting with Shi Rui, I understand, Huda replied, clasping his hands behind his back and squeezing his fists. He had avenged his parents' deaths, yet the sorrow and hatred lingered within his heart, refusing to fade. His expression remained solemn and detached. The tiger beast tribe faring well? Are they well fed and sheltered? Have the injured received medical attention? With the heavy snowfall approaching, do we have sufficient food and hides stored? Xiao Qi, since you are so concerned, why not return with me? The young bees can work together, and this harsh winter will not be so unbearable. Jian Xiao Qi offered a wry smile, but the tiger beast tribe has dwindled to barely half its original size. If I return, will the others not perish because of me? We are kin of the same tribe. We shall confront life and death together. You need not feel guilt or remorse. It is the tribe's duty to protect you. The female, or any younglings, when you mature and gain strength, it will be your responsibility to safeguard the weaker members of the tribe. While his words bore truth, Jian Xiao Qi was unwilling to bear the weight of so many lives. Until she possessed absolute strength, She refused to bring calamity upon them. "You must return," she stated resolutely. "Are you trying to send me away again?" "Huda," Jian Xiao Qi began, but before she could finish, Huda stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her waist, leaning in, and gripping her chin, compelling her to look up at him. "Xiao Qi, if you drive me away once more, I shall kiss you again." With that, he pressed his lips against hers with fervor. Jian Xiao Qi, flustered and agitated, struggled against him, yet ultimately succumbed to the kiss. In their playful chase, she found herself breathless and weak-kneed, enveloped in his scent as Huda finally relented, satisfied with his conquest. His golden, enchanting eyes brimmed with possessive desire as they fixated on her flushed face, adorned with tears, and her glistening, slightly parted lips. He whispered, "Xiao Qi, since you cannot bear to harm me, prepare yourself to be my female. You may torment my heart as you wish, yet one day I shall demand recompense with your entire being." With that, Huda gently released her. Jian Xiao Qi, unable to maintain her balance, felt an urge to strike him in frustration. Huda, ever the gentleman, continued to cradle her waist until she regained her composure. Observing the tearful female, Huda felt a pang of compassion. Her sorrow only deepened as in the past. He had never bullied her. Rather, he had cherished her, treating her with utmost care as he brushed away her tears with his large hand, softening his tone. "Please do not be angry. Since you cannot rid yourself of me, let us try to coexist. Shall we?" Jian Xiao Qi glared defiantly, swatting his hand away. "That I am not Xiao Qi. Your Xiao Qi has perished. Do you understand?" She quickly distanced herself, wary of this domineering, insufferable beast who might take advantage of her. Had her abilities not been so feeble, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. This debt she would remember. Huda, unfazed by her outburst, remained resolute in his belief that she was his destined mate. Dismissing her words without heed, Jian Xiao Qi stormed off, her anger boiling over. Outside the cave, she took several deep breaths, ultimately adopting a facade of nonchalance as she re-entered the cave. Huda quietly undertook the tasks that had once belonged to Shirui, filling the stone pot with water, gathering firewood, and butchering the wild bull beast. The massive creature weighed nearly 3,000 kilograms, yielding an impressive quantity of meat. After removing the bones and selecting the more easily digestible cuts, Huda moved the meat to Shirue's bedside for him to feast upon. Without hesitation, Shirue devoured a significant portion, filling his stomach with the tender flesh of the bull. This hearty meal would sustain him for quite some time, hastening the healing of his wounds. The two large males found themselves in an inexplicable harmony. Meanwhile, Jian Xiao Qi continued with her customary tasks, preparing 3 meals a day, washing dishes, gathering ingredients, and tending to household chores. She mended clothes, foraged, and even refined salt. Huda was always at her side, assisting her, while Shirue lay in bed, watching her intently. Night, Huda still slept outside. This routine persisted for several days, marked by a peaceful coexistence. As Shirue's wounds healed significantly, he was finally granted permission to rise and move about. With increased mobility, his recovery accelerated. Jian Xiao Qi's space, too, had finally reached level 1, solidifying and enhancing her wooden abilities, which now bore a greater energy than before. The wild onions and potatoes in her space had been harvested for 1 season and were now sown for a second. The fruit trees are growing slowly, yet they have already reached considerable heights. Each day, accompanied by the robust Huda, she has produced a significant amount of refined salt, filling dozens of large bamboo jars, all of which are roughly the diameter of a head. She takes the opportunity to venture out with Huda to gather, teaching him to recognize potatoes, wild onions, Sichuan pepper, apples, and more, collecting a substantial amount to store in the cave. Within Huda's space, Jian Xiaoqi has her own plans. The severely weakened tiger beast tribe lacks ample strong warriors to hunt and prepare for the winter, making this season particularly arduous. Although she does not intend to return, she feels compelled to do something for them. She and Shirei also plan to barter, exchanging salt for furs and other essential supplies to survive the winter. One evening, after dinner, the 3 of them gathered around the campfire outside the cave. Snacking and conversing, Jian Xiaoqi shared her thoughts with Huda. Huda pondered for a moment before responding. So the reason for producing so much refined salt is for me to take back to the tiger beast tribe? Jian Xiao Qi affirmed, indeed that I have considered many options, but other supplies are too heavy and conspicuous. If you take back the refined salt, you can trade it with the strong members of the tribe for food and resources, ensuring a much easier winter. Additionally, I will prepare some herbs for you to bring back. They can be consumed by every beastman to enhance their vitality. Jian Xiao Qi contemplated mixing the spring water from her space with the herbs to create pills for the tiger beast people. Many of them have suffered injuries, some losing limbs, and others barely escaping with their lives. While she cannot tend to each one individually, the spring water will at least aid in their recovery to a large extent. Huda looked at her curiously. When did you learn to make herbal remedies, Xiao Qi? Without hesitation, Jian Xiao Qi nudged Shi Rui, who is a tongue snake with an innate talent for certain herbs. Look at his severe injuries. He has healed remarkably well. Shi Rui naturally did not refute this, holding the little female's hand and remaining silent. Huda observed the intertwined fingers of the two and merely nodded, indicating his understanding. Jian Xiao Qi continued, recently, you should also learn to dig for potatoes, gather Sichuan pepper, make cured meat, and produce soap. It would be ideal to teach everyone how to dig for potatoes while there is no snow. Storing as much as possible in the cave cellar. If meat is stolen during the winter, potatoes will be less likely to be taken, and having potatoes will prevent starvation. Upon hearing this, Huda let out a bitter smile. In the days when the tiger beast tribe dominated, such a scenario of being robbed of food during the winter was unimaginable. Food was always abundant, ensuring no one went hungry. Yet, now that the tiger has fallen and is being bullied by the dogs, this winter may indeed bring such a fate. Xiao Qi, are you determined to drive me away? Upon hearing the word drive, Jian Xiao Qi became flustered, for Huda had mentioned before that each time she said it, he would kiss her, and Huda was one to keep his promises in recent days. He refrained from kissing her in front of Shi Rui, yet he always found opportunities to be alone with her, settling scores afterward. Each kiss was assertive, leaving her feeling both exhilarated and exasperated. Recalling these moments, Jian Xiao Qi shot him a furious glare. Huda rubbed his nose, relishing the sweet scent of the little female, his expression revealing his lingering desire. Regardless of your intentions, if I do not wish to leave, I shall not. Huda reiterated his position. Shi Rui immediately straightened up, declaring, Huda, this is my territory. You best remember that. Huda glanced at him, uncertain if he had taken the warning to heart. You make valid points, and I find myself persuaded. However, how can you assure me that upon completing my tasks, I will still be able to find you? Jian Xiao Qi grew agitated once more. Every encounter with him made her feel anxious. I am not your captive. Whether you can find me is none of my concern. Shi Rui, can you guarantee her safety and that she will not leave this territory? Shi Rui, feeling a hint of anger, replied, of course I can protect her. However, the decision to stay or leave is a matter of our free will. Moreover, it is evident that this territory has already attracted attention. If they return, we may have to vacate. Huda gazed coldly at the two, their fingers still intertwined, united against him. The dull ache in his heart made him blink, yet his expression remained unchanged. He proposed, how about the three of us beastmen travel together for a while? We can look out for one another and grow through experience. What do you think? Once we reach the vicinity of the tiger beast tribe, I will return alone to relay Jian Xiao Qi's suggestions for winter and gather the necessary supplies. Meanwhile, the two of you can lurk nearby, remaining undetected, thus preventing anyone from threatening the tiger beast tribe to hand you over. I can also protect the tribe members during that time. Jian Xiao Qi was reluctant to take risks, as beastmen are incredibly sensitive to scents, possessing a sense of smell 1,000 times sharper than that of dogs. Scents are the hardest to conceal. While this argument did not sway Jian Xiao Qi, it did resonate with Shi Rui, who sought to hone his skills and grow stronger. He felt reassured knowing that Huda would protect the little female during his training. Shi Rui stated first, I find this feasible. Jian Xiao Qi was taken aback. How had Shi Rui become so disobedient? After much discussion, with a 2-to-1 majority, Jian Xiao Qi reluctantly conceded to the majority's decision. The three reached a consensus and discussed their itinerary. Time was of the essence, and ultimately, they decided to first search for the Su Yuan fruit, then form a bond, traverse the forest, lurk around the tiger beast tribe, and finally Huda would attend to tribal matters. Though Huda was domineering, he surprisingly engaged in a broad discussion regarding her and Shi Rui's bond without interference. Thus, the plan was set, with about a month and a half remaining before the first heavy snowfall. They needed to gather enough potatoes and exchange salt for winter furs and other supplies before the snow arrived. The following day, the two males rose early, organizing and packing various supplies to ensure their sustenance for the next 5 days. Once they were nearly ready, they roused Jian Xiao Qi for breakfast. After much coaxing, Jian Xiao Qi insisted on accompanying them to the Shiyuan marsh, and the final decision was to bring her along since Shi Rui's territory might have been exposed, making it less secure. Shi Rui finally blocked the cave entrance with a large stone, then transformed into his beast form, carrying Jian Xiao Qi and Huda as they soared towards the great river. Huda sat atop Shi Rui's back, one strong arm wrapped around the seated Jian Xiao Qi. Her waist was slender, and his single arm held her tightly, her back pressed against his firm chest, his warm breath occasionally brushing against her sensitive earlobe. Despite the layers of fabric between them, the warmth was undeniable, making her feel slightly breathless. She attempted several times to wriggle free, but Huda only tightened his embrace. Accustomed to being assertive, Jian Xiao Qi felt a sense of helplessness. Was she truly going to stumble and fall for this stubborn tiger? She had initially thought Huda would take advantage of the situation, but it seemed her worries were unfounded at that moment. Huda was fully alert, employing his abilities to detect potential dangers surrounding them. The softness in his embrace overshadowed any threats in the vicinity. Soon after, Shi Rui flew over the great river without pausing, continuing to survey the borders of the Shiyuan marsh. Finally, they arrived at the area known as the Land of Death. In the coming days, they would be seeking the fabled Su Yuan fruit here. After flying for a considerable time, they found few places suitable for landing. The vast marsh was dotted with water pits and muddy terrain. It is said that the Shiyuan marsh is comparable in size to the misty forest, an enormous expanse devoid of towering trees, with only occasional mangroves or aquatic shrubs. However, the branches of this tree are so slender that a person of considerable weight cannot perch upon them or linger for long. Even finding a place to lie down at night is an impossibility. Those seemingly flat lands are fraught with hidden dangers. What appears to be solid ground may plunge one deeper into the mire. The air is permeated with the stench of decay, and it is said that every few decades, a horde of beasts erupts from the forest, drawn inexplicably to this very spot, despite layers of beast carcasses sunk deep in the swamp. Countless animals still rush here. Thus, the swamp is perpetually infused with the various odors of rotting flesh. It is rumored that the very air is toxic, strangely, despite the bitter cold of winter on the Qingling continent. This place, separated by a mere river, does not freeze during the winter months. Even when there's a freeze, the land-s beastmen can still venture out for a stroll. That is precisely because this area is isolated that it has become a haven for monstrous beasts, even giving rise to tales of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Jian Xiao Qi gazed at the vast desolation, her heart growing cold. In such a barren place, could she possibly find the Shiyuan fruit? She could only wonder about the truth behind the legends. The reason the three of them dared to come here was primarily because the Teng She could fly, and secretly, Jian Xiao Qi possessed some wood-based abilities that could aid in locating the Shiyuan fruit. Moreover, this area was close to Shi Rui's territory, allowing them to explore and perhaps strike it lucky. If not, they could simply return to rest. Although Shi Rui could fly, he was not adept at soaring high in the clouds. Instead, he flew low, which also facilitated Jian Xiao Qi's utilization of her wood-based abilities to investigate the conditions of the swamp below. The swamp was adorned with reeds and other moisture-loving plants towering 2 to 3 meters high, interspersed with various pools of water. There was simply nothing akin to spiritual fruits worthy of investigation. After flying for over an hour without success, they were deliberating whether to turn back or find a place to land when suddenly something erupted from the pond that resembled ice balls formed from water, shooting out like a barrage of cannon fire, targeting the Teng She that happened to be passing by. It was akin to surface-to-air missiles. utterly unavoidable. Shi Rui deftly twisted and turned his serpentine body, evading the onslaught of ice balls to protect the little female on his back. Yet the target was immense, and he could not dodge them all, sustaining hits from several ice balls on his wings and body. When the ice balls struck his serpentine form, they exploded, releasing a caustic liquid that burned his flesh. Shi Rui let out a series of pained cries, gritting his teeth to keep himself from crashing down at that moment. Hu Zhao was also on high alert, tightening his grip around Shi Rui while enveloping Jian Xiao Qi with his entire body to shield her from the ice ball barrage. Regaining his composure, Shi Rui immediately flew toward a cluster of red mangroves situated farther from the swamp's edge that Hu Zhao understood implicitly, leaping onto the mangroves while holding Jian Xiao Qi tightly. They landed on the sturdy tree trunks, protecting her with all their might. Shi Rui, free from concerns, driven by his vengeful nature, rushed towards the pond like an arrow. However, just as he dove into the water, he retracted his wings. Even in battle, Shi Rui was cautious with his feathers. The agile Teng She plunged into the water, unafraid of the swamp's depths, moving smoothly in and out. Suddenly, the once tranquil pond began to churn violently, resembling boiling magma. Indeed, there was a fierce struggle occurring beneath the surface, as two beast forms engaged in a fierce battle, occasionally revealing segments of their cylindrical bodies, caked in black mud, obscuring their true forms. Jian Xiao Qi closely monitored the situation in the pond. The two formidable creatures had been entangled for more than 10 minutes with no clear victor. She felt a pang of worry. Hu Zhao, can we do something? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Hu Zhao replied. Jian Xiao Qi turned to him. Hu Zhao, are you sure you aren't injured? Well, I did get hit, he admitted. Jian Xiao Qi swiftly retrieved a handful of medicinal pills from her handmade leather pouch. These were remedies for bleeding, bruises, and fortifying the body, crafted with herbal medicine and infused with spring water. Take 5 of these. Keep the rest for later. You'll feel better soon. Hu Zhao accepted them without hesitation and continued watching the fight in the pond. It seems that one of the creatures is a demon beast, as I can sense its demonic aura, and its rank is not low. Its size should be similar to Shi Rui's, perhaps a Jiao, python, or similar creature. Indeed, I hope Shi Rui remains unscathed. Suddenly, they heard Shi Rui's roar, and there he was, his beast form covered in black mud, emerging from the water, revealing the upper half of his serpentine body. In an astonishing display, he transformed, sprouting a pair of pristine wings free of mud, soaring into the sky. His lower half was entangled with a massive python measuring over 30 meters in length. Both ascending into the air, their beast forms were surprisingly evenly matched. The python writhed in a desperate struggle, unwilling to be lifted into the sky. That moment, Shi Rui executed a half-transformation, adopting a human upper body with a serpentine tail. He brandished a gleaming tang knife in his right hand, twisting his body as if slicing through vegetables or bamboo, cleaving the python in his segments mid-air, each cut shortening the creature further. Blood rained down like droplets onto the swamp, accompanied by the python's agonized screams. Soon, only the python's severed head remained. With a thud, it fell beside the red mangroves where Jian Xiao Qi stood, splattering mud onto her boots. The python's eyes were tightly shut. Lifeless, Jian Xiao Qi beamed, clapping her hands. Shi Rui, you're so handsome. Hovering in midair, Shi Rui looked at his beloved female with a triumphant gleam in his eyes. The joy of victory, coupled with her admiration, made him feel as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. He sheathed his tang knife and landed on the mangroves, leaning closer to her. Chi, allow me to present you with the 5th-tier crystal core from the Tsangming python. Jian Xiao Qi felt honored, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. All right. On the python's head, there glimmered a bright yellow crystal core. Shi Rui used his tang knife to pry it loose. Here, my precious Chi, this is for you. Jian Xiao Qi held the sizable yellow crystal core in her palm, admiring its egg-sized brilliance. That it's beautiful and sparkling. Thank you, Shi Rui. Shi Rui's gaze was intense, and no need for thanks. You are my most cherished little female. Jian Xiao Qi smiled at him, then focused on the crystal core in her hand. Meanwhile, Hu Zhao, having consumed enough beast food, reminded her, Chi, you mustn't eat the crystal core. Save it for Shi Rui. Once you awaken your abilities like your mother and attain a rank, I will find you even more powerful crystal cores to consume. Jian Xiao Qi recalled that the crystal cores of demon beasts greatly benefited beastmen in enhancing their ranks. If one personally hunted or defeated a demon beast, the crystal core could potentially lead to a breakthrough in their abilities. However, for beastmen who had yet to awaken their powers, consuming a crystal core would be less nutritious than eating a piece of meat. She understood Shi Rui's intentions. He simply wished to offer his spoils to her. Shi Rui, I appreciate your sentiment. You eat, I'll watch you. After saying this, Jian Xiao Qi unexpectedly stuffed the crystal core into his mouth. Shi Rui had no time to refuse, and the crystal core melted instantly in his mouth. Vanishing in moments, he swallowed, looking at her helplessly. Would he suffer poisoning if someone else did this to him? Shi Rui playfully scratched her delicate nose. You, always thinking of me with such fine offerings. After saying this, he cast a sharp glance at Hu Jia, the two powerful males locking eyes, their gazes a silent duel, unsure of who would prevail. Following the intense battle, all three felt a profound sense of relief. Shi Rui was caked in mud, save for his wings, which remained pristine. Hu Jia produced several large jars of water from his space, instructing him to wash off. This water, sourced from the rocky pots outside the cave, had been infused with spring water. Jian Xiao Qi watched as the redness from the caustic burns on Shi Rui's skin gradually faded after washing. Finally, she felt reassured that what now? Should we return or continue? Hu Jia inquired. Shi Rui, how did you defeat the fifth-tier demon beast? Shi Rui was taken aback, and only then did he recall. He immediately turned around, transforming into the form of a serpent, and dove into the pond. Jian Xiao Qi and Hu Jia exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what was happening. Just when they cleaned up, they were getting dirty again. They watched as Shi Rui emerged from the water, coiling a massive beast resembling a python, which he flung onto the nearby mangroves. The enormous, mud-covered creature rested upon the mangroves, preventing it from sinking deeper into the mire. Upon closer inspection, Jian Xiao Qi noted that it resembled a snake, but was certainly not one. Its head was prominent with large eye sockets, adorned with whiskers, and surprisingly, it sported wings and limbs with claws, more akin to a dragon or perhaps a Yangtze alligator. Hu spoke up immediately. It is an Ying-long, Shi Rui explained. The Songming python was already injured before it fought me. Otherwise, as a tier 3, I wouldn't have been able to defeat a tier 5 beast. The Tang Dao that Qi gifted me proved to be immensely helpful. After speaking, he cast a grateful glance at Jian Xiao Qi. Shi Rui continued. During the battle, there was another beast form underwater. Which was this Ying-long? He aided me significantly in vanquishing the Songming python that I brought him up to prevent him from suffocating in the water. Jian Xiao Qi and Hu Jia understood Hu to use his abilities to probe, confirming that the creature was a beastman, not a demon beast. Just then, the Ying-long fluttered its eyelids, opening its large bell-like eyes, and spoke in a faint voice. Did you save me? Hu Jia and the others remained non-committal, but stayed on guard. For this Ying-long was a tier 5 beastman, surpassing Hu Jia's tier 4 and Shi Rui's tier 3. Whether friend or foe remained unclear. The Ying-long was the first to express his sincerity, saying, Teng She, thank you for saving me. My name is Geng Teng. I swear by the spirit and honor of my Ying-long ancestors that I will never harm you too, nor this young female. I, Geng Teng, will repay your life-saving grace. Geng Teng's deep-set pupils glimmered like flames as he glanced at Jian Xiao Qi while speaking. He had indeed helped Shi Rui against its Songming python, but after Shi Rui's victory, he could have chosen not to rescue him from the mire. Severely injured and trapped in the mud, he would surely have perished there. Although Geng Teng was a beastman, he held reverence for the beast god. Yet they were more devoted to the faith of the Ying-long. Such an oath was a heartfelt promise. While remaining vigilant, Shi Rui replied, I am Shi Rui. This is Hu Jia, and my female companion is Jian Xiao Qi. By the way, how did you come to be here? The Ying-long responded, This is my territory. I have long stationed here for training. The Songming python sought to claim this place, and we had no choice but to duel. It was a fierce battle, and both of us sustained heavy injuries. As you can see, he has kept me submerged in the mud for several days. After speaking, Gung Ting lowered his head, somewhat ashamed. That Songming Python was indeed a stubborn adversary. It did not kill him, but instead sought to humiliate him by allowing him to slowly rot in the mire, thus showcasing its disdain for the Yinglong. Therefore, when Teng She had flown here, he observed the still water surface, unaware of the ongoing battle, as for why the injured Songming Python would provoke the soaring Teng She. One could only say that lust is a double-edged sword. Suddenly, the alluring scent of a female wafted down, accompanied by a soft, melodious voice. Unable to resist the surge of hormones, the Songming Python acted impulsively, launching an aerial assault. This prompted the vengeful Shi Rue to descend and confront him. One could only say he was driven by desire. In the end, he lost his life and served as mere practice for Shi Rue. With Shi Rue now victorious and poised to ascend to the next tier after consuming the Tier 5 crystal nucleus, Gung Ting, having narrowly escaped death, seized a moment to extend an olive branch, expressing his sincerity. Shi Rue, what brings you and the female here? How may I assist you? We seek the Su Yuan fruit. Upon understanding, Gung Ting replied, give me some time to recover, and I will guide you to find it. I am far more familiar with this area than you are, and you will surely face difficulties if you wander here unacquainted. Huda and Shi Rue exchanged glances, and Shi Rue asked, Gung Ting, how long will you need to recover? I fear I must take my female back to the mainland first. Otherwise, I can return tomorrow. The Yinglong flapped its wings weakly, unable to take flight. Indeed, the Yinglong could fly, soaring even higher than Teng She. After a brief discussion, Jian Xiao Qi produced a pill for Gung Ting to consume. Soon, Gung Ting flapped his wings and remarkably took to the skies. He exclaimed with joy, Shi Rue, I will accompany you back to the mainland. After resting for a night, I will lead you to find the Su Yuan fruit. Thus, Shi Rue carried Huda and Jian Xiao Qi, with Gung Ting flying alongside. They crossed the great river and finally landed on solid ground in the Qingling mainland. Gung Ting and Shi Rue jumped into the river, washing away the mud that clung to them. The two figures emerged on the riverbank. Gung Ting, with his long black hair, towering physique, and strong, well-defined legs, possessed an allure of health and vitality. His exquisite features, deep black eyes, and habit of smirking with an air of nonchalance conveyed a sense of carefree indifference to the world. Upon reaching the shore, he maintained a straight gaze. Shi Rue quickly found his bee-skin skirt for him to wear. Jian Xiao Qi glanced at him, genuinely taken aback. Having seen many handsome males, this one, with his black hair and eyes, bore a striking resemblance to her, exuding an aura of purity and detachment from worldly affairs. Gung Ting also cast a glance her way, but his gaze lingered not, nor did he make any effort to engage her in conversation. Gung Ting had saved Shi Rue's life, and in turn, Shi Rue had rescued him. After some conversation, Shi Rue and Huda relaxed their guard, treating him as a newfound friend. They learned that Gung Ting's original beast form was exceedingly rare and that he was already 32 years old. Having long resided in the Shiyuan Marsh for training, he had been isolated from the world, only venturing to the bordering river when in need of clean water, food, or a bath. He subsisted solely on the large fish found in that river. He had never set foot in the interior of the Qingling mainland and had no experience of tribal life, not even knowing the necessity of wearing a bee-skin skirt. Shi Rue invited him to spend the night in her territory. But Gung Ting glanced at Jian Xiao Qi and declined, expressing concern that it would be inappropriate with Shi Rue present. In the end, Shi Rue offered him another pill before they returned to the cave. They agreed to reconvene the next day to search for the Su Yuan fruit. That night, the three discussed extensively, reflecting on their experiences and lessons from the day, preparing additional pills and clean river water to bring along. Shi Rue and Huda also collected many pebbles to store in their space. Since their adversary could launch aerial assaults, they too could retaliate in kind. Shi Rue learned a new tactic. As for Gung Ting, they placed their trust in him. Were it not for the recent threats posed by rogue beastmen seeking to seize Jian Xiao Qi, Huda and Shi Rue would have had nearly complete faith in Gung Ting. Stemming from an instinctual trust that males possess, Jian Xiao Qi had no objections. After all, she couldn't expect the males around her to forego friendships because of her. After a night of rest, the following morning, The three awaited Gung Tung by the riverbank as agreed. Today, Gung Tung appeared revitalized and brimming with energy after a night of rest and the nourishment from 2 pills that he approached them, saying, "I've been waiting for you all for quite a while. Shall we depart?" Indeed, before them, Gung Tung transformed into a colossal Ing Long, his body adorned with spines and scales, unfurling his wings against the morning glow and soaring into the sky. Leading the way, Shi Rui carried Hu Da and Jian Xiao Qi, following behind. With a clear objective, Gung Tung flew straight towards the heart of the marsh, providing them with insights about the surrounding area along the way. After flying for a while, he landed on a sturdy branch within a thicket. Gung Tung pointed to a vast, lush oasis ahead, stating, "This entire area is the only solid ground within the marsh. Yet it is occupied by many high-tier demon beasts that it is not that all high-tier demon beasts prefer to reside here. Rather, this location is simply more suitable for habitation. Thus, numerous formidable beasts have taken up residence here. If there are any trees capable of bearing fruit, I would surmise it would be here." Jian Xiao Qi deeply resonated with Gung Tung's analysis and felt a growing admiration for him. Spiritual herbs typically flourish in places rich in extraordinary talents and fertile soil. So how could one expect to find spiritual fruits in a fetid swamp reeking of decay? If the very edges of the swamp could yield Shiyuan fruit, why had no one ever been known to have tasted it? Yet, Jian Xiaoqi's abilities were insufficient to probe the depths from such a distance. Should they venture into this oasis, how could they possibly escape should they encounter high-ranking beasts? Gung Tung evidently had a plan in mind. "Shi Rui, Hu Jia," he proposed, "if you trust me, I shall lure the beast to the other side of the oasis while you swiftly fly from this side to gather the fruits, and then make your prompt exit. I shall follow shortly after and rendezvous with you." Most beasts were flightless, and this was their sole advantage. Hu Jia and Shi Rui regarded him with renewed admiration, a mutual respect among males. The trio exchanged opinions, astonished by Gung Tung's willingness to take the forefront and draw the fire away from them. Their bond, though barely a day old, was still tenuous. Yet, Gung Tung was willing to risk so much. "Shi Rui," inquired Gung Tung, "though you are of the 5th rank, the gathering of beasts could spell trouble for you. Why are you willing to take such a risk?" Gung Tung grinned mischievously, patting Shi Rui's shoulder. "Shi Rui, I have lived for 30 years and have yet to encounter one of my kind. Meeting you feels like the first encounter with a kindred spirit, or perhaps a being resembling my own beastly form. You have also saved my life. You could have chosen to abandon me, mired in the mud, and flown away without a second thought, with no one the wiser of my prior assistance. Hence, I cannot articulate why I am compelled to do this. Perhaps it is merely the unknown reason that fosters trust among you three, that it was this inexplicable connection that deepened their trust in him. Such feelings, born of instinct rather than calculation, had a profound impact. Without ulterior motives or schemes, they swiftly resolved to proceed as suggested. Shi Rui produced numerous pills and pebbles for Gung Tung. Upon seeing the pebbles, Gung Tung couldn't help but smile, his previously stoic and refined visage transforming into one of striking charm and warmth. For a beast endowed with formidable powers, being struck by pebbles was akin to hail pelting down. It might not incapacitate an opponent, but would have some effect nonetheless. Ultimately, their reliance lay on their abilities. Weapons and the elemental powers of water, fire, light, wind, and earth. The three males had swiftly become good friends, united in their quest. Without further ado, Gung Tung transformed into his beast form, soaring toward the oasis. Teng She carried the other two, hovering at a low altitude for optimal visibility, closely monitoring the situation ahead. Soon, the oasis became agitated. Numerous terrestrial beasts triggered their defensive alerts, launching various manifestations of their abilities: water, fire, and ice projectiles into the sky. Winged beasts ascended to intercept. Gung Tung danced through the air, alternately ascending and diving, evading the beasts' attacks while seemingly provoking them into a playful chase. Before long, swathes of beasts, caught in a herd mentality, began to pursue him. That Hu Jia activated his powers to scan the surroundings and cautioned, "There are no beasts in our vicinity. Let us proceed." Agreed. Teng She carried them toward the oasis. Jian Xiao Qi swallowed 10 pills to enhance his wood-based abilities, aiming to expedite their search for the Xuan fruit. They scoured areas devoid of beasts. Shortly thereafter, they landed amidst the lush, towering canopies reminiscent of a primeval forest. Jian Xiao Qi suggested, "Let us land and assess this area." Teng She lowered altitude, entering the forest and alighting on the ground that moment. Hu Jia transformed in his beast form, bearing the two of them as they scoured the terrain at breakneck speed across the forest and grasslands. Wherever Jian Xiao Qi pointed, Hu Jia would dash towards. Eventually, they stumbled upon a modest yet uniquely magnificent tree in a grassy clearing, laden with glistening fruits, their sweet fragrance permeating the air. Jian Xiao Qi exclaimed with delight, "This is the fruit we seek. Let us gather it quickly. When I count to 20, we shall depart immediately and soar into the sky." Considering the perilous yet precious time Gungtung had secured for them, they resolved not to be greedy, aware that lingering too long could jeopardize his safety. Hu Jia and Shi Rue understood the unspoken urgency. Cautiously, they approached the tree, reassured by the absence of any lurking creatures, and began to harvest the fruits. Jian Xiao Qi, riding atop Hu Jia, busily plucked fruits while counting aloud. Upon reaching 20, Shi Rue transformed into his beast form without hesitation, while Hu Jia reverted to human form, cradling Jian Xiao Qi as they swiftly ascended into the sky. The teamwork was seamless and fluid that moment. Menacing sounds from the ground grew nearer. The three guardians of the tree, a 7th-ranked soul refining lynx, a 6th-ranked grave sea rhinoceros, and a 5th-ranked phantom falcon, finally sensed the disturbance. Returning from their earlier distraction of pursuing the dragon-like beast, they had been captivated by the spectacle of other beasts hunting the humanoid dragon. But now they recalled their duty to protect the Xuyuan fruit. The terrestrial beasts, with their colossal forms, pursued relentlessly, while the 5th-ranked phantom falcon and the 5th-ranked soul refining lynx took to the skies in pursuit. Hu Jia quickly assessed the situation, realizing it was dire. With years of battle experience, he refused to remain idle and instead chose to take the initiative. Remaining remarkably composed, he leveraged their high vantage point and unleashed his abilities, hurling pebbles like hailstones upon the soul refining lynx and phantom falcon. The 7th-ranked soul refining lynx, having sprouted wings, was one of the most formidable entities in the beast realm, yet its combat effectiveness was weakest during the launch phase. Suddenly being bombarded by the rain of pebbles, critical points on its wings were struck, causing it pain and forcing its wings to retract, rendering it unable to ascend for the time being. Shi Rue gasped, taken aback by the presence of two flying beasts, both of high rank. Hadn't Gungtung claimed that winged beasts were rare? It seemed he too had miscalculated. I fear the pressure from Gungtung's side will only intensify. Gungtung's advantage lies not only in his ability to soar, but also in his capacity to ascend to great heights and travel at remarkable speeds, transcending the very sky, as long as he remains airborne and is not intercepted by more formidable winged beasts. He stands a chance of ascending even higher to evade danger. Shi Rue seized a handful of pills, swallowing them hastily, and continued to unleash his extraordinary powers, flying higher and faster, striving towards his destination. He hoped that once he escaped this oasis, he would be able to rendezvous with Gungtung. Gungtung possessed a distinct advantage in confronting winged monsters akin to himself. The Wuxiang falcon successfully took to the skies. Its swifter speed began to close the gap on Shi Rue, the distance diminishing rapidly. The falcon was indeed one of the sovereigns of the sky. Huda concentrated his powers, launching the last sizable handful of pebbles he had at the Wuxiang falcon. Taking advantage of the proximity, caught off guard, the falcon was struck on its wings and head, stumbling as both its speed and altitude began to plummet, swiftly losing air superiority. Thus, the significance of air dominance is evident. Yet, the 5th-tier Wuxiang falcon was incredibly formidable. It quickly corrected its posture and resumed its pursuit with increased speed. Shi Rue hastened his flight, realizing he was on the verge of exiting the oasis, where the land beasts below posed no threat to him in the that moment. Gungtung, having lured the beast to another direction of the oasis, circled back and rushed to assist. With a swift charge, he engaged the Wuxiang falcon in aerial combat. Teng She, concerned for the safety of the little female, dared not intervene, instead hovering in the air to observe the fierce struggle above. Like a tempest, the two massive beasts clashed in the skies, shifting positions and postures, accompanied by the occasional explosive sounds of their powers colliding. The Wuxiang falcon, realizing it could not prevail, executed a feigned maneuver and dove towards the ground, weaving through the forest branches like a low-flying swallow. Ultimately, Gungtung, being a larger stature, could not pursue through the dense forest and had to abandon the chase. Thus, the Wuxiang falcon escaped, and Gungtung and Shi Rui's group could be deemed victorious. A mere glance between the good friends was enough to convey their understanding of what needed to be done. Together, they soared towards Qingling continent. Hours later, the two winged beasts landed steadily on the opposite riverbank. Transforming into human form, three tall and robust warriors embraced one another. The joy of victory was palpable. Their task had been arduous, yet their cooperation was seamless, and they had accomplished it on schedule. The blood of the dominant males still surged with the fervor of battle. Each beastman made his due contribution. Jian Xiao Qi stood to the side, deeply moved. She wondered when she would awaken her powers and be able to fight alongside her partner and companions, instead of being a timid, protected object among the three males. None was more delighted than Shi Rui, who not long ago had been a solitary, wandering beastman, a true loner. Yet now, he not only had a confidant, but also companions with whom he could fight back to back. Indeed, the beast god had heard his prayers and began to favor him. All this good fortune stemmed from the little female, Qi. After the embrace, Shi Rui, disregarding everything else, swept up the little female, spinning her around joyously. Jian Xiao Qi seemed to have grown accustomed to the motion, and this time did not become dizzy. Her laughter echoed throughout the valley. Everything was perfectly fitting, so beautiful. The onlookers, Huda and Gungting, were similarly affected, their gazes soft and fervent as they watched the pair. Eventually, after cleansing themselves, they settled down to rest. The collected Shiyuan fruits were piled on the animal skin blanket in the center. Representing everyone, Jian Xiao Qi counted and found a total of 205 fruits. Shi Rui washed several fruits and offered them to Jian Xiao Qi. She, unreserved, began to eat, her cheeks puffed like a little hamster, relishing the taste. The dominant males, however, showed little interest in these fruits. They preferred the power pills prepared for them by the little female. Each seized their respective pills from their spaces and consumed them. Jian Xiao Qi jokingly referred to them as dragon tiger pills. Were they not dragon tiger pills? Three brothers, with a dragon, a tiger, and a serpent resembling a dragon. Gungtung watched Jian Xiao Qi with keen interest, fixating on her glistening lips as she ate, and blurted, "Little female, can you make more of those pills?" "I want more." Jian Xiao Qi could not help but chuckle. Did these dominant males truly believe the pills were dragon tiger pills? "All right, you go gather herbs, and I will concoct more pills for you. Speaking of which, since you enjoy them so much, why not come with us? Otherwise, you may not have the chance to taste them again." Gungting appeared perplexed, furrowing his brow in contemplation of the little female's suggestion. "Where would I go? I have never left the Shiyuan marsh." Jian Xiao Qi was merely speaking casually. How could she expect a dominant male to leave the territory he had long inhabited? She shrugged and looked at Shi Rui and Huda, urging them to speak with Gungting. Shi Rui patted Gungting's shoulder. "We three are heading to the other end of the misty forest. We leave tomorrow, if you do not come with us. We will have to divide the Shiyuan fruits among the four of us and bid you farewell." Gungting understood, a sense of melancholy and sorrow enveloping him. He found himself reluctant to part ways. This was his first time having companions, the first time he could fight alongside them, and now, before he had truly enjoyed their company, he faced separation. "When will you return here?" Shi Rui shook his head. "Perhaps in 6 months, perhaps in a year. I truly do not know." Huda added, "Ultimately, the safety of the little female is paramount, so we cannot say for certain when we will return." Huda too did not wish to part with Gungting, who would not desire a companion and friend of equal standing. Their bond had already been tested by life and death. Gungting lowered his head, lost in thought. Shi Rui, wishing to ease Gungting's predicament, said, "Gungting, regardless of whether we part or not, I invite you to witness my bonding ceremony tonight, that I hope you can be present for the happiest moment of Qi and me. Gungting lifted his head. All right, I will safeguard this realm, ensuring your bonding proceeds smoothly. May you have the most beautiful bonding night. Huda, feeling melancholic, reflected that the matter of bonding was indeed an insurmountable hurdle. He bitterly thought of the little female he had cherished for 8 years. Now bonding with her first partner, who was not him. Who should he blame? The most heart-wrenching aspect was that he was the foolish, wrong party who had, in a moment of foolishness, volunteered to witness Shi Rui and Jian Xiao Qi's bonding. After Shi Rui finished discussing the bonding, he turned to Huda, waiting for his response. Huda took a deep breath, resigned to his fate, stood up. Let us return to the cave, prepare a feast, and set up for the bonding ceremony. Gungtung took 5 Shiyuan fruits for himself, leaving the rest for them. Shi Rui and Huda each took half of the Shiyuan fruits. They flew back to the cave with the little female. They first prepared a splendid dinner, especially treating Gungting, who had never tasted such food before. It was Gungting's first time witnessing the various peculiar living arrangements in the cave, and even more so. His first time savoring such delicious food, his belly full, his eyes sparkling. After the dominant males had their fill, they began tidying up the cave. Shi Rui took out a vibrant red pelt from a firefox beast and laid it atop several layers of animal skin blankets on the stone bed. The soft, thick, fiery red pelt was particularly fitting for the occasion. Outside the cave, a great bonfire blazed, beside which lay a freshly hunted mankind bull, a gift prepared for the beast god, in appreciation for his ongoing favor. The protagonists of the night, Jian Xiao Qi and Shi Rui, bathed, groomed, and dressed impeccably, standing solemnly beside the bonfire. Jian Xiao Qi wore a floral crown, crafted from wildflowers gathered by the 3 males in the fields outside the cave. The fiery glow of the bonfire illuminated her stunningly beautiful face, rendering her even more exquisite than the flowers themselves. She is like a flower on a high peak, pure and untouchable, unlike the fruits of midsummer, standing gracefully, waiting to be admired and picked. Complementing her delicate charm is the tall and handsome young male beside her, full of vigor and spirit at a tender age, that a pair of exquisite beings. So perfectly matched in the prime of their lives, they are experiencing a most beautiful encounter. Shi Shenrui gazes intently at the most beautiful female before him, his eyes filled with longing. Meanwhile, Hu Jia and Gungtung stand at a slight distance. Witnessing their bond ceremony together, a propitious moment, Shenrui raises his resolute chin, his gaze steady and composed, addressing the campfire in the heavens. I, Shenrui, in the presence of the beast god, willingly take the female Jian Xiao Qi as my mate, pledging to forever protect her, to be her devoted partner and male, committing for a lifetime, with no regrets. Jian Xiao Qi glances up at him, takes his hand, and then looks toward the campfire and the sky. I, Jian Xiao Qi, in the presence of the beast god, willingly take the male Shenrui as my mate, promising to always be his most loyal female, respecting and loving him, bearing and nurturing his offspring, committing for a lifetime, with no intention of breaking my vow. Upon finishing, they gaze into each other's eyes, their glances shimmering like the starry river, filled with misty tenderness. In this moment, their eyes reflect only each other. Hu Jia, choked with emotion, finally speaks, Beast God, I bear witness to the vows exchanged between Shenrui and Jian Xiao Qi, and I wish them joy in their union. Gungtung, having never encountered such a scene, finds it amusing, as each takes turns speaking. Yet, it seems only fitting for him to say something as well, unwilling to be left out of the festive atmosphere. Therefore, he remarks, All right, you two go mate. I'll keep watch outside. That was a gut punch, my friend. Hu Jia almost broke composure, staring incredulously at the foolish one beside him, as if seeing him for the first time. How unfortunate Hu Jia feels, with every person present poking at his heart. Does the beast god really blind to his plight? Hu Jia's heart aches, nearly gasping for breath, struggling to endure, his shoulders drooping. Shenrui, elated, finds Gungtung's straightforwardness commendable, not surprising for his brother. Gungtung has not uttered a word amiss. If they're not to mate, are they merely to engage in idle chatter with the dominant males outside? Tonight, Shinrue is willing to forego his brothers. With a swift motion, Shinrue lifts his beloved female, planting a grand kiss on her. As he gazes at her flushed face, shy and enchanting, boldly striding towards the cave. Moments later, he even blocks the cave entrance with a large stone, as if the greatest threat at this moment were his two brothers. Only Hu Jia and Gung Tung remain outside the cave, exchanging glances by the campfire. One a heartbroken tiger, the other an uncomprehending dragon. Hu Jia looks at Gung Tung with a strange gaze. A sarcastic blessing. I wish you eternal bliss in love. Unable to extricate yourself. More in love with some female than I am. Gung Tung gazes back at Hu Jia, puzzled. I only know Jian Xiao Qi. Where's this other female? Suddenly, Hu Jia feels scorched, his eyes flickering nervously, realizing he must keep a close watch on this fool Gung Tung, ensuring he stays far from Xiao Qi. The greatest concern is indeed his own brother. If he cannot be the first mate, he must at least be the second. Inside the cave, the air is filled with a sweet fragrance. Dozens of gently flickering pomelo lanterns adorn every corner. Casting a soft, ethereal glow, the bride of the night lies upon the brilliantly red fur of a fox. Her waist-length black hair spills over the bedside, and against the contrasting red, her skin appears even fairer than snow, as smooth as jade. The male protagonist, firmly holding her waist, never once diverts his gaze from his beloved female. He leans slightly, seated at the head of the bed, his silver hair cascading naturally, intertwining with her black locks. Inseparable Chi, my little female. My great male. Shinrue takes her slightly clenched hand, kisses it gently, and places it against his cheek. Chi, my vow remains unchanged. Rue, I believe in you. Chi, I shall never harm you. Not even tonight. Do not fear. Jian Xiao Qi shifts slightly, concealing her own nervousness. She had thought she would be particularly tense, yet it is only a slight flutter. She believed she would feel shy, especially with two highly perceptive listeners outside. Yet, she finds herself enveloped in an unexpected sense of security. This moment. She relaxes, wrapping her arms around Shinrue's neck. His soft kisses descend upon her, patient and unhurried, gradually enticing her. Their breaths grow uneven and rapid, the warmth intensifying. Reason fades, overtaken by emotion and passion. Their night of union has only just begun. The cave is indeed blocked by a large stone. Yet with dozens of pomelo lanterns burning, Shinrue is not foolish. He leaves ample gaps for ventilation, not to showcase the various amorous sounds of their union. Outside the cave, the two dominant males sit on a large stone by the campfire, waiting. The new couple inside grows increasingly fervent, their sounds transitioning from soft and teasing to passionately intense. Hu Jia finds it increasingly difficult to remain calm. As someone who loves fiercely, how could his heart remain unaffected? He glances sideways at the foolish Gung Tung, who sits calmly with arms crossed, his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly unperturbed. He even male? Hu Jia doubts, adjusting his posture repeatedly. Yet his restlessness grows, waves of heat wash over him, as reason succumbs to instinct and desire. Suddenly, alarm bells ring in his heart. He fears he is about to experience the inevitable phase of a mature male. He needs to mate. He swallows hard, clutching himself tightly, attempting to suppress the rising tide. His breath becomes ragged, mouth agape. Suddenly, in a struggle, he kneels, his body hunched, flushed all over, veins bulging in his neck, eyes bloodshot, pupils flickering with flames of desire. Reason begins to slip away, his gaze becoming dazed, consumed by primal urges. No longer the solemn leader burdened by familial enmities and emotions concealed. Xiao Qi, he whispers, fixated on the cave's entrance, crawling toward it. Inside is his beloved female, even if he must resort to force, coercion, or pleas. He must find her. Only she can alleviate his suffering. He desires only her. He would even duel Shinrue for the right to mate. Suddenly, two long legs block his path. Hu Jia looks up, following the legs to see the towering Gung Tung standing before him. Gung Tung remains impassive, his voice clear. Hu Jia, you are not well. Your body temperature is too high. I will help you. You need to calm down. Hu Jia gazes at him as if seeing a savior. Excited and grateful, Good brother, will you finally help me? Hurry, take me there. I can't wait. I need to find her. But before he can finish, Hu Jia feels discomfort in his most sensitive area. He quickly looks down, incredulous at the ring of ice encasing his waist, a circle of ice formed by Gung Tung's abilities, resembling a swimming ring. Instantly, he feels a clash of extremes. The burning desire remains unquenched, only to be suppressed by the icy grip. The chill is excruciating. Speechless and choked with emotion, he cast his gaze towards the heavens. Chu Zhang emitted a heart-wrenching wail, staring incredulously at Gung Tung. Clenching his fists and gasping for air, he desperately wished to harness all his powers to awaken that wooden-headed fool. However, his agitation rendered him incapable of gathering any abilities, leaving him with nothing but unfulfilled desires and anxiety. There's truly no one to assist. Hu Zhang snapped through gritted teeth, having thought Gung Tung would genuinely come to his aid. Just this once, he would be grateful. Yet upon seeing the ice encasing him, he could only wish misfortune upon Gung Tung's entire family. With teeth clenched in frustration, Hu Zhang muttered, "To hell with your pathetic brotherhood. May you forever bask in the rivers of love." Reluctantly, he resigned to his fate, panting heavily as the crimson hue on his face and body slowly faded, leaving him disheartened. His heaving chest began to settle. He remained there, lying still until the swimming ring melted entirely against his scorching body, leaving only a puddle of water. His surroundings were numbed by the cold, devoid of sensation. Gung Tung, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, had his own plans. He seized a handful of Longhu pills and stuffed them into Hu Zhang's mouth, covering his lips tightly. "Shh, don't speak. You'll disturb others. Hurry and eat. They're delicious." Chu Zhang, utterly infuriated, battled against his own body's weariness. Succumbing to exhaustion and soon drifting into a deep slumber, Gung Tung, shrugging in confusion, remarked, "How did he fall asleep?" "We agreed to keep watch together." With consideration, he lifted Hu Zhang and placed him atop a large stone for proper rest. Meanwhile, Gung Tung stood on the high slope, arms crossed, vigilant against every rustle in the surroundings. With his abilities, they continued to fulfill their roles as devoted brothers. The morning star had already illuminated the sky. While within the cave, the atmosphere remained fervent and unyielding. The seductive melodies reverberated, as everything continued unabated. Yet intruders never ceased their reckless actions simply because it was a fine day and a formidable host of winged beastmen had gathered in the skies beyond their territory, a dark mass descending towards them. Immediately, the fifth-tier Gung Tung took notice. True to his pledge, he swiftly shed his clothing. A resounding dragon's roar echoed at dawn as he transformed into the one and only Yinglong of the misty forest and the Qingling continent. Soaring towards the oncoming winged beasts. None shall escape the wrath of the heavenly beast today. This fine day for his brother would be safeguarded by him. The thunderous roar of the dragon jolted the slumbering Hu Zhang awake. Propelling him into a state of heightened alertness, he rolled off the stone, eyes fixed on the sky ahead where the aerial battle had commenced. A cacophony of colliding abilities filled the air, sometimes converging, sometimes chasing, sometimes dispersing, while life fell like shooting stars to the ground. Transforming into a fearsome tiger, Hu Zhang pursued the plummeting forms of the winged beasts, mercilessly reaping lives. Every winged beast felled by Gung Tung was dispatched by Hu Zhang, who found a long-sought outlet for his pent-up fury. All winged beasts attempting to dive down and assault the cave were intercepted by Gung Tung, striving to minimize further troubles below, above, and below. It was as if blood rained down, a crimson deluge. Suddenly, a tremendous bang resonated. The surge of abilities erupted from within the cave. The Longhu brothers felt a rush of excitement. Could it be Shi Rui had ascended to the fourth tier? Indeed, within the throes of passion, Shi Rui was entirely focused on his petite female, yet was acutely aware of the happenings outside the cave. With a mere thought, he broke through his limits and ascended. However, he did not emerge to fight, for his little female seemed to be far from finished. He trusted that his brothers outside could hold their ground. It wasn't too long before another bang echoed. A different surge of abilities spilled forth from the cave's entrance. This sound was not as loud, almost muted, resembling the pop of popcorn. What could it mean? Dear readers, please lend a hand by clicking on the author's profile and following. It is said that if the author surpasses 1,000 fans, a reader group can be established. Sincere thanks to all you lovely supporters. The Longhu brothers, drenched in battle, exchanged glances with the cave. Contemplating, they simultaneously grabbed a handful of Longhu pills and stuffed them into their mouths. Could it be Jian Xiao Qi? Hu Zhang immediately thought of her, his little Qi. With determination in his eyes, he gazed at the sky, his chest swelling as a resonant tiger roar erupted from his soul. Echoing through the heavens and the earth, his little Qi had awakened her abilities and ascended. Responding was Geng Teng's own dragon's roar from above. In an instant, the sounds of tiger roars and dragon roars intertwined. Like the clarion call of battle, growing fiercer by the moment, they reached a mutual understanding. None of the beasts that dared to invade, nor any who were aware of the situation, would be spared. Geng Teng fought valiantly in the sky, while Hu Zhang dispatched the beasts on the ground, ensuring they breathed their last. This trio squandered their Longhu pills recklessly, charging forth without pause, their combat prowess amplified significantly and their spirits soaring high. Finally, Shi Rui emerged from the cave. Yet before he could engage in battle, it had already concluded. His tiger brothers had dispatched all the attacking winged beasts. Together, they stood, gazing at the blazing inferno, within which lay a mass of dark corpses. The flames leaped skyward as the three brothers exchanged knowing glances. Geng Teng spoke first. I made up my mind. I'll stick with you both in the Qingling continent for a while longer. Or else I won't get any more Longhu pills. That Hu Zhang and Shi Rui nodded in agreement. No words needed, as their understanding was mutual. The relentless hyenas, gray wolves, and winged beasts had all met their demise here. Likewise, they set ablaze the corpses until nothing remained. Even the most foolish of the lurking villainous beasts would grasp the situation. Shi Rui's territory had been thoroughly exposed. They could no longer stay. Emerging from the cave, Shi Rui was invigorated, as if he endured a night of toil. Gratefully, he gazed at Hu Zhang and Geng Teng, saying, "Please take whatever you can." Much of it was painstakingly gathered by Chi, and if left behind, it would surely sadden her. A team must be noted that when faced with the requests and needs of their little female, these three mighty males exuded an innate tenderness, a sentiment deeply ingrained in their beings. Even the naive Geng Teng displayed an inexplicable fondness for her. Just like now, he even stored the large stone pot used for her baths, the water-holding stone pot, and the stone bench she usually sat on within his space, ensuring her convenience was preserved, just as when they were in the cave. Hu Zhang and Geng Teng moved about the cave, heedless of the thick atmosphere of passion surrounding them. They gathered potatoes, meat, nuts, and all necessary cooking utensils from the cellar. Once everything was in order, Shi Rui approached the stone bed, wrapping the slumbering little female snugly in the fur of a fire fox. Lifting her horizontally, Geng Teng carried Hu Zhang on his back while Shi Rui, half transformed, held his little female close as they flew eastward. Resolutely departing Shi Rui's territory, they aimed to traverse the forest in search of the tiger beast tribe. They soared through the sky for half the day, covering great distances. Ultimately, they needed to land, as the little female might be hungry, and she was on the verge of waking. Jian Xiao Qi, enveloped in the rich scent of passion, needed to be cleaned quickly and her scent concealed. While airborne, the scent was not a significant issue, but once they landed, it would be more challenging to mask. Ahead lay the enchanting shores of the Yumming Lake. A picturesque landscape. They decided to pause there for rest. They chose a secluded spot by the lake to land. Geng Teng and Shi Rui descended quietly and unobtrusively. Then each took out their cooking utensils to prepare water and meals. Jian Xiao Qi stirred in Shi Rui's embrace, awakening gently. Upon seeing the unfamiliar surroundings but still surrounded by the three familiar figures, she blushed like a delicate flower, captivating both Shi Rui and Hu Zhang. Shi Rui playfully tapped her nose, gently asking, "Chi, are you hungry? After a bath, we can eat." "All right." Jian Xiao Qi, no longer shy, responded without hesitation. She is indeed a female of the beastly world. With grace, she donned her clothing and stood up to survey her surroundings. Jian Xiao Qi was well aware of the situation outside the cave in the early morning and felt no surprise at finding herself here. Everything was as planned, beneath a large stone shielded from the wind. She took her first hot bath. Even the stone pot used for bathing had been brought along. For her second bath, she utilized water infused with spiritual spring water and prickly grass, cleansing and purifying herself to rid her body of excess odors. Clothes that could be washed were cleaned and hung out to dry, while those that could not were incinerated. Even the area where she discarded the bathwater was surrounded by a campfire. Though this method could not entirely mask her scent, it would help significantly. Ordinary or less familiar beasts would not discern her presence. Xixing also bathed twice. The four of them finally gathered together to share their first meal of the day. Xiao Qi, how do you feel? You're at the first rank of beast tier, right? Hu Zhai inquired with concern. Yes, it is indeed the first step after awakening. I feel invigorated and filled with strength. Once I have leisure, I will also attempt to explore my abilities and powers, and I will appreciate your guidance, then that I owe much to the efficacy of the Su Yuan fruit. Jian Xiao Qi, in good spirits, looked at the two large males across from her and sincerely expressed, Hu Zhai, Gung Tung, thank you for everything you have done. I truly appreciate it. Gung Tung, being straightforward, replied, what is there to thank? After consuming so many Long Hu pills, one must contribute. Jian Xiao Qi smiled, pressing her lips together. Rest assured, there will be plenty. However, you'll need to gather the herbs yourselves. Once we leave the territory, I cannot afford to wander freely. After finishing her statement, she shook Sh Ru's hand, as her beast husband had already reminded her several times to behave and not stray. Hu Zhai waved his hand dismissively, saying, what difficulty is there in that? Gung Tung loves gathering herbs, right? Gung Ting nodded in agreement, noting that it was indeed quite simple, far easier than hunting or fishing. They feasted on roasted meat and sipped on mushroom broth, indifferent to the autumn wind by the lake that carried the rich aroma of their meal far away. The location they chose, while secluded, was anything but desolate. In fact, it was a bustling area. The shores of Yuming Lake were renowned for their abundance, serving as the central hub for a vast region. Each winter, before the heavy snowfall, the lakeside bustled for half a year, acting as a trading post where goods could be exchanged or bartered with crystal cores. Crowds thrived and swarmed. Had it been just Sh Ru and Jian Xiao Qi, they would not have dared to come here. However, now they were a quartet. Since they planned to return to the Hu Beast tribe, it was better to pass through here and gauge the market. This was their pre-discussed route. After satisfying their hunger, Jian Xiao Qi had no further concerns other than to take care of herself and present herself well. This was not about looking prettier, but rather about disguising her appearance. In no time, a dark, haggard female had completed her transformation. Her hair was wrapped in a hide, and the loose strands that emerged were unkempt and wild, giving the impression of someone beyond 18. Sh Ru approached slowly, offering her a clean Su Yuan fruit. Xiao Qi, my dear, one each day for a month, that if I forget, you must remind me. All right, Jian Xiao Qi replied, taking the Su Yuan fruit and crunching into it with delight. As she ate, she gazed affectionately at her beast husband. Sh Ru affectionately wrapped an arm around her waist, gently kissing her hair. The bonding period was supposed to last 7 days. One night was hardly sufficient. Newlywed beast partners shared a natural and sweet connection. There were many Su Yuan fruits remaining, and she planned to consume them over the next month to strengthen herself. Sh Ru continued to tidy up their cooking utensils. At that moment, Hu Zhai approached, coming very close, his deep-set eyes fixed on her as she ate. Xiao Qi, next month, remember to ask me for Su Yuan fruits daily. Let us continue for another month. Jian Xiao Qi, momentarily taken aback, felt the fruit suddenly lose its appeal and shot him a glare. This insufferable tiger. She was already married, yet he still engaged in flirtation. Hu Zhai gently took her small hand. Only to have it shrugged off, he remained unfazed, merely gazing at her earnestly. How about we get along well? I don't need to be the first, but I must be the second. Xiao Qi, I felt so miserable the night you bonded with Sh Ru. I nearly came looking for you. Upon seeing his earnestness, Jian Xiao Qi's blood pressure spiked, and she felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. You and Sh Ru are brothers. You must not betray him. Hu Zhai smiled nonchalantly. It is essential to pursue affection. Xiao Qi, I must become the clan leader, for once I do, you will undoubtedly be mine. However, I cannot bond with you immediately, as mingling with your scent would complicate my movements within the tribe. Do you understand? This is why I allowed Ru to take the lead. Jian Xiao Qi took a deep breath, frowning. What does that have to do with me? I have not agreed to anything. Hu Zhai tenderly touched her nose, softening his tone. Xiao Qi, please don't be angry. My demands are modest. A kiss or a smile will suffice. Jian Xiao Qi took several bites of the Su Yuan fruit, unwilling to waste it, then replied, have you not noticed that I have changed? The Xiao Qi you adore may not be me anymore. Hu Zhai shook his head. I only recognize you, no matter how you change. I will always like you. Jian Xiao Qi rolled her eyes, speechless. The thought of it left her feeling disarrayed, guilty towards the original Xiao Qi, who had not appeared recently. She wondered if Xiao Qi was intentionally ignoring her out of anger. Most importantly, whether she liked it or not, she and Hu Zhai had indeed shared several kisses. Having kissed, who cares if it was voluntary? This was a muddled situation. Hu Zhai observed the flustered female, and, disregarding everything else, pulled her into an embrace, cupping her back and kissing her. He released her just before Jian Xiao Qi could explode with anger. Let me savor a bit of sweetness now. What you owe me, I will reclaim on the night we bond. Jian Xiao Qi, infuriated, slapped him. You scoundrel! Hu Zhai allowed her to hit him, never retaliating, so there was no question of dodging. The commotion caused by the small female drew Ru over in a hurry, who delivered a punch to Hu Zhai. Hu Zhai, do not bully Xiao Qi. Hu Zhai rubbed his tingling cheek. How could I bear to bully her? I only wish to kiss her and win her affection. Ru had exchanged banter with him many times and was well aware of Hu Zhai's intentions. However, Ru felt himself to be the one who had taken the female away, so he could not be overly fierce with Hu Zhai. Moreover, in the beastly world, a female could have many suitors, and as long as she was willing, the males had no say if Xiao Qi accepted Hu Zhai as a partner. Ru would not oppose it, as they were brothers. Ru glanced at his female. Xiao Qi, what do you say? Should I give him a good beating to vent your frustrations? Ru, shall we go explore the trading post? Ru looked at Hu Zhai and said to Jian Xiao Qi, all right, whatever you decide. However, you must not wander off, and I'll listen to you. Jian Xiao Qi was unsure how to handle her relationship with Hu Zhai and decided to consult Lu Qin for advice upon returning. Hu Zhai followed closely behind, and the four of them made their way to the trading post. They intended to see how much ordinary tanned animal hides or dried meat could be exchanged for a jar of fine salt. As for medicinal herbs, Jian Xiao Qi aimed to save a significant amount for the Hu beast tribe by personally concocting medicines. She could prepare remedies for common ailments like sprains and headaches. The Hu beast tribe's strength had shifted from previous years, and saving resources was crucial to weathering this year's difficulties. Ru held her hand, while Hu Zhai and Gung Tung trailed behind. They strolled along the lakeside, making their way toward the loudest area. Soon, they beheld various stalls at the trading post. Along the lakeside, the stalls stretched for several hundred meters. The booths were quite rudimentary, consisting merely of a few animal hides laid upon the grass, displaying various goods meant for barter. Beside the wares stood their proprietors, guardedly watching over them, with makeshift shelters of animal skins or thatch behind them. Some vendors operated temporarily until dusk, while others maintained a permanent presence. For Jian Xiao Qi, this was the first encounter with such a bustling scene. The orcs donned simple attire, with the males clad in leather skirts, some sporting boots, while others went barefoot. A handful of females could also be seen, accompanied by their male counterparts. Regardless, the faces of the people were amiable, each vendor eager to expedite their trades. Responsive to inquiries, this was a far cry from the post-apocalyptic world, where walls of suspicion divided individuals. They strolled about, observing stalls mostly selling furs, dried meats, fruits, nuts, and even crude pottery, given the proximity to the Erie Lake. There were also orc tribes from the depths of the sea and lake, such as the Sharkmen and Merfolk tribes, offering seafood and lake products like dried fish, shells, and pearls. Jian Xiao Qi, wary of causing trouble, refrained from lingering over items of mere curiosity. Hu Zhai, with his wealth of life experience, led the way, guiding the four to the stall of the Fox tribe, renowned in the forest for their exceptional tanning skills. While other stalls offered furs, None could match the quantity available here. Hu Zhai stood before the fox tribe's booth, examining their premium pelts adorned with fur. The proprietor who greeted him was a young orc of the 4th tier. Strikingly handsome with delicate features, his piercing, elongated eyes radiating an enchanting allure. With a welcoming smile, he approached Hu Zhai and said, "Brother, I am Hu Peng. You hail from the tiger beast tribe, correct? What type of fur are you looking to exchange?" Hu Zhai scrutinized him for a moment before replying, "Brother Hu, I am indeed from the tiger beast tribe, named Hu Zhai, that we seek to purchase some ordinary furs sufficient for warmth in winter. The color is of no concern." Hu Peng represented the fox tribe, holding a permanent position at this stall as a high-ranking orc responsible for both trade and the safety of his kin and their goods, unlike ordinary traders. Such individuals wield significant influence within the tribe and command respect throughout the forest, where their status deters others from provoking them. Hu Zhai sought someone of such caliber to negotiate with. Hu Peng lifted a high stack of thick furs, the colors ranging from dark to gray. Hu Zhai, this selection is exceptionally warm. The leather is thick and, after tanning, feels quite soft with a dense and long fur, albeit lacking in vibrant color. Would you prefer to trade with crystal cores, meat, or some other commodity? Hu Zhai, Gung Tung, Shi Rue, and Jian Xiao Qi examined the furs, nodding in satisfaction, observing the bustling orcs around them. Hu Zhai noted that their presence went largely unnoticed. He stepped into the stall's makeshift shelter and whispered, "I would like to trade with salt. How many of these black-gray furs can I acquire with this jar of salt?" Hu Peng scrutinized Gung Tung and Shi Rue. Casting a glance at Jian Xiao Qi, he stood at the back of the shelter, opening the salt jar, inspecting, tasting, and weighing its contents, though his expression remained impassive. His eyes betrayed a flicker of astonishment and approval. This jar of salt could be exchanged for 40 furs. Hu Zhai smirked, confidence radiating from him as he replied, "I find your offer unsatisfactory. Perhaps you could reconsider?" Hu Peng's handsome visage broke into an understanding smile, a blend of masculine and feminine charm that caused many nearby orcs to momentarily lose their composure. The fox tribe was indeed renowned for their captivating beauty. This smile revealed not only his charm, but also his esteemed position within the tribe. His signature smile for customers was aimed at sealing deals, but it was in moments of genuine competition that his true warmth emerged. Hu Peng pressed his lips together, quickly revising his offer. "Since you are not satisfied, let us agree on 50 furs for 1 jar of salt. I cannot go higher. While salt is valuable, its desirability can invite trouble. As you surely understand." Hu Zhai was indeed aware, recognizing the implications of salt trade on the interests of other salt-selling tribes. While small transactions posed little risk, larger exchanges could incite conflict. The tiger beast tribe preferred to avoid unnecessary complications and enemies, seeking merely to acquire sufficient furs and food for winter. "Very well, I represent the entire tiger beast tribe in this purchase. I shall return again soon, bringing more members, and I will exchange this salt for additional furs. But for today, I can only take 500 furs in exchange for 10 jars of salt. Is that agreeable?" In high-stakes negotiations, words were often superfluous. Each party maintained their stance, aiming for a swift resolution, neither considering the other a fool. Hu Peng's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. The tiger beast tribe, previously known for acquiring only the finest furs, was now seeking merely the ordinary. The news of their recent devastation was evidently true. The calamity that befell the tiger beast tribe reverberated throughout the forest, an outbreak of violence followed by days of raging fires that consumed storerooms and numerous stone and wooden dwellings. The once robust hunters had mysteriously perished or vanished, leaving behind only the frail, the sick, and the young. From over 2,000 orcs, fewer than 400 remained. However, this matter held no relevance for the fox tribe. As the two tribes harbored no animosity towards one another, Hu Peng had no intention of probing further, merely astonished by the situation. Once an agreement was reached, Hu Zhai produced 10 jars of refined salt. In turn, Hu Peng and several other fox tribe members retrieved an equivalent quantity of quality furs from their respective spaces in the makeshift shelter, totaling 500. Gung Tung and Hu Zhai meticulously inspected each fur, ensuring their quality before storing them in Gung Tung's space, which was now filled to capacity. Hu Zhai and Shi Rue playfully teased Gung Tung, compelling him to store several large pots and even a stone bed from the cave. Gung Tung, unfazed, complied with their requests. With the transaction completed, Hu Peng adhered to his customary routine, attempting to engage in casual conversation. "Brother, I don't believe we've met before." Gung Tung remained stoic, neither smiling nor nodding. Responding, "From now on, you can consider us acquainted." Hu Peng's expression faltered momentarily, realizing the conversation had reached an impasse. Jian Xiao Qi stifled a giggle, amused by Gung Tung's forthrightness. Even the charming Hu Peng, seasoned in the art of socializing, found himself momentarily at a loss. Hu Peng glanced at the laughing Jian Xiao Qi, but refrained from further dialogue. He recognized her as a young female and deemed it unnecessary to engage with her. In business, it sufficed to converse with males. Attempting to charm a female could jeopardize the transaction and incite enmity. He had his own status to uphold, leaving such endeavors to the younger tribesmen. Observing Shi Rui, who guarded Jian Xiao Qi with vigilant caution, Hu Peng noted the stark contrast in their appearances. The unconventional beauty of the female seemed to be treasured by Shi Rui, who was protective to a fault and astute observer of social dynamics. Hu Peng knew better than to provoke ill will. He felt no compulsion to engage with Shi Rui. His intention had merely been to prepare for future dealings with the once mighty tiger beast tribe. Now weakened but still possessing valuable salt, Hu Peng turned his attention back to Hu Zhai. "What else do you wish to purchase? It would be prudent not to visit too many stalls, lest you attract unwanted attention this winter. Not every tribe dares to deal with salt." Hu Zhai regarded him with admiration, grateful for the sage advice. "Brother Hu, we are also in need of meat, sustenance for 400 orcs over 5 months. While some can be procured through hunting, most will require salt for purchase. Do you have any recommendations?" At this point, Hu Zhai had effectively drawn Hu Peng into the negotiation. Naturally, Hu Peng was aware of the implications of the transaction and assessed the situation. Each party had their own interests. No one owed anything to anyone. Hu Peng patted Hu Zhai's shoulder. "I wish to avoid any troubles for you, as your troubles would inevitably become mine. Consider inquiring with the merfolk tribe. They, along with us foxes, do not fear inciting the brown bear tribe. When you return, bring more of your kin, and I shall assist you in exchanging part of your salt for meat, while the rest can be traded with the merfolk. However, be prepared, as they primarily sell dried fish." Hu Zhai instinctively shook his head, internally rejecting the notion of consuming fish. What a joke! His pride could not endure such indignity. At that moment, Jian Xiao Qi stepped forward to signal Hu Zhai, implying that it was permissible to partake in the fish. Only then did Hu Zhai respond to Hu Peng, acknowledging that times had indeed changed, as long as one could fill their belly. Nothing was off the table, but he expressed gratitude to his brother Fox for standing by the Tiger clan and proposing such an excellent suggestion, remarking that they would meet again in the future. Hu Peng glanced at the 4 of them and replied, "Very well." Hu Zhai accepted this and cheerfully bid farewell. As he departed from the Fox clan stall, a wave of relief washed over him. His greatest concern had been the inability to exchange for any salt or other essential supplies. Having already acquired some of the furs he desperately needed, he felt significantly more at ease. If he could not secure meat, he could subsist on potatoes for a while, and there was still time to hunt for a small amount of meat. As the clan leader, he felt no shame in prioritizing the survival of his tribe over personal pride. Ensuring that no one starved or froze was far more important. Most critically, he deemed it unwise to provoke the Brown Bear clan over a mere handful of salt, not out of fear, but rather a desire to avoid conflict before the harsh winter subsided. The Brown Bears themselves did not refine salt. They merely collected protection fees, while it was the herbivorous Beast clan that truly engaged in salt refinement. However, due to the herbivorous clan's lack of strong guardianship, they had enlisted the Brown Bears to act as their protectors and representatives. The 2 clans were thus intertwined, engaging in a monopolistic trade of salt. The Brown Bears, known for their contentious and unruly nature, had a poor reputation in the forest. Nevertheless, the herbivorous clan had no alternative but to ally with them for the sake of survival. With the burdens on his mind lifted, Hu Zhai felt his spirits soar. The small female was right beside him, within arm's reach, stirring his heart once more. Approaching her, he gently took her hand, placing a soft kiss upon it before holding it firmly as they walked side by side. Jian Xiao Qi attempted several times to free herself from his grasp, but ultimately conceded. Surrounded by so many beastmen, it was not the time to make a scene. She could only pretend not to notice the snake-like Hu Rui. What could be done? Would one resort to a brawl over a mere female? The other party would not retaliate. So would one truly be willing to inflict harm? Would a fight resolve anything? Gung Tung, witnessing the hand-holding, remained oblivious to the significance, as he had no understanding of why such gestures mattered. As long as Jian Xiao Qi was not in danger, he found nothing amiss. Hu Jia softly coaxed. Little female, are there any items that catch your fancy? Let us buy a few pairs of boots, some garments, and perhaps some pearls to enhance your beauty, along with anything else you desire. Outside, he only referred to her as little female. Jian Xiao Qi, unable to resist, reluctantly acquiesced. They might as well take a look around. Perhaps they would visit the mermaid clan next. They needed to make an initial acquaintance before returning to exchange for dried fish. Accidentally referring to dried fish as small dried fish made her chuckle. This tiger beast had transformed into a kitty, finally yearning for small dried fish. Huh. Amidst her laughter, tears began to flow. Hu Jia and the other males also expressed interest in visiting the mermaid clan. But they decided to explore the entire exchange area first. They purchased 3 pairs of boots of varying thickness, some decorative flowers and hairbands, and several outfits. They also acquired some unfamiliar sweet fruits and various types of game. They bought an array of flamboyant ornaments that females would adore, with Hu Rui and Hu Jia selecting a plethora of visually appealing items. Hu Rui and Gung Tung also procured several outfits and shoes. Transactions were conducted using crystal cores, and only Hu Jia had brought these cores, having saved them up. Crystal cores came in various colors and ranks, with the standard trading core being a low-tier blue core. Higher-tier cores were often impractical for trade, as merchants might not possess the means to utilize them. Jian Xiao Qi held little interest in these items, but soon found herself captivated by a stall featuring various wild vegetables and plant-based foods. She pointed to the carrots still caked in mud and the grains, indicating them to Hu Jia. Little Qi, let us buy more. Hu Jia approached and purchased all the carrots and grains from the stall. Since the little female had finally requested something she liked, he was more than happy to comply. That a substantial amount was stowed away in Hu Rui's space, filling it to capacity. Jian Xiao Qi estimated that they had procured around 3,000 jin of carrots and 1,000 jin of grains. Expending dozens of green crystal cores, as his supply of blue cores had been exhausted, 100 blue cores equated to 1 green core. The highest tier cores were the rare red cores of the 7th rank, while the common ones were the 4th tier green cores and the 3rd tier blue cores, with values following a ratio of 1 to 100. It seemed that Hu Rui's resources were rather limited, as he had not accumulated many crystal cores. His space contained 8 4th-tier green cores from tiger beasts and several cores from hyenas and gray wolves, which he certainly would not reveal to others. He likely intended to keep them hidden until they were worn down. Thus, he scratched his head in guilt, resolving to work harder to amass more crystal cores. Hu Jia playfully returned Hu Rui's earlier punch with a light jab to his chest, asserting that he need not feel guilty, as all that salt had originated from his territory. Once the Tiger Clan's circumstances improved, he would return the cores to him. This thought put Hu Rui's mind at ease. He did not require repayment from the Tiger Clan, as they were kin to his little female. Gung Ting also found delight in the place, reveling in the novelty of trading with crystal cores. He produced a handful of green cores from his space and handed them to Hu Jia, urging him to keep buying and trading. Upon seeing the vast quantity, Hu Jia was taken aback, feeling compelled to accept, fearing that the cores might scatter or be snatched away, or that someone might take notice and covet them. He hurriedly collected them. Jian Xiao Qi observed the series of antics displayed by the 3 males, finding them both amusing and endearing, stealing a glance at Gung Tung. She could only remark, "Young man, you have successfully caught my attention." This Gung Tung resembled a celestial being unfamiliar with earthly matters, possessing ample intelligence but lacking emotional acumen, often engaging in curious yet heartwarming behaviors. However, when she eventually discovered that Gung Tung's icy demeanor had nearly harmed Hu Jia, she would be left upon to her thoughts. Ultimately, the 4 of them, 3 males and 1 female, strolled through the exchange area, indulging in a delightful shopping spree, all feeling relaxed and content. Unbeknownst to them, twilight approached, and their exploration seemed never-ending. They hurried to the fixed stall of the mermaid clan to scout the area. The mermaid stall was the largest nearby, stretching over 10 meters, adorned with a dazzling array of items, as inhabitants of the Phantom Lake. The mermaids dominated the entire exchange area. Anyone contemplating mischief within this realm had to weigh the consequences of incurring the mermaid clan's ire. Although the mermaids appeared non-aggressive, lacking significant martial prowess, their long-standing dominion over the freshwater region for several millennia was not without reason. It was said that their thriving intermarriage customs contributed to their success. Mermaid females generally surpassed land beast females in beauty and temperament, exuding a gentle charm. Males who partnered with mermaids tended to dote upon their female counterparts, even when beast partners could not reside together for long periods. They frequently visited Phantom Lake to deliver food and supplies. Although mermaid females could not remain away from freshwater for extended periods, they actively sought unions with land beast males in an environment where females were scarce and males abundant. This alliance greatly benefited many clans. The criteria for courting a mermaid female were not overly stringent. At the very least, the suitor had to possess some standing within their clan. After forming a bond, the male would reside by Phantom Lake, spending time with the female. Once the female bore offspring, the male could either continue living by the lake or take the child back to his own clan to raise. They only needed to return annually with the child to reunite with a mermaid female. The conditions for forming such unions were rather lenient. Clans with offspring born of mermaid females were particularly esteemed, with many clan leaders and elders being descendants of mermaids. Thus, very few clans dared to provoke the mermaids. Though the night has fallen, many fixed stalls are illuminated by torches, creating a whimsical atmosphere. Huza, in high spirits, leads the docile little female by the hand, her face beaming with joy as she willingly spends his crystal cores on delightful purchases. The male's pride is easily satisfied, all done in hopes of eliciting a smile from her. In a soft voice, Huza suggests, "Little cheerer, let us acquire some pearl adornments." The mermaid females wear them beautifully. Jian Xiao Qi gazes at the various pearl accessories, her eyes brightening. What girl does not adore such treasures? She nods and begins to select. These are natural freshwater pearls. Under the hazy moonlight and the flickering torchlight, the pearls exhibit a luxurious yet unpretentious luster that captivates the eye. Just then, a graceful little female emerges from the beast skin tent behind the stall. Her figure is curvaceous and elegant, with cascading red curls that reach her waist, adorned with intricate pearl-centric accessories complemented by various gemstones, splendid yet not gaudy. Her willow-like brows arch gracefully, and her large, autumn-like eyes twinkle like water, framed by a complexion as radiant as peach blossoms, with lips like delicate petals. The mermaid princess flashes a charming smile at her. Tiger clan female, seeing your fondness for pearls. Shall I assist you in selecting? Jian Xiao Qi can't help but twitch her tiger ears. Oh my, the little princess is not only beautiful, but possesses a lovely voice too. An intriguing thought crosses her mind. Could this enchanting mermaid princess be here to disrupt the gathering? Does she not believe she holds the script of the leading lady, portraying the most beautiful female in the forest? Why then does she appear alongside another female of equal beauty, captivating beyond measure? As she wanders in thought, the mermaid princess continues to promote her tribe's fine goods. Tiger Clan sister, our mermaid stall's pearls can not only be worn, but also applied as a facial treatment. Your beauty is undeniable, yet your skin appears somewhat coarse and dull. Allow me to apply a pearl mask for you, and your complexion will soon be fair and delicate. How does one apply it? Jian Xiao Qi's inclination towards beauty is revealed as she inquires. The princess takes her hand, guiding her into the tent and seating her upon a stool, facing a mirror of unknown material. Jian Xiao Qi glances at her reflection. Her face appears dull, and her hair is a tangled mess. This not how she has deliberately chosen to present herself. The contrast between her current state and the mermaid princess before her is stark. While Jian Xiao Qi is lost in contemplation, the mermaid princess has already begun to gently wipe her face with a damp cloth, revealing a small patch of skin as smooth as cream. The princess bursts into laughter. Sister, It seems you are as mischievous as I do. You intentionally dress unattractively when you go out to avoid the gaze of those unpleasant males? Jian Xiao Qi, always on high alert, feels a twinge of regret for her oversight, having inadvertently allowed her disguise to be unveiled. Yet, gazing at the princess who smiles so openly, whose beauty outshines even the moonlight, she cannot harbor any anger. If she is not here to disrupt the gathering, perhaps they could become friends. Regardless of whether she is a rival or a scheming second female, the delightful princess resonates with Jian Xiao Qi's taste, and she finds herself rather fond of this young lady. With a smile, she introduces herself. "Hello, I am Hu Qi. Would you help me with my appearance?" The mermaid princess bows slightly and replies, "I am Tsang Lan." Now that we have exchanged names, we are akin to sisters. Upon saying this, she gestures to her two handmaidens standing nearby. Quickly, two screens resembling partitions are set up behind her, shielding them from the prying eyes of passing beasts and concealing her true visage. Jian Xiao Qi, who has always been wary, feels a wave of delight at Tsang Lan's considerate gesture. The mermaid princess tenderly cleanses her face, applies the mask, styles her hair, and adorns her with accessories. Meanwhile, Jian Xiao Qi's thoughts drift elsewhere. After all, which second female would be foolish enough to compete for a male in a realm dominated by beasts? Why not gather a few handsome males, claim a scenic spot, and reign as queen in her own right? Surely that would be more appealing. Besides, she is one who acts rather than talks. If she cannot tolerate a disloyal companion, she would simply dispose of him, for loyal and quality partners abound. Why compete for unfaithful males? It seems rather nonsensical. Jian Xiao Qi muses. Her reflection reveals a delicate visage, porcelain-like and radiant. Her hair is elegantly styled, the upper portion secured with adornments, leaving behind a beautiful fringe complemented by suitable and lovely accessories. In the post-apocalyptic world, Jian Xiao Qi knows she is indeed beautiful, yet she has never taken the time to adorn herself or closely examine her reflection. The reflection staring back is equally breathtaking, rivaling that of the enchanting mermaid princess, each possessing their unique allure. It appears the princess bears no jealousy. Jian Xiao Qi, who approached the mermaid with intentions of business, now finds herself desiring a friendship. Thus, even the slightest detail reveals character. The illustrious mermaid princess, facing a female of ordinary lineage yet equally beautiful, seeks to enhance her appearance further. Tsang Lan's character is indeed commendable. The astonishing beauty before them catches the attention of Huza and Gung Tong, rendering them momentarily speechless. Even Gung Tong gazes at her with intensity, eagerly producing a handful of crystal cores to offer Huza, suggesting he purchase more of these exquisite pearl adornments for Jian Xiao Qi, allowing her to maintain her beauty. With a playful smile, Jian Xiao Qi exclaims, "Sister Lan, after your makeover, I indeed appear much more beautiful. Pearls suit me splendidly. We must acquire more." Consequently, she purchases all the adornments she wears and the pearl face mask, then proceeds to select additional knitted bead accessories from the stall, with Huza exchanging crystal cores for them. Jian Xiao Qi engages in lively conversation with Tsang Lan, the two quickly bonding over shared interests. Neglecting their handmaidens and the males nearby, unbeknownst to them, the night deepens and hunger stirs within. Tsang Lan invites her to her abode for a feast of lake delicacies and to stay overnight. Jian Xiao Qi gladly accepts, as her intention was to foster closeness with the mermaids for business discussions. The three males accompany her to the mermaid tribe's land-based dwelling. Tsang Lan indeed resides like a princess. Her home is spacious, featuring a grand viewing platform overlooking the nearby Yuming Lake. The platform is adorned with an array of delectable lake delicacies, and the three males take their respective seats, enjoying both the feast and the night view. This moment, the sparkling lights along the lakeshore and within the water, under the twinkling stars, create a scene rich in charm. After satisfying their appetites, the conversation resumes. After observing Gung Tong several times, Tsang Lan remarks, "Gung Tong, as a female of the mermaid tribe, I am most enamored with the valiant warriors of the winged beasts. Noticing your single status, I would like to offer my most capable handmaiden to you as a mate. She will have only you as her male. What do you say? If you agree, tonight shall be your bonding night." Gung Tung, momentarily taken aback while savoring the delicious food, and Jian Xiao Qi, along with their companions, are left speechless, intrigued to see how he responds. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity, as the handmaiden is quite lovely. Gung Tung wipes his mouth and shakes his head, notes Song Lan, with a charming smile, teases, "Could it be that you have set your sights on me? I wouldn't mind adding another to my list. However, if I were to become your female, you might not have the chance to see me even once a month." Gung Tung shakes his head vigorously, adamantly refusing. "I only want Xiaoqi." Song Lan is taken aback, then bursts into laughter, playfully linking arms with Jian Xiaoqi. "I didn't expect this." Gung Tung, who has been so discreet, secretly wishes to become Xiaoqi's loyal companion. My observations throughout the evening were certainly not in vain. I have been the one introducing mermaids to many males, yet here I am, almost blinding myself. Jian Xiaoqi, feeling a bit bashful at the unexpected revelation, takes a sip of fine wine to mask her embarrassment. "Oh, go away with that. Females are gathering. Males should keep to the side." Gung Tung indeed steps aside, declaring, "I merely wish for you to be my female. Rest assured, I will not compete with Shirei." Day or night, Jian Xiaoqi is left astonished. "Then why would I become your female?" "Ah, I see. What I meant to convey is that I refuse to be your female companion, for I harbor no affection for you." Gung Tung, on the other hand, is quite obstinate. "How could one possibly come to like me?" Jian Xiaoqi finds herself at a loss, unable to articulate her thoughts to this rather dim-witted celestial being. Go away, my sister and I were enjoying a delightful conversation, but we still need to discuss business and long-term cooperation. That male presence is truly bothersome." Gung Tung is unwilling to leave, urging, "Just come like me. I'm guided by ancestral wisdom to follow my female companion throughout my life. Yet, my heart is set on being with you and Shi Rue. If you were to accept me as your mate, I could frolic with Shi Rue for eternity, indulging in long hu pills every day." Jian Xiaoqi's expression darkens, and her headache intensifies. Song Lan giggles uncontrollably, clearly reveling in the chaos of that moment. Both Shi Rue and Hu Zhai, who are quite tipsy, lose their composure. Shi Rue, in a fit of rage, exclaims, "Gung Tung, you vile beast! I considered you a brother, yet you covet my female companion." Gung Tung argues fervently, "I merely desire her as my mate. Rest assured, I will not compete with you, neither by day nor by night." "Nonsense! Can you truly refrain from competing for a lifetime?" Gung Tung finds himself at a loss for words, insisting that he indeed means a lifetime. Jian Xiao Qi, Shirua. Regardless, he remains unwilling, and who can ascertain whether his words hold weight? It seems nothing is as it should be. The nature of dragons and snakes is quite similar. Both are inherently ean, and with a splendid female companion nearby, one cannot rule out the possibility of Gung Tung having an epiphany one day like this juncture. Hu Zhai also interjects, visibly angered. Gung Tung, "You wretched beast, you promised us 3 would be brothers, and yet you only think of your lifelong pleasures with Shi Rue, leaving me behind. The little female prefers Shi Rue over me. Even you believe Shi Rue is superior." As the proud leader of the tiger tribe, Hu Zhai feels deeply wounded by his brother's betrayal and must reclaim his honor. Gung Tung, in desperation, retorts, "Hu Zhai, do you not wish to stay with Xiao Qi for eternity?" Hu Zhai, even more incensed, counters, "That is an entirely different matter. In your heart, Shi Rue holds greater significance than I. That is the crux of my anger. What makes him superior to me?" Gung Tung attempts to clarify. "Rest assured, I have no intention of competing with you. I only seek the long hu pills. Please do not be angered." Both Shi Rue and Hu Zhai glare at Gung Tung, believing he is oblivious to worldly matters and would not covet their female companion. To their surprise, the 3 intoxicated males engage in a heated quarrel, even pulling at each other. Jian Xiao Qi, infuriated, shouts, "Are you all drunk? The 3 of you can leave. Do not disturb my gathering with honor." Thus, the raucous trio is ushered away, accompanied by a maid to arrange their accommodations for rest. The farce comes to an end. Finally, tranquility reigns. The 2 young women continue their whispered conversation. Jian Xiao Qi candidly shares her desire to exchange fine salt for frozen fish and dried fish with the merfolk. After careful consideration, Song Lan readily agrees. Thus, the exchange of hundreds of beastmen as winter meat supplies is settled. Song Lan has also reviewed the fine salt, and after weighing her options, agrees to use it for the trade. Why are there frozen fish as well as dried fish? Jian Xiao Qi considers that fish turned into dried form can be troublesome due to their numerous bones that, in winter, larger fish can be caught frozen and transported back, offering fewer bones and allowing for hearty consumption, aligning with the tiger tribe's habits. Moreover, freshly frozen fish is exceptionally delectable. Therefore, dried fish is consumed when the weather is warm, while frozen fish is enjoyed during the coldest times. The merfolk can withstand the pressure from the brown bear tribe, agreeing to trade fine salt for frozen fish, thus truly solidifying Jian Xiao Qi's friendship with Song Lan. Song Lan is also pleased with the deal, as the merfolk's territory is abundant with fish, both large and small. If left unclaimed, they cannot be exchanged for crystal cores or other resources. The land-dwelling beastmen generally do not favor fish. This trade is mutually beneficial, fulfilling both parties' needs. The negotiation proceeds smoothly, and the two women find themselves increasingly in sync. In response to Song Lan's complaint about beastmen's aversion to fish, Jian Xiao Qi imparts a few culinary tips for preparing fish and shrimp. Along with some recipes, she hopes that these methods will spread, leading to a gradual increase in beastmen seeking fish. Song Lan instructs her maid to take notes and selects a few recipes to try personally, finding the dishes to be quite delicious. Jian Xiao Qi also leaves behind wild onions, Sichuan peppercorns, and other seasonings, promising to share any new spices she discovers in the future. Song Lan, not wanting Jian Xiao Qi to suffer any loss, gives her a large box of exquisite, round pearls as a token of gratitude. At this point, their conversation reaches a peak, growing ever more profound. Suddenly, Jian Xiao Qi sits up straight and asks earnestly, "Lan'er, why do you wish to win over the winged Gung Tong?" Jian Xiao Qi is no fool. She notices that Song Lan and her two maids are not love-struck, and her singular focus on Gung Tong must be rooted in deeper motives. Song Lan's expression grows serious. "Xiao Qi, to speak candidly, our merfolk tribe has recently encountered some peculiar occurrences. Several young female merfolk have mysteriously gone missing, all of whom were beautiful females, newly of age and yet unbonded. Despite our extensive tracking, we have found no traces or escape routes on land." Jian Xiao Qi furrows her brow, speculating, "So you suspect that winged beastmen have abducted them from the skies?" Song Lan nods. "Your beast husband Shi Rue and Gung Tong are both winged beastmen, whose forms are exceedingly rare in the beast realm that we do not dare seek assistance from other tribes of winged beastmen, hence our desire to enlist Gung Tong's help in our investigation. Since Shi Rue is already your mate, I would never entertain any thoughts of him." Jian Xiao Qi comprehends, realizing why the mermaid princess personally attended to her at the market. She also recalls her own circumstances, suspecting that a force is attempting to seize Xiao Qi, uncertain if it is the same group of nefarious beasts, although Jian Xiao Qi's party of 4 has a tightly packed itinerary. She wishes to involve herself in the investigation, as there is a chance of uncovering the hidden traitors within the tiger tribe. "Song Lan, let us linger here for a few more days. Should any further disappearances occur, we shall investigate together." Song Lan nods gratefully. "Xiao Qi, thank you. No need for thanks. It is those vile beasts who abduct female companions that deserve our contempt." The two lean their heads together, strategizing. The ground-level defenses have undoubtedly been tightened by the merfolk, yet their only weakness lies in aerial vigilance, due to the lack of winged beasts. Given that this incident likely involves familiar faces, they cannot seek assistance from the winged beast tribes connected to the merfolk, but must rely on Shi Rue and Gung Tong. After finalizing their plans, Jian Xiao Qi and Song Lan each return to their respective quarters. Song Lan has arranged for the 4 of them to occupy an entire wooden house, complete with 3 small rooms and an outdoor dining terrace. Upon returning to the wooden house, Jian Xiao Qi shares the details of her conversation with Song Lan with the 3 males. After being driven out, the trio engaged in a brawl, returning covered in mud and the scent of alcohol, before washing themselves clean in the lake. Now, they appear refreshed. After their discussion, they reach a consensus. Hu Zhai will remain to protect Jian Xiao Qi, while Shi Rui and Gung Tung will keep watch over the merfolk tribe from the skies that very night, splitting up to maintain vigilance. Meanwhile, on land, Song Lan's elder brother, Song Rui, the merfolk's prince, along with high-ranking beastmen, is also preparing defenses. Should anything arise in the air, they can coordinate closely to investigate the nefarious beasts. Shi Rui and Gung Tung, accompanied by the maid, go to join Song Rui in keeping watch. They need to ascertain the identity of any airborne troublemakers. Jian Xiao Qi returns to her small room, lying down on the comfortable large bed, and quickly falls into a deep sleep. Remarkably, last night was her bonding night with Shi Rui. After enduring the pain of their first union and a long night of turmoil, it is truly commendable that she has managed to handle so many significant matters. This is all thanks to the support of her awakened first-level abilities and the nourishing Shuyuan fruit, which has greatly enhanced her recovery and stamina. The Shuyuan fruit, indeed, proves to be a remarkable substance, significantly beneficial for the recovery of female bodies and energy. When used in conjunction with spiritual spring water, it greatly enhances her physique and abilities. Now, as soon as she touches the bed, she falls asleep in an instant. Meanwhile, Huzhai quietly pushes the door open. Observing the defenseless female companion, peacefully slumbering, he is filled with mixed emotions. This is the first opportunity he has had to be alone with her since her coming of age. Huzhai finds it impossible to sleep in the adjacent wooden house. This opportunity is one he cannot afford to miss. Yet, what can he possibly do? Clever as she is, Xiao Qi firmly believes that he is incapable of much. Yet he still climbs into bed, wrapping his arms around her from behind, holding her tightly. In his embrace, Xiao Qi is gentle and soft, allowing his kisses without anger or protest, not even raising her tiny claws to scratch him. Huzhai, content with his affections, drifts off to sleep with her in his arms. As dawn breaks, the world brightens. Jian Xiao Qi stretches lazily, letting out a great yawn. Beside her, Shi Rui, reeking of the night due from an overnight vigil, lies soundly asleep. She gently kisses the corner of Shi Rui's mouth before rising to dress and step outside. Huzhai awaits her at the dining table in the outer room. Xiao Qi, it's time for breakfast. Shi Rui and Gung Tung kept watch all night without any new developments. They return to sleep at daybreak. All right, I'll freshen up first. Jian Xiao Qi steps out of the wooden house, descends the stairs, and washes herself in the lake. Standing on the steps, she gazes at the enchanting scenery of the yumming lake under the morning light. Before returning to the table for breakfast, Huzhai, while they catch up on sleep during the day, where shall we wander? Song Lan's maidservant visited earlier, and soon Song Lan will take us on a stroll. That sounds delightful. Not long after breakfast, Song Lan arrives with two maidservants. Xiao Qi, did you sleep well? Jian Xiao Qi smiles, lips pursed. Very well. Song Lan takes her hand, guiding her to sit before a mirror, and personally assists her in applying makeup. As she admires the exquisite look in the mirror, Song Lan feels a sense of accomplishment. Xiao Qi, you're truly beautiful. I once believed I was the most beautiful in this forest. But upon meeting you, I realize there is always someone greater. I shall not harbor any arrogance henceforth. Jian Xiao Qi shakes her head in agreement, reveling in her new hairstyle, replying, I concur. Before meeting you, I too believed I was the most beautiful female in the forest. The two flower-like females exchange smiles. Finally, Song Lan presents a veil, assisting Jian Xiao Qi in donning it as they are to venture out. It is best that her face does not attract too many gazes. Song Lan, however, requires no such concealment, as she is accustomed to revealing her face. Lan I have no other matters to attend to, so I shall teach your maidservants to cook, and we can enjoy a feast of fish for lunch. Excellent. I wish to learn as well. Thus, in the morning, they busily gather at a nearby wooden house. Jian Xiao Qi instructs the maidservants and Song Lan on how to construct a sturdy and durable stove from stones, along with a chimney. This way, when cooking, smoke will not disperse chaotically, preventing choking and dirt. Naturally, the heavy and dirty work is predominantly handled by Huzhai. Before long, a clean stove complete with a chimney is constructed. Following the stove dimensions, they dig a stone pot. Jian Xiao Qi begins to teach them various methods of preparing fish and shrimp, demonstrating frying, ing, and stewing. The four females chatter excitedly as they create delectable dishes, managing to do so without waking the two slumbering males that be noon. The long table is laden with an array of dishes featuring fish, shrimp, crab, and eel. Shirue and Gung Tung finally abandon their soft beds, drawn by the enticing aromas to join the meal. Everyone gathers around, sharing laughter and conversation, indulging in the magnificent view of the lake and mountains as they feast heartily. Songlan expresses heartfelt gratitude for Jian Xiao Qi's efforts that morning. Astute and perceptive as she is, how could she not understand Xiao Qi's intentions? This was not merely a lesson for the three mermaids. It was a teaching moment for the entire mermaid tribe on how to construct such a practical and clean stove. The bountiful spread will undoubtedly be shared by her, the mermaid princess. As a precious gift to the mermaid tribe, Songlan will cherish this bond of friendship. Last night, upon seeing the exquisite beast female, Songlan surmised Jian Xiao Qi's true identity, though she chose to remain silent. The unspoken understanding between the two intelligent and beautiful females does not mar their friendship in the slightest. After lunch, Shirue and Gung Tung resume their slumber, while Jian Xiao Qi, veiled, is led by Songlan to explore the underwater palace. As evening descends, Jian Xiao Qi teaches the art of grilling various fish. The two winged beast males, satiated, prepare for their night watch. On the third night, the anticipated arrival of the malicious beast from the skies finally occurs. Gung Tung, of the fifth tier, is the first to notice three stealthy eagle beasts descending silently from the air onto the rooftops of several wooden houses, having likely scouted the area during the day. Gung Tung quickly signals to Shirue across the way and to Tsang Rue on the ground. The three eagle beasts swiftly transform into human form and stealthily infiltrate the wooden houses, abducting two newly mature females, binding them to their bodies, and soaring into the sky without pause. Shirue and Gung Tung trail them from a distance, hoping to discover their lair and the whereabouts of the females abducted in previous incidents. The pursuit does not last long, as the three eagle beasts head toward the cliff, landing atop it just as dawn approaches. The cliff is surrounded by sheer walls, making escape impossible for ordinary females. They survey the area around the cliff and uncover a hidden, steep path leading upward, navigable by high-tier land beasts. Not far from the base of the cliff lies a common, familiar beast tribe. Unfamiliar with the area, Shirue and Gung Tung return to the mermaid tribe after completing their preliminary reconnaissance. The mermaid prince, Tsang Rue, has gathered many high-tier beasts from the tribe, along with the mermaid's sons-in-law and leaders from friendly neighboring tribes. Awaiting in the council hall, Jian Xiao Qi, having donned a disguise, joins Hu Zai, Songlan, and the others as soon as Gung Tung and Shirue return to report their findings. They set off from the land towards the cliff. Jian Xiao Qi, having masked her scent with, and has Hu Zai carry her along to observe. The land beasts arrive at the base of the cliff 3 hours later. To their surprise, they find themselves in the territory of the Eagle Beast tribe, encompassing this area and the surrounding cliffs which belong to them. The leaders and esteemed elders of several friendly tribes approach the Eagle Beast tribe's leader to demand an explanation. Meanwhile, Gung Tung and Shirue keep a close watch on the cliff to prevent any potential removal of the captured females. Upon their arrival at the cliff, they indeed discover over 20 young females imprisoned. Apart from the dozen mermaids, there are females from other tribes as well. The scene erupts in chaos. However, none of the malicious beasts responsible for their captivity are apprehended. According to the imprisoned females, they were blindfolded and subjected to indignities, confined in dark rooms without ever seeing the faces of their captors. Thus, they could only distinguish one another by scent. Some of the earliest captives have been held here for over half a year. Eagle Beast leader Ing Zhua appears innocent, insisting that a thorough investigation must be conducted. This cliff has been abandoned for many years, once a place for imprisoning errant tribe members. Nevertheless, since such an incident has occurred on their territory, someone must be held accountable, offering an explanation to neighboring tribes. The sheer height of the cliff makes it impossible for ordinary land beasts to ascend. If not the eagle beasts, then it must be another winged beast. Regardless, the true instigator remains fixated on the eagle beasts. Yet, The malevolent creature is exceedingly cautious and cunning, daily spraying the prickly grass-infused water to wash away the surrounding scent. This complicates matters, for only in the presence of the malevolent beast can the females discern and identify. To placate the rising ire of the masses, Ingzhua had no choice but to summon all the Eagle Beast clansmen who were not out at the time, allowing the females to identify them by scent. Gung Tung and Shirei remembered the scent of the three eagle beasts, yet they too failed to locate them. In the end, only one elder of the Eagle Beast clan, the 120-year-old Ingman, was identified, with sharp fangs and a tight-lipped demeanor. Ingman only admitted to the crime, claiming it was his desire to possess more females that led him to abduct and imprison them. At this juncture, the atmosphere of deceit within the Eagle Beast clan was apparent to all, yet no tangible evidence could be grasped. After deliberating, Song Rui and Hu Jia could not uncover the true malevolent beast and decided to return, as there were several injured among the females. However, this matter would not be left unresolved. They would continue to investigate in secret, seeking an opportunity for revenge. In a demonstration of punishment, Ingzhua executed the errant Ingman on the high platform before the council hall, burning him alive in view of the neighbors. With Ingman taking all the blame, the various tribes were finally able to reclaim their females and disperse. Song Rui, accompanied by a dozen rescued females, returned to the mermaid tribe. Among them was a young female named Yu Rong, who, in relation, was Song Rui and Song Lan's distant cousin. Despite her tender age, she was strikingly beautiful and exceptionally brave, often placing herself in front of the malevolent beast to protect her mermaid sisters, enduring severe beatings and now lay on the brink of death, unconscious. The mermaid tribe shamans had examined her, shaking their heads in despair, unable to offer any better solutions. Song Lan and the families of the females held Yu Rong tenderly, weeping softly, their cries soon blending into a chorus of sorrow. The 18-year-old blossom of youth was on the verge of passing, eliciting mournful sound from the rescued females and the gathered tribespeople. Jian Xiao Qi, witnessing the usually cheerful and optimistic Song Lan in such deep anguish for the first time, felt compelled to act. She could not stand idly by and quickly returned to the wooden hut to secretly prepare medicine. Combining spirit spring water with crushed Su Yuan fruit, she created a thin fruit puree and force-fed it to Yu Rong. Before long, Yu Rong stirred awake, and upon seeing her kin and tribespeople in the room, she burst into tears, clinging to her cousin and weeping inconsolably, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Many mermaid residents gathered around, filled with indignation, as the enmity between the mermaids and eagle beasts solidified. Song Rui, gritting his teeth, vowed to the mermaid warriors that they would seek retribution. The events that transpired within the Eagle Beast tribe would soon spread through the forest. And even if the malevolent beast was not captured, it would not dare to commit further misdeeds in the near future. Jian Xiao Qi and her companions prepared to take their leave, as they were indeed anxious to return to the Tiger Beast tribe to prepare for winter storage and the cold season. As the clan leader, Hu Jia could not afford to be away from the tribe for too long. Song Lan felt a deep reluctance to see her go. Representing the mermaids and Yu Rong's family, she prepared 3 boxes of large pearls and an abundance of meat, filling Hu Jia's remaining space as a token of gratitude. Xiao Qi, I truly wish for us to become family. How do you find my elder brother Song Rui? At 28 years old and of the 4th rank, he is no less formidable than your snake and tiger. Song Lan, with her astute heart and delicate sensibility, ardently recommended her elder brother. Jian Xiao Qi, her expression darkened with mischief, found the mermaids to be refreshingly straightforward, which she secretly appreciated. Those with a strong sense of caution often prefer directness, addressing matters head-on without beating around the bush, thus aligning with her preferences, truly unnecessary. I already have enough troubles as it is, and have no such intention for the time being. Moreover, pursuing Song Rui would only bring more complications to the mermaids. Song Lan smiled with a hint of mischief. Though troubles abound, the benefits are far greater. I have faith in you. My brother will undoubtedly advocate for us. Jian Xiao Qi took it as mere banter between sisters. However, Song Rui took note of their exchange. Standing nearby, he had been quietly observing Hu Qi and had overheard the whispered conversation between the 2 young females, with a tall and slender figure, refined features, and flowing red hair cascading casually behind him. His enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with intelligence. That moment. His gaze was contemplative, exuding a blend of gentility and regal presence. Also privy to the conversation were Shi Rui, Hu Jia, and Geng Teng. For reasons unknown, the primal instincts deeply ingrained in the souls of the three strong males stirred restlessly, compelling them to swiftly carry Hu Qi away on their backs. The faster, the better. Tsang Rui's formidable aura made it nearly impossible to overlook. Furthermore, they felt a pressing need to depart, as their space was filled to capacity, naturally prompting thoughts of finding a place to unload. The sensation of unloading would bring a sense of relief. Shi Rui, cradling the wrapped-up Xiao Qi in a fiery fox blanket, flapped his wings vigorously and soared forward, achieving an unprecedented speed and altitude. Even Geng Teng was astonished, never expecting the fourth-rank Shi Rui to make such significant progress. He had never flown so high before. Geng Teng pushed himself harder, eager not to be outdone, thus flying even faster. In just half a day's time, they reached the borders of the Tiger Beast tribe's territory. Hu Jia rode on Geng Teng's back, guiding the way ahead. They landed in a secluded valley surrounded by cliffs, resting on the flat grassland in the center. Jian Xiao Qi disembarked and surveyed her surroundings, exclaiming in awe, "Wow!" The cliffs towered majestically all around, adorned with various vines and unique flowers, rendering the valley a tranquil and hidden paradise. Jian Xiao Qi declared loudly, "From now on, this place shall be called Peach Blossom Valley. What do you all think?" The three strong males had no objections, upon seeing the radiant smile of the young female. They were entirely agreeable. Hu Jia responded, "Xiao Qi, the name you chose is truly lovely. Let it be called Peach Blossom Valley. You will live here for a long time, as this is a rare find." He continued, "Isn't it difficult to find? A land beast cannot overlook from the skies. Yet somehow, we have discovered such a secluded spot, one that even winged beasts soaring above would overlook. It is ideal for seclusion and recuperation." Shi Rui handed her a fruit. Having washed it clean, "Xiao Qi, you must be exhausted. Here, have a Su Yuan fruit." Jian Xiao Qi accepted the fruit from the large serpent with delight, taking a hearty bite and smiling brightly. "Sweet, like biting into a juicy pear. How could I be tired? It is my big serpent who is the one truly exhausted." Shi Rui, affectionately pinching her puffed cheeks, remarked, "You are so easy to please. Your little mouth is still so sweet." Afterward, Shi Rui spread a thick layer of bee skins beneath a large tree near the cave entrance and laid out various delicious and entertaining items acquired from exchanges across the blanket. Meanwhile, Hu Jia and Geng Teng stood nearby, observing the young female on the blanket. Hu Jia, unwilling to be outdone, displayed an assortment of headwear, pearls, and jewels he had acquired through trade, laying them out on the blanket as well. He also offered her a Su Yuan fruit. "Xiao Qi, see if there is anything you like to play with. We could buy more next time you wish for something." "All right," Jian Xiao Qi exclaimed, now holding a Su Yuan fruit in each hand as she sat on the blanket, admiring the shimmering items. Geng Teng also wished to present something fun for Xiao Qi to enjoy. But upon reflecting on his own space, he realized he had been outdone by his brothers. In his space, apart from a large stone bed, 2 water storage stone pots, and a stone pot for bathing. There were also 2 stone pots for cooking, several stone basins, bowls, and chopsticks, as well as a stone table and multiple stone stools, the only shiny crystal cores he had long since given to Hu Jia. If there were anything that could delight the young female, it would only be the Su Yuan fruits, of which he had but 5. He felt a twinge of regret for having taken too few Su Yuan fruits initially. Such a meager offering would hardly be enough to endear him to Xiao Qi, if given another chance. Should he store the stone pots, basins, and stools in his space? After much contemplation, he resolved to do so. After all, he had the largest space, and Xiao Qi would surely need these items. Regardless of where they went, he wanted her to feel at home in his cave. Geng Teng pondered deeply on how to win Xiao Qi's affection. Imitating others, he produced a Su Yuan fruit, casually rubbing it on his leather skirt before bending down to offer it to the young female. The hint of red tinged his otherwise stoic and unsmiling visage, not from shyness, but rather from a slight apprehension of being reprimanded by his brothers. "Xiao Qi, do have a fruit. It smells delightfully sweet. Jian Xiao Qi glanced at the 2 fruits already in her possession, puffed her cheeks, and shook her head, refusing his offer. You only have 5. That's quite few. Gung Teng felt a pang of disdain at being so looked down upon. Was it truly his fault for having so little? After all, he was merely being gracious. Regrettably, he wished he had gathered more Su Yuan fruits. Qi, just eat. Once you're done, I'll go pick more. Jian Xiao Qi immediately shook her head like a rattle drum, insisting, no, it's dangerous. Gung Teng smiled faintly, pressing his lips together. I'm not afraid. It's just a day's round trip. As long as I can make Xiao Qi like me, I fear nothing. Jian Xiao Qi listened to his clumsy flirtations, her gaze reflecting a myriad of unspoken sentiments. This oblivious celestial being had no inkling of the implications of his words. Fortunately, Jian Xiao Qi, had no intention of stooping to his level. Hu Ji, in a fit of irritation, snatched the fruit from his hands, declaring, "The fruit is still mine to keep. I think you're unworthy of preserving Su Yuan fruits. Why not hand over those 4 to me as well?" Gung Teng immediately refused. No way. I still need them to win Xiao Qi's affection. Dream on. She doesn't even like me. How could she possibly like you? Gung Teng fell silent, for the truth of the statement left him no room for rebuttal. His dragon lineage dictated that he must accompany a young female, or else he would suffer greatly. Yet, all he desired was to remain with Xiao Qi and Shi Rui, not with any other female. Xiao Qi's stance was clear. Only if she liked him could he stay by her side. But as it stood, she did not harbor any affection for him, thus complicating matters immensely. Hu Ji pulled him into a cave, urging him to hastily tidy and organize the space, as your Xiao Qi is tired and needs to rest. Gung Teng glanced back at the young female on the blanket. She had already consumed 2 fruits and was now toying with several large pearls. Nodding, he followed Hu Ji and Shi Rui into the cave. This cave was somewhat deeper than the one Shi Rui inhabited. Not long ago, Jian Xiao Qi's mother, Lu Qin, had given birth here. Observing that the mother and offspring were stable and the tribe's environment had calmed, Hu Ji decided to bring Lu Qin and her young back to the tribe for a stable life. Together, Hu Ji and the 2 males cleaned the cave anew. After a discussion among the 3 males, the cave was divided into 2 sections, an inner chamber and an outer chamber. They sealed the wall between the 2 with large stone slabs, leaving only a door. This design would help retain warmth, ensuring the young female would be much more comfortable within. Without hesitation, they set to work, cutting stones into slabs and splitting wood into planks for the partition. Gung Teng retrieved stone beds and stools from the spatial realm, placing them in the inner chamber. All other stone, wooden, and bamboo furnishings were also brought out and arranged in the outer chamber, following their previous layout. Before long, the cave was tidied up. Then they set about building a stove, beginning to prepare lunch. After a flurry of activity, a little while had passed, and by then, Jian Xiao Qi had already curled up on the blanket. Wrapped in a firefox pelt, fast asleep, Hug surveyed the well-settled cave and the stew simmering in the stone pot, clapping his hands. Gung Teng, accompany me back to the tribe to unload. Shi Rui, gather the supplies from your space for Gung Teng. Shi Rui replied. Okay, if he produced the supplies intended for the tiger beast, handing them over to Gung Teng, which included some potatoes, carrots, grains, and the medicine for the young female to give to the tiger beast. Hu Ji added, Peach Garden Valley is very safe. No one knows of its existence. You and Xiao Qi should remain here, avoiding any excursions outside the valley, after we finish our tasks in the tribe. It may take 7 or 8 days before we return. Shi Rui nodded, understanding that they could manage without food. The males could often sustain themselves on raw meat, filling their bellies in no time. As the clan leader, Hu Ji was undoubtedly eager to return. Faced with a myriad of pressing issues, soon, Gung Teng soared away with Hu Ji. Shi Rui rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the sleeping young female. Qi, wake up. It's just the 2 of us now. Jian Xiao Qi, caught between sleep and wakefulness, pouted and murmured her reluctance to be disturbed, wishing to continue her slumber. Shi Rui fixated on her luscious lips, disregarded all else, leaning in to capture her sleepy protest in a fervent kiss. Dazed, Jian Xiao Qi was finally roused, extending her slender arms, eyes still shut, embracing her beast husband as she returned the kiss. Genuine and passionate, the depths of Shi Rui's emerald eyes grew even more profound, his ardor intensifying. It was not until the young female felt breathless that he reluctantly released her, staring at her now glistening and alluring lips. Shi Rui's voice turned husky. Qi, do you wish to eat? Or do you desire me? Big snake, I'm hungry and need to eat more. Jian Xiao Qi blinked her hazy eyes, surprised, thinking she had just dreamt. How fervent he was! Shi Rui pecked her lips again, gritting his teeth. Don't you miss me? We haven't been together for several days. That it's all those winged beasts' fault. We should have had 3 days and nights together. You boasting, didn't you spend the previous 20 years just like that? Jian Xiao Qi teased, pecking at the corner of his mouth nonchalantly that it's not the same. Ever since I have Qi, I am a partnered beastman, which is entirely different from being single. Jian Xiao Qi couldn't help but laugh at his exaggerated pride. You seem to think having a partner is such a great achievement. Shi Rui helped her sit up properly, adjusting the clothing he had disarranged. Qi, Hu Ji and Gung, Tung must envy me that I'm so fortunate. These past few days have felt like a dream. I hardly believe I'm truly bonded with you. Jian Xiao Qi playfully pinched his handsome face. Wake up, you really are bonded now. Your little female is hungry and needs to eat. Shi Rui embraced her again, planting kisses until he finally coaxed her to her feet. They both walked into the cave, settling down at the dining table. Jian Xiao Qi looked around, nodding in approval at the cave's furnishings. The 3 males had effectively transformed the space during her brief nap, making it almost identical to Shi Rui's previous cave. Even her old utensils, stone stools, and daily necessities had been moved over. They had indeed brought the entire cave with them. Oh, how touching. Rui, this place is arranged beautifully, just like our former home. Now I want to miss it so much as Shi Rui served rice. He remarked, from now on, we'll be living here for quite some time. How can we not make it nice? You can stay here, and if you wish to see your mother, you can do so without worrying about not eating or sleeping well. Mother must miss me too. I finally have a little brother and sister. They must be so adorable with their fluffy fur. Shi Rui handed her a bowl of rice, passing her the chopsticks. Qi, your younger siblings are also my younger siblings. I want to see if the little tiger cubs are even cuter than you. They'll be soft and tender right from birth. You'll definitely adore them. Rui, my mother will surely like you. You're handsome, capable, and treat me so well that you've risked your life for me several times. Shi Rui nodded, feeling a twinge of nervousness at the thought of Jian Xiao Qi's mother arriving in a few days. Fearing he might not measure up, worried she would disapprove of him for being a former stray beast. However, Jian Xiao Qi's words reassured him greatly. The 2 beast partners enjoyed their meal, sharing tales of home. After eating, they cleaned up together and tidied the corners of the cave. Next came the inner chamber, which they organized meticulously, laying out bedding and placing frequently used items by the bedside. Like a lazy dog, Shi Rui sprawled on the newly laid fur bed, patting the space beside him, his eyes half closed, hinting, little female, hurry into my bowl. She laughed, it's not even dark yet, and you're already daydreaming. Jian Xiao Qi had no intentions of falling for his ploy and turned to exit the cave. If she obediently laid down, she would undoubtedly be entangled, closing her eyes and reopening them only to find that dawn had arrived. Yet she yearned to explore the grassy expanse beyond the cave. How could Shi Rui allow the little female to escape? After all, he had patiently fed her, eagerly awaiting this moment. With a flick of his thought, his serpentine tail coiled around her waist, effortlessly pulling her back. He flipped over, pinning her beneath him, securing her in place. Jian Xiao Qi mused. Was it I, the one lost in daydreams? Qi, where do you think you're going? The night of bonding requires at least 3 days. You owe me 2 days. Jian Xiao Qi understood that in this place, calling for help was futile. As intelligent as she was, she quickly surrendered. If one cannot win, they must join. This was her principle of dealing with matters. She wrapped her arms around him, nestling against his chest, and playfully asked, Big Snake, have you missed me? Shi Rui held her close. Qi, of course I have. The outcome of provoking her beast husband could not be described as anything but tragic. Competing in strength was futile. When Jian Xiao Qi awoke, her body ached all over. Supporting herself with a hand on her back, she groaned for a while before managing to sit up. Shi Rui appeared utterly satisfied, as if he had been waiting nearby, promptly offering her a freshly cleaned Su Yuan fruit. "Eat quickly. You'll feel better afterward." Jian Xiao Qi glared at him, baring her teeth, and hastily consumed the fruit. Once finished, she felt somewhat relieved. "What time is it now?" "It's midday." "Does that require guessing?" "I'll carry you to eat." Shi Rui pressed his lips together, somewhat smug, clearly pleased with himself, that he added, "It's the third day at noon." Jian Xiao Qi sighed, realizing that this insufferable snake only took advantage of her when no one was around. A well-fed beast husband was in an exceptionally good mood. Shi Rui carried her to the dining table outside the cave, enduring her playful pinches, tugs on her skin, and even bites on his neck with a smile. Clearly enjoying himself, "Don't be angry, my dear. Just be careful not to hurt yourself. Since you're so energetic, shall we continue after the meal?" Jian Xiao Qi was even more irritated. One was angry, while the other coaxed. After much effort, they finally finished their meal and stepped out of the cave. Jian Xiao Qi's legs trembled, and she scratched her scalp in frustration, realizing that the snow was now just 2 days closer. Men truly were a hindrance. They affected her speed in drawing her blade. She admired Song Lan, who managed to remain untouched and emotionally uninvolved. Strolling through the valley, she gazed at the vibrant autumn colors. Her mood lifted. Hand in hand with her beast husband, they explored the entire Peach Blossom Valley, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings and the vegetation. The valley floor was vast, covering over 30 acres, with a mountain spring cascading down, eventually forming a small pond at the bottom, the destination of the water a mystery. Jian Xiao Qi cupped her hands to gather water, its clarity revealing tiny fish and shrimp swimming below. Despite being at the valley's base, it did not feel dark. In the afternoon light, the sun shone brightly on the sunlit slopes. Fruit trees like persimmons, walnuts, and hawthorns thrived, while the shady side of the rocky wall was adorned with dense moss and orchids. Activating her wood-based abilities to explore, she found her powers significantly enhanced, yielding unexpected discoveries. "Big Snake, I found a wonderful place. Shall we go check it out?" "All right." Holding his hand, she turned left and right. And at the foot of a cluster of lychee and mango trees, they stumbled upon a small cave, which they entered. Inside, they discovered a hidden paradise, featuring a spring whose waters overflowed through the rocky crevices. Flowing into the distance, because she had used her abilities to locate the cold-sensitive lychee and mango trees, she deduced the presence of a heat source nearby, thus uncovering the hot spring. The water was pleasantly warm, and the area felt cozy that in winter, her big snake would be cold. With this hot spring nearby, her beast husband would no longer fear the chill. Shi Rui was deeply touched, pulling her closer. "Chi-Chi, you truly care for me." Jian Xiao Qi's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Of course, you're my beast husband." Shi Rui felt a surge of emotion, tightening his grip around her waist and kissing her passionately. Reluctant to let go, nearly losing himself in the moment, Jian Xiao Qi hastily pushed him away, teasingly suggesting, "Big Snake, perhaps you should bathe? You've developed quite an odor." Feeling guilty, Shi Rui immediately released her. Fearing his unkempt state would be off-putting to the little female, find out he wasted no time stripping down and slipping into the hot spring, leaving Jian Xiao Qi blushing, gazing at his well-defined form. She swallowed hard. This big snake had no sense of modesty. Even as a partner, he should not strip so casually and so gracefully. Shi Rui soon submerged in the water, which was slightly hot. But he could endure it. Each winter, he sought warmer places to hibernate. If there was a hot spring, his winter lethargy would be a thing of the past. This was a place her love for him had helped her discover. Shi Rui felt warmth spread through his heart. "Darling, you should join me. I've tested it, and it's delightful." Jian Xiao Qi hesitated, her legs still weak, fearing that entering the water would be akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. "No need. I prefer bathing in the big stone pot. It's too hot here, so I'll wait outside for you." She turned to leave, but suddenly felt a tight grip around her waist. Jian Xiao Qi gasped. In the blink of an eye, she found herself splashed into the hot spring, soaked through. "Chi-Chi, if you run off, I'll worry. It's best for you to stay by my side." Jian Xiao Qi felt a mix of anger and helplessness. "Big snake, you should also learn to care for me. Come, have a Su Yuan fruit." Jian Xiao Qi rolled her eyes, knowing he was just trying to fool her. With resignation, she accepted the fruit. She felt utterly foolish, choosing to seek out a hot spring for fun. It was truly self-inflicted misery. Eventually, Shirue remained in high spirits, and once they returned to the cave, night had fallen once more. Jian Xiao Qi lay on the soft beast skin, sighing, unwilling to let another day slip by without experiencing the joys of harvesting lychees, persimmons, and mangoes. "Shirue, I was planning to pick some fruit." Shirue gently coaxed her. "Rest well. I promise that when you wake, there will be lychees, persimmons, and mangoes waiting for you." "Fine. Chi, forgive me. As winter approaches, I find it hard to stop. You can rest during the cold season." The thought of resting during winter calmed Jian Xiao Qi's frustration. Her big snake would hibernate through the cold, although he could maintain his human form to stay in good shape. However, it consumed more energy and required more food that it was better to rest and hibernate during winter, ensuring he emerged more vigorous the following year, ready to face beasts. Whether human or beast, adhering to the natural order was paramount. Nature always had its own wisdom. The life of the beast couple in the Peach Blossom Valley was serene and sweet, akin to a honeymoon, a divine couple in love, picking fruits, soaking in hot springs, eating, drinking, and resting. Shirei devoted himself to his little female, embodying the ideal beast husband. To please her, Shirei even cleared a large plot of land beside the lychee trees, planting winter wheat, wild onions, and carrots. This area was warm and likely free from frost. Jian Xiao Qi wanted to cultivate carrots to harvest seeds, knowing that in the beast realm, farming was inevitable, with vast stretches of fertile black soil. Not planting crops would be a grave mistake. Jian Xiao Qi explored daily with her abilities, striving to discover various crops and fruit trees. These could be cultivated in her spiritual spring space or within the territory of the tiger beast tribe. It was not her intention for the tiger beasts to become vegetarians. Rather, planting was a necessary step towards civilization from a state of savagery. And so, in this tranquil existence, the 8th day arrived. Hugu and Gung Teng returned to the Peach Blossom Valley with Lu Qin and 2 young cubs. Upon hearing Gung Teng's familiar call from outside, Shirei eagerly took Jian Xiao Qi to greet them. "Mother!" Jian Xiao Qi's eyes immediately fell upon Lu Qin standing beside Hugu. She excitedly rushed forward, tightly embracing her mother. The wish she had during her second self-detonation had finally come true. Lu Qin was indeed her mother, and she was now a child cherished by her mother. Tears filled Liu Qin's eyes as she held her close, exclaiming, "My little Qi, my dear child, at last, I have seen you." The 2 women wept in each other's arms, while Huda and Gung Teng stood nearby, each cradling a bundled little tiger cub, watching the poignant scene unfold. Shirue scratched his head, unsure of when to greet them, fearing that any interruption might disturb their moment. Finally, the mother and daughter had wept enough. Lu Qin wiped her tears and urged, "Come, let us see your younger siblings." Jian Xiaoqi quickly brightened her eyes and looked down at the little cub. There, nestled in Huda's arms, was a small female cub, robust and adorable, sleeping with its mouth half open, tongue curled, as if perpetually prepared to suckle. With each breath, its tiny paws twitched, radiating an overwhelming cuteness. This was truly a little brain cub. Gung Teng's cub was equally charming, even plumper, still snuffling in its sleep as if dreaming of seeking milk. "Mother, the younger siblings are so adorable. How has your body fared after giving birth?" "Oh dear, we've been so caught up in conversation. Let us sit down and talk." Jian Xiaoqi pulled Lu Qin into the cave. Lu Qin was taken aback by the cave's fresh decor. It was even better than the facilities in the tribe. "Qi, did Shirue arrange all this in the cave?" Being called out, Shirue blushed and stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Mother, I am Shir Ui.it was a collaborative effort between me and Shir." Lu Qin appraised him and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. A vigorous young male indeed. My little Shir certainly has an eye for talent." "Shirue, thank you for saving Qi time and again. I am well aware of her deeds." Upon receiving Liu Qin's praise, Shirue felt elated, nearly soaring with joy. "Mother, it is my duty as a beast husband." "Very well," Shire, I've been informed about your relationship with Chier by age. From now on, we are family, so please take a seat. Finally, Jian Xiao Qi had the opportunity to observe Lu Qin. She was just as beautiful and well-proportioned as Jian Xiao Qi remembered, resembling her own appearance to some extent. However, she appeared significantly more haggard than before. This recent upheaval had nearly overwhelmed the usually strong Lu Qin. In her memories, Lu Qin and Jianlan had shared a deeply affectionate bond, even breaking the tradition of polyandry to have only Jianlan as her husband. Their love had flourished for 20 years, and they had only just welcomed 2 more children after a long wait. Jianlan's disappearance had cast a massive shadow over their once happy family. Jian Xiao Qi took out the medicine she had prepared for Lu Qin. Mother, this pill and Su Yuan fruit should be taken 1 each day. I followed this regimen myself. You should take it for a month. It will greatly aid your recovery. Cheer, I cannot bear to take it. I have been recovering well lately. During Anna's absence, I have managed just fine in the tribe. The Su Yuan fruit is hard to come by. It should be safe for you. Jian Xiao Qi urged her. Mother, you are a 4th-tier beast. The tiger tribe is in dire need of high-tier beasts to lead. Moreover, you need to care for the younger siblings and nurse them. Please take it. Shi Rue chimed in. Mother, please eat it. If it's not enough, we can always gather more. Even Gungting joined in, madam. Please feel free to consume the Su Yuan fruit without hesitation. We can always go and pick more. Lu Qin was touched by the earnestness of these young ones and reluctantly accepted their kindness. Very well. I shall take it and see how it goes for a few days. Lu Qin took Jian Xiao Qi's hand and gently stroked her long hair. My little Chira, have you already been intimate with Anna? Have you embraced him? Jian Xiao Qi felt a shiver down her spine and thought, what must come will come. She steeled herself and nodded. Mother, I admit to having kissed and embraced him. But I do not acknowledge him because Huda forced himself on me that I was very angry. It was against my will. Someone bullied me. Please help me teach him a lesson. With that, she shot Huda a fierce glare, thinking that big brute actually went and complained first. How childish. Lu Qin chuckled. My little daughter, if you're unhappy, could you have been kissed? He would have been dead by now, wouldn't he? Jian Xiao Qi recalled the incident and felt frustrated but refrained from expressing it in front of her elders. I did indeed try to stab him with a knife, but I missed. Mother, I want to annul the engagement. Huda keeps bullying me. Lu Qin laughed softly. My dear Qi, you are the offspring of the 6th-tier beast Jianlan and the highest-ranking female beast Lu Qin in the forest. How could you dare to deny it? Having kissed and embraced him, how can you break the engagement? If you kiss him and then abandon him, how will he maintain his pride as the tribe leader? With your scent clinging to him, how could other females ever take an interest? Jian Xiao Qi froze, suddenly realizing how cunning Huda was, and felt trapped. And oh wonder Huda would rather face death than cease kissing and embracing her, leaving his scent behind. It was a clever tactic that would leave her family unable to clarify matters. The scent was difficult to completely mask. Even the prickly grass could only fool outsiders, not those closest to her. Mother, Huda is scheming against me. I refuse to acknowledge it. Jian Xiao Qi gritted her teeth. Lu Qin patted her hand. I am aware of your matters with Anna. He has told me everything. The marriage cannot be annulled. Anna's parents cherish you dearly. They sacrifice for your protection, and we cannot let them down. He may scheme against you, but once he becomes your husband, you can retaliate in kind. My child cannot suffer losses. You can take double revenge later. I will support you. Jian Xiao Qi grew anxious. Mother, I disagree. He is a 4th-tier beast. I cannot overpower him, and I will only be at a greater disadvantage. Lu Qin replied, there are many ways to deal with your own husband. Once you two are bonded, you can retaliate as you wish. Rest assured, my Lu Qin's child will not suffer losses. Jian Xiao Qi's face flushed. Her mother Lu Qin was quite fierce. Was she about to teach her the art of managing a husband? To her surprise, she felt a tinge of anticipation. In no wonder that scoundrel Jianlan was so obedient to Lu Qin. Being a 6th-tier beast in the forest was quite a feat. Jianlan was a formidable tribe leader outside, but turned into a docile little tiger at home, subject to the whims of the female tigers. The thought of Huda being at the mercy of Jian Xiao Qi was unimaginable. He had remained expressionless throughout the entire conversation, seemingly detached from the matters that concerned him most at this moment. He subtly curled the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Shi Rui's expression was equally nonchalant, as if he had long accepted this established fact. It was as if the mere call of mother had transformed him into Liu Qin's obedient child. Liu Qin continued, Shi Rui, the Tanger snake hibernates during the cold season, correct? Shi Rui promptly responded, Mother, yes, it hibernates for at least a month. I've already made arrangements. Good, then. You must know about Hoda and Chiara's situation. Their bond was established 18 years ago that Anna has grown up under my watch, and I have been planning for my children's future all my life. That Anna possesses commendable character, which I value highly. Given the current turmoil, I hope you will not oppose this. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for our family. Shi Rui pressed his lips together and replied, Mother, I will heed my female's wishes. Whatever she decides will be fine with me. Liu Qi nodded, Shi Rui, if you hibernate, you won't be able to keep Chiara warm at night. Even Shi Rui, known for his thick skin, felt a flush of embarrassment at this moment. He could not provide warmth when the female needed it most. And it was brought up by Mother herself. He felt so ashamed. Shi Rui shyly glanced at his female. Jian Xiao Qi was equally blushing. Females in the beast world were straightforward and bold, and she would need to gradually adapt. Her mother certainly considered everything regarding her, even the inability to provide warmth during hibernation. How embarrassing! Liu Qin, however, showed no sign of shame. Then I shall take charge. Before the snow falls this cold season, Anna and Chiara will officially bond. We cannot let Chiara suffer in the cold. Jian Xiao Qi's face turned crimson, and she could no longer struggle or resist. Liu Qin was adept at handling her, and she had no choice but to concede. Liu Qin truly had a way of managing matters. Even the domineering Shi Rui was compliant, not opposing the idea of another male vying for his female. She was genuinely impressed. Her mother was indeed formidable. Jian Xiao Qi decided to submit. She had no parents. Although she lacked nothing in the orphanage, she still yearned for love. However, the love of the dean's mother is so vast that it must be divided into countless portions before one can be exclusively hers. When it comes to all significant matters concerning herself, she can only rely on her own judgment. Yet, in her memories, Liu Qin's love is characterized by indulgence, obsession, and lack of principles, devoted solely to her beloved Xiao Qi. When Jian Xiao Qi is pressured into marriage, she does not feel offended in the slightest. On the contrary, she revels in this possessive and unconditional love, for her mother truly has her best interests at heart. She understands why Liu Qin acts this way. All she needs to do is to soften her demeanor and playfully seek affection from her mother. When Liu Qin sees her daughter's lack of resistance, she feels a great sense of relief as a maternal figure. Everything she does is for her daughter's consideration, taking into account the broader picture and, most importantly, Xiao Qi's safety. Hu Zai is a young man she has carefully selected and watched grow, the one she trusts the most. Fortunately, Xiao Qi does not stubbornly oppose the idea. If she had, Liu Qin would not have forced her. Having nearly lost her child once, she is determined to indulge her daughter's wishes moving forward. Her daughter, Liu Qin's pride, should be free to pursue her desires as she pleases. Thus, the marriage is settled. Hu Zai's spirits visibly soar. Unable to disguise his elation, Geng Teng, with his own agenda, is surprised that Xiao Qi does not need to harbor feelings for Hu Zai to become his mate. All it requires is a few words of support from her mother. Geng Teng bounces the young cub in his arms, clears his throat, and states, Madam, I wish to have Xiao Qi as my mate. Liu Qin gazes at him in astonishment. Do you fancy Xiao Qi? Geng Teng blinks, remaining silent for a long moment, as he himself is unsure of the answer, but he finds himself stumped by her question. Liu Qin chuckles heartily. As for my Xiao Qi's mate, I will only concern myself with a now. The only reason I can decide for a now is that his parents sacrificed themselves for my family. And the companionship was a mutual agreement established by both sets of parents. My family cannot go back on our word to AS for you. If there are other males seeking to be her mate, do not come to me. I have no authority over that. Geng Teng wishes to continue, but is immediately silenced by Hu Zai, and the two large males begin to tussle. Realizing the space is too small for their scuffle, they place the young cub on the table and dash outside together. Liu Qin shakes her head, cradling the young cub in her arms and soothing it. Meanwhile, Jian Xiao Qi, overwhelmed by a barrage of thoughts. Struggles to process everything. She still needs to apologize to the Xiao Qi in her mind and heed her advice. If the Xiao Qi are in her thoughts objects, she would have no choice but to resort to a marriage of convenience. She occupies another's body and will never wrong them. Luqin continues to share with Jian Xiao Qi the current happenings in the tribe, including the efforts of Hu Zai and Geng Teng over the past 7 days to aid the tiger beast tribe. This includes stockpiling potatoes, hunting, trading with the Fox clan for meat, exchanging with the Mermaid clan for dried fish, and teaching the tribe how to build stoves and chimneys, as well as cooking potatoes and dried fish. The pills Hu Zai brought back have proven very effective for many injured tribesmen. Geng Teng, with his 5th-tier strength, has provided tremendous assistance to the tiger beast tribe. Overall, Luqin sees hope for the revival of the tiger beasts. As these young beastmen do not disappoint, taking on this daunting task. Luqin also feels trust and admiration for Geng Teng. However, whether or not to accept him as a mate depends on her daughter's wishes. Luqin also discusses the internal situation of the tiger beasts and the conditions of the surrounding territories. Due to their lack of strength to patrol, slightly distant territories have been seized by outsiders. Although the nearby neighbors have not openly turned hostile, they brazenly intrude to hunt, resulting in a scarce supply of game this year. The territory is also unsafe, and she especially cautions Xiao Qi not to wander indiscriminately. The mother and daughter also discuss Jianlan's disappearance and the unseen forces behind it. Luqin believes it is best not to involve Jian Xiao Qi in the investigation for now. Fearing exposure to the very least, they should endure this cold season before taking action. If Jianlan is alive, he will eventually return. He would certainly not want his family to risk danger in search of him. For revenge and accountability, he must first regain his strength. Luqin succinctly addresses all critical matters with decisive clarity. The atmosphere lightens considerably afterward. Jian Xiao Qi playfully teases the young cub and then pulls Luqin to her feet. "Mother, I will use animal hides to teach you how to make a pouch to carry the young cubs on your body, freeing your hand for tasks in the tribe." Luqin's face softens with a smile. "Ah, you have always been a clever little one, full of ideas." Jian Xiao Qi retreats to another room, retrieves some animal hides, and carefully cuts them into the desired shape, wrapping them around Luqin's chest and back in a specific manner. This way, the pouch on the front can securely hold both young cubs, allowing for easy access for feeding and keeping them warm. With her mate's whereabouts unknown, Luqin becomes exceptionally cautious and vigilant. She will not entrust the young cubs to the care of another female, preferring to keep them close at hand, no matter how tiring it may be. After a few attempts, Luqin quickly learns to tie the animal hide pouches and wrap the young cubs snugly. With the pouches, it becomes significantly easier than carrying 2 in one arm or 1 in each arm, allowing her to have her hands free, even for running and gathering. The cubs will be warm and comfortable under their mother's care. Luqin affectionately strokes her daughter's hair, praising her profusely. "My little Qi, after your experience in the forest, you've indeed grown wiser, and at 18, you've awakened your powers." Jian Xiao Qi then leads her mother through the valley to visit the hot springs, teaching her about lychee, mango, hawthorn, and dendrobium, among other plants. They look forward to their next opportunity to enjoy the hot springs together. In the future, when they encounter these plants, they can collect them for food back in the tribe. The time spent between mother and daughter is always fleeting as twilight descends. Luqin decides it is time to return with the young cubs. Following a recent rebellion within the tribe, the trustworthiness of everyone is uncertain. Being out for too long could easily reveal that Xiao Qi is still alive. Jian Xiao Qi prepares an abundance of food for Luqin to take back. Geng Teng and Hu Zai accompany Luqin and the young cubs back to the tribe. Jian Xiao Qi stands in the valley, watching the group flying away into the sky, lost in thought. Maternal love is like a whirlwind, arriving swiftly and departing just as rapidly. "Cheer. Let us return to the cave and prepare a meal." Jian Xiao Qi clings to his arm. Rui, Hu Zai is also my mate. Will that upset you?" She snake Rui chuckles wryly. "I'm not upset. I'll cook for you. Really not upset. Really not upset. I've thought about it for a long time. Your mother speaks the truth. Although my serpentine nature is inherently domineering, I am a reasonable serpent, and most importantly, I love you." Jian Xiao Qi scrutinizes her mate. Finding him sincere, Snake Rue, I love you too, and no matter what happens between me and anyone else, I will never treat you poorly. I want to bear your children, but I am definitely not an unworthy female. My dear, I know that well. I believe in you. The little female has assured him multiple times that she will bear him children, and Snake Rue takes her hand as they walk back to the cave. In the days to come, Jian Xiao Qi and Snake Rue remain industrious. They gather fruits, wild vegetables, and mushrooms around the cave, process food, and even hone their skills to craft several large stone stoves and chimneys. Outside the cave, the large stoves and stone hearths, combined with long smoke chimneys, ensure that cooking and warmth no longer produce smoke indoors. Additionally, Jian Xiao Qi contemplates constructing a fireplace, and they manage to create one that is both functional and smoke-free. During the cold season, preventing carbon monoxide poisoning is more important than just warmth. The cave entrance is neatly fortified, and they learn to construct doors and windows from wood, using grass and animal hide curtains to block out the cold air. Each day, Gung Tung and Huzai sneak in to carry away food, while also learning to build stoves, chimneys, and fireplaces as well as doors and curtains. Once these tasks are completed, Jian Xiao Qi begins to think about cutting animal hides to make long clothing and warm coats. Huzai trades for 500 animal hides with the Fox clan and teaches the tribespeople to sew long garments. Following Jian Xiao Qi's suggestions, Huzai leads the tribe to excavate several large caves, each equipped with a stove, a large stone hearth, and a fireplace, complete with smoke ducts, doors, windows, and insulated curtains. 300 beastmen are distributed among several caves, living in close quarters, sharing warmth collectively. Let us await the coming year to construct our stone and wooden dwellings. Sufficient provisions of meat and dried fish have been prepared, alongside a considerable stockpile of potatoes, carrots, grains, fruits, nuts, and wild vegetables. An agreement has also been reached with the merfolk for frozen fish, to be retrieved by the tiger beasts once the waters freeze. Even if the supplies for the cold season are plundered, the tiger beasts shall not face starvation, for the marauders disdain the plant-based provisions, preferring only the flesh. While Huzai exhaustively manages the tribe's affairs, he does not neglect to nurture his bond with a young female. Each evening, he trains the transformed Jian Xiao Qi in various combat and hunting techniques on the grass. This education, which should have been imparted by her mother, falls to Huzai. The tiger beast instructor maintains a stern demeanor, rigorously enforcing discipline during training, leaving Jian Xiao Qi often lamenting her aches and injuries. Yet once the training concludes, Huzai swiftly adopts a gentler facade, showering her with touches, kisses, embraces, and playful teasing, seeking affection in return to deepen their connection. Jian Xiao Qi, unable to evade his advances, finds herself acquiescing that to refuse a marriage proposal now would be seen as petulant. She learns to go with the flow. The little beast girl has not been seen for a long time. One wonders where she might be. Finally, one fateful night, she dreams vividly, envisioning herself as the beast world's Xiao Qi, reliving those experiences as her own. The little beast girl is merely a fragment of her journey through that realm. In the end times, Jian Xiao Qi is but another slice of the same existence. Ultimately, they are one and the same, akin to the multiple facets of a single person. Upon awakening, she reflects deeply but soon finds peace. She had so readily accepted this body, embraced her mother Luqin, and even welcomed the profound hatred of the little Xiao Qi. Without hesitation, she would self-destruct if it meant annihilating those 8 vile beasts. It is somewhat unfathomable to her, as only an implacable hatred born of personal experience would drive one to sacrifice oneself for vengeance. For the cold-hearted Jian Xiao Qi of the end times, she is a refined egoist. The likelihood of her sacrificing herself to assist another in seeking retribution is minimal. She would prefer to lie in wait for the opportune moment, ensuring her survival while achieving her objectives. Yet, she did indeed self-destruct. Perhaps, she truly embodies the beast world's Jian Xiao Qi. Throughout, she has never harbored intense animosity towards Huzai. Rather, she possesses a surplus of trust and cannot bear the thought of his demise. He is compatriot, kin, comrade, and mentor, blurring the lines of their emotional connection. Perhaps the little beast girl has journeyed to the end times to fulfill her responsibilities. The weather grows colder, and the frost thickens. The landscape around the cave becomes desolate, with foliage wilting and a palpable sense of melancholy in the air. The harsh winter is imminent. The tiger beast tribe has prepared for the cold season, ensuring everything is in place. At last, the day for Jian Xiao Qi and Huzai to bond has arrived. On this day, Huzai and Gung Tung bring Lu Qin and the cubs to the cave early. Together, they clean and tidy the space, prepare delicious dishes, and engage in light-hearted conversation. After the meal, Shi Rue scrubs the pots and dishes while Jian Xiao Qi sits on a stone bench outside the cave, lost in thought. After a while, Huzai approaches her, holding a wooden box which he opens to reveal its contents. Little Qi, this set of pearl jewelry is a gift from the mermaid princess Song Lan to celebrate our bond. Jian Xiao Qi's eyes light up at the sight of a pearl necklace, a pair of pearl earrings, and a pearl hairpin, all elegantly designed in matching pink hues. She takes the box, acknowledging Song Lan's thoughtfulness. Please convey my gratitude to her when you visit next. Huzai responds tenderly, of course. Tonight, we shall unite as partners. What thoughts occupy your mind? Jian Xiao Qi grins mischievously. I wish to escape, but alas, the mountains surround me that you've reminded me. I shall seek Gungtung. If I plead, he will surely whisk me away. Huzai's expression grows stern. Dare to run, and I shall break your legs. Even before our union, you torment me. I shall inform my mother. Jian Xiao Qi declares. Rising to head towards the cave, Huzai swiftly embraces her from behind, his powerful arms encircling her tightly, fearful she might slip away again. Do not leave. Comply and bond with me. Did you not intend to turn the tables on me during our union night? My mother hasn't taught me yet. I must ask her to. Huzai chuckles, nuzzling her neck. No need to consult your mother. I can teach you, I promise. If you become my partner, I will allow you to torment me to your heart's content. Huzai, have you forsaken your pride as the chieftain of the tiger beasts? Do you aspire to be my lapdog? Being the chieftain is solely for you. Everything I do is for you. Little Qi, will you joyfully pledge your partnership with me tonight? I shall never harm you. I will love you dearly. Jian Xiao Qi's heart softens, and she nods weakly. Ultimately, the union is inevitable. Wearing a reluctant face does not suit the temperament of Jian Xiao Qi as the chieftain and a warrior who has shed blood and sweat for the tribe. Huzai deserves a devoted female companion, deserving of a beautiful night of bonding. It is customary for the chieftain's mate to be from the same tribe, should the beast god designate her as his partner. She too shall learn to love him deeply. Huzai's golden eyes shimmer with a hint of secret joy as he holds her tighter. Let go. I wish to speak with my mother. Very well, he concedes, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek before releasing her. Jian Xiao Qi carries the pearl box into the cave. Mother, come see. I ascend. It beautiful. Lu Qin, having just fed and lulled the two cubs to sleep, approaches. The pearls are exquisite. Tonight, I shall style your hair and adorn you. Why, little cub will undoubtedly look even more enchanting. And now's eyes will surely dazzle. Mother, let us enjoy the hot springs first, and then you can dress me. Agreed. It's the perfect time for us to share secrets. During this period, Jian Xiao Qi crafted 2 sets of long fur clothing for her mother, along with a soft undergarment. She also made vests for her 2 little cubs, who would appear even cuter in them, eliciting a desire to cuddle. Jian Xiao Qi brings the garments for her mother as well, intending to wear them after their soak in the hot springs. The hot spring has been transformed, encircled with smooth pebbles, making it even more comfortable, shrouded in warm, swirling mist. Jian Xiao Qi lathers Lu Qin's hair and massages her back, and after Lu Qin finishes, she helps Jian Xiao Qi as well. Mother, is my father still alive? Jian Xiao Qi must ask, for only a partner would know if their beast husband still lives, when a beast husband dies. The markings on the female vanish. Lu Qin's previously serene expression suddenly darkens with sorrow. Little Qi, the markings are gone, yet I have an enduring feeling that your father still lives. I have also informed the tribe that Jianzhan is alive. This way, his lingering influence remains, offering us some measure of protection. Jian Xiao Qi is immediately engulfed in sadness. Without her father, they are left as a family of 4 bereft. Mother, You have me that I will grow stronger, protect you and the younger siblings, and ensure we are not bullied. Lu Qin, with tears welling in her eyes, continues to wash Jian Xiao Qi's hair. My dear, you must be happy tonight. Bonding with a now is also your father's wish. Your mother and father have awaited this day for 18 years. I shall be joyful. Mother, are you not going to teach me a few moves? Lu Qin smiles through her tears, my beautiful child. Which beast husband would not love and cherish you? You, my dear, are your beast husband's Achilles heel. It will be easy for you to turn the tables. The one who loves you is the easiest to manage. You need not seek your mother's guidance. Jian Xiao Qi finds Lu Qin's words somewhat vague. The long-anticipated mother-daughter secrets of taming husbands and intimate arts seem to be lacking. I do not comprehend your words. You cannot be evasive. You know full well Huzai has bullied and deceived me. Yet you act as though you see nothing and still aid him. Lu Qin, of course, is not being evasive. She speaks the truth, though the young female may not fully grasp it. Why, as a mother, how could she allow others to bully her own child? Lil Qi, Huzai will love you dearly. Your mother will not help you choose the wrong partner. He would never wish for you to shed a single tear. How have I taught you since childhood? If someone bullies you, return the favor doubly. Never retreat, that I believe in your capabilities. Jian Xiao Qi pouts. It seems I am caught in a trap, deceived on both sides that it appears I must rely on myself. Mother, I will undoubtedly find my father. Since you believe he is still alive, he must indeed be. Lu Qin stifled her tears, swallowing hard, and revealed a smile of comfort. Her female offspring is finally grown up. From now on, my little Chier will be an adult, and your father must be waiting to be found by you. Naturally, anyone who dares to bully Jian Xiaoqi will not be spared by her. After enjoying the hot springs, Lu Qin, like all mother beasts, styled her female offspring, adorning her with headpieces and hairpins. Lu Qin showered her with praise, as a mother beast witnessing her daughter take a mate. Her heart swelled with excitement and satisfaction. Finally, as dusk fell, a great bonfire was lit outside the cave, and Lu Qin presided over the mating ceremony. She stood beside Qi Rui and Geng Teng, while opposite them stood the newly adorned Jian Xiaoqi and Huqi. Dressed in a striking red leather outfit with a snowy white fur collar, her skin radiated like white jade, and her long, jet-black hair cascaded down to her waist, held in place by a pearl hairpin that revealed her smooth forehead. Her petite face was exquisitely contoured, making her appear graceful and vibrant. Beside her stood the young male Huqi, who had grown up under Liu Qin's watchful eye, clad in a black leather outfit that exuded solemnity. With an air of cool arrogance, softened by a hint of gentleness, he took the small female's hands in his, facing her with a desire to persuade her before their vows. Little Chia, be my Huqi's female, I allow you to bully me and keep me in check for a lifetime. Is that agreeable? Jian Xiaoqi beamed, her large, obsidian eyes sparkling with mischief. Aner, I promise you, I will be your Huqi's female, loving you, cherishing you, and keeping you in line, never to part ways. And I will bear you several little tiger cubs. Is that acceptable? Huqi was taken aback, his heart racing uncontrollably. The once stoic and serious facade shattered in an instant. He hadn't expected the little female to agree, much less pledge to bear his offspring. With this declaration, no further vows were necessary. He feared she might retract her words later. Huqi quickly added, Little Chia, you must not go back on your word. I will take it seriously. Your mother and the beast god have heard it. Whoever goes back on their word shall be a little dog. Oh dear, Lu Qin, Qi Rui, and Geng Teng were amused. Who would have thought that during such a solemn and sacred moment, this pair of beast mates would stray from the norm? It seemed rather dismissive. But who cared? Sincerity was all that mattered, and the beast god would not mind that a little dog. That was out of the question. Even high-ranking beastmen had their hierarchy, for the sake of not being a little dog. They would never go back on their word. Lu Qin cleared her throat. I, Lu Qin, the mother of Jian Xiaoqi, witnessed the union of Jian Xiaoqi and Huqi under the gaze of the beast god, that I wish for you both to be forever united and to bear tiger cubs soon. Qi Rui coughed a few times. At this moment, he felt compelled to speak as well, especially since Huqi had generously blessed him not long ago. I wish you both a joyous union. Just keep the noise down during the mating night. If it disturbs me, I shall join in. Jian Xiaoqi stifled a laugh. her gaze fixed on her beast husband, Shire, as if to say, "The mischievous tiger will surely bully me tonight, big snake. You must come to my rescue. Thank you in advance." Meanwhile, Hu Qi clenched his fists, almost conjuring a pebble with his powers to hurl at Shi Rui's head. He recalled how he had endured the bitter cold of ice and fire without bothering to interrupt or join in. What audacity Shi Rui had. Gung Tong, too, cleared his throat. I wish you both a happy union. Do have those tiger cubs for me to play with soon." Shirei turned his head, shooting daggers at Gung Tong. Still unsatisfied, he kicked him fiercely. "Am I not your brother? If tiger cubs are born, wound tea that make me look incapable?" Gung Tong looked at Shi Rui with a sense of grievance, unsure of what he had said wrong. With elders present, he could not retort. Hu Qi secretly reveled in the moment. "Shi Rui, you have your day too. I will surely be the first to bear offspring." Lu Qin narrowed her eyes with a smile. Observing the playful antics of the young man, she mused, "Youth is truly wonderful. A male beastman with companions and a team is the greatest blessing the beast god can bestow upon him." Hu Qi, glancing at his two lagging brothers, decided he could do without them tonight. He turned to his little female, his face finally relaxing into a soft smile of happiness. "Let the flowers rain down." The atmosphere crew, Shi Rui and Gung Tong, finally grew tired of their antics and began to shout out. Gung Tong lifted a large stone pot filled with flower petals and, together with Shi Rui, began to scatter them. Displeased with how short the petals fell, they used their powers to create a gust of wind, sending the petals flying across the mountains. Jian Xiao Qi beamed with joy, and Hu Qi, captivated by her, bent down and kissed his mate. The small female was finally his, a dream realized from the age of 8 to 25. He could finally carry his little female back to their nest. During the kiss, Hu Qi, nervous, held Jian Xiao Qi's hand tightly. Would he not be slapped this time? He recalled the bitter sweetness of past kisses, each followed by a slap or multiple slaps, and felt a pang of nostalgia. Though the slaps hadn't hurt much, they had left emotional scars that had become muscle memory. That it felt as if a kiss would always lead to a sore face, as the long kiss ended. There were, to his relief, no slaps, and indeed, no pain. Hu Qi could no longer contain his excitement. He hoisted his little female onto his shoulder and strode towards the cave. Lu Qin, Gung Tong, and Shi Rui watched them until they disappeared from sight. Until the door closed, Gung Tong patted Shi Rui on the shoulder. "Where will you sleep tonight? Where will you sleep tomorrow? Where will you sleep for the next 7 days?" Shi Rui looked despondent. He knew he wouldn't be able to enter the cave for the next 7 days. Gung Tong's words cut deep. He surely intended to jab at his heart. Lu Qin chuckled. "All right, you two, stop teasing. Shi Rui, go wash up and change clothes. Then come back to the tribe with me for a few days, with someone accompanying you. You won't feel lonely and spiral into dark thoughts by the time you return. It might snow. With Hu Qi watching over little Cheer, you can rest assured." Shi Rui nodded heavily, acknowledging her words. With Hu Qi's mating period lasting 7 days, he and Gung Tong would guard the tribe and protect Lu Qin and the others. At the deepest part of the hot springs, a large stone bed had been prepared for their resting place, quiet and warm. Shi Rui, reluctant to leave, followed Gung Tong as they soared away. Inside the bridal chamber, newly decorated, the bedding was all provided by Hu Qi. He helped her sit on the edge of the bed, casually saying, "Little Cheer, call me Ain or Gidge. Tonight, you may bully me as you wish." Jian Xiao Qi looked at him, her lips parting softly. "Ain or Gidge." Hu Qi let out a long, satisfied sigh and smiled knowingly, finally hearing Jian Xiao Qi call him Ain or Gidge again. "My darling, call me that a few more times. I want to hear it." Jian Xiao Qi patiently complied, repeating it several times. With each utterance, her voice grew softer, imbued with deeper emotion, resonating from the depths of her soul, echoing her childhood calls. Jian Xiao Qi suddenly felt a rush of emotion. It turned out that Ain or Gidge truly belonged to her, and she was indeed the little Chierer of her childhood. Her almond-shaped eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, gazed at him with even more affection. Hu Qi rewarded her with a gentle kiss on her cheek. "My little Chierer, your sweet words always charm me in childhood. You call me Ain or Gidge, and I was utterly captivated by you. Now, you've tucked away your little claws and are so obedient. You must know that all those who could support you have left. And it's just us now, right? Are you trying to please me? Afraid I might truly bully you tonight? Jian Xiao Qi lowered her head shyly, her thoughts exposed. Initially, her obedient calling of energy was due to the absence of support here. Her mother, Shirei, and even Gung Tung had flown away. She wasn't foolish. She knew when to yield. What could she do? She could only admit defeat. She vividly recalled the time she had slapped Huchi fiercely, and he had solemnly vowed that on their mating night, she would have to make it up to him. She was scared. How had she not anticipated being slapped in the face so soon? Had she known, she would not have been so defiant back then. Her hands had swollen from the slapping. Jian Xiao Qi raised her head again, asking, "Does calling Aner Gidge still work?" Huchi grinned slyly. "When you find it hard to bear later, just call out a few times. It might just work. Perhaps, the more you shout, the more he cannot bear it." Jian Xiao Qi appeared to be startled, her eyes shimmering as her mind raced to devise a new escape. Hu Ji observed the pitiful display of the little female, aware of her pretense, yet unable to resist teasing her further. "Xiao Qi, I vow to remain your partner forever. Have you forgotten just now?" Only then did Jian Xiao Qi regain her composure. "Brother, my vow shall also remain unchanged. I will never waver for a lifetime. Then do help me out of this. These clothes are rather tight and warm." Jian Xiao Qi wore a face of exasperation, yet dared not refuse, beginning to unfasten the buttons at his neck. This attire was a design by Jian Xiao Qi for the tribal beasts, crafted from fur and leather, with buttons made from polished beast bones. Clearly, at this moment, Hu Ji felt the collar constricting and was unaccustomed to it. Hu Ji silently gazed at her delicate hands as they unfastened his clothing, their touches fleetingly brushing against his chin and body. Finally, growing impatient with the slow pace of the little female, Hu Ji abruptly took matters into his own hands, stripping himself bare and leaving Jian Xiao Qi clad only in her undergarments. Jian Xiao Qi thought, "What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. I might as well lie down." After all, Hu Ji would not dare to truly harm her, and at worst, she would just have to eat a few more Su Yuan fruits. With her eyes tightly shut, she wore a brave expression, which only served to amuse Hu Ji. Though maintaining a stoic demeanor, gently pressed her down onto the thick animal skin mat, his robust form following suit, holding her firmly beneath him as he leaned in to kiss her. Jian Xiao Qi was surprisingly compliant, allowing him to embrace and kiss her, even taking the initiative to snuggle closer to his waist. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Suddenly, Jian Xiao Qi felt a shift in weight, and they had swapped positions. Upon opening her eyes, she gazed quizzically at Hu Ji beneath her. He held her back firmly against him, whispering softly in her ear, "Xiao Qi, weren't you planning to retaliate? This is your chance. Your brother Hu Ji always keeps his promises and will teach you how to strike back." Jian Xiao Qi nearly choked on her own saliva, bewildered by his audacity. Her face began to crack in disbelief. How could she retaliate against him? After all, she could not possibly defeat him. Hu Ji lay back, his bare, solid chest vibrating with laughter, shaking the stone bed beneath them. After a moment, he calmed himself and said indulgently, "My dear, my ears, my tail, and my belly are all quite ticklish. Your brother Hu Ji has not changed. He remains as ticklish as ever. Especially when I hear you sweetly call me brother Hu Ji, it sends shivers down my spine. Whether you can retaliate depends solely on you." As he spoke, his ears and tail began to partially transform, and a pair of fluffy tiger ears appeared atop his head, exuding an adorably vulnerable demeanor. His tail brushed against her arm, appearing to seek her affection. Jian Xiao Qi's eyes lit up with mischief, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Brother Hu Ji, your Xiao Qi remains your Xiao Qi, unchanged in the slightest. You must not backtrack, and you must remain still." Jian Xiao Qi would not allow herself to be at a disadvantage. She was determined to retaliate in kind. Hu Ji gently caressed her back, his gaze soft and affectionate, as if they had returned to their childhood days of innocent play. "Brother Hu Ji, your Xiao Qi is here." Jian Xiao Qi wickedly extended her small hands, pinching his tiger ears. The ears quivered and flopped back. Evading her grasp, Jian Xiao Qi reached out again, and the tiger ears, having nowhere to escape, ultimately fell into her hands, where she fondled, kneaded, and nibbled on them. Alas, poor Jian Xiao Qi, having forgotten the pain of her previous injuries. The consequences of forgetting such scars were severe. They would come back to haunt her, and swiftly at that. She was only aware of the first act, a nostalgic play between childhood friends, reliving their youthful frolics. Yet, she had forgotten that this was the night of their union. How could there not be a second act? This was the sacred right bestowed by the beast god, necessitating a conclusion that moment. It would be Xi's domain, dominant male. He was bound to lead his little female through this crucial step, ensuring the beast mark appeared upon her. How could Xi possibly miss such an opportunity? In that moment, the gentle brother she remembered would transform into a fierce and formidable tiger, and she would be the one devoured by the great beast. The truth proved that calling him brother, I was not only ineffective, but would have the opposite effect. Next time, she would dare not call out recklessly. The second act for Jian Xiao Qi was undeniably tragic, only to become even more so. Unbeknownst to them, dawn broke with brilliance. Hug, appearing quite satisfied, approached the slumbering little female with a freshly washed Su Yuan fruit, gently nudging her awake. Wake up, my dear, and enjoy this fruit. Jian Xiao Qi's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes, swollen from crying, slowly opened. Upon seeing the Su Yuan fruit, she shivered and protested. No, I don't want to eat. I've already had 5. She would be foolish to continue consuming Su Yuan fruits. As each time she did, the repercussions grew harsher. Jian Xiao Qi buried her head deep within the blanket, her entire being exuding refusal. Hu crawled under the blanket from behind, wrapping his arms around her, cheerfully coaxing her. Eating Su Yuan fruits is like having breakfast. I'll make you a delightful chicken stew with mushrooms. Jian Xiao Qi peeked out her fluffy little head. Really? Hu chuckled, finding her adorably cute, especially when she was still groggy. Indeed, Xiao Qi, have I ever lied to you? The moment Jian Xiao Qi recalled last night, her face turned a deep shade of crimson. That mischievous tiger had indeed never deceived her. Yet, she had gained no advantage in the matter. Considering the vast difference in their sizes, she had thoroughly returned the favor. Alas, her mother had underestimated the situation, leaving her daughter to bear the brunt of the consequences. Hu lovingly massaged her slender waist until she felt somewhat better, then helped her sit up, dressing her in clothes and boots while planting a kiss on the corner of her mouth. Finally, he allowed her to eat the Su Yuan fruit on her own. Not long ago, he had already bathed the little female. Hug now went outside to add firewood to the stove. Preparing breakfast. From this day forth, he would be Xiao Qi's male, responsible for ensuring her belly was always full. However, after satisfying her hunger, they would still have to engage in their duties. The union lasted a total of 7 days and should not be squandered. Nevertheless, he was also wary of provoking the little female. When she was angry, she could be quite fearsome. The thought brought a smile to Huji's lips, though he still felt a lingering sting on his back. A reminder that a female tiger was not to be trifled with. Once Jian Xiao Qi finished her fruit and drank some spring water, she gradually regained her composure and stepped out of the inner chamber. Huji naturally prepared warm water for her to brush her teeth, then pulled her to sit at the table, gently combing her hair with a brush that was as if he had done this countless times before. With such ease, Jian Xiao Qi rubbed her eyes and asked, Brother what do you want to do this morning? Is there anything else on your mind? Hu paused. Whatever you wish to do, I shall accompany you. Aren't you going back to the tribe? It looks like it's going to snow heavily. I won't be going back. This is the only time we will be united in this lifetime. Why can't we have a full 7 days of respite? Other males take more than 7 days. They enjoy 10 days in a secluded cave, cuddling with their females. During those 10 days, the little female must rely solely on her mate for care. It is a splendid opportunity to deepen their bond. As he spoke, he cast a lingering glance at Jian Xiao Qi's head, silently accusing her of driving him away on the very first day. Jian Xiao Qi felt as if she could sense her mate's forlorn emotions. She bit her lip, realizing that this infatuated tiger was concocting various excuses to roll around in bed. She had no desire to spend every day cooped up. So she suggested, how about we grind a large stone mill to make some flour and then wrap dumplings? What are those? Are they edible? Jian Xiao Qi explained, yes, they're delicious, truly delectable. Nothing compares to dumplings. Grinding the stone mill is quite labor-intensive. You are strong, and I cannot do it without you. Hu smiled. Of course, I am your male. If I do not assist you, who will? A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Jian Xiao Qi's eyes. Indeed, brother, I was the easiest to manipulate. Her mother had not been mistaken. It was best to take advantage of him. She had intentionally chosen the most laborious task to pass the time and expend his energy. Otherwise, her delicate frame would not withstand it. Deep within the cave lay thousands of pounds of wheat grains, which must be ground before nightfall. Tea would be best to exhaust Huzai, lest he take her to bed too early. At that point, it would be a waste of both time and resources. The Su Yuan fruit must be consumed sparingly. Having tidied her hair, Huzai retrieved the jewelry box and meticulously selected a beautiful pearl hairpin. His face flushing as he recalled the teasing from the previous night. Even now, he could feel a lingering pain, which caused him to involuntarily roll his throat. Huzai pursed his lips, unwilling to dwell on it further, and deftly styled Jian Xiao Qi's hair with the exquisite hairpin. Each action was executed with utmost seriousness. Then, a large hand lifted her chin, scrutinizing the overall effect of her grooming, exclaiming, "Dressed like this, you are even more beautiful. I wish I could hide you away from my eyes alone." Jian Xiao Qi, witnessing his commanding demeanor, playfully bit his finger and inquired, "You've made me look so good. What are your intentions?" Huzai gasped softly, his dark eyes deepening as he contemplated whether to carry her into the cave. After a moment's reflection, considering she had yet to have breakfast, he decided to wait, his true aim being to savor her more deliciously. "Why do you love to bite so much? But I find it quite endearing," he remarked, pulling her closer. Jian Xiao Qi scoffed quietly, amused by her fierce tiger's charm. Yet despite his brashness, he was still her husband. Her heart stirred, and she embraced his waist tightly. One sat while the other stood, wrapped in each other's warmth, savoring the tenderness following their passionate encounter. Suddenly, Jian Xiao Qi's stomach growled, prompting her to sweetly remind, "I am hungry, brother. Please make me something to eat." Huzai, nearly driven to carry her into the cave moments ago, felt her desire for food extinguish his fervor. With a resigned shake of his head, he pinched her cheek. "This little mouth knows how to coax me. Alas, I am utterly captivated by it. What can I do? You have me wrapped around your finger for life." Jian Xiao Qi grinned proudly. For it was true, she genuinely adored brother Anua. Her words came from the heart, which could not help but move him. Huzai refrained from further sweet talk, for Jian Xiao Qi was indeed famished. Her needs were as clarion called. He promptly entered chef mode, expertly cleaning the wild chicken's entrails before chopping it into pieces for the pot. Jian Xiao Qi opened the wooden door to let fresh air into the cave. Standing at the entrance, she inhaled the crisp outdoor air while being enveloped by the tantalizing aroma wafting from within, her cheeks warming once more. She never imagined that her petite frame would attract two powerful beast husbands in such a short span of time. Standing at only 165 centimeters, she found herself in the company of two towering, formidable men, true tigers who were even more fearsome than wolves. The thought made her head spin, the pressure overwhelming. Joy came in double measures. And so did worries that, in this apocalypse, she would surely be the queen of heartless women. But what could she do? She must also conserve her Su Yuan fruit, persevering until she reached the second tier. Jian Xiao Qi supported her chin, squatting at the entrance, lost in thought. After their meal, the beastly couple, brimming with enthusiasm, strolled hand in hand through the valley, digesting their food. The desolate surroundings, stripped of vegetation, appeared quite romantic to the pair so deeply enamored with each other. "Xiao Qi, your token may have to wait until spring. There is no way to venture out in this cold season to seek magical beasts or crystal cores." "What token?" "The demon core. The token of our bond. I never said I wanted one. Back in the marsh, I promised that once you awakened your powers, I would find a better demon core for you to consume." Jian Xiao Qi shook her head. "Anua, I appreciate your intentions. However, you and Shirue have risked your lives to gather so many Su Yuan fruits for me. That already constitutes the finest token of our bond. Besides, I haven't prepared anything for you either. In the beast world, the usual tokens of affection between partners could hardly surpass meat and animal skins. Only those with a bit more flair would possess a token. Shirue was such a one. And now Huzai wished to match that standard. Could you give me the knife that nearly pierced my heart? Jian Xiao Qi blushed, feeling a tad embarrassed recalling the time when she had been so desperate. She halted, grasped both of his hands, and gazed sincerely into his eyes, anew awe. I'm sorry. When I held the dagger, you must have felt immense pain, right? I apologize for having forgotten you for a time. But I remember everything now. Hu Zai's heart stirred, and he instinctively pulled her into an embrace. It's all right. The twists and turns of our acquaintance and bond are sweet when I reflect on them. I merely desire that knife. Shi Rue has won. Jian Xiao Qi bit her lip, realizing that her cool and formidable leader, her fierce tiger husband, was pouting over a mere knife. Was it shameful? After all, it was just a knife. There was no need for jealousy. Her tiger also deserved one of her gifts, the new awe. Aside from the short one, I also possess a long knife. If you prefer the short one. One T Shi Rue overshadow you. Don't blame me for being biased. Then Hu Zai insisted. I only want that short knife. Nothing else. I simply love it. Jian Xiao Qi smiled, conjuring the dagger from her spatial realm. This knife is indeed a knife, but I prefer to call it a dagger. If you like it, I'll gift it to you as a token of our bond. Furthermore, I have a spatial realm with me. I cannot explain why I possess it at the first tier when it typically appears at the second tier. The knife was there from the beginning. Hu Zai did not delve deeper. He believed whatever the little female said. They were now one, sharing honor and shame. So there was no need for suspicion. Hu Zai picked up the knife, examining it closely. Unlike last time, this knife came with a sheath. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a sparkling gem set into the hilt. He treated it like a treasure, delight flashing across his face as he planted a heavy kiss on her cheek. Thank you. My little female, I truly love it. Jian Xiao Qi smiled at him indulgently. Her tiger husband was so easily satisfied. She, too, felt elated. She understood the male's passion and attachment to weapons and knives, for she had once been a warrior herself. Who would have thought that after enduring the apocalypse alone, she would find two lovers in the beast world in such a short time? Most importantly, she loved them both. True love and heartfelt connections are hard to find. And she cherished both as they reveled in each other's affection. Time sped by. Jian Xiao Qi glanced at the sky and urged, Anua, hurry and find a stone mill. We must have dumplings tonight. All right, let us search for a large stone. Hu Zai carefully stored the dagger in his spatial realm, taking her hand as they ascended the mountain in search of suitable stones. Finally, they discovered 3 large, round stones halfway up the slope. Hu Zai, with his immense strength, carry them back to the cave. 2 stones would be fashioned into the upper and lower grinding plates of the stone mill, while the third would serve as the base. Without delay, Jian Xiao Qi marked the cutting lines on the stones with a firewood stick, preparing for the task ahead. She then closed the doors and windows, retreating into the cave to prepare the dumpling filling, listening to the sounds of Hu Zai chiseling the stone outside, shards flying in all directions. After several hours, Hu Zai had completed the stone mill to her specifications, drilling a hole and adding a long stick. Jian Xiao Qi showered him with praise, wrapping her arms around his neck and showering him with kisses. Hu Zai embraced her, feeling a surge of happiness. It was rare for the little female to take the initiative. From now on, he would strive to take on more responsibilities. Xiao Qi, how do we grind the flour? If you keep holding me like this, it will soon be dark. Shall we retreat into the cave? We can grind the flour tomorrow. Jian Xiao Qi quickly released him, rolling her eyes. I'll teach you how to grind. You must learn quickly. This will be your duty at home. All right. Jian Xiao Qi placed the wheat grains in the hole at the center of the stone mill, pushing the wood to turn the upper stone. And soon, floury wheat emerged. Hu Zai was spellbound. Until now, the wheat grains they had exchanged were cooked whole. Although edible, they lacked flavor. He had never imagined that a large stone could grind them into flour. Fearing that the little female might tire herself out, he realized that his evening benefits could very well be at stake. Hastily taking over Jian Xiaoqi's task, he vigorously turned the stone mill in circles to grind the grains. The millstone was quite large, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, and it was heavy. Yet it seemed effortless for Hu Zai to push it. Each exertion caused his muscular arms to swell, presenting a strikingly aesthetic silhouette. Jian Xiaoqi couldn't help but be mesmerized. Her who was indeed a walking embodiment of raw masculinity, a true iron-blooded man. recalling the previous night when she had been tightly enveloped in his strong embrace. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. Thus, one ground the millstone while the other gazed dreamily from the side. Soon, a small basin filled with grains was ground for the first time. The initial powder was rather coarse. So they ground it a second time, resulting in a much finer texture. Her attention finally shifted from admiring Hoo-Hoo to the dumplings, as if they were beckoning her. She suddenly felt that even Hoo-Hoo's impressive physique could not compare to the aroma of the dumplings. After all, one must be well-fed before having the strength to admire Hoo-Hoo. Brother Anua, please continue grinding without pause. Grind a little more and pack it into the leather bag that I will go prepare the dumplings for you. A playful glint appeared in Huzai's dark eyes as he teased. All right, I shall grind a bit longer. How could I dare to stop when you said not to? After all, the needs of the little female are of utmost importance. I wouldn't mind exhausting myself. Jian Xiao Qi felt as if she had been scalded. Quickly comprehending his words, she shot him an annoyed glance before hastily carrying the stone basin back to the cave. Huzai leisurely watched her swaying waist, his gaze deepening. Whenever the little female sought his assistance, her words were particularly sweet, leaving him utterly entranced. Consequently, no matter what task was at hand, he would always acquiesce. From the age of 8 to 15, he had been like a big fool, unable to refuse her. Huzai self-deprecatingly thought that despite his steadiness, intelligence, and wisdom, he had fallen into her hands for life. And it was he who had sought her. The little female had boldly claimed she would consult Lu Qin about how to manage him. That it was a humorous thought, for Lu Qin was quite the perceptive one. Ultimately, she had become his forever, while he would continue to be a simpleton, willingly at her beck and call for a lifetime. By the time the dumplings were finally prepared and cooked, Huzai had ground 2 large pots of flour outside. Brother Huzai, come eat the dumplings. A melodious call echoed from the cave, and Huzai, already enticed by the aroma, quickly set aside the wooden rod and entered the cave. Wash your hands and eat dumplings. The two sat across from each other at the table, picking up their chopsticks to enjoy the dumplings. This time, they had made 2 types of fillings, one with pork and mushrooms, and the other with wild onions and scrambled eggs. Though lacking in seasoning, the quality of the ingredients shone through, showcasing their natural freshness. Huzai devoured several dumplings in quick succession, huffing from the heat. Delicious, simply exquisite. My dear, how did you come up with this? Jian Xiao Qi feigned mystery, teasing him. Oh, it just came to me in a flash of inspiration. Huzai, observing her spirited demeanor, couldn't help but smile. He believed her whimsical words wholeheartedly. He recalled the prophecy from the forest's great shaman regarding Jian Xiao Qi's future. The prophecy foretold that she possessed extraordinary reproductive potential and would awaken her abilities upon reaching adulthood, destined to be a remarkable female. Thus, he was not surprised by her inventive ideas. His gaze deepened further. A female so wise and gifted, no wonder others in the forest coveted her. The mere thought of the time he had lost her, fearing she might have perished, sent a chill through him. Xiao Qi, the dumplings are delightful. Let us eat more. Tomorrow, we must continue your skills training. Jian Xiao Qi froze for a moment, feeling deflated. Why, when enjoying such delectable food, did he have to mention training? Hadn't she already served her husband to the point of exhaustion? Brother Anua, I'm so tired. Didn't we agree on a 7-day rest? I also want to rest for 7 days. Huzai, understanding her thoughts, recognized the limits of her stamina as her teacher and mate. He would not allow her to overexert herself. Xiao Qi, dear, you need to level up to the 2nd tier quickly. That way, you will have some self-defense capabilities, and I can feel more at ease. Jian Xiao Qi's temper flared. Didn't you hear me? I said I want to rest for 7 days. After that, I will train even harder. In a rest, he insisted that I am her teacher, and I decide your training schedule. Jian Xiao Qi snatched his bowl away. If you want to let me rest, then you aren't allowed to eat dumplings that I made them. So I have the final say. She was determined to establish her authority. Newly bonded, they needed to delineate their roles or risk a lifetime of frustration. Huzai stared at the dumplings, bemused by the fiery little female before him, and felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. These past few days, his face had been sore from smiling too much. He reclaimed his bowl and continued to eat dumplings, saying, with Chirue and your mother not here, you must behave. That it was a blatant threat, And this time Jian Xiao Qi was genuinely upset in the blink of an eye. She had stored all the dumplings in her spatial realm. You aren't allowed to eat. Brother Enua is a big bad beast. Despite her bravado, she was not truly afraid that Hu Zai, incredulous, maintained his stance with his mouth agape, chopsticks poised, only to discover that the dumplings he had been about to eat had vanished, as had those in the pot. Thankfully, the ones in his mouth remained, or he would have lost face as a mighty male. Xiao Qi, honestly, it's all right if I don't eat dumplings. Having you here is enough for me. Humph. Another threat. You just think my abilities are too low to compete with you, don't you? Taking advantage of my weakness when no one is around. Seething, Jian Xiao Qi spun around and dashed outside. Hu Zai, momentarily caught off guard, quickly reached out to grab her, but only caught a handful of her hair, fearing it would hurt her, so he released it. He hurriedly stood and chased after her, but as soon as he crossed the cave's threshold, he realized the little female had vanished. Alarm bells rang in his mind, the terror of having lost her once before resurfacing. His heart ached with anxiety as he unleashed his abilities, marking the entire valley as his territory, desperately searching for Jian Xiao Qi's scent and presence. Yet, he could not find her. Xiao Qi, where are you? He called out, panic creeping in. Fear began to envelop Hu Zai as he considered the worst possible outcomes. His legs felt weak, and his breath quickened. Who could have taken her in the blink of an eye? He activated his abilities again, scanning a 2-kilometer radius, yet found nothing. Gradually, his complexion turned pale as he hurriedly scoured every corner, calling her name until his voice was hoarse. In truth, Jian Xiao Qi had not gone anywhere. She was merely hiding in her spatial realm, intending to provoke him. However, seeing his terrified expression and pale face, she realized she had gone too far. Just as Hu Zai was about to signal for Geng Teng and Chirua, Jian Xiao Qi stepped out from her space. Immediately, she was enveloped in a tight embrace, nearly gasping for air. Xiao Qi, where did you go? Who tried to take you? Jian Xiao Qi looked at Hu Zai, trembling and unsteady, and felt a wave of shame wash over her. She clung to him, burying her little head in his embrace in silence. Hu Zai lifted her effortlessly and carried her to the inner chamber, placing her on the bed while gripping her hand tightly, his gaze fixed on her. Xiao Qi, were you scared just now? I wanted to take you. Jian Xiao Qi cupped his face and reassured him. Ugh. No one tried to take me. I was just mad at you and hid in my space. So you couldn't see me. Hu Zai's eyes flickered as he pondered her words for a long time before finally grasping her meaning. You mean you hid in your personal space? And you can come out on your own? Yes, hoo-hoo. Isn't it amazing? Your spaces can only hold inanimate objects, but mine allows me to hide inside. Now that Hu Zai understood the situation, he let out a long sigh of relief and sat beside her. It seemed he had pressured the little female too much, prompting her to hide out of frustration. Yet, having a space to retreat to was indeed a good thing. That Hu Zai found himself both amused and exasperated. Xiao Qi, you little rascal, you nearly scared Enua to death. How should I punish you? Brother Enua, I sent angry that I'll show you my spatial hiding trick again. All right. Hu Zai immediately tightened his embrace. No, once was enough to nearly scare me to death. Jian Xiao Qi struggled to lift herself, cradling his face in her hands with an expression of profound sorrow. I'm truly sorry. I promise I won't dare again. Hu Zai explained. Xiao Qi, the one who should apologize is actually me. I should not have pushed you so hard. My intention was to expedite your training because I feared losing you once more. However, I have come to realize that all you need to do is be my female companion. You need not exert yourself at all. I shall enhance your skills and ensure your safety. My darling, please do not frighten me again. Hu, I understand my mistake. I will not scare you anymore. Let us take a break for 7 days, and after that, I will train diligently. Hu Zai embraced her, gently caressing her silky hair, and his anxious heart gradually found calm. In the future, if danger arises, retreat to your space. As for training, we shall take it slow. I will no longer pressure you. Jian Xiao Qi replied. I cherish you so much. I simply wish to spend these 7 days with you, watching the sun rise and set, wandering through the valleys, and preparing various delightful dishes for you to savor. After 7 days, I will train even harder. I too wish to grow stronger. I do not wish to be merely dependent. I want to stand alongside you. Hu Zai gazed at her with intense eyes, delight blooming within him. Xiao Qi, what did you just say? You like me? Jian Xiao Qi felt both exasperated and amused, for this who always seemed to miss the crux of her words. Of course I like you. Would I let you sleep if I didn't tea? Do you really think I'm timid and submissive? Humph. Jian Ming sought to tease her, and Hu Zai's usually stern face broke into a wide grin. Filled with joy. Xiao Qi, so you do like me. I thought it would take a lifetime for you to come to that realization. Foolish who, with a husband as handsome as you, with such a fine physique, and who treats me well as being responsible towards friends and kin, how could I not love you? Love, you say? Hu Zai's expression remained impassive, but inside his heart fluttered, enveloped in a haze of romantic thoughts. It turned out that not only did the little female have affection for him, but she truly loved him. He tightened his embrace around her. And why, darling, I long to be with you right now. Jian Xiao Qi, startled, felt her legs weaken and quickly interjected. Hu, please, let us continue eating dumplings, shall we? Reluctantly, Hu Zai released her and playfully pinched her nose, resigned. Very well, let us return to eating dumplings. That you frighten me quite enough. If we were to do anything now, I'm not sure I could even manage it. That aren't you pleased with this? Hee. Hu, I have already apologized and acknowledged my mistakes. Please do not be angry. Over the next few days, I will prepare delicious meals for you. All right, seeing you so obedient, I shall let it slide. They returned to the dining table, resuming their dumpling feast. The dumplings were fresh, retaining the same warmth as before. Thanks to the preservation abilities of the space, Hu Zai secretly marveled at his female's extraordinary abilities and talents. Astonished by the extent of her awakened powers, the awakened space of a beastman was also capable of preservation. Yet, no one could hide in their own space. It was a lethal skill, allowing for self-preservation while also enabling a decisive strike against an enemy. However, all talents have their limits. Little Xiao Qi was still quite vulnerable. How could he best protect her, and where could he safely hide her? As he ate, Hu Zai contemplated deeply. Hu, are you full? Shall we make some more dumplings to save for Rui, and Gongtong? Since he had no other thoughts for the evening, he nodded in agreement. After dinner, they worked together, kneading the dough and chopping the meat for the filling. Following her lead, Hu Zai learned to make dumplings, gradually improving after several failed attempts. Does Rui know about your ability to hide in your space? Jian Xiao Qi shook her head at no. I haven't had the chance to tell him. Should I? Hu Zai smirked with pride. I, Hu Zai, have finally outsmarted Rui this once. He has always been him getting the upper hand. This time, I have won. Jian Xiao Qi's expression darkened, finding it rather petty of a large male to compete over such trivial matters. Since I scared you by hiding in the space, I must also frighten She to keep it fair, right? Hu Zai smirked. Good. That is only fair. I too wish to see how anxious Rui gets about you. However, I do feel a bit reluctant to frighten him. What if he ends up crying? Hu Zai pinched her nose, dusting it with flour. You little heartless creature, you can't bear to frighten the stinky snake. Yet you are fine with scaring me half to death? Jian Xiao Qi swayed her slender waist against him. Hu, I've already apologized. All right, let's not dwell on it. How about this, regarding your space? Let things unfold naturally. There is no need to intentionally reveal it to him, nor to deliberately conceal it. That seems fair, does it not? Sounds good. My Hu is simply wonderful, kind to me and to Rui as well. Her little mouth could charm him into saying anything. Stop swaying. If you continue, we shall return to our room so you can sway to your heart's content. Jian Xiao Qi pouted, returning to the stone bench to continue making dumplings. The beastly couple worked together under the light, crafting numerous dumplings, which they stored in Hu Zai's space. As night deepened, they washed up and lay in each other's embrace. Having already expressed their feelings for one another, they seemed closer than ever, even without having acted upon their desires. Hu Zai held her tightly, unable to find sleep. Are you asleep? I am. Hu Zai pondered. Had it not been for the little one explicitly stating her affection for him, he might have genuinely believed she was uninterested in intimacy. Now, he wrestled with the dilemma of whether to proceed or refrain. Finally, he made up his mind and reached out. Just then, Hu Zai's eyes flew open. His defenses had detected an intrusion, But it was not from an enemy tribe. Rather, it was Shi Rui and Gung Tung. These two had no sense of propriety. What business did they have intruding now? Disrupting his moment of intimacy? Hu Zai frowned with frustration, lying still. Before long, hurried footsteps approached, and the door swung open. Shi Rui sneaked into the inner chamber and slipped to the other side of the stone bed. Hu Zai delivered a swift kick, followed by a muffled grunt. "Get out!" Shi Rui protested. "Just for a moment. Let me hold you, and I will leave." Awakened by the familiar scent and embrace, Jian Xiao Qi stirred. Rui, what brings you here?" "Xiao Qi, being apart from you is unbearable. I miss you so much that I cannot sleep. I couldn't help but come to see you. I will only hold you for a moment. Then I'll leave." Jian Xiao Qi embraced him in return. Rui, you should have just come to find me. By the way, I prepared many dumplings for you to enjoy. Hu Zai, now unable to remain still, got up and lit the pig fat lamp. Jian Xiao Qi also sat up. Hu, could you cook dumplings for Rui? Reluctantly, Hu Zai consented. After all, only by satiating them could they leave promptly. He stepped out of the inner chamber and glared at Gung Tung, who was loitering around. Gung Tung, catching the glare, explained it was Shi Rui who insisted on coming back. "I couldn't refuse him. By the way, what smells so delightful? Did you two sneak away and have something good without us?" Hu Zai realized that Gung Tung was merely hungry and had used Shi Rui as an excuse to return. "I have prepared enough for you to enjoy for 10 days with the Longhu pills. I thought you would manage to stay away for a few days, but you only lasted one." Gung Tung, feeling embarrassed at being caught, protested. "One day is hard enough. Shi Rui keeps sighing in front of me, driving me crazy. The Longhu pills are great, but the meals with Xiao Qi are delectable. The communal pot in the tribe is dreadful. In front of so many tiger beastmen, I cannot afford to be picky." That night, Shi Rui tossed and turned, unable to sleep, yearning to return for just a glimpse. Thus, Gung Tung had shamelessly followed along. Hu Zai, if you hand over the delicious food, I will leave immediately. Hu Zai, recalling the dumplings still needing to be cooked, knew they wouldn't manage it, so he resigned himself to cooking for them. Even patiently instructing Gung Tung to expedite their departure, he boiled a large batch of dumplings, setting aside half for them to take back. With that, they should have no reason to return and disrupt him again. As the dumplings cooked, Shi Rui, comforted by the little female's affection, emerged to eat. Gung Tung and Shi Rui devoured the dumplings voraciously, showering compliments in between bites. Having eaten to his fill, Shi Rui glanced at Jian Xiao Qi and felt a pang of jealousy. "Xiao Qi, you made such delicious dumplings for Hu Zai. You didn't make any for me first. If I hadn't come back, I would have gone days without tasting them." Jian Xiao Qi touched her nose, genuinely stating, "I just suddenly thought of making dumplings these past few days. Especially, I have preserved dumplings for you to enjoy upon your return." Shi, what is your contention about this?" Shi Rui, relentless and unyielding, inquired. Chi, between Hu Zai and me, whom do you favor the most?" Jian Xiao Qi, with a face full of exasperation, realized this was a matter of life and death, and no amount of persuasion would make her divulge the answer. Hu Zai also fixed his gaze upon her, awaiting a response. The two formidable males scrutinized their little female with intense focus, while another individual continued to devour their meal with fervor. The scene was undeniably peculiar. Jian Xiao Qi explained, "Of course, I cherish you both. You are both my husbands in the future, I shall ensure that all delectable treats are prepared for you too. I promise." Hu Zai pondered for a moment before saying, "Little one, you are trying to deceive me again. This evening, I shall find a way to extract the truth from you." Jian Xiao Qi was left speechless. She should have feigned sleep earlier, refusing to open her eyes for anyone, and now she regretted emerging from her secluded spot. She stifled a yawn, declaring, "Once you two finish eating, be off. I am tired and wish to sleep." She then promptly retreated to her resting place in front of the three. Hu Zai and Shi Rui exchanged glances. Hu Zai remarked, "If you are full, then be gone. Do not return for 5 days. Should you dare to return early, do not blame me for my lack of hospitality." Shi Rui, feeling somewhat guilty, acknowledged that after their hearty meal, they could take home an ample supply of dumplings. If rationed, these dumplings could sustain them for 5 days. Shirei resolutely grasped Geng Teng's arm, and together they exited the cave, soaring into the sky. Hu Zhai, disinterested in washing pots and pans, hurried back inside to embrace his little female for a restful slumber. While she was still awake, he thought it wise to take advantage of her amiable disposition, especially when she was well rested. Upon awakening, Hu Zhai clung to his little female, lamenting softly in her ear, "After enduring 18 long years, I have finally awaited your maturity." Jian Xiao Qi promptly turned to him. Taking the initiative to silence him with a kiss, Hu Zhai savored the delightful offering from his little female, careful not to overindulge, recognizing the potential for her playful claws to inflict harm, albeit minor. Furthermore, he was resolute in not provoking her to retaliate, leaving him without grounds for complaint. As they finished breakfast, the sun beamed directly into the valley, casting a warm glow. The weather was splendid, and Hu Zhai, recalling his little female's wishes, decided against training and instead proposed they engage in some household chores and prepare a delightful meal together. "Little one, what delectable dish would you like to create for me today? Let us take a stroll and then return. You can knead the dough while I prepare some new delicacies for you." Very well, Hu Zhai thought, filled with enthusiasm at the prospect of delicious food. Eager to be the first to indulge, he could concede defeat to anyone, but he would never allow himself to lose to that insufferable snake. Upon their return from their walk, Hu Zhai exerted tremendous effort grinding the flour, causing the large stone mill to emit smoke from the friction that he aimed to grind all the stored grains into flour by day's end, dividing it between their shared space and animal hide bags. Hu Zhai mused that dumplings made from such flour were exceptionally delightful, perfectly suited for cubs and females alike, and thus he resolved to procure more. He wondered if the herbivorous beast's stall still had any grains left, as he had previously cleared the vendor's stock during his last few visits. The proprietor always greeted him with a cheerful smile. Within the Hu beast tribe, they needed to construct another grinding stone for milling. Upon his return to the tribe, he would ensure its arrangement. Meanwhile, the little female busily kneaded dough in the cave, preparing to make egg pancakes. They possessed a flat stone skillet, pig fat, and the eggs of clucking beasts. With 3 voracious appetites in her company, she knew she had to adopt a strategy akin to feeding swine, preparing an ample quantity to satisfy everyone. Before long, the first egg pancake was ready. The delightful aroma of wheat and eggs wafting through the air, prompting Hu Zhai to abandon his milling. "Come and try the egg pancake," Jian Xiao Qi called out as soon as her words fell. She blinked and found Hu Zhai standing before her. Jian Xiao Qi blinked again in astonishment at how swiftly he had moved. Amused by a sudden thought, she chuckled to herself. Dogs are much like this. They seem lethargic until food is mentioned, then they dart about with incredible speed. With a smile, Jian Xiao Qi coaxed, "The first egg pancake from the misty forest is dedicated to my dear Hu. For you to taste first." Hu Zhai, clearly flattered, did not hesitate and reached for the pancake. Smack! Jian Xiao Qi unceremoniously swatted his paw away. "Go wash your hands. Otherwise you cannot eat." Those words sounded all too familiar. Every evening, the little female would say the same thing. "Go wash up, or you shan't be allowed to eat." Hu Zhai begrudgingly complied. "Little female, may I eat now?" "Yes, just let it cool a bit so it won't burn your mouth." Hu Zhai took a large bite, the softness and flavor surpassing even that of roasted meat. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With egg pancakes available, perhaps Hu beast could become vegetarian, though he wondered if clucking beast eggs counted as such. "Delicious, Xiao Qi. I can feel your love." Jian Xiao Qi, wielding the spatula in one hand and placing her hands on her hips with a playful smirk, teased, "You must be savoring the aroma of clucking beast egg batter. Am I right? How does it taste compared to roasted meat?" Very good, very good." "How did you make it?" "Simply flour, a bit of egg batter, salt, and wild onions, kneaded into a dough, then flattened into pancakes. You can eat while watching me cook." "All right, the second pancake is for Xiao Qi, and the third is for me. You certainly know how to arrange things, ensuring you also benefit while charming me with your own creations." Hu Zhai merely smiled without retort, having learned on the first day that pleasing his little female would guarantee him a share of the meat. When the fourth egg pancake was completed, Hu Zhai had already taken the initiative to start cooking the pancakes himself. Jian Xiao Qi, wielding the rolling pin, diligently flattened the dough, flour flying as her bangs swayed, her ample bosom jiggling. Zhai, captivated by the sight, lost track of a few pancakes in the process. He did not mind the burnt ones. The 10 pancakes he had made before were consumed before they could even sit down for a proper meal, like a tea that moment. Hu Zhai sniffed the air, wondering what delightful aroma wafted through. What is Xiao Qi cooking now? Jian Xiao Qi, grinning with pride, replied, your nose is quite keen. Even buried in mud, you can still detect it. It's clucking beast prepared in a new style I've named beggar-esque chicken. It should be ready now. Is this yet another dish created just for me? Jian Xiao Qi rolled her eyes, deciding to weave a multitude of lies to cover her original fib. Indeed, being with who has awakened my abilities and talents. I racked my brain and finally devised a new dish. Hu Zhai, following the scent, squatted beside the hearth. Where's the beggar-esque chicken? He searched but found nothing. Jian Xiao Qi grabbed a fire poker, clearing away the ashes, finally uncovering the mud-covered chicken that had been buried for over 3 hours. Under Hu Zhai's eager gaze, the clay ball cooled, and upon cracking it open, the enticing aroma of chicken mingled with that of chestnuts wafted forth. Lacking lotus leaves, she had stuffed the chicken-esque cavity with chestnuts and mushrooms. Hu Zhai seized a chicken leg, tearing it off and taking a bite, his eyes sparkling with delight. However, he quickly remembered that he should first offer it to his little female. He hurriedly extended it to her, saying, darling, this is for you. Surely you won, team mine, my drool. Jian Xiao Qi shook her head in disdain, but covered her mouth, giggling. This was the essence of creating culinary delights for a loved one. Witnessing him relish the food brought her more joy than eating herself. Throughout the afternoon, the beastly couple busied themselves learning to cook pancakes and the beggar-esque chicken, experimenting with various ingredients and producing a plethora of delightful dishes. Despite his complaints to Shi Rui and Geng Tong, Hu Zhai still prepared in abundance, reserving it especially for them. He felt as though he had uncovered a new realm of joy. Accompanying his little female in the kitchen was the most engaging endeavor, second only to holding her close during slumber. Most remarkably, after a day spent around the hearth, the little female, who had been so lively and cheerful, was particularly affectionate and proactive at night, leaving Hu Zhai secretly elated. With the dawn of a new day, Hu Zhai arose early. Wrapping his little female snugly in a blanket, he carried her to the highest peak of the cliff. Jian Xiao Qi nestled in Hu Zhai's embrace. Watching the sun rise in the east, captivated by the splendid sights of a new world awakening, she eagerly pounced on her tiger beast husband, basking in the morning glow. Finally, they returned to the cave for breakfast. As Hu Zhai scrubbed the pot, he inquired, today, what does my little female wish to do? By the way, when exchanging furs with the fox tribes Hupong, did you happen to acquire any pelt from the ram-horned beasts? Ideally in white or grayish-white. The tiger, having cleaned his hands, searched through the space, and after a while, produced 3 pieces of sheepskin, the kind that still bore its wool. Jian Xiao Qi gently touched them, finding them precisely to her liking. Tiger, let us spin some yarn today. Yarn is an indispensable item in our daily lives, and we can even knit sweaters and scarves. The tiger had grown accustomed to her whimsical ideas and was not at all surprised by her new suggestions. Although he could not comprehend her words, he observed her actions and quickly grasped their meaning. How shall we proceed? I will assist you. Tiger, please help me by slicing off all the wool. Without hesitation, the tiger retrieved a jeweled dagger and carefully sheared the wool from the sheepskin. The wool was already tanned and clean, ready to be spun into yarn. Jian Xiao Qi fashioned a small tool reminiscent of a spindle from bamboo and began to spin the yarn. As the tiger continued to shear the wool, his warm gaze rested upon her. He recognized the intelligence of his little female. Upon seeing the yarn, he understood its purpose, though the beast world was barren. There were still ropes made from other materials, yet none could compare to the fine, soft texture of wool. Xiao Qi, this yarn could be used to sew skirts from beast hide, correct? Indeed, it can also serve as a wick for lamps. For tying wild vegetables, hanging meat, or even binding hair, as long as there is rope at home, its utility is always found in times of need. Once the tiger finished shearing the wool, he joined her in spinning the yarn. First, they needed to comb and align the fibers, then twist them together to ensure a uniform and sturdy thickness. By lunchtime, the pair had already spun 2 large balls of yarn. Jian Xiao Qi then carved knitting needles from bamboo and began to knit a scarf. The natural color of the wool, although not particularly striking, felt soft and warm to the touch. Xiao Qi, did you make this for me? Tiger, I hope to reserve the first one for my mother during this cold season. Females are more susceptible to the chill than males. The tiger nodded in agreement. Of course. Your mother is also my mother. I shall assist you. Jian Xiao Qi rewarded him with a gentle kiss on the cheek. Thank you, tiger. You are wonderful. The tiger smiled, taking the dagger to shape the knitting needles, then followed her lead to learn how to knit. They sat side by side on the windowsill, basking in the sunlight, quietly conversing as the little female occasionally erupted in laughter. Time flowed gently as the couple cherished their moments of solitude. By evening, Jian Xiao Qi had knitted half of the scarf after learning to knit. The tiger found the wool delightful and proceeded to shear all the wool from the several sheepskins in their space. He planned to teach the tribe members how to spin yarn, knowing that heavy snow would soon blanket the land, making it impossible for females and the elderly to venture outside. Instead of idling in the cave, he preferred to engage in meaningful tasks. Xiao Qi had mentioned that yarn could also be used to knit hats, clothing, and trousers, all of which provided warmth. The tiger resolved to seek out Hupeng to exchange for more sheepskin. After shearing the wool, the tiger watched Xiao Qi, who was focused on knitting, as if she were a precious treasure. Observing her quietly devising plans, he marveled at her ability to sustain the entire tiger beast tribe for half a year. Having spent considerable time with Rui, the tiger had come to understand that the production of refined salt was an idea conceived by Jian Xiao Qi herself. She had also devised the means to trade the refined salt for hides, meat, dried fish, and other provisions such as potatoes, cured meats, and grains that he recalled when he first found Jian Xiao Qi. She had promised to repay the tiger beasts for their protection and sacrifices in her own way. True to her word, she was indeed doing so. Now, it seemed she was contemplating even more schemes to ensure the tribe's survival and a better future. Jian Xiao Qi noticed the tiger gazing at her and smiled as she adjusted her bangs. Tiger, you are so capable that I still want your help. Darling, I am willing to do anything for you. The wool that had been sheared could not go to waste. It could be fashioned into sheepskin bags and pouches, similar to my crossbody bag. The tiger understood her thoughts and agreed. All right, teach me tomorrow, and I'll try to make 1.4 now. I want to knit a scarf and gift my first creation to you. That sounds wonderful. Jian Xiao Qi patted the space beside her. Tiger, sit next to me. I wish to be close to you. Certainly he understood her desire to be near him as the weather grew colder. Were it not for the fireplace in the cave, it would be quite chilly. The tiger draped a blanket over her shoulders and sat closely beside her, concentrating on the knitting. When mealtime arrived, he prepared the food. Noting how the winter water was cold, he could sense that the chill made her somewhat sluggish and reluctant to move. Xiao Qi, if you find it too cold to endure, please cover yourself with a blanket in bed. I can manage that. In previous years, I was more afraid of the cold. This year is much better because I'm a beast-tier orc with protective abilities. All right, then will you still participate in training in a few days? Jian Xiao Qi nodded resolutely. Of course, I will train alongside you, Rui, and Gung Tong, that I keep my promises that I will be your best teacher and help you ascend to the second tier sooner. The tiger understood her intentions and was determined to support her. Why tiger is so good to me, Dada. You remain as sweet-tongued as ever. The tiger relished her words. To him, his female was the best. The couple basked in their sweetness, and time flew by swiftly. In the final days of their week of bonding, Jian Xiao Qi taught the tiger various knitting techniques and crafted several styles of leather crossbody bags and backpacks. She jokingly mentioned her plans to collaborate with Miss Kanglin to sell female and male leather bags in the beast world, hoping to exchange them for more crystal cores. Although the tiger did not fully grasp her words, he did not doubt her. After all, her past boasts had all come to fruition that on the 7th afternoon of their bonding period, the temperature dropped drastically and dark clouds gathered, rendering the sky as gloomy as night. The tiger observed the heavens and predicted, it will snow. The first major snowfall of the cold season will arrive tonight. Anai, has everything been prepared for the tribe in your absence? Jian Xiao Qi rubbed her hands together. Already clad in thick fur-lined long garments and soft fur boots, your mother was once the maid of the tribe leader. Every winter, she would lead the tribe in preparations. She is quite experienced. Besides, we have ample supplies, a fireplace, and suitable clothing. I am very reassured. That is good to know. You wish to return and see them, don't you? It feels unsettling to not know. The tiger replied candidly. Yes, Xiao Qi, I am very happy with you, and I wish to accompany you every day, but I also want to return and check on things. Jian Xiao Qi understood. She too did not favor her beast husband hovering over her without purpose. When Rue returns, you can go back for a few days. But as they discussed Rue, it was not long before Rue and Gung Tung returned. Upon entering the cave, Gung Tung sniffed the air. Xiao Qi, you must have cooked something delicious. I can smell it. How about it? I've managed to resist coming for a few days. Should you not commend me? Jian Xiao Qi shrugged. You are grown now. It feels awkward to praise you. There is indeed food in the cave, and I saved some for you. The tiger brought out the remaining baked chicken and egg pancake for the two of them, still warm, after Rue filled his belly. He explained why he had returned a day early. Tiger, I originally planned to return tomorrow, but with the impending snow, I worried for Xiao Qi. The tiger waved his hand. It's fine. I too wanted to check on the tribe. Let us ensure you're settled first, all right? With the snow approaching, Rue needed to hibernate. The group moved to the hot spring, laying thick dry hay and several layers of beast skin blankets on the large stone bed. Rue transformed into his beast form, curling up in a spiral atop the blankets. Jian Xiao Qi climbed onto him, kissed his head, and said, Big Snake, sleep soundly. I will bring you delicious food every few days. Xiao Qi, you are always welcome to join me in sleep. Every few days, I come to share a slumber with you. Otherwise, you would awaken each day, disrupting your hibernation. Rue nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Hu Jia surveyed the surroundings once more. It was quite warm here. Aside from the sound of the hot springs flowing water, it was remarkably tranquil that Hu Jia disrobed, took up the prickly grass, and washed away the scent of his mate in the hot spring before donning fresh garments. They emerged and returned to the cave. Hu Jia poured a cup of warm water for Gung Tung, and the three of them sat together, discussing matters regarding the recent mating period and the tribe's winter provisions. Hu Jia inquired with meticulous detail, and Gung Tung responded accordingly. It must be said that Gung Tung's arrival has greatly benefited the Tiger Beast tribe. With him, a fifth-tier beastman standing guard, many would-be troublemakers from the A dog tribe were deterred. Each time the Tiger Beast tribe transported goods back and forth, Gung Tung was there to oversee, ensuring everything went smoothly. Occasionally, those who attempted to cause disruption returned in defeat. News, both good and bad, travels swiftly through the forest. Gung Tung, aside from enjoying long hu pills and the meals prepared by Jian Xiao Qi, had no other demands. Hu Jia patted Gung Tung on the shoulder with gratitude, saying, Brother, I owe you much. Without you, I would truly struggle to hold everything together, and no need for formality. You are my brother, Gung Tung replied. Now that everything seems to be going well, we shall see if we can endure the harshest part of winter. Brother, I wish to ask for your assistance. Gung Tung patted his shoulder in return. Hu Jia, do you intend to return to the tribe tonight? Rest assured, I will protect Xiao Qi here. Nothing will happen. Hu Jia paused, realizing he had underestimated Gung Tung's understanding of the world. He could see through his thoughts. Indeed, he did wish to return to the tribe that night. The days surrounding the snowfall are the most perilous, prone to landslides and frostbite. Gung Tung had spent his life in the warmth of the marsh, while Rue, during winter hibernation, lacked experience in battling heavy snow, leaving behind a solitary mother with children to care for. As the tribe's leader, it was unreasonable for Hu Jia not to remain with them during the most trying times. His bond with Jian Xiao Qi remained a secret within the tribe. They were unaware of his recent whereabouts. Gung Tung, you watch over Xiao Qi. I shall return tonight. You stay in the outer room and stoke the fire. It's not too cold yet after the snowfall. And Xiao Qi can manage. Gung Tung thumped his chest. All right, you can count on me to protect Xiao Qi. Hu Jia returned to the inner chamber with Jian Xiao Qi. He retrieved several fine animal skin blankets, gesturing for her to place them in her space, that if it gets cold while sleeping, you can rest in your space first. My dear, once the snow stops and I finish clearing it, I will hurry back to protect both mother and younger siblings. Jian Xiao Qi was not a clingy female. She understood priorities. Go and tend to your matters. I am fine. and can care for myself. Jia pulled her into his embrace tightly for a moment before stepping out of the inner chamber and leaving the valley to return to the tribe. Jian Xiao Qi stood at the doorway, watching as the sky began to sprinkle with snowflakes, the wind howling, foreboding that by morning the mountains might be entirely snowbound. Xiao Qi, close the door, otherwise the cave will become cold. All right, Jian Xiao Qi replied, shutting the door and sitting at the table, taking out a generous handful of long-hu pills and placing them in a bowl. Gung Tung, these are for you. Just 5 each day will suffice. Taking more is futile, truly. Gung Tung pursed his lips, gladly accepting the pills and bowl into his space, asking, Xiao Qi, do you think I consumed the long-hu pills too quickly? Jian Xiao Qi chuckled, covering her mouth. It's not that I find them distasteful. Rather, taking too many serves no purpose. Besides, with the snow falling, where would you find herbs? Gung Tung, it's snowing, the grass is withered, and without herbs, I cannot prepare the pills for you. Do you truly enjoy consuming them? Yes, they grant me boundless energy, especially in combat. But what will you do when winter arrives and there are none to be found? Gung Tung furrowed his brow. Stumped. Had he realized sooner, he would have harvested more herbs before the snowfall. If not for the busy preparations for the Tiger Beast tribe's winter provisions, he would not have forgotten to gather herbs. Gung Tung was a man of few words, yet he executed his tasks with great diligence. When the small female chose to ignore him, he tended to the fireplace, keeping it ablaze. Jian Xiao Qi sat by the light, knitting, suddenly recalling that she had not visited her space for several days. She quickly washed up and returned to the inner chamber to sleep. The outer room, which usually served as a stone bench or table for placing items, was now cleared and covered with animal skins, just enough space for one person to sleep. Gung Tung had no particular demands regarding his living conditions. Even the most humble abode was preferable to the stinking marshes of his first 30 years. A beastman, he could hardly fathom why he had spent 3 decades in such a fetid swamp. Yet, at merely 32 years of age, he had achieved a 5th-tier beast rank, a rare feat in the Qingling continent. He laid down a few animal skins and covered himself with another, foregoing a pillow, and drifted to sleep. The small female in the inner chamber had already fallen into a steady rhythm of breath. Seemingly asleep, Jian Xiao Qi awoke in the middle of the night, sensing the profound silence around her. She quietly entered her space. The spiritual spring within had begun to flow, though being only at the first level. It produced merely 50 drops of water daily. She was reluctant to use the precious water, hoarding it for Gung Tung's consumption. Without herbs to make long-hu pills, she could utilize other ingredients, as the effective components were primarily derived from the spring water. The space available for planting now encompassed 10 acres. Although the spiritual spring water was insufficient, she frequently fetched water from the mountain stream to irrigate her crops, which included fruit trees and grains that, to date, she had harvested crops at least twice and fruits once. During her time gathering fruits in the valley, she discreetly mixed in the produce from her space. In fact, half of what she had harvested had already been transported to the tribe. She believed that this winter, the Tiger Beast tribe would experience a more prosperous season, as so many tribespeople had suffered due to their efforts to protect her. Although she bore no blame, she felt a sense of obligation to repay their kindness. The abundance within her space was not overly difficult to cultivate. It merely required her diligent labor. Aside from a circle of fruit trees and a handful of vegetables, Jian Xiao Qi planned to plant entirely wheat at the present. She was preparing to sow the second batch of wheat seeds, covering 7 acres, a considerable undertaking. The time spent in her mating period with Ujia had delayed her planting by several days. Jian Xiao Qi took up a hoe and began to dig trenches for sowing. After over 3 hours of toil, she was exhausted and returned to her space, pretending to sleep. Yet, scarcely had she closed her eyes for 3 seconds when she suddenly sensed a rush of air. Someone had intruded. Jian Xiao Qi gasped in alarm. Gung Tung quickly covered her mouth, whispering, Xiao Qi, do not shout. We cannot alert Shi Rue. Jian Xiao Qi, still shaken, recognized Gung Tung's voice and regained her composure. Goodness, in the middle of the night, what is Gung Tung doing in my room? He scared me half to death. Gung Tung hurriedly lit a lamp, revealing Jian Xiao Qi wrapped in blankets on the bed. While he stood at the head of the bed, their eyes met, leading to an awkward silence. Jian Xiao Qi was the first to speak. Hey, what are you doing in my room? Are you rising from the dead? Gung Tung, seemingly flustered, replied, Xiao Qi, I didn't hear your breathing, and suddenly I did that I came to check. I didn't expect you to be awake that in truth, Gung Tung had been nearly frightened to death. Hu Jia had tasked him with watching over Xiao Qi, leaving him no room to relax. When he momentarily couldn't hear her breathing, he was terrified to sleep. However, unsure if his ears had deceived him, he refrained from entering. His vigilance was like a protective dome enveloping the cave. As long as the perimeter was secure, Jian Xiao Qi must still be inside. Upon hearing her breath again, he hurried over to investigate. Jian Xiao Qi understood, saying, Hey, if you're not sleeping, why are you listening to my breathing? Bad beast, how am I a bad beast? Xiao Qi, I fear for your safety. All right, you should leave. You're not permitted to listen to my breathing. Gung Tung, puzzled, asked, If I'm not listening to your breathing, what should I listen to? Your heartbeat. Smell wouldn't work. It's the least reliable. Jian Xiao Qi was slightly exasperated, regardless of what you were listening to or smelling. You are not allowed to enter tonight. If you do, I will call Shi Rui to deal with you. Gung Tung nodded. Xiao Qi, it is snowing heavily outside and has yet to stop. I shall step out and promise not to return tonight. With that, he slipped away, closing the door behind him. Jian Xiao Qi looked at the closed door and added, Tomorrow night, the night after, every night thereafter, you're not to come into— Oh, Jian Xiao Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Pondering why Gung Tung was so rigid, due to matters concerning her space, she had nearly scared Hu to death, and now Gung Tung was on the brink of doing the same to her. How swiftly does retribution arrive? She clutched the thick fur blanket and settled back down, feeling wide awake, the fright having chased away her drowsiness. Little did she expect that a high-level beastman was nearby. While it provided a sense of security, it regrettably hindered her mischievous intentions. Sigh. Would she still tend to the fields in the coming days? Jian Xiao Qi contemplated her spatial matters. Could Gung Tung possibly know? She quickly concluded that she had no fear of him discovering it. After all, he was a friend she deeply trusted. From then on, she would let things unfold naturally, allowing him to learn when the time was right. Having cleared her mind of these thoughts, she found a comfortable position and drifted off to sleep. Jian Xiao Qi awoke naturally, enjoying a slumber unmarred by the nightly entanglements of her beast husband, her sleep more fragrant than ever. She thought to herself that, with both beast husbands absent, she could take the opportunity to diligently manage her little farm and her space during the night. More output would equate to quicker upgrades. After lingering in bed for quite a while, she finally mustered the resolve to get up, donning thick clothing and boots before rushing outside to admire the snow-laden landscape. The seasonal changes in this beastly world were a first for her, and she found it utterly fascinating. Upon opening the cave door, she was greeted by the once verdant peach blossom valley, now cloaked in silver. The ground blanketed in pristine white snow, and the heavy flakes continued to fall, showing no signs of abating. She estimated it would snow for several more days. The snow was deep, reaching up to her knees. After frolicking in the snow for a while, Gung Tung, worried she might catch a chill and fearing the repercussions from Hu, hurriedly pulled her back inside. He even kindly bent down to brush the snow off her legs and body. Xiao Qi, what shall we eat for breakfast? Are you hungry again? If so, let me think of something delicious to make. However, if you dare to scare me like last night again, you shall have no treats from me in the future. Gung Tung was momentarily taken aback by the little female tiger's threat, repeatedly promising he would never frighten her again. After last night's incident, Gung Tung was anxious that Xiao Qi might complain to Hu, leading to a brawl between brothers. Then for breakfast, I will prepare steamed egg custard, potato cakes, and carrot meatballs for you. All right, Xiao Qi, hurry up. My stomach is growling. Gung Tung, not entirely aware of what these delicacies entailed, was certain they would be delectable. Thus, he refrained from asking too many questions, fearful that it might delay the little female's cooking. Yet, he was hungry and knew she must be as well. Xiao Qi, you must be hungry too. Here, have some Su Yuan fruit. Gung Tung presented her with all the Su Yuan fruit he had saved. Don't eat it. Keep it for yourself. It won't spoil in your space. One day, you will surely encounter a little female you fancy, and you should save it for her. Gung Tung insisted on giving her the fruit, stating he had no favorites, only wishing to be favored by her. Jian Xiao Qi rolled her eyes, urging him to stop dawdling and clear the snow. Gung Tung, confused, asked, "What do you mean by clearing snow?" Jian Xiao Qi explained, "If we do not labor, we shall have no good food to eat. I wish to see the giant snake later, but with snow in the way, how can I get there? You wouldn't want me to get snow all over me, would you?" Gung Tung declared confidently, "I will ensure you do not touch the snow. I will carry you there. Did your inheritance not inform you that you can only carry the little female you cherish?" Gung Tung was taken aback, scratching his head, uncertain how to respond, for he too was unsure, but he was certain that Snake Rue would never carry another female apart from Xiao Qi. Carrying Lu Qin was a different matter entirely. As she was an elder, Jian Xiao Qi sighed, realizing she was wasting time arguing with someone so oblivious. "All right, go clear the snow. I need to walk to the hot springs to visit Rue, and I cannot get snow on me." "Understood. I shall clear the snow right away." Jian Xiao Qi felt no guilt in directing Gung Tung to work, given that there was an abundance of spiritual spring water available to him, of which she herself was reluctant to consume excessively. After a moment's thought, she pointed to a large door panel against the wall and instructed, "Use this to push the snow aside." Gung Tung understood, assuring her, "Leave it to me. I will absolutely prevent you from getting snow on you." Jian Xiao Qi grinned mischievously, "Then I thank you." Sometimes having a dim-witted deity at her command was rather amusing. Gung Tung took the door panel outside the cave, quickly grasping how to effectively push the snow aside, creating a path suitable for the little female to traverse. However, the heavy snowfall continued, covering the path he had just cleared. He paid it no mind, knowing he had boundless strength to spare. After freshening up, Jian Xiaoqi began pondering how to prepare her delightful dishes. Though she had only theoretical knowledge of these recipes, she had witnessed enough pig runs to know she could manage. Soon, the egg custard was steaming and the potatoes were being cooked while she chopped the meat for the meatballs. Finally, Jian Xiaoqi called out that it was time to eat. Gung Tung dropped the wooden board and rushed into the cave. In 3 large bowls, she arranged the egg custard, potato cakes, and carrot meatballs. Just as he was about to dig in, he caught Jian Xiaoqi's gaze, which carried a hint of warning, causing him to retract his hand swiftly and rush to wash it. At last, Gung Tung tasted the meatballs and couldn't help but nod in approval, exclaiming, "Delicious, truly delicious." Jian Xiaoqi smiled, "You worked hard clearing the snow. Hurry and eat. Everything on the table is for you." "Oh, good." Gung Tung began to eat heartily. Jian Xiaoqi had already served her own portion, placing it before herself. With the winter days being short and nights long, she planned to eat just 2 meals a day. Taking her time, she savored her food while gazing out the window at the snowy landscape. "Gung Tung, what do you think Anua is doing right now? Is she perhaps also clearing snow?" There is quite a distance between the caves, and the females and young of the tribe must also avoid getting snow on them. "She should be," Gung Tung replied. "This snow, though it appears light, can become heavy if it accumulates to a certain thickness, potentially collapsing stone houses or wooden huts. Thus, it is crucial to clear the snow thoroughly, and Anua and my mother must surely understand this principle." Gung Tung quickly finished his portion of food, replying eagerly, "So, I believe your Hu is indeed clearing snow." Jian Xiaoqi pondered, "I hope this winter the tiger beast can endure and our neighbors can too." "What do the neighbors have to do with us? I wish they would freeze to death. They constantly invade the tiger beast territory. So many wicked beasts." Jian Xiaoqi shook her head. "You only know one side, but not the other. When the neighbors can no longer endure, they might resort to desperate measures, and when that time comes, they will risk their lives to steal from whom? It will be from the tiger beasts who have food." Gung Tung was not lacking in intelligence. He simply had not considered such complex relationships before. However, he quickly grasped her point that you're worried that the neighbors will disturb the tiger beasts, right? Worry not. I will deal with anyone who dares to approach, and I shall show no mercy. Jian Xiaoqi nodded. Often, when it comes to plundering, the first time leads to a second, that if they succeed the first time, more beastmen will come to raid because they are unafraid of you, seeing you as weak. Many tribes might even swarm together to attack. Thus, if the first beastman dares to raid, we must eliminate them entirely without mercy. This is what we call killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. If we kill the first offender, the following would-be invaders will be deterred. Gung Tung understood, and true to his nature, he would indeed eliminate them all. Xiao Qi is right. Xiao Qi, the snow is still falling. You must go see Snake Rue while I continue to push the snow. The places I just cleared are already covered again. D. Oh, you know why I asked you to push the snow while it was falling? Because the thicker the snow, the harder it becomes to move. Gung Tung chuckled proudly. Do you not see who I am? Just because other beastmen cannot move it does not mean I cannot. Jian Xiao Qi felt frustrated, realizing once again she had misjudged Gung Tung based on her habitual thinking. All right. I will teach you to make these 3 dishes later. If you learn to make more, you can bring some to Rue and save some for Hu. And we must leave some for my mother as well. Okay, I enjoy learning. That way, when I want to eat, I can make it myself without needing to please you. Jian Xiao Qi gazed at Gung Tong's candid words, finding them not at all peculiar, but rather heartwarming. She had an affinity for dealing with straightforward individuals, as it spared her from emotional exhaustion. Silently, Jian Xiao Qi finished her portion and retreated to the inner room to weave a scarf. After dining, Gung Tung washed the dishes and attended to household chores in the afternoon. Jian Xiao Qi instructed Gung Tung on how to prepare steamed eggs, fried meatballs, and potato pancakes, producing an abundance of dishes to store. Subsequently, she collaborated with Gung Tung to brew dendrobium tea, gathered from the shadowy cliffs of the secluded valley, having collected an ample supply. After all, Shi Rue could soar, effortlessly cutting the stems while preserving their roots for future harvests. Once the dendrobium tea was prepared, Jian Xiao Qi attempted to brew the first pot. Gung Tung, do try the dendrobium tea. It is highly nourishing for the body. There is little to do this cold season, so it's a good time to replenish. Gung Tung took a sip, finding it lacking in distinct flavor, merely reminiscent of fresh grass. Xiao Qi, dendrobium tea cannot compare to Longhu pills. Jian Xiao Qi chuckled. Without herbs, one cannot make Longhu pills. You're only worthy of this. Gung Tung replied, but dendrobium is also an herb. Wouldn't it be better to combine it with Longhu pills? Oh, how did I not think of that? Gung Tung, you don't seem foolish at all. When have I ever been foolish? Jian Xiao Qi rubbed her hands together, asserting, not foolish at all, that we have plenty of dendrobium left. You chop it into pieces and grind it into powder, and I will form it into pills. Leave it to me. Jian Xiao Qi found a large stone and instructed Gung Tung to fashion it into a mortar. He chopped the dendrobium into fine segments and pounded it into a paste within a mortar. After all, the laborious tasks were all Gung Tung's responsibility. Her sole task was to mix the dendrobium powder with some roasted flour, egg whites, and spring water, kneading it into a dough for the pills. As night fell, they had managed to create a large basin of dendrobium pills. 3 large males prepared to each take a portion for their own storage, to consume at their leisure. Jian Xiaoqi reserved a share for Lu Qin. As darkness enveloped the landscape, the heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating. On this snowy night, the world was illuminated. Jian Xiaoqi cradled several thick animal hides, while Gung Tung carried the prepared food as they made their way towards the hot spring. Upon entering the hot spring area, Shi Rue lay in his usual position, still asleep, seemingly undisturbed. Jian Xiaoqi climbed onto his coiled form, embracing his head, and kissed him. Great serpent, awaken. I have brought you food. Shi Rue stirred, gazing at his little female companion, warmth flooding his heart. Why, precious Xiao Qi, you have come to see me. Indeed, eat up. I will feed you. Very well. Shi Rue obediently allowed his little female to feed him, consuming a large pot of food along with many dendrobium pills. Rue, I will keep you company tonight. I have brought blankets. Good. I enjoy having you by my side, Xiao Qi. Jian Xiaoqi spread the animal hides over Shi Rue's body and nestled in the hollow of his coiled form, covering herself with thick blankets, using his body as a pillow. Shi Rue nuzzled her cheek, resting his chin gently on her blanket. Together, they drifted into a tranquil slumber. Meanwhile, Gung Tung transformed into his dragon form, curling up on the damp pebbles beside the hot spring, finding comfort in the moist environment, as dragons naturally preferred such conditions. However, Jian Xiaoqi, in this damp setting, only dared to spend this one night, planning to return to accompany Shi Rue in a few days. During the day, Jian Xiaoqi returned to the cave, where the snow had not ceased, and without the arrival of Hu Ji, she continued to weave the scarf. Gung Tung kept her company, tending the fireplace and preparing 2 meals for her. Finally, the scarf was complete. She tried it on, feeling its warmth. It was her first gift for her mother, propping her chin on her hand. She stared out the window, longing for Hu Ji to bring Lu Qin and place the scarf around her neck, knowing her mother would surely praise her. Xiao Qi, are you wishing to go out and play? Yes, I want to train outside. Nuo was supposed to teach me skills, but due to the heavy snow, he returned to the tribe, so it has to be postponed. The snow is everywhere. How can you train? You must not touch the snow. Jian Xiao Qi smiled. Have you forgotten? I am not like ordinary females. I have awakened my powers. Besides, my tiger form can certainly run in the snow. A tiger traversing snow is quite a sight. Gung Tung remarked, I am a 5th-tier beastman. I can teach you skills as well. Let us go now. Jian Xiao Qi slapped her forehead, realizing, of course, whether you or Hu, you can teach me amply. Let us go. Gung Tung, observing Xiao Qi's radiant smile, silently followed her out of the cave. In the training area cleared outside the cave, Jian Xiao Qi stood behind a large tree. Hey, turn around first, facing the cave entrance. Gung Tung obediently faced the cave. Jian Xiao Qi stripped off her clothing, transforming into a yellow and white striped tiger standing in the center of the training ground. Her form was significantly smaller than Hu Ji's, particularly with a more slender waist. With a tiger's head and large eyes, her lashes were remarkably long, giving her an innocent yet fierce appearance. Compared to Hu Ji's intimidating presence, she resembled a playful cub, evoking an irresistible urge to touch her. Without needing to turn around, Gung Tung knew everything that transpired behind him and shed his clothes, transforming into a magnificent Long. However, in this moment, Jian Xiao Qi was rather weak, only capable of having him extend his tail to accompany her practice. Thus, Jian Xiao Qi engaged with the dragon's tail, learning various skills such as pouncing and wrestling in the thick snow. Gung Tung, a 5th-tier beastman, was no mere plaything. No matter how Jian Xiao Qi attempted to pounce or maneuver, she could not catch him, nor could she even graze his tail. Time and again, she found herself rolling in the snow. Exhausted, Jian Xiao Qi, however, was not one to concede easily. She grew more determined as she faced challenges. After several hours, utterly worn out, she lay sprawled in the snow, having failed to touch Gung Tung's tail. Frustrated, she remained motionless, devoid of any sense of achievement. Gung Tung was too straightforward, offering no encouragement before increasing the difficulty. When she sparred with Hu Ji, she could at least make contact. Gung Tung, effortlessly soaring into the air, was entirely out of reach. Finding amusement in teasing her, Gung Tung flicked his tail above her head, beckoning her to pounce. Despite his provocations, Jian Xiao Qi pretended not to notice as Gung Tung swayed closer. She maintained her stance of indifference, lying still. Suddenly, Jian Xiao Qi executed a roll and launched a surprise attack, grabbing the dragon's tail and biting down hard. Instantly, Gung Tung felt a tingle spread throughout his body, an unfamiliar sensation overwhelming him, causing him to forget to flap his wings to maintain his hovering position. Losing his balance, his entire dragon form thudded into the snow, sending snowflakes flying and burying Jian Xiao Qi beneath them. Once Gung Tung regained his senses, he quickly used all 4 limbs to dig her out, cradling her in his arms and shaking her gently. Xiao Qi, are you all right? Jian Xiao Qi, unsure whether she was being shaken or feeling triumphant, laughed heartily. Gung Tung, you lost? I finally won against you in the realm of strategy. She felt no shame in employing cleverness. Gung Tung stared at her, with her tiger features and fluffy fur, soft and warm, rendered speechless for a long moment. This feeling was so unfamiliar that it left him momentarily bewildered. Gung Tung remained silent, unsure of what to say. Gung Tung, why are you silent in defeat? Hurry and admit your loss. I concede. Let us end training here for today. We'll continue tomorrow, and you can keep being my sparring partner. Jian Xiao Qi wriggled free from his embrace, standing in the snow, shaking off the powdery flakes that clung to her fur. And then, brimming with vitality, she walked behind a large tree to transform back and put her clothes on. Without acknowledging the still-stunned Gung Tung, Jian Xiao Qi headed straight for the hot spring pool. Covered in sweat from training, she decided to take a bath before returning for dinner and some rest. When she returned from her bath, Gung Tung was busy preparing the evening meal. She went to the inner room to change her coat, then settled at the head of the bed, picking up her knitting to continue working on the scarf intended for her family Hu and She. Her mother had advised her to treat both equally. So it was only fitting that the scarves be made together. Jian Xiao Qi caught the aroma of the finished meal. She emerged to take her place at the dining table. For dinner, they had chicken stewed with mushrooms and potatoes braised with ribs, accompanied by baked flatbreads. Jian Xiao Qi, feeling famished after such an intense training session, wasted no time in digging in. How salty is this? Gung Tung. How much salt did you put in the chicken stew? Gung Tung paused, quickly sampling the dish, and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Xiao Qi, it is indeed a bit salty. Just eat something else. All right. Next time, add more water and ingredients. It can still be enjoyable without waste. Gung Ting nodded in agreement and returned to his plate, completely engrossed in the overly salty chicken stew. Jian Xiao Qi swiftly snatched a platter of food away. Never mind, I'm not blaming you. Just stop eating Gung Tung continued to focus on other dishes. Jian Xiao Qi paid little attention to him. After finishing her meal, she resumed knitting the scarf, succumbing to fatigue and drifting off to sleep. Thus, in the days that followed, amidst the heavy snowfall, Gung Tung accompanied her in training every afternoon, while she knitted in the evenings, ventured into her space at midnight to tend to her wheat crops, and enjoyed lazy mornings. Eventually, they awaited a break in the snow, and once it ceased and the skies cleared, Gung Tung hurriedly went out to shovel snow. This time, he only needed to clear it once, leaving the entire path devoid of snow. Gung Tung, I suspect who will be returning soon to IT is about time. Once the snow stops, I'll clear it again for the tribe, and then he'll come back to see you. Jian Xiao Qi pursed her lips, turning back into the house to prepare gifts for Lu Qin. She gathered a large basin of egg custard, potato cakes, radish balls, and stone orchid pills, along with the scarves and wool vests she had made for her younger siblings. After a moment's thought, she also retrieved a bounty of goat milk fruits from her space, placing them on the table. The goat milk fruits and egg custard were primarily for her younger siblings, who, while still nursing, could also have some supplementary food. Her mother, busy with various chores, had no time to prepare such delicacies. All these treats were stored in Lu Qin's space for easy access. Indeed, in the afternoon, Zai returned, bringing Lu Qin and the cubs along. Mother, I've been waiting for you. It's quite dull here on my own. Lu Qin affectionately stroked her hair, with a mighty dragon by your side. How can it be dull? If it becomes boring, go practice fighting in the snow with him. Jian Xiao Qi's eyes sparkled. Mother, you truly understand me. I've been sparring with the great dragon every day, and I feel my skills have improved significantly. I've even won a few bouts. Lu Qin ushered her into the cave, while Zai carried a cub in each arm, following closely behind. He gently placed the cubs on a small bed in the outer room, turning back to say, "Little ungrateful one, it's been days since we last met, and you didn't even hug me first. As soon as you saw Mother, you forgot your beast husband." Jian Xiao Qi quickly set Lu Qin down and embraced him. "I thought of you too. I saved so many delicious treats for you." Only then did Zai feel appeased. Jian Xiao Qi then approached her younger siblings, gently caressing their little faces and inhaling their familiar scents. They had grown plumper since their last meeting, their fluffy bodies clad in cozy little leather vests she had sewn by hand, which filled her with warmth. As a solitary soul in the apocalypse, she had unexpectedly found siblings here. Perhaps she was fortunate enough to reunite with her father. Jian Tan, thus becoming a person blessed with parents, siblings, and a husband. Heaven seemed to be favoring her. The four adults gathered around the table, discussing events in the tiger beast tribe during the heavy snow. Thanks to their meticulous planning and precautionary measures, they had encountered no perils during the snowfall. Following that devastating fire, the stone and wooden houses had been rebuilt, and snow was cleared in advance. Preventing any collapses, the warehouses and caves remained intact, and none of the beastmen suffered frostbite. Instead, they found the caves cozier than in previous years, where the cold had made the cubs cry. This year, the fireplace had played a crucial role. All these achievements were due to Jian Xiao Qi's efforts. Lu Qin beamed with pride, holding her daughter's hand tightly, since her beast husband was absent. Her protective instincts for her cubs had intensified, and she worried greatly for their safety. She longed to have all three cubs by her side, able to see them every day. However, for now, her daughter needed to remain hidden. And she couldn't leave the tribe for too long. As the former mate of the tribe's leader, she had earned everyone's trust. Understanding Lu Qin's thoughts, Jian Xiao Qi resolved to swiftly remove obstacles and strive to return to the tribe in the spring, living together with her mother and siblings. Mother, all this food and fruit on the table is for you. Please pack it away. All right, I am truly grateful. Lu Qin gathered the food, including the large basin, into her space. The egg custard and goat milk fruit juice would be fed to the cubs each day, alleviating some of the pressure on nursing and ensuring they grew stronger. Good, my clever daughter has thought of everything. Jian Xiao Qi smiled silently. Wrapping the scarf around Lu Q, I remarked, Mother, this scarf was specially knitted for you by the Xiao Q. It looks lovely on you. Lu Qin touched the soft scarf, her eyes glistening with tears. It should have been the mother making clothes for the daughter. It seems the roles have reversed. Once things settle down next year, you can make me some. I am looking forward to it. Lu Qin nodded with a smile, eager to craft clothes and scarf for her daughter once the tribe was secure. During Huzaya's absence, he had already been teaching the tribe how to weave clothes and make dumplings and flatbreads. Therefore, Lu Qin intended to learn and make clothes for Xiao Qi. Jian Xiao Qi elaborated on how to consume the stone orchid pills, urging her to try them throughout the winter. Then, they all pitched in to prepare a reunion feast. With that, Lu Qin hurried back to the tribe with her cubs, and Geng Teng accompanied them. Huzai wrapped his arm around Jian Xiao Qi's shoulder, leading her into the cave. Xiao Qi, don't be sad. We'll move back to the tribe in spring, I promise. All right, whether it's wolves, leopards, or eagles behind the scenes, we must settle the score to my little female tiger. Do you have any plans? Jian Xiao Qi was indeed consumed with thoughts of revenge and unearthing the masterminds behind their troubles. She could not swallow her pride without retribution. Each time she saw the worry etched on Lu Qin's face, her resolve only deepened. Of course, I have some ideas. Let us discuss the specifics slowly. No problem, but you must accompany me tonight. Jian Xiao Qi's expression darkened. She couldn't venture into her space to tend to her crops tonight. His tiger really is ferocious. The only thing that can make him pause is the display of female tigress claws, who would want to show off their claws while lounging in bed. She wished to be a gentle and virtuous wife, but circumstances did not permit. Jian Xiao Qi's thoughts began to swirl again. The sun had just set, akin to around 5 p.m. in modern times. As the cold season brought shorter days and longer nights, grabbing one of his hands, she shook it playfully. We agreed that training would commence 7 days after becoming partners. We can't delay any longer due to the snow. Let us go practice now. It's perfect. We can tire ourselves out and sleep afterward. Huzai was reluctant, remaining still as she pulled him along. I haven't seen you in several days. Let us just rest tonight and start training tomorrow. No, you can't go back on your word. Huzai helplessly pinched her cheek. You. And with that, he had no choice but to follow her outside. During the days you were gone, Geng Teng accompanied me in training. That I feel my combat and tactical skills have improved significantly. I'd like you to assess my progress. Geng Teng can be more dedicated to teaching you than I can. I find that hard to believe. Jian Xiao Qi pursed her lips. Don't be too confident. I've won against him several times and even bitten him a few times. Once he fell from the sky to the ground and nearly crushed me. The competitive spirit of the formidable male Huchi began to rear its head once more, fueled by his disbelief. Very well. As your instructor, I too wish to witness your progress. Tonight, let it suffice to be in humanoid form. Understood. Jian Xiaoqi shed her outer garment, donning only loose-fitting attire. Huchi observed her silhouette, his expression instantly shifting to that of a stern and imposing instructor, ready to rigorously evaluate his student's performance. That he too removed his fitted jacket, replacing it with loose, flowing garments. In the training ground, Huchi stood with an air of solemnity and authority, watching as Jian Xiaoqi assumed a stance of attack. Her gaze was resolute, her eyes blazing with intensity as she initiated her offensive against the towering male. Employing a strategy that relied heavily on her legs and feet, utilizing flexibility to counter strength, a technique of yielding with grace, Huchi did not retaliate. Instead, he deftly sidestepped her strikes with the simplest of movements. Jian Xiaoqi moved back and forth, launching various attacks. Yet for a considerable time, she failed to graze the hem of his clothing. However, she remained calm and unhurried, genuinely engaging in practical training, with the significant matters of partnership resolved and her body restored. She was determined to improve, her thirst for vengeance still unquenched. The skills honed through a decade of battling the undead were not to be underestimated in this life. With a superior physique and keen insight, she felt herself making remarkable strides. Her assaults proved effective, causing Hu Qi's hands, which had been resting behind his back, to inadvertently drop. What was once evaded with a mere shift of his body now required broader and swifter movements to avoid her strikes. The cold, stern instructor's eyes flickered with surprise and admiration. He ceased to underestimate her, adopting a more vigorous defensive stance. Suddenly, Jian Xiao Qi feigned an attack aimed at his face. Hu Qi instinctively leaned back to evade, only to find her real intent, a firm pinch at his side. Her unconventional approach caught him off guard, causing his legs to weaken, and he fell directly into the snow as he prepared to spring back up. Jian Xiao Qi lunged forward, mounting him, her legs clamped tightly around his waist, her hands pressing down on his shoulders. Hu Qi was thoroughly disarmed. The initial momentum had dissipated, leaving him unable to rise. The position was unexpectedly disconcerting, rendering him reluctant to move. In a fit of exasperation, he grasped her waist tightly. "Little one, how dare you subdue your opponent in such a manner? Who taught you these tactics? Would you dare employ them against another male?" Jian Xiao Qi, emboldened, retorted, "All's fair in love and war. You never specified that I couldn't pinch your waist." With that, she provocatively squeezed the soft flesh at his sides. "So what now? You've lost, haven't you?" Hu Qi furrowed his brow, a subtle tremor coursing through his body, nearly eliciting a grunt. He held her wrists firmly, his gaze thoughtful. "All right, you have won, but you are forbidden from using this tactic against other males, not even against Gong Tong. And how long do you intend to keep this up? Let go. What of it? I relish pinching my beast husband as soft-fleshed. I'll pinch him for as long as I desire. I could pinch Hu Qi for a lifetime," she declared, continuing to pinch before finally releasing him. The mention of my beast husband, and for a lifetime, caused Hu Qi's previously stoic demeanor to crack. Softening gradually, "Jian Xiao Qi, I underestimated you. Your progress is indeed commendable. Tell me, did Gong Tong teach you these moves? Where have you pinched him?" Jian Xiao Qi shot him a sidelong glance. "These insights are my own. For some reason, being with my Hu Qi makes me want to pinch. Gong Tong is always in beast form. What is there to pinch?" Hu Qi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Jian Xiao Qi leaned in and kissed his cheek. "I've improved so swiftly. One tea you at least smile for me. This is my face, and you still haven't risen." Hu Qi felt a wave of frustration. He had been bested by a small female. Moreover, he disliked his mate employing such tactics against him. If that were the case, as he had previously stated, Jian Xiao Qi need not learn anything. He would strive to protect her at all costs. The thought of her using these tactics against other males unsettled him. Jian Xiao Qi, relishing the teasing, observed his serious expression and felt an urge to transform him into a soft, endearing, harmless brother. "Brother Anya, let us continue training. Tonight, I shall defeat you 3 more times before I retire for the night. Little one, are you avoiding sleep on purpose? Why would I do that? I wish to train, to improve. To ascend quickly. I cannot wait for the snake to awaken. I seek vengeance before the warm season arrives." "Very well. Brother Anya shall accompany you in training, but you must promise that you will only pinch me. I vow not to use this tactic on anyone else." Hu Qi, it seemed, was feeling a twinge of jealousy. He lifted her effortlessly from the ground, standing tall. Jian Xiao Qi slid off him. The look in Hu Qi's eyes had shifted. He truly regarded her as a worthy opponent. Thus, amidst the snow, they engaged in earnest combat, Hu Qi no longer willing to take her lightly. Although he longed to intentionally lose 3 times so that the little female could return to rest in his embrace. Her serious demeanor inspired him to treat her as the best student and opponent she could be. He wished for Jian Xiao Qi to live her life in the manner she desired. Jian Xiao Qi's first-tier abilities and tactical skills, in Hu Qi's eyes, were at least of second-tier caliber. Having trained with numerous beastmen and experienced every stage from 1st to 4th tier, he recognized her growth. They practiced until midnight, and after 3 successful takedowns, Jian Xiao Qi collapsed in the snow, utterly exhausted. Hu Qi reclined beside her, gazing up at the starry sky. "Are you tired, Xiao Qi?" "Very much so." "Will you carry me back?" Hu Qi chuckled. "Your mood changes far too quickly. You were just intent on defeating me, and now you acknowledge I am your mate?" Jian Xiao Qi panted, her eyes fixed on the brilliant stars above, elated by her recent progress. "Anya, I had such a delightful time tonight that I feel closer to my wish of fighting alongside you and the snake that if you truly enjoy it, I shall train with you every day. How does that sound?" "That sounds wonderful, but will you feel disadvantaged? Our time together at night will be quite short." Hu Qi pursed his lips. "Not by much. Just lie there, it won't trouble you. After all, you need not exert yourself." Jian Xiao Qi rolled her eyes. What a ridiculous truth to speak. Clearly, your earlier seriousness was all an act. As she lay there, Hu Qi, concerned she might catch a chill, lifted her into his arms and carried her back to the cave. He bathed her before they settled down to sleep. Yet Hu Qi was unwilling to be at the mercy of the little female. In the dead of night, he turned the tables. Dawn, Jian Xiao Qi lingered in bed. After enjoying breakfast, she leaned against the headboard, leisurely knitting a scarf. Hu Qi sat beside her, twisting yarn in companionable silence. As they nestled in for the winter, with nothing to occupy them, it truly felt wonderful. "Anya, how did you learn of the tiger beast tribe's invasion while training in the forest?" Hu Qi paused his actions, reflecting. "Years ago, I ventured into the forest with a group of half-grown beastmen from the tiger beast tribe. For 10 years, we traversed many locales, encountering countless dangers. Half our companions perished during our trials. We had sworn not to return to the tribe unless we achieved results. Regardless of hardship, we would never seek assistance from the tribe. For that is the essence of true training. However, each dry season, we would arrive at the foot of the nearest mountain to the tribe, known as Jingyuan Mountain. Its base resided scattered beastmen who occasionally interacted with the tiger beast tribe. We would inquire about the well-being of our relatives and friends, but to avoid homesickness, we would leave promptly, never revealing our own circumstances. Anya, I had no idea that training could be so harsh and unforgiving. You were still so young, without the guidance of adult beastmen that weren't you afraid of dying? Such is the natural order of the forest. It is a realm of survival of the fittest, if one is aided to barely survive. It is merely a waste of resources, for death will come easily in due time." Jian Xiao Qi was left speechless by this brutal tradition. Her thoughts turned to the scars that adorned Hu Qi's body, and her heart ached for him. "You must have endured so much hardship. Others leave the tribe at 18. While you were only 15, since the moment I realized that only the mightiest beasts are worthy of standing by your side. I resolved to embark on my journey of training at the earliest opportunity." Jian Xiao Qi paused in her tasks, gently leaning against his shoulder. "Brother, you inquire about my affairs each year, do you not?" "Of course," he replied. "Aside from my father and mother, who else would I inquire about if not you? Fortunately, you have been obedient, holding no affection for others and patiently awaiting my return." Zhao pursed his lips, thoroughly pleased as he squeezed her hand. Upon hearing this, Jian Xiao Qi felt a twinge of shame. "She shone is truly unexpected," she murmured. Zhao continued. "Yet this year, during the drought season, we arrived at Jiangyuan Mountain filled with hope, only to discover that over half of our kin were missing. My father and mother have perished, and even you, dear Xiao Qi, were nowhere to be found." The memory of that moment struck Hu Jia like a thunderclap. It felt as though the sky had fallen. A collapse of faith that, in truth, he had merely wished to return to the tribe in the warm season, a mere 6 months away. The tragic demise of his parents left him seething with rage, while Lu Qin's flight with Xiao Qi filled him with uncertainty. Jian Xiao Qi had long since shared the tale of their escape with Hu Jia. He and his companions hastily returned to the tribe, only to be met with the charred remnants of their home. The survivors gathered in caves not far from the central living area, many wounded, though not all had perished. As the sole fourth-tier beastman, he was elected as the tribe's leader, while his companions remained to care for the survivors. He, however, set out on a relentless pursuit. His first task was to locate Lu Qin, who was about to give birth, and secure her a place in this secluded valley. Then he began tracking down every lead, the slightest clue stirring his heart, with the most harrowing fear being news of Xiaoqi's demise, when I could not find you. I feared you were lost to me. That would render all my efforts meaningless. Thankfully, we have finally become mates. Brother, I will always be by your side. You need not fear that I will vanish. Then you must behave, Hu Jia replied, holding her tightly. Where do you think my father has gone? The warriors who hunted alongside your father, their beast marks have vanished. They disappeared suddenly the night before the ambush. However, my mother insists that although my father's beast mark is gone, she believes he is still alive. She never speaks rashly. My father is a 6th-tier beastman, who could easily ambush him. Hu Jia could not bear to dismiss her hope, considering the possibility that he might still be alive. Yet, the disappearance of a beast mark has always signified the death of a mate, Hu Jia explained. Due to tribal matters, I was unable to investigate your father's disappearance at that time. Now, with so much time past, many traces may be lost. Moreover, it is rare for a male to die before a female when a 6th-tier and a 7th-tier beastman mate. The fate of the beast marks remains uncertain. However, Xiaoqi, should you wish to seek your father, I shall accompany you. Very well. Then you must train with me every night. Hu Jia nodded, having experienced the emotional turmoil of life and death. He cherished his moments with the young female even more, eager to accommodate her wishes. After a heavy snowfall, all traces will be obscured. Once the snow melts, we shall explore the paths my father once traversed. Xiaoqi, I share your thoughts that a great snowfall can indeed conceal many traces. Yet she possesses wood-type abilities, allowing her to commune with nature. She will surely uncover valuable insights in the realm of beast kind. The higher the tier, the more challenging it is to bear offspring. It is not that they cannot conceive, but rather that the disparity in power between males and females is too great. The higher the tier of the father, the greater the risk of miscarriage for the female, whose lifespan is often drastically shortened. The offspring grow in a savage and domineering manner, voraciously consuming the mother's nutrients and life essence, often exhausting the female before the offspring is fully formed, resulting in tragic fates of both mother and child. Those who manage to give birth often face premature and untimely deaths. The higher the tier, the longer the lifespan. Thus, typically, higher-tier beastmen see their female counterparts perish first. Furthermore, males of lower tiers, if they father offspring at the 3rd or 4th tier, are unlikely to pass on the same talents as those born after reaching the 6th tier. Many 6th and 7th tier beastmen refrain from easily taking mates, often seeking only the strongest females. Unfortunately, this often leads to tragedy. Lu Qin is an exception. She bonded with Jian Xiao, a 6th-tier beastman in his 40s, before awakening to her tier. After their union, Jian Xiao cherished her, and they shared intimacy only once before abstaining for 2 years. During this time, with Jian Xiao's support, Lu Qin successfully awakened her abilities and swiftly ascended to the 2nd tier, gaining a robust physique. It was only after this that they conceived and safely delivered Jian Xiao Qi. From a young age, countless eyes watched over her, and her intelligence and beauty only heightened the intrigue. As such a unique being, upon reaching adulthood, she attracted the attention of the highest-tier beastmen in Qingling continent, who sought her out through their trusted shamans. A young female, inheriting the formidable powers and talents of her beastly parents, was the subject of many prophecies. Several shamans predicted that she was likely to awaken her own powers and possess a strong physique. Naturally, once Jian Xiao Qi came of age, she became the coveted female among the highest-tier beastmen. Yet, Lu Qin had chosen Hu Jia to be her companion beast. Jian Xiao Qi and Hu Jia shared a deep bond from childhood. She was unwilling to take any mate other than him before he returned alive to the tribe. Xiao Qi, spirited and adored by her parents, possessed a stubborn nature that left them no choice but to indulge her. Lu Qin's fierce desire to protect her daughter meant that any unwillingness from Xiao Qi was simply unacceptable. As a result, they inadvertently offended many within the tribe. Jian Xiao, however, was indifferent to such grievances. Standing at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, he had spent decades cultivating the Hu beast tribe into a formidable power within the forest. Thus, he had no need to placate anyone at the expense of his beloved daughter's happiness. Hence, when proposals for marriage were met with refusal, The ensuing tragedies unfolded. Consequently, upon learning that the law of the beast world favored the strong, Jian Xiao Qi understood she could not remain passive. Only by becoming stronger than others could she carve out a place for herself in Qingling continent and gain a voice. Her acceptance of Shi Rui as a mate stemmed from the fact that he was a wandering beast, without any knowledge of her background, simply admired her and made a promise. His commitment to honor that promise by protecting her with his life was indeed a rare treasure. During the harsh, snowbound days of winter, Jian Xiaoqi typically indulged in late mornings, enjoying leisurely breakfasts and crafting in bed. Meanwhile, Hujia busied himself preparing meals for her, making dumplings, flatbreads, and meatballs, and storing them for future use. After the snow melted, they would have little time to cook for the young female. Every few days, Jian Xiaoqi would awaken Shi Rui, bringing him delicious food and spending the night by the hot springs. Hujia would occasionally venture back to the tribe to wash up with thorny herbs, staying for a few days. Jian Xiaoqi's training demanded more than 6 hours daily, with either Hujia or Gung Tung serving as her sparring partner. As the student dedicated herself, the teacher reciprocated with equal fervor. Her progress was evident to all. During the coldest days of winter, one fateful night, Gung Tung violated his promise and abruptly entered the cave. Scooping up Jian Xiaoqi, wrapped in her blanket and racing outside. Jian Xiaoqi had only just emerged from her spatial realm, having barely settled down before being jolted awake. Gung Tung, what is happening? Xiaoqi, let Shi Rui protect you. I must check on Hu Beast. There is trouble, and Hu Jia is calling for aid. Gung Tung placed her, still wrapped in her blanket, within the coils of Shi Rui, and without another word, he turned to leave. Gung Tung, please ensure my mother and siblings are safe. Gung Tung nodded in agreement and immediately soared towards the tiger beast tribe. Jian Xiao Qi could no longer sleep, as it was evident that some dire situation had arisen at the tiger beast side. One that could not be resolved with mere words. Considering that this was the coldest midnight of the year, any misstep could lead to the demise of the cubs, frozen in the biting chill. Unable to rest, she washed herself with prickly grass in the hot spring, donned thick long garments, and embraced Shi Rui, gently stroking his head. Shi Rui had been in hibernation for a month. During this time, he had slept soundly, feasted well, and thrived on the nourishing spring water, his scales gleaming ever more brightly, his body not only maintaining its bulk but growing thicker. Awakened by his little female, he lazily opened his green vertical pupils. Chi-Chi, my little female, he murmured in a semi-transformed state, affectionately nuzzling her. Great serpent, you are finally awake. Have you had enough sleep? Indeed, I am remarkably invigorated this year. I feel an inexhaustible strength within me. I long to find someone to spar with. Jian Xiao Qi replied with satisfaction, pursing her lips. As your little female, my skills have improved significantly over this past month. Would you care to carry me and stroll along the edge of the tiger beast tribe? Perhaps we might encounter a mischievous beast for me to practice my skills on. Shirei nodded eagerly. Let us go at once. Fear not, for I shall support you against any rogue beasts. Jian Xiao Qi donned her hand-knitted woolen hat and scarf, mounting Shi Rui's back as they sped towards the tribe. The tiger beast tribe lay merely 5 kilometers away in a straight line. Soon, Shi Rui carried Jian Xiao Qi above the tribal grounds that it was her first visit, and the central living area she remembered was now a desolate ruin, buried beneath thick layers of snow. Not far off, the area suitable for cave construction was engulfed in fierce combat, the shouts of both humans and beasts echoing in the night. Various supernatural abilities collided, erupting in flames and smoke. Vividly visible in the air. Great serpent, there are beastmen ambushing the tribe. We must lend our aid. No, I will return you to safety. I will assist them afterward. Jian Xiao Qi was unwilling, insisting, I refuse to retreat. Who informed me that my skills have reached the 2nd tier, that I need practical experience, especially since you mentioned wanting to find a rogue beast for me to hone my abilities against. Shi Rui had referred to a minor rogue beast, yet the swath of dark figures below indicated a sizable number of adversaries. He was reluctant to take risks. Shi Rui resolutely turned back towards the valley, stating, Darling Chi-Chi, I do not require you to advance. All I desire is for you to enjoy life as my female. You wish to fight. I will support you. Jian Xiao Qi protested, striking his serpent body. Great serpent, I must advance. One day, I not only wish to battle alongside you, but also to soar with you. Turn back. I must assist. Seeing Shirei's reluctance, she grew anxious. You would abandon me in the valley and feel at ease? Upon considering this, Shirui felt even less at ease and finally turned back, descending to a low altitude to observe the situation. Jian Xiao Qi quickly shed her clothing, transforming into a tiger beast, and leapt from Shirui's back, roaring as she pounced upon a second-tier brown bear below, embodying the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain. This maneuver startled Shirui, who immediately began to lash his tail. Entering the fray, all the third-tier and higher rogue beasts surrounding Jian Xiao Qi were pushed out of the combat circle, while several second-tier rogue beasts engaged her in battle. It turned out this was a group of beastmen from the brown bear tribe, brazenly invading during the coldest midnight of the year, their malicious intentions all too clear. Therefore, there was no need for mercy. According to Shirei's keen night vision and perceptive instincts, there were at least 100 rogue beasts from the brown bear tribe here, spanning second, third, and fourth tiers, with over 30 already fallen. Further investigation revealed a fifth-tier beast among them. Shirui's alarm bells rang. He immediately regretted bringing his little female to such a perilous place. Every time she sweetly called him Great Serpent, he felt dazed, always striving to win her favor. That moment, Gung Tung and Hu Tai were leading a defense with over 23rd tier and more than 100 second-tier clan members in the flat area outside the cave, mounting a concentrated defensive resistance. Behind them were 4 caves for habitation and warmth, sheltering over 30 females, more than 50 elder beastmen, and over 200 cubs, should the cave collapse due to the rogue beasts. It would not only crush the clan members, but also spell disaster for many young beastmen and cubs tonight. Males of beast tiers were unbothered by the cold during the winter season. The brown bears chose this moment to invade, prompting all able-bodied tiger tribe members to battle. The tiger beast tribe was not solely composed of tiger beastmen. It resembled a veritable zoo, incorporating various other species brought in through intermarriage. In the densely contested battlefield, beasts of all forms, tigers, brown bears, wolf beasts, leopard beasts, and more, fought with exceptional ferocity. Gung Tung found himself ensnared at the center of the battle circle, entangled by a 5th-tier and several 4th-tier brown bears. With numerous beastmen already fallen at his side, Shirui vigilantly protected his little female's safety as the 5th-tier rogue beast posed an imminent threat to her. This was Jian Xiao Qi's inaugural experience in actual combat, and she displayed remarkable prowess. Originally, the male tiger's size was slightly larger than that of a brown bear. However, Jian Xiao Qi's beast form appeared even smaller than a brown bear, yet she remained undaunted, engaging in various pounces and bites, swiftly dispatching 2 second-tier foes. Initially perceived as merely a female tiger, the other brown bears had not paid her much heed, but upon witnessing the demise of 2 of their own, they surged forward for second-tier beasts launching an assault against her. Jian Xiao Qi swiftly consumed a handful of tiger and dragon pills, evading their collective assault and energy strikes, then returning from the side to bring 1 second-tier beast down. Snapping its neck with her jaws, after a series of agile maneuvers, she took pride in the 6 fallen second-tier beastmen before Shirui's tail swept her up into the air. Hey, Great Serpent. I haven't collected their crystal cores. Second-tier cores are hardly rare. Let them be. We should return, for a 5th-tier rogue beast is present. Then why not assist Gung Tung? Shirui hesitated, wishing to aid, but feeling the need to ensure his little female's safety first. Jian Xiao Qi continued, "Just set me down at the cave entrance behind Hu Tai. I will be safe inside." Shirui complied, gently carrying her over the battlefield to the cave's edge. The tribe members recognized Shirui's beast form, and upon seeing the female tiger, they immediately identified her. The tribe members, having no time to greet Jian Xiao Qi, quickly surrounded her, forming a protective barrier. Jian Xiao Qi was deeply moved in the apocalypse. She had always been the protector, the one organizing resources for others. It seemed no one had ever considered that something was amiss. After all, she was merely a young girl. She too could feel exhaustion, pain, and fear of death. Here, there were those who would protect her, those who wished to nurture her. The cave entrance was blocked by large stones, and Jian Xiao Qi had no intention of hiding within. She joined the tribe members protecting her, engaging in combat with the second-tier rogue beast that had slipped through the cracks. Chutai had spotted Xiao Qi early on, but was unable to intervene. As he was entangled with numerous fourth-tier rogue beasts, Shi Rui, emboldened by the fight, charged toward the fifth-tier rogue beast, engaging in a fierce struggle. This fifth-tier beastman was the leader of the brown bear tribe, known as Xiongbuer. They had only dared to invade after discovering that Gung Tung had left the tiger beast territory, unaware that he was nearby and would soon arrive. Seeing Shi Rui join the fray, the tide of battle began to shift, bringing both sides to a near parity in strength. They had originally come seeking vengeance over the matter of precious salt, fearing that the tiger beasts might master the technique of extracting refined salt and thereby threaten their monopoly over the salt grains. They seized the coldest moment to enact their plan, to freeze to death all females and younglings, while exterminating all male tiger beasts of the third rank and above that a tribe that suffers a devastating blow, devoid of high-ranking males and females, cannot maintain a monopoly over the salt trade. In the world of beasts, tribal conflicts typically only result in the slaughter of those ranked third or higher. Direct killings of second rank and the elderly, females, or young are strictly prohibited. However, there exists the most ruthless of beasts who, circumventing the decrees of the beast god, resort to indirect slaughter by destroying the habitats of females. Young and the elderly, Xiongbuer, witnessing the lack of benefits, prepared to retreat with his subordinates. This moment, the tiger beasts refused to comply. Should they flee, it would paint them as weak, inviting further bullying from other beast tribes. Thus, he rallied his kin, continuing to fight valiantly, adopting a strategy of annihilation. Gung Tung and Shi Rui aimed for complete extermination from the outset. Every move they executed was a lethal strike, the brothers coordinating seamlessly to focus their efforts on Xiongbuer. Before long, Xiongbuer found himself retreating under relentless pressure. After Gung Tung and Shi Rui vanquished all fourth-rank beasts obstructing their path, they delivered a fatal blow to Xiongbuer. A fifth-rank beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. The remaining malevolent beasts of the brown bear tribe, terrified, scattered in all directions, each one meeting their demise at the jaws of the tiger beasts. With the battle concluded, the battlefield was cleared. The tiger beasts, led by Hu Jia, transported over 100 brown bear corpses beyond the boundary of their territory, arranging them in a line as a macabre display to intimidate the ambitious tribes nearby. During the conflict, several second-rank tribe members ascended to the third rank, and one of Hu Jia's peers rose to the fourth rank, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the tiger beast tribe. The injured members consumed healing pills and received care as their wounds were bandaged and stitched by specialized beasts. Meanwhile, Jian Xiao Qi felt an inexhaustible strength within her chest during the battle, perhaps a precursor to her own ascension to the second rank. It was merely a matter of time. This time, she did not hide. With so many tribesmen witnessing her abilities in combat, she no longer needed to conceal herself. After Hu Jia finished clearing the battlefield, he spotted Jian Xiao Qi in her human form, clad in leather attire, standing by the cave's entrance, assisting the tribe in their cleanup. That he immediately approached her, swept her into his arms, and planted a heavy kiss upon her lips before their fellow tribesmen, asserting his claim over her. The tribesmen erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating both their victory and their leader's possession of a female. Jian Xiao Qi blushed, tightly embracing Hu Jia's neck, obediently allowing him to kiss her. The warrior maiden from moments ago now embraced her role as a gentle female. After the battlefield was cleared, Hu Jia led his kin to push aside the large stones of the entrances of 4 caves. Lu Qin emerged, her 2 cubs secured in a beast-hide pouch, and immediately rushed to embrace Jian Xiao Qi. "My cub, how did you escape? There's no hiding now, is there?" "Mother, I no longer wish to hide or cower," Jian Xiao Qi replied. "I heard everything inside. This victory, my cub, you had a significant role in it." Lu Qin responded. Jian Xiao Qi smiled with pride. Indeed, this was her debut, and she felt quite magnificent. With a grand entrance, the news of Jian Xiao Qi's survival and ascension would soon spread throughout the forest. Would anyone dare to seize her now? Let them come and try. She had hidden long enough. The females and elderly beasts within the cave also emerged to greet Jian Xiao Qi, complimenting her beauty and growth. The announcement of her return greatly encouraged the tribe. Lu Qin, accompanied by her, and Hu Jia alongside Shi Rui and Geng Teng, entered the cave to prepare dumplings and reminisce about their time apart. Lu Qin recounted Jian Xiao Qi's contributions regarding warmth, supplies, and facilities within the tribe, and the tribesmen learned of the formidable tongue snake beast, Jian Xiao Qi's mate, and the mighty azure dragon Geng Teng, who was also her brother. With several warriors having ascended, the tribe's strength had undeniably increased. Their spirits were uplifted, and their hearts settled. After a hearty meal, they rested while analyzing the current situation and future plans. The triumph over the brown bears would undoubtedly echo throughout the forest. The beasts would recognize that even a starved camel is larger than a horse. Although the tiger beasts had suffered significant losses, their foundation remained intact, and it would be wise not to provoke them lest they retaliate fiercely. Beasts harbor grudges. Their attitudes toward friends and foes are polar opposites. Strike first to avoid being struck. Encapsulates this truth. Jian Xiao Qi still advocated for a relentless pursuit, proposing that they seize the opportunity to eradicate the brown bear tribe's stronghold, thoroughly intimidating those neighboring tribes with malicious intents toward the tiger beasts. Tribesmen, the brown bears have a notorious reputation for preying on the weak in the forest. We must retaliate tenfold to instill fear in other malevolent beasts. Little Qi is right. If the tiger beasts wish to intimidate the forest, they must first strike at the least favored tribe, for they have chosen to provoke us, spoke an elder beast named Ben Shur, a venerable shaman respected within the tribe, over 220 years old. His hair and beard were white, and though his eyes were clouded, they sparkled with sharpness at this moment, revealing the wisdom of one who had witnessed much in the ebb and flow of life. He had survived this calamity, but his children and grandchildren were no more. Having sustained severe injuries without tending to himself, he only regained his strength after consuming the healing pills brought back by Hu Jia. Hence, at over 200 years of age, his hair had already turned white. Adorned in a new fur ensemble crafted by fellow tribe members, he was no longer the frail elder who would have shivered in the cold at this age, especially as he had nearly regressed to the second rank. Learning that this garment had been facilitated by Jian Xiao Qi only fortified his confidence. His declaration garnered swift consensus among the tribesmen. Hu Jia, accompanied by 30 elite tiger beast warriors, along with Jian Xiao Qi, Shi Rui, and Geng Teng, set off for the brown bear tribe before dawn. Before they reached the brown bear tribe, with a resounding boom, Jian Xiao Qi ascended to the second rank. The elevation of a female to the second rank was indeed a source of immense pride, further bolstering the warriors' morale. Each beast consumed a handful of tiger dragon pills and charged into the brown bear tribe, wreaking havoc as they annihilated all opposing beasts of the third rank and above. The strongest high-ranking beasts of the brown bear tribe, dispatched to attack the tiger beasts, found themselves unexpectedly obliterated, never to return. Then, the tiger beasts, riding the wave of victory, exacted their vengeance that very day, and their retribution was fierce, not even requiring a night to pass by the time dawn broke. The news would spread rapidly. The tiger beast tribe, having re-established their dominance in the forest after decades, had returned. Upon returning to their tribe, Hu Jia and his kin needed a few days to finalize post-war arrangements. Shi Rui carried Jian Xiao Qi back to the Peach Blossom Valley, where they indulged in a hot spring and feasted before settling down for the winter. Geng Teng preferred the den where Shi Rui hibernated, as he enjoyed transforming into beast form to sleep within at night. At this moment, Jian Xiao Qi lay on the bed in scant attire, while Shi Rui gently applied medicine to her wounds. After 2 fierce battles, she had managed to avoid any life-threatening injuries, though she bore several minor ones. Notably, a deep scratch marred her back, inflicted by a bear's claw, leaving 4 vivid marks on her fair skin, which were particularly unsightly. During the skirmish at the brown bear tribe, Jian Xiao Qi had positioned herself in front of a group of smaller beasts to prevent them from rushing into the fray of adult beasts, to avoid any unintended harm in a moment of distraction. She was scratched by an angry small beast behind her that Hu Jia and Shi Rui, filled with concern, retaliated against that small beast, venting their frustration. Conflicts and grievances between adult beasts were typically confined to their ranks, seldom involving females, young, or the elderly who lack the ability to defend themselves. From the perspective of that small beast, witnessing the slaughter of his kin by outsiders, it was understandable that he would harbor hatred towards the tiger beasts. Yet in the grand scheme of things, who could delineate the complexities of these grievances? Such harsh realities were lessons to be learned in the long life ahead, or perhaps he would never live to see adulthood. When Jian Xiao Qi was attacked, she turned to see a small bear beast, no more than 10 years old. She clenched her fist but refrained from retaliating. Otherwise, her nature would have compelled her to strike back tenfold. Thus, she suffered this silent grievance. Shire, tenderly applying the ointment, was exceedingly gentle and patient, fearful of causing her pain. After finishing, he kissed her and licked the area gently. Jian Xiao Qi shivered and asked, "What are you doing? It tickles. Have you forgotten? The serpent can heal with just a lick." Jian Xiao Qi lay down, chuckling softly. While a lick might suffice when freshly wounded, now that she had applied medicine. It felt rather strange. The serpent, with a sly tone, remarked, "Did you think I didn't want to lick you back then? I was merely concerned that other males might see your back, that I in the tiger beast tribe. Many males are coveting you. You mustn't allow another beast to whisk you away." "All right, I've not the energy to manage both you and Hoo-Hoo," he sighed. "Oh dear, my back is starting to ache again. I never anticipated that actual combat would be so much more taxing than training. After the excitement, every part of me is in pain." Jian Xiao Qi whimpered melodramatically. This tactic proved most effective on the serpent. He promptly ceased his murmurs and began to massage her bruised areas, kneading her calves and feet. That it was then he noticed that her feet had also blistered. "Is having me, and Huju not enough for you? You must engage personally. Look, your feet are sore." The serpent applied medicine to her feet. Watching someone else fight for her, how could it compare to fighting herself? Little did I expect that after merely a month of slumber, Huju could elevate your training to such a rapid second tier. It is not solely his merit, but also yours, as well as Gangtang's and Su Yuan Gui's. In truth, it also involves the spirit spring water and your own contributions. The serpent pursed his lips and, while massaging her calves, queried, "You must prefer Huju, right? I heard from your kin that you two were quite close in childhood. Many orc suitors once admired you, bringing abundant resources, treasures, and crystals to propose, yet you turned them all down." Jian Xiao Qi sat up, straightening her clothes. With utmost seriousness, she replied, Rue, I hold affection for both of you. Neither is dispensable. Please do not entertain such foolish thoughts." She clasped the serpent's large hand and continued, "You needn't compare yourself with anyone. In my heart, you are irreplaceable." The serpent gazed at her, doubt clouding his eyes. Huju has always been favored by the elders in the tribe since childhood, and upon returning, he became the chieftain as for me. I have been wandering since I can remember, raising myself. Aside from being a few years younger, I have nothing to offer in comparison. The serpent's thoughts spiraled into self-doubt once more. Jian Xiao Qi, now intense in her tone, declared, "Big serpent, when I promised to be your mate, it was because I believed you were the best. I truly like you. You feared the toxicity of potatoes and rock salt, insisting on testing them yourself before allowing me to consume them. In battles against hyenas and gray wolf orcs, you fought fiercely. Had Huhu not intervened, you would have been prepared to fight to the death. Furthermore, it was the first time in my life that someone expressed a desire to care for me, which moved me deeply that I wanted to bond with him immediately, to let him care for me for a lifetime." The serpent's expression shifted from worry to joy. "Those are all things I willingly do. It is precisely this sincerity of yours that endears me to you, which led me to gift you my most cherished Tang Dao." "Really? Is the Tang Dao your favorite? Even more than the dagger?" Of course, that Tang Dao was the most comfortable for Jian Xiao Qi. She had carried it for 10 years without parting. Upon first meeting the serpent, she had no intention of relinquishing it. This was because it was she who had drawn the serpent into peril. When faced with the threat of malevolent beasts, she could hide within her space, while the serpent had to confront them or risk death. The origins of their love were no longer significant. What mattered was their mutual decision to remain devoted to one another. Thus, the serpent was placated. He smiled slyly. "My dear, when will you lay eggs? Shall we have little serpent offspring?" "I don't know. Is it about laying eggs?" Jian Xiao Qi frowned. momentarily struggling to accept this notion. The serpent, sensing her hesitation, reassured her, Qi, you need only to bear them. I will handle the incubation. Her mind was filled with questions, but she dared not show her confusion. She had just managed to soothe the serpent. She simply required a little time. Rue. After a few massages, it seems the pain has diminished. The serpent warmed his hands, saying, then lie down while I continue. I assure you, by morning, you'll feel no aches. The great serpent is so considerate. The serpent cast her a mournful glance. It's not that I have much choice. I can't touch you tonight. Merely gaze and caress a bit. You say it's been a month. Yet you haven't mentioned missing me. Of course I do. Haven't I brought you delicacies every few days? Look at you. You've gained quite a bit of weight. Shouldn't a serpent lose weight after a month of slumber? The serpent found no fault in her reasoning. Thus he earnestly helped her relax her muscles. However, when it came time to rest, he found himself unable to control his hands. What could he do when he couldn't restrain himself? Jian Xiao Qi felt helpless. This self-doubting serpent sought intimacy, yet she dared not move, allowing him to make up for the month of absence. Whether day or night, he toiled tirelessly. Afterward, they learned to make dumplings, pancakes, and other foods, as well as knit sweaters and engage in various crafts. Jian Xiao Qi was eager to teach, and he was enthusiastic to learn, leading to a blissful life together. Each day, Jian Xiao Qi would accompany the serpent back to the tribe, sharing a meal with Lu Qin before returning. The tribe was well organized, leaving her with little concern. Indeed, news of the retaliation against the brown bear tribe spread throughout the forest during the cold season. Orcs moved about less frequently, yet there were customary visits, and information circulated. Jian Xiao Qi and her companions desired just that effect. Otherwise, they would be unable to endure repeated disturbances. Hu Zhu remained stationed at the tiger beast tribe, also receiving gifts from neighbors during the cold season, reciprocating with even more food and resources. Though the Qingling continent lacked a concept of New Year during the coldest season, there was little else to do, and friendly tribes would visit one another, strengthening bonds and sharing news. For Hu Zhu, as long as no hostilities arose, any visitors were considered friendly tribes and would be treated according to customs. If neighbors sought to gauge their strength, they would present the most genuine offerings. Aside from Jian Xiao Qi's matters being kept discreet, they concealed nothing else. One day, an esteemed guest arrived at the tiger beast tribe. The merman prince, Song Rue, arrived with gifts and a retinue of over a dozen individuals, making a grand entrance. Traveling from the shores of the underworld lake to the tiger beasts, without heavy snowfall, would take half a day on land. In snowy conditions, the journey could consume an entire day. Ordinarily, mermen, being sensitive to the cold during the winter, would need to don thick garments despite their abilities to withstand the elements. However, merman orcs only required appropriate clothing, carried by their companions. Regardless, Song Rue's visit was filled with sincerity. Along the way, many tribes observed and recognized the camaraderie between the mermen and the tiger beasts. Hu Zhu received word of their arrival and hurried to the entrance of their territory to greet them, exchanging pleasantries while ushering them inside. Lu Qin, Jian Xiao Qi, and the elders of the tiger beast tribe were prepared in a specially arranged half-cave to host their guests. Once seated, Hu Zhu gestured towards the long stone table adorned with goat milk fruits, fried meatballs, pancakes, and stone orchid tea. Addressing Songray, Prince, I understand your journey was arduous. Please, enjoy some food with your brothers to warm yourselves. Songrue, dressed in a pure white snow fox fur cloak, appeared resplendent and vibrant. He nodded in acknowledgement to Hu Zhu, Jian Xiao Qi, and the other attendees. Chieftain Hu Zhu, the food smells delightful. We shall not be polite. At that moment, several male tiger beasts approached with basins of water, instructing them to wash their hands with soap, which easily cleansed them before they began to eat. The dishes were all unfamiliar, yet delicious and filling. And with the stone orchid tea, warmth spread from head to toe. Song Rue sampled a few dishes, surveying the cave, where a fireplace blazed with thick logs, warming the entire space. Above the hearth, several stone pots were boiling water. The cave was devoid of any acrid smoke, maintaining a clean and spacious reception area. He couldn't help but exclaim, Chieftain Hu Zhu, the tiger beasts live quite prosperously. There is plenty to eat and warmth to dwell in. It seems the rumors in the forest are indeed true. Hu Zhu neither affirmed nor denied this. Remaining humble, Song Rui, we are friends. Take as much as you wish back with you. Song Rui, familiar with Hu Zhu, felt no need for further politeness. How is this stove and food prepared? Could you teach our warriors? And that cleansing substance, we wish to procure some. Of course, we are brothers. Song Rui smiled broadly, turning to his kin. Come, our merman warriors, let us present our gifts to our tiger beast friend. Soon as he finished speaking, the merfolk warriors rose to their feet, in addition to the ostentatious gifts they bore on their backs. Meant solely for the eyes of outsiders, they produced an abundance of frozen fish, fresh meat from wild beasts, shrimp, and other delicacies. The warriors made their way to the vacant space within the cave, displaying all the provisions they had brought, brimming with sincerity. The elders of the Huza clan promptly stood up, approaching the merfolk warriors with expressions of gratitude. Song Rui, how did you manage to bring so much? You must have had quite the journey, one elder remarked. Huza, to be frank, I have a request, Song Rui replied, casting a glance at Jian Xiao Qi beside him. Upon noticing Song Rui's furtive gaze towards Jian Xiao Qi, Huza felt a pang of concern. Could it be that he was seeking a mate? As the clan leader, he often faced suitors for his females, whom he had always coldly turned away. Would he need to do the same to Song Rui now? Song Rui produced a wooden box and opened it to reveal an array of exquisite pearl and gemstone ornaments. He stepped forward gracefully, his tall figure slightly bowing as he addressed Jian Xiao Qi. Jian Xiao Qi, these are gifts from me and Song Lan. Jian Xiao Qi was taken aback, glancing between Huza and Song Rui. I cannot accept this. You have already bestowed so much food. If I were to take these ornaments as well, I must offer some crystal cores in exchange. Song Rui's deep gaze flickered, and with his lips pressed together, he maintained his composure and replied, Jian Xiao Qi, please accept them that I wish to ask your beast husband. Shi Rui, for a favor, if you refuse, how can I broach the subject? Huza blinked in surprise, scrutinizing Song Rui closely. He could hardly believe it. Song Rui was clearly harboring intentions toward Xiao Qi, and he was certain of it. Moreover, he would not acquiesce to such advances. Song Rui was indeed harboring such intentions, but he intended to proceed cautiously, as he genuinely had another matter to discuss. Jian Xiao Qi declared, I am good friends with your sister. Song Lan, if the prince has something to say, please do so without hesitation. Only then did Song Rui place the box of ornaments on a long table beside Jian Xiao Qi, returning to his seat with a serious demeanor. I have dispatched clan members to monitor the vicinity of the Eagle Beast tribe. Recently, we have spotted those 3 beastmen returning to their territory, and I would like Shi Rui's assistance in investigating further. Jian Xiao Qi understood immediately. It appeared that the 3 kidnappers had resurfaced. Shi Rui and Geng Ting only remembered the appearances and scent of the beastmen who had abducted the merfolk females. Specifically, it was Geng Ting who recalled their features, thanks to his exceptional night vision, while Shi Rui's eyesight was the least keen among them. Geng Ting described the 3 beastmen's appearances, and Jian Xiao Qi sketched their likenesses on sheepskin, which Song Rui took with him. It was unexpected that they had indeed found them. Jian Xiao Qi remarked, the likenesses may not be precise. Are your clan members certain? Song Rui responded, while the appearance of one may not be definitive. The 3 of them entered and exited together, and their faces bear a strong resemblance to those in the drawings. That much is certain. Huza exchanged glances with Jian Xiao Qi. Since our Hu clan has already involved ourselves in this matter, we shall see it through to the end. Shi Rui and Geng Ting will accompany you. If we capture them, we shall extract a confession and uncover who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Song Rui exhaled in relief, filled with gratitude. That would be most excellent. Shall we depart in the next couple of days? Huza concurred. Since they had agreed to intervene, it was better to act sooner rather than later, lest the culprits escape once more. Moreover, beastmen were known for holding grudges and seeking retribution, so it was wise to act swiftly. As the beastmen discussed further details, they prepared to head to the Eagle Beast tribe to apprehend the kidnappers. They agreed upon a time and place, with Song Rui leading the way on land, as their journey would be slower by that route. Before departing, Huza, representing the Hu tribe, offered them gifts of dendrobium tea. Dumplings, meatballs, pancakes, beggar's chicken, various seasonings, and other delicacies to sustain them on their journey. They accepted the box of ornaments, but were given plenty of soap to bring back as a token of gratitude. These provisions were prepared daily, both for their own consumption and to be stored as gifts for others, using large stone pots to send them out in batches. Jian Xiao Qi also gifted Song Rui a few handmade leather satchels for him and Song Lan to try. Though Huza felt reluctant, he could not voice his objections, as this was a gesture of goodwill between two tribes. Song Rui was cunning, always using Song Lan as a pretext to draw closer to his own female. Leaving no room for reproach, that moment. Surrounded by the clan elders, he could not afford to lose his temper. Once Song Rui and his group departed, the Hu tribe convened again to discuss matters of security and other arrangements. Lu Qin and another fourth-tier beastman, Yang Yu, were tasked with maintaining order within the tribe during this time, ensuring that no foreign visitors were received. After Huza made the necessary arrangements, he returned with Jian Xiao Qi to the hidden valley of Taoyuan. He shared the details of their plans with Shi Rui and Geng Teng, who eagerly agreed to join him in the venture without a moment's hesitation. Huza cautioned, "Shi Rui, are you truly this pleased? Do you not know that Song Rui has sent over a box of sparkling ornaments?" Upon hearing this, Shi Rui's expression soured immediately. "Huza, have you lost your mind? How could you accept that? It should be thrown away." Huza's face fell, realizing that he had misjudged the situation. That it was Shi Rui who had saved face. Huza felt clumsy in his actions, as he had to maintain the dignity of a clan leader. How could he refuse such official exchanges? Geng Teng also voiced his discontent. "Huza, you should offer more crystal cores, but we are not lacking in that regard, and if we needed more, we could venture to the Shiyuan marsh and hunt some magical beasts for cores." Huza opened his mouth to protest, surprised that Geng Teng would also blame him. Alas, Huza found himself at a disadvantage yet again. Shi Rui and the others gathered provisions for their journey, preparing to fly over. Jian Xiao Qi insisted on joining them, but both beastmen disagreed. "Xiao Qi, you cannot go, that we will send you to your mother. Little Xiao Qi, you must obediently follow your mother and sleep with your siblings tonight while we are away." Jian Xiao Qi argued her case. "No, I want to train. Have you forgotten I am at the second tier?" She immediately wrapped her arms around Shi Rui's waist, employing both persuasion and insistence, knowing he was the most agreeable among them. Shi Rui, feeling pleased by her touch, replied with a smile, "Very well, you win this time." Huza initially intended to object, but after a moment's thought, he decided to bring her along. She could hide in the spatial realm, which would set his mind at ease. 3 beastmen carried a single female as they soared toward the Eagle Beast tribe. The tribe's location lay between the Hu tribe and the merfolk, slightly off the central line. Soon, they arrived at the designated meeting place with Song Rui. After waiting for a while, Song Rui and the other beastmen arrived. By then, the sky had turned dark, signaling the time to act. Song Rui led Jian Xiao Qi and the beastmen to a cave not far from the Eagle Beast tribe to await their opportunity. Shi Rui and Geng Teng stealthily entered the territory from above, carrying Huza with them. The Eagle Beast tribe, being one of the aerial dominators, had their own aerial sentries. However, Geng Teng and Shi Rui always found a way to circumvent the watchful eyes, penetrating directly into the residential area. They settled atop a large stone house pointed out by the merfolk scouts. Once they transformed into human form, they found 3 beastmen inside. They pushed the door open and entered, with their 4th and 5th tier strength. The 3 beastmen barely sensed their presence before being swiftly subdued. The 3 captives of 3rd and 4th tiers were bound together. Geng Teng tugged the rope, lifting them out of the Eagle Beast tribe and bringing them to the cave where Song Rui had instructed. A large pot of cold water was poured over them, rousing the 3 beastmen from their stupor. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces surrounding them and realizing they were bound, they panicked and struggled violently. Huza stepped forward. "You 3 were involved in the abduction of the merfolk females. You confess." The leader, a 4th-tier beastman named Ing Jia, flickered his gaze, denying, "No, do not wrongfully accuse us." The other 2 shook their heads in agreement. Asserting their innocence, Song Rui approached, brandishing a fish-toothed knife. "Do you recognize me?" Upon closer inspection, Ing Jia and his companions realized it was the merfolk's crown prince, Song Rue's expression was cold and menacing, his eyes glinting with frost. The three captives, feeling guilty, struggled even harder. "Prince, please do not wrongfully accuse us. Release us. Our clan leader has already captured Ing Man and executed him. We had no part in it." Song Rue swiftly drew a line across Ing Jia's face, blood spilling forth. His voice was icy as he stated, "You seem to have forgotten. Your scents betray you that it is precisely through these scents that we are able to locate you." She Rue hastily pulled his female companion close to him, urging her to embrace his waist, turning her back towards them. "Prince, please stop. The eagle beast has never crossed paths with the merfolk. You must believe me." The fourth-tier beastman, Ing Ji, trembled in fear, clenching his legs and shouting in panic. The other two third-tier beastmen were equally shaken, their legs quaking, as they possessed considerable knowledge about this formidable Song Rue. The prince bore a seemingly gentle demeanor, speaking in a measured tone, yet it was wise to avoid provoking him, for his methods against enemies were notoriously ruthless. He often tossed those who dared to offend him alive into his pool to feed his fish beasts. For over a decade, he had maintained a dedicated pool for raising ferocious fish beasts, capturing various species and throwing them in to engage in brutal fights until only the most savage survived. The food for these creatures frequently consisted of those beastmen who had crossed him. Who was the mastermind behind this last opportunity? Song Rue inquired, enunciating each word with precision. Ing Ji's legs quaked, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he bared his teeth, exclaiming, "I'll tell you, it's Bao Sheng." He and his subordinates, dozens of beastmen, would come to the cliff once a month. At other times, those females were delivered food by Ing Man Song Rue, exchanged glances with his kin and Huzha. Bao Sheng, a six-tier beastman, an elder of the leopard beast tribe, rarely ventured through Qingling continent and misty forest. He was the highest-ranked beastman in his tribe, capable of becoming the chieftain, yet he chose to remain in the shadows, as the higher the beast rank, the more they value their lives, relying on subordinates to handle tasks. Song Rue had never encountered Bao Sheng in person, but he continued his relentless interrogation of Ing Ji. How did they ascend the cliff? Ing Ji's heart raced, his voice trembling. "We three carried them up." Song Rue shot a cold glance. "All 20-some females were taken by just the three of you. Who else was involved? Who injured the young female you roam? Prince, spare us. We shall never dare again." The three beastmen panicked. Regardless of the mastermind, they were indeed the ones who had stolen the females. They had thought that revealing the one behind the scenes would grant them freedom, but they had underestimated Song Rue's penchant for vengeance. With a flick of his fish-toothed dagger, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed as one third-tier beastman writhed in agony, blood pooling beneath him. She Rue quickly wrapped his arms around his small female, pressing her face against his chest, soothing her back. Fearing to frighten her, he regretted bringing her along. Song Rue glanced back at Jian Xiao Qi before resuming his questioning. Those standing around, listening to the anguished cries, remained indifferent, having long grown accustomed to such brutality. Only Ing Ji and another male beastman were visibly terrified, their fear palpable. Through relentless questioning and coercion, Ing Ji, after enduring the loss of several pieces of flesh, finally confessed everything. Ing Zhua, the eagle beast tribe leader, indeed knew what transpired at the cliff but turned a blind eye due to the numerous benefits promised by Bao Sheng. Even the food and clothing provided to the females by Ing Man were sourced from within the eagle beast tribe. However, Ing Zhua had never set foot on the cliff, distancing himself from the incident that on that day, it was he who had alerted Ing Ji and his companions, facilitating their escape from the tribe through a hidden path. After their confessions, the three wicked beastmen were dismembered and left at the entrance of the Eagle Beast Tribe's valley. By then, daylight had broken, and the Eagle Beastkin began to move about. The guarding beastmen, brimming with murderous intent, accompanied Ing Zhua out of the tribe, only to be met with the gruesome sight of dismembered body parts strewn across the ground. Crows and vultures circled ominously overhead. Yet, from a distance, Ing Zhua observed Song Rue standing outside the territory, refraining from confronting him, offering no greetings or inquiries, instead instructing his kin to gather the remains and incinerate them before firmly shutting the doors of the Eagle Beast tribe. Clearly, he understood the implications. Song Rue commanded a formidable force, one that Ingzhi dared not provoke lightly. Song Rue turned, rubbing snow between his hands to cleanse them of blood, and approached Jian Xiao Qi. He shed his icy demeanor, softly inquiring, "Jian Xiao Qi, were you frightened?" "Not at all. I'm also a second-tier beastman, and have bitten several to death," Jian Xiao Qi replied casually. Song Rue pressed his lips together, touching his nose. "In truth, I'm not usually like this, that I treat Song Lan, and you roam well." Jian Xiao Qi shrugged, conveying it was of no concern. Showing mercy to wicked beastmen was cruelty towards oneself. Song Rue continued, "You roam, and Song Lan mention you daily, longing to see you. How about accompanying me to the Merfolk for a few days?" Hu Jia abruptly pulled Jian Xiao Qi closer. "No, my female has other matters to attend to. It's nothing urgent. We can return," Gung Tung added. "Right, Xiao Qi? Are you cold?" "Not cold," Jian Xiao Qi replied. Song Rue promptly removed his fox fur cloak, offering it to her. "Put this on. It'll be chilly when we fly back." Hu Jia swiftly produced a fire fox pelt, declining. "I want tea or something you've worn." He then wrapped the young female in the fire fox fur. Holding her tightly, Song Rue extended his hand, hesitating momentarily before withdrawing. Hu Jia remarked at Song Rue, "We cannot act against Bao Sheng for now. Let it be for the time being. Remember, we will confront him eventually. Ingzhi's position as leader means attacking him would lead to war between tribes. We shall wait for the right moment to catch him alone." Song Rue nodded. "Very well. Thank you all, that I shall visit you again when time permits." Hu Jia stiffened. "For any matters, just send your subordinates. There's no need for you to come personally. I still have to welcome all the elders. We are quite busy." Song Rue smiled lightly. "Hu Jia, I cherish those words. You treat me as one of your own, that I have always considered you my brother." Hu Jia scoffed. While he could tolerate Song Rue in most matters, he despised his charming smile and his constant conversations with Jian Xiao Qi. He waved his hand, responding, "Then we shall take our leave." That moment, She Rue and Gung Tung shed their garments, transforming into their beast forms, carrying Hu Jia and Jian Xiao Qi into the skies. Song Rue watched them until they vanished into the horizon before leading his subordinates towards the Merfolk. Ingzhi and the others, guilty of their misdeeds, would soon be exposed in the forest. The scent of dismemberment lingered, and many beastmen had witnessed the crows and vultures hovering above the eagle beast tribe. The deaths of several high-tier beastmen could not be concealed. Jian Xiao Qi was cocooned snugly, her entire being enveloped in furs, while Hu Jia steadily rode on She Rue's serpentine form. With 4 beastmen soaring through the skies, Hu Jia pondered Song Rue's gaze upon Jian Xiao Qi. Growing increasingly anxious, tightening his embrace, he could tolerate She Rue, yet he wished for no other male to covet Xiao Qi. "Hey, don't hold me so tightly. I can't breathe." Jian Xiao Qi squirmed within the fur blanket. Reminding him that Hu Jia snapped back to reality, his lips curling. "If I don't hold you tightly, what if you fall? You are our family's precious treasure. If I suffocate, then our family loses me. You and She Rue can just manage together." Hu Jia loosened his grip slightly, his tone tinged with envy. "Next time, I'll want to take you out, to avoid drawing attention and falling for every male we encounter." Jian Xiao Qi rolled her eyes, wanting to retort. This was an outright slander against She Rue. It had been an accident. Ugh, not an accident. In her past life, Jian Xiao Qi had toiled for a lifetime, sacrificing at the age of 25 without ever experiencing love. A gentle touch, or a first kiss, in this new life. What was wrong with seeking a handsome husband she genuinely liked? Besides, She Rue was the one she truly liked. It was merely that the stupid tiger had arrived a step too late. These thoughts remained locked within her mind, a secret joy she dared not voice. After Hu Jia's biting remarks, She Rue's alarm bells rang. His female was indeed not universally adored. He blamed himself for this and decided not to take her out again, resolving to keep her hidden in their den. However, hiding her made him uneasy, and he would miss her dearly when he ventured out. What was he to do? Just then, Gung Tung, who had been unusually quiet lately, spoke earnestly. "Hu Jia, She Rue, may I join your family with Xiao Qi? We could all fly, play, and fight together. Why can't I be Xiao Qi's beast husband?" She Rue gasped, turning to glare at him. You think just because you arrived later, you can claim to be her beast husband? No way. I disagree. You mention it once, and I'll strike you once. Yes, he spoke. The tail of the serpentine creature mercilessly struck against the body of the Yinglong, unexpectedly causing Gungting to veer off course, plunging downwards and skewing his flight path. Gungting swiftly adjusted his aerial posture and speed. Closely following again, he refrained from retaliating, yet felt discontented. Hudong, are you not my brother? Why do you remain silent? Just let me join, will you? Hudong, seething with indignation, maintained a stern expression. Do you think I do not wish to strike you? It's merely that I cannot free my hands right now. Shirui, hit him hard, once for every time you say it. Gungting immediately began to evade, the dragon and the serpent endlessly chasing and shoving one another in the skies, soaring up and down. Gungting resolutely abstained from striking back. Only dodging, he was concerned about inadvertently harming Xiao Qi. Thus he found himself battered, his body covered in bruises. As he noticed Shirui preparing another strike with his massive tail, Gungting cried out, Xiao Qi, why do you remain silent and merely watch me get hit? Hey, stop it all. I feel nauseous. Xiao Qi struggled to breathe, feeling as if she were being tossed about violently. These three formidable males acted like children. It is said that men remain boys until death, while others brawl on the ground. These brothers prefer to engage in aerial combat. Shirui suddenly rammed into Gungting again, letting out a huff as he resumed his flight. Gungting felt a pang of disappointment. Why was it that none of them wished for him to join? He merely sought companionship, the presence of a female, a lifetime of togetherness over the elixir of dragons and tigers. Finally regaining her composure, Xiao Qi inquired, Gungting, what is it that you seek? You do not harbor feelings for me. Friends should not jest about such matters. I am not joking. That is truly how I feel. Xiao Qi, I like you. Both Xiao Qi and Hudong were taken aback. What do you like about me? She asked. That I enjoy it when you bite my tail. It truly is delightful. Each time you do, I nearly tumbled to the ground at that moment as Xiao Qi and Hudong were still processing his words. Shirui twisted his body and sank his fangs into Yinglong's tail with a fierce bite. Caught off guard, Gungting let out a cry as he plummeted downwards. Realizing the severity of the situation, Shirui quickly dove after him, catching him just as he was about to crash to the ground, rescuing him before his face met the earth. Now things had escalated, and everyone felt a wave of embarrassment. They hastily landed, exchanging glances filled with unease. Shirui was the first to apologize. Gungting, I am truly sorry. I never intended to nearly cause your demise. It is all right. I was simply unprepared. Gungting quickly shook his head. He was not so fragile as to perish easily. A mere scrape would suffice. Speaking of which, when I bit your tail, you nearly fell as well. You cannot possibly harbor feelings for me, can you? That is different. When you bite my tail, it pains me, while Xiao Qi's bites only cause a ticklish sensation. That I enjoy it when Xiao Qi bites my tail. Gungting spoke with a serious air, yet to anyone unfamiliar with him, it would certainly have sounded ambiguous. Xiao Qi observed this seemingly naive being in his 30s speaking such slightingly ambiguous words. Even though she understood his genuine nature, she felt a flush creeping to her cheeks. She was inherently cautious, particularly disliking roundabout individuals. In contrast, Gungting was refreshingly straightforward, unguarded, and candid, which made interactions with him effortless. Even if he misspoke, she would not take offense. Hudong approached with utmost seriousness. Brother, are you truly sincere? Indeed. Gungting then turned to Xiao Qi. You must like me. Hudong clenched his jaw, his gaze intense as he scrutinized him. Xiao Qi frowned. Regrettably, I do not like you. Gungting felt troubled. The matter had taken a convoluted turn. Yet he did not retreat, pursing his lips in determination. Then I shall strive to make you like me. The trio fell into a contemplative silence. Xiao Qi did not take his words to heart. This untainted Gungting, still naive to worldly matters, was yet to grasp his own desires. She could not perceive any feelings from Gungting towards her that exceeded mere friendship. Shirui, typically brash and domineering, genuinely valued Gungting as a brother. Should Gungting take this seriously, it would leave him dumbfounded. He did not wish for Gungting to be heartbroken or to covet his female companion. Shirui looked to Hutong, anticipating his response, clearing his throat. Hutong tactfully suggested, "Let us wait until Xiao develops feelings for you." Gungting seemed invigorated by the notion. "I shall certainly strive for that." Xiao smiled. "Then I will support you. Just ensure a certain female does not whisk you away along the way." "Never. I shall only like you." Xiao raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Gungting was truly inept at flirting or exceedingly adept at it. After a moment's reflection, she ultimately refrained from further comment. After an exchange of words, the four took to the skies once more, soon returning to the tiger beast tribe. The elders, Lu Qin, and the shaman Bin She awaited them in the cave. Upon seeing Hutton and the others return unscathed, they finally felt at ease. They prepared warm water for them to freshen up, and soon the group gathered around the hearth to warm themselves. Huttung offered Xiao a cup of dendrobium tea. Pouring himself a cup and taking a few sips before leisurely recounting the situation regarding the Eagle Beast tribe to Lu Qin and the elders, particularly clarifying the matter concerning Bao Sheng. Xiao nestled beside Lu Qin, cradling her younger sister, a little tiger cub not yet 3 months old, rounder and more spirited than the first time they met. The energetic cub nuzzled against her, playfully tugging at her hands with its paws and nibbling at her fingers with its tiny teeth. The baby teeth had emerged, causing a ticklish sensation and occasionally a slight sting. When Xiao felt pain, she would feign a yelp, and the little cub would quickly lick her finger in concern before resuming its playful nibbling. Xiao smiled as she watched, one hand offering her finger to be bitten, while the other gently caressed the cub's back, occasionally rubbing its little tiger head and playfully tugging at its whiskers and tail. The little milk tiger was warm and fluffy, resembling a large kitten. Lu Qin also held a tiger cub, Xiao brother, who was familiar with her scent and yearned for affection from his sister. Thus, he began to wobble his way over to Xiao. She decided to embrace both cubs together. Watching the two little milk tigers frolic in her arms, one embrace could hardly contain both. As they collided, they entered a playful tussle, each swatting at the other. Jaws open in mock bites, emitting adorable growls. When they finally managed to embrace each other and nibble, they lacked the strength to truly hurt, instead licking one another in a delightful display of playfulness. Xiao could never bear to let go when holding them, content to play for an entire day. She cherished these moments, knowing that as they grew, she would soon be unable to embrace both at once. When that time came, it would feel entirely different. After much effort, Hutong meticulously finished relaying the details. The discussion then shifted to strategies for dealing with Bao Sheng, Bin She, the elder shaman of the tribe, who had witnessed over 200 springs and autumns, having seen the rise and fall of the tiger beast tribe, pinched his whiskers and remarked, "I encountered Bao Sheng a decade ago, when he was still the chief of the leopard beast tribe. At that time, his beast rank was 5, around 120 years old. He was rumored to be combative by nature, yet intelligent. However, a year later, there were whispers that nearly half of the warriors in the leopard beast tribe had perished. Shortly thereafter, it was said he ascended to the 6th rank, that I deduced that he deceived a multitude of his clansmen into embarking on perilous hunts for the fiercest beasts, subsequently claiming the beast cores for himself, thus attaining his rank. Typically, such actions, which cost many lives for personal gain, would be met with resistance from the tribe and could even lead to exile. Yet he must have employed some underhanded means to escape unscathed. Once the dust settled, he stepped down from his position as chief, allowing his younger brother, the male cub Baozha, to take his place. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, for the leopard and tiger beast tribes were situated far apart and had not interacted for many years. Though both were formidable tribes within the forest, they had chosen to avoid one another, maintaining a distance and never crossing paths. Lu Qin added, "Jian Ran once mentioned to me that Bao Sheng is treacherous and not worthy of deep connections, preferring to avoid any dealings with him. Hence, we have refrained from interacting with the leopard beast tribe. After hearing of his ascension to the 6th rank, we have become even more cautious, as his rise seems to be rooted in unsavory means." After pondering for a moment, Huzai inquired, "Mother, Bin She, do you happen to know this individual named Baozha? What manner of person is he?" Lu Qin shook her head. Bin She then replied, "Initially, Baozha was an orc unknown to anyone, but he suddenly ascended to the 4th tier, which drew the attention of the populace. Ordinarily, when a clan leader steps down, a selection process involving public displays of martial prowess among the clan's warriors should take place, with the victor assuming the leadership role to gain the respect and support of the tribe. Such a leader would also earn recognition and esteem from neighboring clans. However, Bao's rise was quite unexpected, as he defeated a 5th-tier warrior in the tribe with his 4th-tier strength, thereby becoming the clan leader. From an outsider's perspective, the Bao Beast clan appears ominous and untrustworthy, as they often contravene the norms and customs of orc tribes and the Qingling continent. It is precisely because of these deviations from convention that astute individuals tend to steer clear of them, that if they are capable of betraying their own kin, one can only imagine how they would treat outsiders. Over the past decade, an increasing number of clans have chosen to distance themselves from them, ceasing all interactions. Lu Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the few clans that maintain a cordial relationship with us have had no dealings with them. This has been the case for over a decade, and as a result, our understanding of the Bao Beast clan remains fundamentally limited. Huzai remarked. The Mermaid clan has an extensive network, yet Song Rui's knowledge of the Bao Beast clan is also scant, and he refrains from engaging with them. Song Rui's recent resolution concerning Ing Jie and the others can be perceived merely as a sigh of relief. The true tormentors of these females reside among those few individuals within the Bao Beast clan. There is even an orc within their ranks who has violently mistreated females, nearly fatally injuring Song Rui's cousin, Yurong. Song Rui has informed us that in the near future, he intends to devise a strategy to capture this malevolent orc from the Bao Beast clan. Once apprehended, he plans to interrogate him in hopes of uncovering further information in a brief moment. Jian Xiao Qi had successfully lulled the 2 little tiger cubs to sleep, who were now nestled in her embrace. Snoring softly, she adjusted her position and said, "Mother, grandfather been sure, if we assume that the mastermind behind the burning and killing of our tiger clan members is Bao Sheng, what incentives might he have offered Jianming and the others? Why would they choose to betray their own female partners, forsake their native tiger clan, and even turn against their blood relatives to act as henchmen for him?" Lu Qin responded, "If we speculate about Bao Sheng's intentions, it is quite possible that they revolve around you, Xiao Qi. Bao Sheng undoubtedly harbors aspirations of ascending to the 7th tier, and he desires to have his own offspring, capable of inheriting his formidable abilities and robust lineage. The higher the tier, the longer the lifespan. The stronger the offspring produced at higher tiers, the greater their potential. When Jianming and the others chose to betray, their actions were marked by a clarity of purpose and unwavering resolve, committing acts of violence without hesitation or remorse, indicating their steadfast determination. Huzai analyzed. I suspect that Bao Sheng's ambitions are vast. He is not merely content with severely undermining the Tiger clan and seizing you. Xiao Qi is likely that he has presented Jianming with some formidable weapon or tremendous benefit. It is precisely because Jianming and his associates glimpsed the grand prospects that Bao Sheng painted before them, enabling them to carve out greater advantages, that they were willing to take such risks. The Tiger clan is situated at the heart of the misty forest, while the Bao Beast clan lies beyond it, separated by a vast lake, positioned at the easternmost edge of the Qingling continent. Over the past decade, the territorial expanse of the Bao Beast clan has been steadily growing, overpowering many smaller clans that succumbed to their might. Unexpectedly, during this period, they have been utilizing the Eagle clan to transport numerous orcs back and forth from the skies, infiltrating the central regions on a monthly basis. The discussions among Huzai and the other clansmen regarding the conflicts between these tribes captivated Shi Rui and Geng Teng, who had previously not been acquainted with such matters, yet found the exchanges as engaging as a riveting tale. After a round of deliberation, Jian Xiao Qi declared, "As long as there are wicked beasts, they will inevitably reveal their true colors if they do not cease their misdeeds." The Eagle clan's willingness to collude with the Bao Beast clan, ferrying them to and fro, has not gone unnoticed by the neighboring clans. From now on, they will surely become even more clandestine in their activities, exercising greater caution. Simultaneously, all the henchmen that Jianming had previously recruited have been eradicated. For the time being, the Tiger clan is unlikely to face significant threats. Once the snow melts, I will accompany Shi Rui to investigate the situation. Lu Qin quickly shook her head. "My child, you cannot go. That if your father were here, perhaps it would be feasible to provoke them." But if you go, would it not be akin to delivering yourself into their hands? Jian Xiao Qi replied, Mother, I am not seeking to display bravado. I will certainly devise a plan and ensure it is secure before proceeding with any investigation. You need not worry. What plan could you possibly conceive? In the face of absolute power, even the most ingenious plans may prove futile. Jian Xiao Qi found it inappropriate to elaborate further in this context and acquiesced. Very well, we shall take things one step at a time. Only then did Lu Qin feel a sense of reassurance. The serious matters had all been discussed earnestly, with the formalities nearly concluded. It was time for dinner. The clansmen tasked with preparing the evening meal entered the meeting cave, each carrying a large wooden basin. Soon, the long table was adorned with a bountiful spread of food, ample portions of braised meat, roasted meat, stewed potatoes, chunks of fish, as well as dumplings and noodles. The atmosphere was warm and lively, filled with laughter as everyone gazed hungrily at the several large basins that Zai and Lu Qin rose to their feet, serving the most tender roasted and braised meats into the bowls of the elder clan members before finally picking up their chopsticks to begin their meal. Most orcs typically use spoons, but having learned to use chopsticks, they joyfully dug in, some opting to eat with their hands. That Zai filled Jian Xiao Qi's bowl to the brim, and he too took large bites of meat. According to Jian Xiao Qi's experience, an adult, robust orc requires at least 10 kilograms of meat or an equivalent amount of food daily to sustain their energy and daily needs. That if they are training, hunting, fighting, or undertaking arduous tasks, their consumption must be even greater. This substantial appetite can be consumed all at once or divided into 3 or 2 meals throughout the day. Thus, for 400 orcs, even if half of them are adult males, the monthly demand for meat is considerable. Furthermore, from the moment spring begins to thaw until late in the warm season, it is the breeding period for wild beasts, with many creatures mating and females nurturing their young. Every hunting excursion is meticulously planned, as they cannot afford to deplete the males entirely, nor can they recklessly hunt the females. Otherwise, their territory would lack wildlife to hunt in the future. This reflects the primitive and straightforward natural philosophy of the savage orcs. It is commonly understood that hunting is not conducted in spring. Even if hunting is necessary during this period, it would typically involve only a few small catches to stave off hunger without risking starvation. Alternatively, they might seek out unclaimed territories to hunt. However, unclaimed lands are often distant and fiercely contested. Thus, during the warm season, which coincides with spring, the clansmen forage for wild vegetables, mushrooms, and collect last year's fallen nuts. Lest they face true scarcity, although hunting is possible in winter, most prey are lean, with the most succulent game found in the autumn. Despite winter lasting only 3 months, combined with the warm season's over 2 months of hunting prohibition, it is essential to stockpile several months' worth of meat supplies before winter sets in. This is a monumental task, without trading for salt in exchange for meat or grains, or foraging for potatoes that can stave off hunger. Along with collecting nuts, wild vegetables, and mushrooms from the forest, a portion of the clan would likely perish from starvation. Jian Xiao Qi also urged them to stew bones, as the meat on the bones can be cleaned off thoroughly. And the bone broth, enriched with potatoes, vegetables, and mushrooms, is quite nutritious and filling. The orc clan's people, who had lived their lives, could hardly fathom that after the clan's devastating blow, the dining table would be laden with such a plethora of delectable dishes. As they savored their meals, the shadows of despair gradually dissipated from their faces, and the pain within their hearts and bodies began to mend. After the meal, Zai, Shirei, and Gung Tung took a brief respite before heading out with the warriors for their evening patrol of the nearby territories. Jian Xiao Qi cradled the 2 little tiger cubs and returned to her dwelling alongside Lu Qin. Lu Qin's residence was situated in the innermost part of the cave, a space approximately 10 square meters deep that had been excavated for her habitation. It was furnished with simple items such as a stone bed, stone table, and stone stools. Although Lu Qin possessed excellent night vision, she habitually lit a lamp filled with pig oil to illuminate the small room. Given the presence of the tiger cubs, the ceiling of the small dwelling featured a tiny ventilation opening, specifically carved out for the purpose of air circulation, which was usually sealed to prevent cold air from entering. Lu Qin would regulate the airflow, changing it every few hours to ensure a healthier environment for the little cubs, as the young ones are particularly sensitive to air quality and become restless if it becomes stuffy. Jian Xiao Qi carefully placed the sleeping cubs on the animal's skin and tucked them in snugly. She then asked, "Mother, have my younger siblings been given names yet?" Lu Qin's expression darkened slightly. "No, your father is not here, so we have yet to name them. Since we have some time, why don't we name them together? All right, the brother was born first, and then the sister. We must choose their names carefully. Xiao Qi, take your pick. In the future, the younger siblings will adore their elder sister." Lu Qin sat down and gently patted the bellies of the two little tiger cubs. "The younger brother shall be named Jian Shu, and the younger sister shall be Jian Xiaoling. What do you think?" "Very well, we shall go with that. Xiao Chu and Xiaoling will surely come and cherish their names. Cub, come and sit down." Lu Qin beckoned her to sit by the bed and continued, "You have been in a relationship with Nua and Shi Rue for quite some time. How have you been getting along? Have there been any quarrels?" Jian Xiao Qi pursed her lips and confidently replied, "We three get along splendidly. Mother, I am very happy, so please don't worry about me. Indeed, while I have only sought your father, I understand the necessity for you to treat the other two fairly and equitably. Only then can our family remain harmonious. I often observe Jia and Shi Rue sparring in the open, yet their bond remains strong." Jian Xiao Qi chuckled lightly. "Yes, whenever they have differing opinions, they resort to a scuffle, and the one who loses must yield to the victor." Lu Qin smiled gently. "That may be true. But how could a family truly bear to fight until there is a clear victor? During such altercations, it is certain that one party willingly concedes, intentionally allowing the other to win." Jian Xiaoqi wholeheartedly agreed. She understood this well. In the beast realm, relationships between individuals are far simpler, making such connections quite enjoyable. One adopts a straightforward demeanor towards foes and a different attitude towards family and friends with adversaries. It is a matter of direct confrontation until one party falls. Among friends and peers, it may also lead to conflict, but without the intent to truly harm. They simply engage in a bout to relieve pent-up frustration. And once the dust settles, the smaller king follows the larger king's counsel. Jian Xiao Qi, having developed a heavy sense of caution in her previous life, even towards those in the orphanage, gradually found healing through her two beast husbands in this realm. She pondered why she felt inclined to lower her guard and commit to Shi Rue, whom she had known for only one night. It was undoubtedly due to his pure and passionate nature that had begun to mend her wounds. Lu Qin took out a partially knitted scarf and a ball of yarn, leisurely continuing her work while saying, "Cub, I plan to bond with Uncle Fei Pang. I suspect it will happen before the warm season." "Ah, mother, why? You silly child. It is simply because I find Uncle Fei Pang to be quite wonderful." Jian Xiaoqi immediately grew displeased, as her subconscious instinct from the beast realm took precedence. She grasped Lu Qin's arm and argued, "Mother, since you love father so dearly, why would you abandon him? You said father is not dead, merely transformed. I will go find him right away and bring him back early so our family of 5 could be reunited. Do you think caring for the younger siblings is particularly burdensome? Once they are weaned, I will take them with me and raise them that if you seek another partner, father will surely be heartbroken." Lu Qin explained, "For all these years, it is not that your father wished to prevent me from finding a beast husband, but rather that I did not want it. He has always hoped that Fei Pang would join our family." Jian Xiaoqi felt a sharp pain in her heart. Upon realizing this, tears began to involuntarily stream down her cheeks. She was astonished to find that she was genuinely crying since the age of 15. She had not shed a single tear, only blood. Unbeknownst to her, the secondary persona of Jian Xiaoqi in the beast realm was starting to dominate. For the beast realm Xiaoqi, her feelings for her father ran deep. She firmly believed he was alive and that finding him to reunite the family was essential. Hearing her mother express the desire to seek another partner filled her with urgency and sorrow. "Cub, why are you crying? Don't cry, don't cry." Lu Qin was startled and hurriedly approached to wipe her tears. Jian Xiaoqi could not contain her tears, which continued to fall in great droplets, and the more Lu Qin wiped, the more tears flowed. "Don't cry, my dear. Mother will explain everything." "Explain what?" "You love father the most. You cannot seek another. Father will undoubtedly be devastated upon his return." Lu Qin took some animal skin to wipe her tears and comforted her. "Little Chur, Your younger siblings were conceived when your father was at the 6th tier of beast rank. They possess extraordinary talent. They need a beast father to accompany them as they grow, as they may soon transform into human form and awaken their abilities. From the moment of their birth, they have grown rapidly and require their father's abilities for protection and companionship. Otherwise, it could hinder their talents awakening. Besides, I also regret having only one beast husband, truly. Jian Xiao Qi could grasp the earlier statements, but the last sentence caused her tears to flow anew. Mother, have you forgotten father so quickly? Lu Qin's eyes reddened as she fought back her own tears. Cub, don't cry. From now on, let us both refrain from tears, for shedding them serves no purpose that I in the beast realm. Having multiple beast husbands at home is preferable. Mother does not love your father any less. It is precisely because of that love that I am willing to seek another. The growth of your younger siblings cannot be separated from their beast father. When your father returns, he will undoubtedly be pleased. For Uncle Fei Pang will take excellent care of your younger siblings. Upon hearing this, Jian Xiao Qi wept even more freely, tears flowing like rain. The other females residing in the juvenile section were drawn to her side, surrounding her to offer comfort. Jian Xiao Qi felt as though she was not crying for herself, but rather for Xiao Che, who was mourning, for the pain of being grievously wounded and slain by Jian Ming, for the joy of being reborn and reunited with her mother and siblings, and for the happiness of living on to bond with brother Enua for a lifetime. Ultimately, she wept bitterly, finally releasing all the grievances she had endured since her rebirth, and compensating for the tears she had never shed in the apocalypse. After much coaxing from the females, she finally ceased her crying, her sobs quieting to a whisper. Lu Qin urged the other females to return, as it was already time for bed. With a hint of exasperation, Lu Qin remarked, "Since Xiao Qi is unwilling, then mother shall not pursue a bond. It is not a great loss. We shall endure." Jian Xiao Qi wiped her tears and said, "Mother, I feel much better after crying. I wept for the tribulations I have faced and for our chance to reunite and start anew. You may bond with Uncle Fei Pang. I have come to terms with it. Since it is father's wish, it is also mine." Lu Qin looked at her childish daughter, who kept changing her mind. She felt a mix of exasperation and affection. "Very well. Return to your brother Enua now. Your eyes are swollen from crying. Do not let him worry." Jian Xiao Qi took several deep breaths. Finally feeling a sense of relief, she firmly declared, "Mother, I have grown up and am no longer childish. That I sincerely wish for you and Uncle Fei Pang to be forever united. Truly, I welcome him into our family. And I also represent the younger siblings in welcoming him." Lu Qin felt deeply comforted, knowing that her daughter, who had always been most compassionate towards her, finally understood her struggles. Lu Qin took her hand and led her outside. "Hurry along. Enua must be waiting for you anxiously." Yes, indeed, Huzha, Shirei, and Gung Tung stood in the middle of the cave, separated by a partition. Upon seeing her, Huzha immediately rushed over, grasping her hand. "Why is my precious darling crying?" Upon my return, I heard so many people mention it. Shirui, equally concerned, tugged at her arm. Yes, yes. "Who has bullied you? Quickly tell me, and I shall take care of it." Jian Xiao Qi pouted. "I missed both of you. Why did you take so long?" Huzha replied, "We were thorough in our patrol to avoid any mishaps." Then Huzha turned to Lu Qin and said, "Mother, we will take her back now. You should rest." Lu Qin nodded and turned to head back. The three males escorted one female as they exited the cave, emerging onto a wide path leading to the boundary of their tribe's territory, which had been cleared of snow, revealing the dark earth beneath. They would traverse this path, exiting their territory, and then fly towards their peach blossom valley, ensuring that no traces of their passage remained in the winter. Jian Xiao Qi held tightly to Huzha's hand. Having cried, she now sensed that her bond with him was as though they had faced life and death, making their reunion all the more precious. "Brother Enua, carry me." Huzha smirked affectionately, squatting down slightly before her. "Come here, Xiao Che." Jian Xiao Qi, reminiscent of her childhood, bounded joyfully towards him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Hu Tai effortlessly cradled her hips and legs, carrying her as they walked. Her face nestled against his neck, and she nuzzled his cheek, instinctively tightening her embrace. The nostalgic feelings of childhood companionship surged back, a delightful sensation indeed. This time, it felt authentically reminiscent of their formative years. Jian Xiao Qi, fragrant and soft, lay against his back, playfully seeking closeness and affection. Instantly, Hu Tai too rediscovered the essence of their youthful bond. As a child, Xiao Qi would request his back when tired, crave it when sleepy, and even after a fall, she would insist on being carried. She was a delicate little crybaby. However, Hu Tai had undeniably changed. He had matured, and they were now partners. Jian Xiao Qi immediately sensed the distinction from their childhood. Hu Tai's hands occasionally squeezed her. As if relishing the delightful texture of her form, a flush crept up Jian Xiao Qi's face as she playfully punched him, exclaiming, "Hey, no squeezing, you never did that when we were kids." Hu Tai burst into hearty laughter, declaring, "That was because you weren't an adult back then. Now, you are my female. If I want to squeeze, I shall. Why not take advantage of it? Xiao Qi, I plan to keep squeezing you for a lifetime." The phrase "for a lifetime" successfully elicited a laugh from Jian Xiao Qi. Meanwhile, the onlookers Shi Rui and Geng Teng were left bewildered. However, seeing her no longer crying, but instead cheered up, brought them relief. Hu Tai inquired, "Why were you crying?" "Mother wants to partner with Fei Pang, and I felt a bit sad, fearing my father would be unhappy upon his return." Jian Xiao Qi replied that Hu Tai understood. Continuing as they walked, "This matter has been discussed with the clan elders and me. We wholeheartedly support it. It's indeed a splendid development. Fei Pang has been a close companion of your father since childhood and is a valiant fifth-tier beast warrior. However, before your father set out on a hunt, he was severely injured in an accident, which is why he could not join in the hunt. During the tribal invasion, he fought valiantly, but, due to his prior injuries, was gravely weakened and fell victim to a surprise attack by Jian Ming, nearly succumbing to his wounds." That Hu Tai paused for a moment, noticing Jian Xiao Qi deep in thought, before continuing, "Fei Pang, clinging to life, perhaps unable to let go of your mother, has been enduring his suffering. Bin Sure has been treating him, but there has been no improvement until your mother safely returned from giving birth. At that moment, seeing him on the brink of death, she promised him that if he could recover, she would become his partner. To our surprise, that promise proved remarkably effective, and Fei Pang has been steadily improving day by day. After I found you and returned to the tribe, he consumed the medicine you prepared for him, which led to his recovery. He has progressed from being on the verge of death at the second-tier beast level to the third. Just now, Geng Teng assessed him and believes he may soon reach the fourth tier. That I hope he can quickly return to the fifth tier, as it would enhance the safety of our tribe." Jian Xiao Qi was mostly aware of these matters, but hearing them articulated by Hu Tai made her feel a deeper understanding, prompting her to wish well for their union. For all these years, Fei Pang had indeed cherished her mother. That a promise made by Lu Qin must be honored. Furthermore, it would benefit the growth of her siblings. This, in essence, was Lu Qin's concession and weighing of realities. Jian Xiao Qi tightened her embrace, stating, "Brother Anual, after my tears, I have come to terms with it, and think having two beast husbands is quite agreeable." Shi Rui, who had been listening nearby, finally smiled, his voice still melodious. "Xiao Qi, it turns out we have just the right number of partners. I am quite satisfied." Geng Teng cleared his throat, saying, "Well." Immediately, Hu Tai and Shi Rui turned to him in unison, exclaiming, "Shut up." Geng Teng shrugged nonchalantly. All right then, he had intended to suggest that 3 beast husbands would also be splendid, but it seemed he would miss the chance to say so tonight. Once they left the territory, the 4 of them flew back to the Peach Orchard Valley together. Shi Rui reluctantly bid Jian Xiao Qi good night, saying, "Darling, I didn't win the fight, so I'll head back to the hot springs." Jian Xiao Qi couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, big snake, good night." Shi Rui kissed her cheek, pinched her little hand, and then took Geng Teng's arm as they walked toward the hot springs. Hu Tai held her hand as they returned to their cave home. He noticed that Jian Xiao Qi seemed different tonight. The tenderness in his gaze deepened. He hurriedly lit a fire, rekindling several stoves. They had been away all day, and the fireplace and stove had long gone cold. "I'll heat water for you to wash up properly." And why female is feeling sleepy. "Not sleepy. Come sit." Jian Xiao Qi pulled him down beside her. "Brother Anua, you must feel a deep-seated hatred for your parents' tragic deaths. Right? Hu Tai's expression turned somber and grave. Of course. I wish I could flay them alive and desecrate their remains. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, they were punished by the beast god, vaporized in a great explosion, leaving no trace. Suddenly, Jian Xiao Qi's gaze sharpened, her voice resolute. Your parents died protecting me. How could I allow Jian Ming and the others to live another moment? Jian Ming and the other 8 males were personally obliterated by me. What? I thought it was your prayers that manifested miracles. How did you do it? How do you possess such capability? Jian Xiao Qi took one of his hands, pressing it against her cheek. His hand was solid and warm, reminiscent of what she had always known, bringing her comfort. Brother Enua, one day in the future, I may truly make you believe that those 8 vile beasts were dealt with by my own hands. Blown to bits, your female. I avenged you, slaying the beasts that murdered your parents, hoping to ease your resentment. Although Hu Tai was skeptical, he found no need to cling to that doubt. Tonight, Jian Xiao Qi was notably different, and he chose to trust her. All right, since it was my female who personally dealt with them, I feel much better. However, Xiao Qi, how could you place yourself in front of your mother, taking the brunt of Jian Ming's attack? As your teacher, I must discuss this with you thoroughly. You lack a beast here. Do you understand what it means to stand in front of your mother? It is a reckless act that leads to certain death. Jian Xiao Qi reflected on the scene, speaking softly, when your parents fell beside me. Tragically dying, I loathe myself for being powerless, and a burden it pained me deeply, filled me with regret that I always regarded them as my true parents. My brother, Enua, hadn't returned yet, and I let his parents die, all because of me. So, when Jian Ming aimed to attack my mother, I feared losing another mother. I acted without thinking and stood in front. Hu Tai patiently explained, your mother possesses a beast tier and an instinct for combat and self-defense ingrained in her very being. Even without eyes on the back of her head, she has formidable abilities to retaliate and endure. Even if Jian Ming ambushes her, she has sufficient skill to respond. But when you suddenly stood in her way, your mother feared harming you and reacted slowly, putting you at great risk. Did you hear that? Do not do this again. Jian Xiao Qi blinked. Now equipped with a beast tier and combat experience, she recognized her foolishness at that moment. Brother Enua, I understand my mistake. Hu Tai couldn't help but tighten his embrace around her. He never wished for Xiao Qi to stand in front of him, that in danger. She should hide in safety. Brother Enua, can we bind ourselves again? Hu Tai regarded his unusually peculiar female and chose to decline. You dream on. I shall not grant you the chance to overturn our vows. What you have said must be honored for a lifetime. Jian Xiao Qi frowned. Her brother, Enua, was cunning, more so than she had anticipated. She quickly clarified, I didn't say I wanted a redo of the marriage vows. I just want to have another bonding night tonight. Is that all right? Jian Xiao Qi swayed against his waist a few times. How could Hu Tai refuse? He smiled. My little Xiao Qi, are you planning to bully me like last time during the bonding night? Haven't you had enough of that yet? Jian Xiao Qi chuckled. Of course not. I could never bear to bully my brother. Hu Tai whispered in her ear. My precious little Xiao Qi. As long as you desire it, I can have a bonding night with you every day. I just fear you may not be able to handle it. Jian Xiao Qi was taken aback. Why was she engaging in such trivial chatter with a loquacious and odious tiger? She could simply silence him with actions instead. Without hesitation, Jian Xiao Qi wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her cherry lips firmly against his alluringly thin ones. Before Hu Tai could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself toppled over, landing on the dining table behind him, serving as a cushion beneath them. Thus commenced the union night belonging to her brother Ani and the beastly little Xiao Qi. The night was brief, at least for a pair of soulmates deeply in love. She, ever considerate, prepared breakfast without partaking, instead taking Gung Tong to the tribe. Gung Tong and the others were busy intensifying the training of the tribe's warriors, striving for their swift ascension and enhancement of combat abilities. Eventually, Jian Xiao Qi reluctantly arose. Hu Tai attended to her grooming and washing. Now, she sat leisurely by the window, savoring her brunch. After breakfast, what shall we do? Hu Tai inquired, seated opposite her, chewing as he spoke. Let us head to the tribe. I wish to keep an eye on Xiao Chu and Xiao Ling. Are you abandoning me? Such a heartless one. Used and then tossed aside, Huzai chomped on his meat while glaring at her with his fierce tiger eyes, though it was evident that he was in good spirits. Jian Xiao Qi responded with a gentle smile. My younger siblings possess remarkable talents. They grow rapidly, changing day by day that I cannot afford to miss out. During the day, I will watch over Xiao Chu and Xiao Ling, and at night, I will guard you and Ruerei. How does that sound? Your arrangements are rather delightful. Jian Xiao Qi reflected, content with her current life, barring her father's mysterious disappearance and a lurking enemy yet to be identified, alongside the need for the tribe's reconstruction. With such thoughts in mind, she hastened her pace to finish her meal. When the beastly couple returned hand in hand to the tiger beast tribe, everyone was diligently engaged in their respective tasks. On this fine morning, with the weather pleasant, both inside and outside the cave were warm. The entrance, shielded from the wind and facing south, had the tribe's young ones frolicking and basking in the sun beneath the cave's window. The females watched over the cubs while attending to their work, knitting sweaters, crafting animal skin garments, or spinning wool, gathered together in laughter and conversation. The males busied themselves, some preparing the day's meat for a communal feast, others training in the practice arena, while others focused on crafting various tools and furniture from wood or stone. Jian Xiao Qi greeted everyone as she made her way through. She did not find Lu Qin, but spotted her younger siblings. At that moment, the two little tiger cubs were nestled in Fei Peng's embrace, soaking up the sun and snoring softly. Fei Peng, just a year younger than her father, showed no signs of aging. Instead, he appeared even more composed and mature, embodying the charm of a distinguished gentleman. With a radiant smile, Jian Xiao Qi approached. Uncle Fei Peng, are you sunbathing with him? Fei Peng chuckled softly, nodding and gesturing for her to sit. Xiao Qi, come join me. Your mother has stepped away for a moment. I will watch over Xiao Chu and Xiao Ling. All right. Jian Xiao Qi settled beside Fei Peng, glancing down at the two cubs nestled in slumber, playfully poking their mouths with her fingers. Xiao Chu and Xiao Ling are due for weaning. Aren't they? Fei Peng's adoring gaze remained fixed on the little cubs as he replied, Your mother produces an extraordinary amount of milk. Let's allow them to indulge for another month. Other cubs stop after 3 months, but ours can enjoy 5. Seeing the pride on Fei Peng's face, Jian Xiao Qi beamed warmly. Very well, we shall allow them 5 months. When they run out of milk, we will stop. I have prepared plenty of supplementary food for when you wean. I promise they will grow robust. Fei Peng's dark brows relaxed, a knowing smile forming as he acknowledged her words. Uncle Fei Peng, we welcome you into our family. Xiao Qi, you shall be my child as well. I will ensure your safety. Fei Peng was fully aware of the events from the previous night. The cave was expansive, and every occurrence echoed within its confines. Yet, hearing the young female refer to him in such a manner brought a mist to his eyes, and he nodded appreciatively. Father Fei, from now on, we are family. Indeed, family. Jian Xiao Qi produced a generous handful of tiger and dragon pills, neatly wrapped in animal hide, and placed them into Fei Peng's hands. Father Fei, these are for you. I have plenty more. Fei Peng accepted them without reluctance, stowing them away in his space. They sat quietly in the sun, watching the little tiger cubs while engaging in light conversation. After a while, Lu Qin, having completed her duties, strolled over. The scene of them basking in the sun struck her heart profoundly, igniting warmth within her. The most significant people in her life were gathered in one place, all within her sight. She felt that it should have always been this way. How wonderful it would have been had it happened sooner, since the complete annihilation of the brown bear tribe's warriors. The troubles of winter had significantly diminished. The coldest days had been endured, and with the weather gradually warming, the snow would soon melt. Huzai had many arrangements to make. Post-melting, not only would they need to gather resources to feed so many mouths, but they would also require time to clear the ruins of their living quarters and reconstruct the tribe's homes and facilities. That morning, unexpectedly, a group of rare visitors arrived at the tribe. The 4th-tier beastman Yangyu, accompanied by a guard team, brought with him the leader and elders of a herd of herbivorous beasts from the territory's border. Jian Xiao Qi happened to be present as well. Following them into the half-cave designated as the meeting room, that a striking group of tall, robust males entered, some cradling a small cub wrapped tightly in a blanket, along with a chubby, sturdy young female clad in warm clothing. Let us collect the offerings, Huzai called out. Recalling the beast imprints of the tiger and the serpent on the female, Zai invited them to sit at the long table and served stone orchid tea. This was a rare occurrence. The herbivorous beast tribe had relied on the brown bear tribe for survival in the misty forest, with the annihilation of the brown bears by the tiger tribe. It appeared the herbivorous beasts were not here seeking vengeance. Jian Xiao Qi remained silent beside them, awaiting the answers. The leader chosen by the herbivorous tribe, Neo Air, stood up, his voice booming. Tiger Chief, I, Neo Air, have traversed the snow to seek your aid. The supplies outside the cave are a gift from us. That Zai observed the offerings, instinctively gauging their intentions as friends or foes. That Zai rose. Gesturing, Leader Neo, please sit, take a sip of water, and speak at your leisure. Neo Air declined to sit, his expression troubled, and spoke directly. My cub, Neo Moo, has caught a chill and contracted a fever. I have sought many shamans, yet none have been able to cure him. That I have heard that the tiger tribe possesses miraculous medicine, and have come here, hoping for a stroke of luck. If my cub can be healed, I am willing to bring the herbivorous tribe under your protection, ensuring a stable life for our residents henceforth. With that, he glanced at the small cub cradled in another warrior's arms. The cub was tightly swaddled, revealing only a pale, ashen face with tightly shut eyes, resembling a lifeless hue. Jian Xiao Qi nearly leapt her feet. The cub's pallor indicated a dire state. The decision to save or not save must be made immediately. Zai, too, noticed and heard, for high-tier beastmen possess the ability to unleash their powers, enabling them to hear heartbeats and blood flow up close. With experience, they could detect abnormalities in various sounds. With concern, he remarked, Leader Neo, you are being too modest. The piles of grain outside the cave are more than enough for our shamans to tend to your cub's ailment. Quickly, let Bin Shi examine Neo Moo. Bin Shi was aware of the urgency of the situation, and without delay, despite his hunched back, he moved swiftly to clear the innermost part of the cave where a stone table lay. He unfurled the blanket of the young cub to assess its condition. Jian Xiao Qi also stepped inside to observe the situation. Having served as a veterinarian for 2 centuries, Bin Shi's skills were inherited through generations. Additionally, Jian Xiao Qi would often share her knowledge of herbal medicine with him and provided some medicinal materials infused with spring water. Without hesitation, Bin Shi placed a pill into the cub's mouth and began to massage its paw pads and palms. All present remained silent, watching the diligent efforts of Bin Shi and Jian Xiao Qi. Gradually, the cub's heartbeat grew stronger, and its complexion reddened. Neo Air, who had been tense with anxiety, finally exhaled in relief. It was indeed reasonable that the tiger beast had thrived for decades. How could a few rebellious youngsters easily diminish its vigor? He felt that he had made the right decision. Bin Shi checked the pulses in the cub's limbs and neck, and he too felt a sense of relief. He then stood to address the chief. Your cub shows signs of improvement, at least far better than before. However, the lingering effects of the illness will not resolve in just a day or two. Continued treatment and observation are imperative. I cannot guarantee its survival, but I promise to do my utmost. If that is the case, it will need to recuperate here for at least 1 to 2 months. Neo Air, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, readily agreed. Bin Shi, esteemed shaman, I appreciate your efforts. Why child shall remain in your care, and should he survive, I will bestow a generous reward upon you. Bin Shi slightly inclined his head. There is no need for such formalities. This is my duty. Neo Air returned to the long table with his companions, where discussions commenced with Hu Jia. This time, Neo Air's voice was even more resonant. Speak candidly. The brown bears have long bullied us, and our relationship has soured. We toil in the perilous endeavor of harvesting rock salt, yet the resources allocated to us are scant. If we remain bound to them, we will eventually starve and perish as a tribe. Our alliance with the tiger beast is sincere. Hu Jia conferred with the elders of his clan and then expressed, the tiger beast agrees to replace the brown bear tribe as your protectors and to engage in the trade of salt grains. However, you need not join the tiger beast. Under the witness of the beast god, we vow to remain friendly tribes. Neo Air shook his head. This does not adequately convey our sincerity. What if we were to arrange a marriage? My female cub, Neo Huahua, is also here. Huahua, meet the tiger clan leader and the esteemed elders. The robust young female, Huahua, stood up, her voice as strong as her father's, and greetings, esteemed leader and elders. I am Yohua. Lu Qin nodded and remarked, the young female must have suffered in the snow. Hurry to the hearth to warm yourself. Hua tossed her braided pigtails and replied, Aunt, I am not cold. I have plenty of meat to keep me warm. Lu Qin smiled amiably. As long as you are well, do seek out Grandpa Bincher if you feel unwell. Aunt, you're truly kind. After arranging matters for Niu Mu, Jian Xiao Qi approached to evaluate the young female. Indeed, she was as lively as a gem, her face rounder than even Guitai Minen's, yet her features were not unattractive. Her skin was smooth and fair. As for her physique, it was undeniably bullish, strong, and towering at 180 centimeters, making her presence impossible to overlook. Hua continued, Aunt, I have taken a liking to the fourth-tier warrior, Yang Yu of the Tiger Beast. May I have his hand in marriage? Jian Xiao Qi was taken aback. Hua certainly had good taste, for Yang Yu was currently the only fourth-tier warrior in the tribe, aside from Hu Jia, and he was handsome and yet unmarried. Lu Qin assessed the strong young female. Her perspective differing from Jian Xiao Qi's. She was representing the deceased parents of Yang Yu, evaluating the potential for offspring, assessing the size of her hips, the robustness of her frame, the amount of flesh she possessed, and most importantly, her character. After her appraisal, Lu Qin had an understanding, yet she was uncertain whether Yang Yu would agree. Yang Yu had been present, and upon hearing this, his face flushed crimson, like the other young males of the tribe. He secretly harbored feelings for the clan leader's daughter. Jian Xiao Qi, Hu Jia turned to Yang Yu, prompting him to voice his thoughts. Yang Yu stood, resolute, declaring, I do not agree. Hua, initially brimming with confidence, suddenly felt uncertain. She was quite popular in her tribe, a standout among the cattle. Why do you refuse? What is lacking in me? Yang Yu had rarely spoken to young females in his life, and now he felt his face grow hot. However, when it came to matters of lifelong commitment, he had to muster the courage to speak. I am a tiger beast, and you are a herbivorous cow beast. We are from different families. Wouldn't we be incompatible? Hua placed her hands on her hips. Do you think we are primitive beasts? Tiger and cow are sworn enemies. My father is also a fifth-tier beastman, and I am his biological daughter. If you choose me, I guarantee to bear you 5 tiger cubs. If I do not, I shall seek no other mate. Jian Xiao Qi burst into laughter. All eyes turned to her, and she quickly feigned a cough, lowering her head. It was all in jest. She could not disrupt the budding romance between Yang Yu and Hua. This pair of tiger and cow rivals was far more entertaining than her own family's tiger and dragon match. After Hua made her bold declaration, the atmosphere grew tense. Niu Air, undeterred by Yang Yu's rejection, remained confident in his daughter's prospects. Since my cub, Mumu, must stay here, why not leave Hua as well? It would give her the chance to develop a relationship with the warrior Yang Yu. Hu Jia, feeling relieved, expressed, that sounds excellent. They have just met. Let them get to know each other. There are many warriors in the Tiger Beast tribe. Take your time to find a suitable match. Hua, flicking her pigtails, declared, My name is Hua, but my heart belongs only to Yang Yu. I shall not look at anyone else. Hu Jia froze momentarily before awkwardly chuckling that if he were not the clan leader, he would prefer to converse solely with Jian Xiao Qi. Yet, given his responsibilities, he found himself awkwardly conversing with a young female, only to be met with a sharp retort. He quickly patted his brother Yang Yu on the shoulder, saying, Brother, do not rush to refuse. Take your time to consider. Such a fine female is rare to find. Yang Yu remained silent, sitting down with his face turned away. The parties continued to discuss various details, focusing on the living conditions preferred by herbivores, the overall willingness of the residents, and the specific nature of the cooperation with the tiger beast. Jian Xiao Qi leaned in to whisper her thoughts to Lu Qin. Lu Qin suggested the herbivores should move next to the tiger beast during the warm season. Settling in that vast grassland territory, the tiger beast will assist them in building homes and provide safety. They only need to continue their previous way of life, gathering, planting, and refining salt grains. In the end, Niu Air agreed wholeheartedly. The herbivores faced exclusion from their surroundings, and their territory was quite small. Losing it would not be a great loss. Conversely, the tiger beast had ample land suitable for growing wheat and grass. Thus, Hu Jia hosted them with a sumptuous feast and sent them away with plenty of provisions. Niu Air declared that these two cubs need not be delivered back and forth, as the herbivores would soon be relocating. Afterward, Niu Air led the remaining beastmen back home, pondering whether he was either overly confident or simply naive. After all, a great male beast toiled his entire life, with his own offspring being his most valuable asset. For a female does not necessarily belong solely to oneself. Niu Air, having exerted all his strength, had produced these precious gems, only to leave them in the care of the tiger beast. Niu Huahua watched her father depart with a heavy heart, then turned and followed Lu Qin closely behind, calling out Mu, as if she had become Lu Qin's devoted follower. Before long, Jian Xiao found herself cradled in Niu Huahua's arms, being coddled and assured that her own Niu Mu had been raised in her embrace, and that she had always been adept at nurturing young ones. With her substantial stature, boasting a weight of over 200 pounds, Niu Huahua circled around Lu Qin, making it impossible for Jian Xiao Qi to approach her mother. Ironically, Niu Huahua called out Sister Qi at every turn, her demeanor cheerful, which only served to heighten Jian Xiao Qi's frustration. Having been an only child her entire life, Jian Xiao Qi had never experienced the pangs of rivalry for affection until now, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery at her predicament. Unable to compete with Niu Huahua, she resolved to seek solace in her beloved beast husband. The thought of him filled her with pride, for that love was exclusively hers. Hu Tuo, Shi Rui, and Gung Tung were lazily lounging in a cave, gathered around, enthusiastically picking at a buried chicken. Chi, come quickly. We have secretly stashed a beggar's chicken, Shi Rui exclaimed. Grinning like a delighted boy, Jian Xiao Qi squatted beside them, inquiring, is it ready yet? Didn't you have enough when we entertained Niu Air earlier? Not enough, they replied. They ate so much that we feared there wouldn't be enough left. The memory of Niu Air and his companions, who had devoured dumplings as if they had never encountered such delicacies before, made Jian Xiao Qi smile. After all, it was Niu Air's family who cultivated the wheat. Yet they had never tasted dumplings, noodles, or baked flatbreads. A few beggar's chickens wouldn't even suffice to fill your teeth. She remarked, I must find Hu Tuo for a matter. Hu Tuo immediately inquired, what matter? Aren't you curious why I wish to accommodate over 300 of Niu Air's beastmen to settle in our territory? They're not joining our tribe, so they do not count as our people, yet they occupy our land. Hu Tuo took her hand, and they sat together on a bench. Of course, I understand the thoughts of our females. We who beasts lack agricultural skills, so we can let Niu Air and his group cultivate wheat and harvest grains, as well as produce salt. This way, it benefits everyone. Jian Xiao Qi was quite pleased and praised. Hu Tuo, you truly are the chief. You have guessed correctly. Hu Tuo teased, it's all thanks to the little female's excellent guidance. Jian Xiao Qi chuckled. Since I have no pressing matters this afternoon, let us visit the grassland territory to see what would be best for settling and building houses, as well as digging caves. We are accommodating 300 beastmen after all. All right, I will join you after I finish this beggar's chicken, he replied. Shi Rui cracked open a beggar-esque chicken and handed 2 legs to Jian Xiao Qi. Here, enjoy. I will also check the territory later. It's freezing out in the snow. You should stay behind, she cautioned. Snakes fear the cold. Shi Rui's eyes glinted mischievously. What do I care about the cold? It is Hu Tuo who should worry. This time, I intend to hold Qi while riding the great tiger. Jian Xiao Qi nodded eagerly. That sounds splendid. Otherwise, Shi Rui always ends up at a disadvantage, carrying Hu Tuo on his back. Hu Tuo playfully pinched her nose. Point 2 chicken legs 1 T. Silence your chatter. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, I'll carry both of you for our inspection of the grassland territory. Gung Tung quickly finished his portion and asked, Where will I sit? Shi Rui retorted, You are not coming. We are a family of 3 going for a stroll. Gung Tung looked at Jian Xiao Qi with a wounded expression. Xiao Qi, just tell me if I can come or not. Jian Xiao Qi replied, Isn't Ning Long also afraid of the cold? You can stay in the cave and warm yourself by the fire while we are gone. I am not like the Ting snake. I don't fear the cold in a way. I want to go too. I want to ride the great tiger. Why should I always carry him while he never carries me? Hu Tuo kicked him lightly, dividing his portion of the beggar's chicken with him. Take it all, But you're not allowed to follow. Don't you have any idea how heavy you are? I do not wish to carry 3 at once. I do like to breathe and converse with Xiao Qi. Gung Teng looked up, a plan forming in his mind. Forget it. A 1T ride, I'll just fly there myself. It's no big deal. Hu Tuo gritted his teeth, wanting to reclaim the portion of chicken he had just given away, but Gung Teng hugged it tightly to his chest. Hu Tuo threatened, Niu Huahua is still looking for a beast husband. Since Yang Yu is unwilling, I think you will be the perfect candidate for a marriage alliance that I'll go find Niu Huahua and suggest it. You are of a higher beast rank than Yang Yu and quite handsome. Niu Huahua has never even seen you. Gung Teng was immediately captivated by this notion, his mouth agape in surprise, his handsome face displaying an endearing contrast. Earlier, when Niu Air's group visited, he had not accompanied them due to other matters. No way, I don't want to be chosen by another female. I only want Xiao Qi. Hu Tuo shrugged, I am the chief. You must listen to me. Jian Xiao Qi grinned like a carefree chick, unable to resist teasing Gung Teng further. Gung Teng, don't heed Hu Tuo's nonsense. You have yet to join the Hu tribe, so you're not under Hu Tuo's authority. Even if you do join later, you needn't worry. I will protect you. Just keep your face hidden. If Niu Huahua sees you, she will surely forget about Yang Yu. Gung Teng found her reasoning sound and nodded eagerly. The 4 of them, always lively and animated, exchanged endless banter. Unable to tire of their chatter, the IT was amusing how the seemingly aloof and stern Hu beast chieftain, the domineering tongue-ting snake, and the noble and untainted Ing Long could come together in such a jovial manner. Who knew what had led them to this delightful chaos? As the sun began to set, they finally made their way out of the cave. Hu Tuo transformed, carrying Shi Rue and Jian Xiao Qi as they sped toward the Hu beast grassland territory. Gung Teng flew low in the sky, leisurely trailing behind them. The grassland territory lay approximately 10 kilometers from Lu Qin's cave. This distance was quite close for beastmen. A mere shout would suffice for either party to hear. And they could reach one another in just 10 minutes of running. As friendly tribes, they maintained their independence, residing separately to uphold their privacy, thereby reducing potential conflicts. Jian Xiao Qi genuinely desired a cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship with the herbivorous beast community. Although they lacked formidable combat protection, they were excellent laborers. The expansive plains of the Hu beasts were ideal for cultivating wheat, but relying solely on the Hu beast labor would be insufficient. Collaboration would allow each group to leverage their strengths. Within the herbivorous beast community, there were bovine, ovine, deer, horse, rabbit, and other herbivorous beastmen. From Jian Xiao Qi's perspective, they were a treasure trove of talent. The herbivorous beastmen possessed formidable 5th-tier combat abilities, at least as strong as their 4th-tier Hu counterparts. However, due to their inherent limitations, they lacked sharp teeth, which rendered their combat effectiveness relatively weaker compared to Hu beasts of the same tier. Moreover, they did not solely consume grass. They also required meat. Although they could survive on grass alone, Jian Xiao Qi proposed, Hu Tuo, let us allocate a larger area for their residential zone, not only to accommodate them, but also to provide a portion of land for their own cultivation, such as wheat and potatoes. This would serve as a gift to Niu Air and his group, alleviating any feelings of dependency that could lead to conflicts over time. Furthermore, as the population grows, it will provide ample space for everyone. That is an excellent idea. I will discuss it with the tribe elders. Yes, anything grown in their designated area will be considered their own produce, while anything cultivated beyond that will be split evenly between our 2 tribes. Understood. I'll keep that in mind. Jian Xiao Qi calculated that designating 5,000 acres should suffice. Within that space, they could cultivate 1,000 acres for their own subsistence, ensuring their basic dietary needs were met. The remaining portion could incentivize them to farm the Hu beast land in exchange for food distribution, allowing them to trade grain for meat. As Hu Tuo dashed through the grassland, Jian Xiao Qi, clad in a woolen hat, scarf, and gloves, felt no chill, especially when Shi Rue pressed closely against her for warmth. She held a bundle of vibrant red long-tail feathers, plucked from the wild chickens, which were striking and eye-catching. After surveying a vast area, Jian Xiao Qi began demarcating the land. As the tiger cub arrived at each designated point, Jian Xiao Qi would place a feather upon the snow, prompting the diligent Gung Teng to chop down thick logs. even thicker than his own legs, embedding them at the locations marked by the feathers. Every 100 meters a post would be planted, amounting to nearly 100 in total, a considerable undertaking. Gung Tung toiled like a machine throughout the afternoon, his tail weary from the labor. The collective effort was evident, with Gung Tung contributing the lion's share of strength, swiftly marking the perimeter of the 5,000 mu of land with wooden stakes, effectively delineating the area. These stakes would serve as boundary markers in the future. This vast expanse lay alongside a river valley, with a stream flowing through the bottom of the gorge, bordered by fertile alluvial plains. The surrounding hills were adorned with forests and sandy soil, ideal for quarrying stone and timber. A segment of hard, sandy terrain on the slope was particularly suited for construction. It was prudent to build houses on slightly elevated ground for stability, making it an excellent location for both habitation and agriculture. Having finalized the demarcation, Jian Xiao Qi clapped her hands in satisfaction, signifying the completion of the task. She gazed up at the tireless iron Henin Inglong in the sky, feeling a twinge of guilt in her conscience. The three beast companions had not intended to bully him. However, he always seemed to wear a woeful expression that evoked sympathy. Thus, Jian Xiao Qi lavished praise upon him, declaring that Gung Tung's contributions had been paramount, and insisted that he should indulge in a hearty meal that evening. Gung Tung felt a warmth in his heart, though he masked it outwardly. Which mischievous beast had prevented him from joining? Perhaps it would be best to forego dinner tonight to avoid waste. The tiger cub, recognizing his hard work, refrained from retorting and allowed him this moment of victory. For to do otherwise would be too cruel, a burden on her conscience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the tiger cub prepared to escort the young female back for dinner. He bounded through the snow, over a meter deep, carrying Shi Rui and Jian Xiao Qi on his back. Gung Tung followed leisurely, flying while engaging in conversation with the young female. As they ran, Jian Xiao Qi suddenly pointed to the side and shouted, "Look, a plump rabbit!" But she had previously declared that rabbits were not particularly palatable. Though they might not be as delectable as the Gaga beasts or the Yu pigs, they were still meat. And it was time to catch one. The tiger cub and Shi Rui instinctively glanced skyward, and Gung Tung, receiving the unspoken command, swooped down in pursuit. The reality was that such small wild rabbits were being hunted by a grand 30-meter-long, fifth-tier Inglong, causing them to scatter in fright, even burrowing into the ground to escape. It felt somewhat like overkill, yet fortunately, the Inglong had discerning taste, only capturing the larger male rabbits, ignoring the smaller females carrying young. Upon their return to the tribe, they displayed over 50 plump rabbits, each larger than 2 Gaga beasts combined. The guilt that had initially plagued the tiger cub and his companions dissipated, for no one could fault them for feasting on meat. That evening, the 4 of them dined together in the tribe. After the meal, a group of young male beastmen skinned the rabbits, marinating and roasting them. The tiger cub distributed portions to each family, adding a festive touch to their meal. Following dinner, Jian Xiao Qi made her way to visit Niu Mu in the cave compartment of the shaman Bin Shi. A small bed had been set up for Niu Mu, who had already recovered from his fever and was being fed a bowl of meat and noodle soup. Jian Xiao Qi observed that he seemed to be improving at 12 years of age. Niu Mu was a handsome and spirited young lad, albeit somewhat thin. His bright black eyes, framed by long eyelashes, were particularly striking. Though still confined to his bed, he held Jian Xiao Qi's hand and called out, "Sister Qi." Sitting beside him, she comforted him, saying, "Mumu, if you feel unwell, just tell Grandpa Bin Shi. You mustn't get out of bed tonight, even if you need to use the restroom or drink water." "Do you understand?" "I understand, Sister Qi," he replied. "Good," she continued, "mainly because I fear you might catch a chill from the cold wind. You haven't fully recovered yet. A moment's carelessness could be fatal, so you mustn't leave the cave." "Sister Qi, I promise I will be obedient." Niu Mu was a clever child, aware that he had narrowly escaped death, thanks to the efforts of Grandpa Bin Shi and Sister Qi. "Are you hungry?" "Mumu, you can't eat your fill just yet. You can only have some noodle soup for now. It's not that Grandpa Bin Shi is stingy. If you feel hungry tonight, you must endure it until tomorrow, when you're feeling better. And then you can eat a little more." "That I understand. Sister Qi, I heard you were a great cook. Is that true?" He blinked his big eyes, eagerly awaiting her answer. Jian Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, amused by the little rascal's inquisitiveness. Indeed, Mumu, if you behave well, I will bring you delicious food the day after tomorrow. Once you've fully recovered, you can enjoy good things, but if you're not better, you'll only be able to watch and not eat. I will be obedient and recover quickly, so I can eat good food. The things Grandpa Binsher eats smell so delicious, he replied, his innocent thoughts evident on his face, clearly longing for the feast. Niu Mumu's complexion appeared more vibrant than before. Jian Xiao Qi felt a pang of sympathy for the little one, who lacked the presence of his parents, and thus stayed to chat a while longer. Before long, Niu Huahua approached, saying, "Sister Qi, are you here?" "Yes. Come keep your brother company. Tell him stories about the tiger tribe to help him rest easy. Little ones can easily feel frightened in unfamiliar surroundings, which is detrimental to their recovery. Tonight's midnight is a crucial point. It's best if he doesn't run a fever again. However, Mumu's illness makes him prone to convulsions at night." "All right, I will keep him company." "Thank you, Sister Qi, that I carried your brother and sister for an entire afternoon. I'm utterly exhausted. By the way, why does the tiger cub weigh so much more than a cow cub?" "Soon, I want to be able to hold him in my arms, and will have to crawl around instead." Jian Xiaoqi teased, "Why don't you go chase after Yangyu instead of always hanging around my mother?" Her words hinted at a playful rivalry, suggesting that Niu Huahua should not compete with her for her mother's affection. Niu Huahua chuckled, "Sister Qi, it doesn't matter if Yangyu disagrees, as long as Aunt Lucine agrees. It's fine. After all, Yangyu still has to listen to Aunt Qin." Jian Xiaoqi took a deep breath, astonished by the cleverness of this young female cub. She felt a sense of urgency, fearing that Lucine might find Niu Huahua even more astute than herself. Such a cunning strategy had not even crossed her mind. Her respect for Niu Huahua grew, recognizing her as a shrewd little strategist. Sharp and perceptive, she advised, "As a wise female, you must balance both sides. You can assist my mother during the day, and in the evening, while the warriors rest, you can seek warmth from Yangyu. This way you will not neglect either duty." Niu Huahua objected, "I genuinely like Aunt Lucine, as well as Xiao Chu and Xiao Ling. How can you say I'm a lackey? I also want to learn to knit wool, to make hats, socks, and gloves for Aunt Qin." All right, I concede. Mumu's well-being is the top priority. Once he recovers, I will join him in pursuing Yangyu. Is that acceptable?" Niu Mumu patted his little chest, quickly assuring, "Sister, with two wonderful sisters, I will get better quickly and help you pursue brother-in-law." Jian Xiaoqi and Niu Huahua both laughed. In the beast world, there was no competition among females. Females could pursue males, but it was not characterized by overwhelming desire. More often than not, it was not forced. Jian Xiaoqi surmised that Yangyu would not escape Niu Huahua's grasp, and he was likely destined to welcome 5 tiger cubs. Niu Huahua sat at the head of the bed, holding Niu Mumu's hand while animatedly recounting the amusing event she had witnessed in the tiger tribe, coaxing him into fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Jian Xiaoqi conversed with Binsher, adding some medicinal pills for Niu Mumu. She emphasized the necessity of keeping a close watch on him that night, explaining how to respond if he were to run a fever, ensuring he could endure the night. Binsher, a wise elder, understood the importance of Niu Mumu and was naturally cautious as they spoke. The tiger cub, Shirei, and Gung Tung arrived looking for her. They stood at the entrance of the compartment, and upon noticing the unfamiliar young female, Niu Huahua, Gung Tung immediately became alert, hastily wrapping a knitted scarf around his face to conceal it. Jian Xiaoqi and Niu Huahua were taken aback in the dark cave. What was the purpose of covering his face? After a moment, Jian Xiaoqi realized she had intended to tease Gung Tung, but he had taken her seriously. Niu Huahua furrowed her brow, intrigued by the hidden face, eager to see what manner of creature it concealed. Chief of the tiger tribe. Who is he? Has he developed a rash on his face? Hurry and find Grandpa Binsher to take a look. Huzi rubbed his nose and explained, his name is Gungting. Binsher examined him and remarked that his face should not be exposed to the wind. Oh, I see. You must support him, but be careful when going to the toilet. Stepping on something would be quite a hassle to clean. Shirue struggled to suppress his laughter, nearly causing an internal injury, but since he was not particularly adept at conversing with other females, he merely bowed his head and chuckled quietly. Binsher urged them to return and rest early. You all should head back. Huzi replied, Bin sure, I will sleep in the meeting cave tonight. If you need anything, just call for me. Very well, very well. Huzi took Jian Xiao Qi by the hand and headed outside, saying, Xiao Qi, I will keep watch over Mumu tonight. If anything arises that I cannot handle, I'll summon you. All right, just as Jian Xiao Qi finished her response, a loud crash echoed, followed by a resounding boom, prompting them to stop and investigate. It turned out that Gungting, with his face covered, had not seen the path and crashed into a stone stool, collapsing the stone bed made of slate inside the cave. Shi Rui's expression darkened as he scolded, Look at what you've done. What are we to do at this hour when we need to sleep? Gungtung was equally frustrated. I was blindfolded, and you didn't guide me properly. Are you foolish? A scarf can cover just your face while leaving your eyes exposed. Why would you choose to blindfold your eyes as well? Where is the female who only finds someone appealing by their eyes? Certainly not in my lineage. Upon realizing the truth in his words, Gungting felt embarrassed for his folly. He felt guilty for the mess he had caused. The bed he had destroyed belonged to Yang Yu. Hearing the noise, rushed over. Upon seeing his good friends involved, he quickly reassured them. It's all right, it's all right. I can rebuild it. Gungting's handsome face flushed as he said, Yang Yu, I suspect the bed slats may have broken in the middle. Yang Yu was taken aback. It wouldn't be as simple as just rebuilding it. It would likely require searching for another slab of stone. And at this late hour, it would disturb others. Huzi, not wishing to create noise while everyone was preparing for rest, put his arm around Yang Yu's shoulder and said, Brother, let's go sleep at the meeting cave on the long table. It's quite comfortable by the fireplace. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to find a large stone slab to use as a bed. Yang Yu nodded. Good. It's been a while since we shared a space. Jian Xiao Qi watched as the two brothers departed, arms around each other's shoulders. Shi Rui took Jian Xiao Qi's hand and asked, Shall we head home? Jian Xiao Qi paused, glancing back at Gungting, who only had his eyes visible, and inquired, Does her knee hurt? Should we show it to Bin Shi? No need. I'm not made of clay. Gungtung was eager to leave, not wanting to walk into a trap set by Bin Shi. Then what are you made of? The stone bed is broken, and you claim not to be in pain. Gungting quietly responded, I just need to take my Longhu pills. Let's go quickly before Niuhua catches sight of us. Jian Xiaoqi chuckled. All right then. She followed Shi Rui and Gungting back to the secluded valley. As Gungting attempted to enter the cave, Shi Rui blocked the doorway. What do you intend to do here? Go sleep in your hot spring. My leg hurts, Shi Rui simply replied. Jian Xiaoqi was not surprised. Come in. Let's take a look. I feel that impact was quite severe. You managed to break such a thick stone slab. Are you sure your body isn't harder than stone? Not at all. Feel for yourself. It's quite soft. Gungting extended his hand for Jian Xiaoqi to check. Shi Rui swatted his hand away in disdain. Stop with the nonsense. Let us get this over with. And if there is nothing wrong, you can leave. Fine. Lighting the pig oil lamp, Jian Xiaoqi held it up to inspect. Indeed, it was bruised and swollen. Fortunately, no bones were injured. She quickly crushed a few dendrobium pills and mixed them with a bit of water to apply to his knee. The pain subsided swiftly. Gungting glanced at the stone bed in the outer chamber, feeling an inexplicable desire to sleep there tonight, especially beside the female. Shi Rui went to start a fire and boil water. Jian Xiaoqi, recalling the matter of marking territory, asked Rui, Have you been neglecting your territory lately? Don't let someone encroach on it. I have thought about it. The scent I left in the area and cave can only last about 2 months. I particularly miss those days living alone in the cave with you, uninterrupted, where you were mine day and night. Jian Xiaoqi chuckled softly. We haven't had many peaceful days. We encountered 3 groups of pursuers. It is quite a miracle we survived. To be honest. Jian Xiaoqi also cherished that period. It was when she and Shi Rui met, fell in love, and formed a bond. The Xiyuan Marsh was regarded as an ominous place by the beastmen, a land of death. Thus, it was sparsely populated, with few beastmen residing nearby. For a single Shi Rui to occupy such a vast territory, especially with a salt mine, was extraordinary. Gungting suggested, Why not return and take a look? I can fly there quickly. It only takes 2 days for a round trip. Shi Rui began to consider, Xiaoqi, when do you wish to go? We can fly there and back rather swiftly. Aren't you afraid of the cold? I can transform into a Teng She and use my abilities to keep warm. It won't be too cold. We can also collect some rock salt to trade for meat. Jian Xiao Qi pondered, once the herbivorous beasts arrive. We need to build houses and start farming. Only after those arrangements are in place can we search for rock salt within the vast territory of the tiger beasts, and even then, we may not find any that if we don't find it. We will have to search in nearby, unclaimed areas that I wonder if we will have enough manpower. Since Shi Rui's territory has accessible rock salt, we can indeed gather some. All right, you have convinced me. Tomorrow I will ask Huzi if he agrees. We can go. It will only take a few days to return. Jian Xiao Qi yawned, eager to rest early, planning to check on her space at midnight to collect fruits and plant crops. Both planting and harvesting were addictive. Not tending to them for a few days made her anxious. However, she noticed Gungtung, the large figure showing no signs of leaving, which puzzled her. Gungtung, if your knee feels better, you should head back to sleep. Xiaoqi, I want to sleep on that stone bed. Shi Rui quickly interjected, no way. Jian Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled, then you can have that bed. Shi Rui and I will go to the hot spring. It's quite warm there. Shi Rui blinked, surprisingly not opposing the idea. Anywhere is fine, as long as Gungting cannot join. Gungting merely wished to sleep beside the female. This turn of events left him flustered. He felt trapped, unsure whether to agree or refuse. Shi Rui made a decisive call, and thus it was settled. He didn't even need to heat water or light the fireplace. Grabbing Jian Xiaoqi's hand, he led her outside, not forgetting to instruct Gungting, since you're fine, go gather some firewood. At least enough for a month's worth. Gungting felt a surge of irritation. Why is it always me gathering firewood? Xiaoqi is cold, Shi Rui replied. Gungting fell silent, watching the two leave with a pitiful expression. He then sat on the small bed, staring at the pig oil lamp, unable to fall asleep for a long while. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the task of gathering firewood, accumulating a sizable pile near the cave in the hot spring. Shi Rui spread thick animal skin blankets, finally settling down with Jian Xiaoqi. Rui, isn't it a bit unfair how we keep bullying Gungting? Where is the bullying? He enjoys it. He reminds me a bit of myself. Lonely and yearning for companionship, finally finding friends and becoming a bit clingy. All right then, I'll prepare him some additional Longhu pills and make some tasty treats. You and Huzi should help him make a few sets of clothes. Take him along for everything. Shi Rui wrapped his arms tightly around the small female, cradling her as if she were a large pillow. Xiaoqi, neither Huzi nor I will bully Gungting. He is our good brother. But even good brothers engage in playful banter. Jian Xiaoqi smiled, just like you and Huzi. I've heard my mother mention that she often sees you two secretly fighting it. So, mother saw it. Perhaps we should fight a bit farther away in the future. Jian Xiaoqi was rendered speechless. The point isn't that you two should fight further away, but rather, why are you fighting? Isn't it always over you? The old tiger can never surpass me, and it frustrates him. Jian Xiaoqi felt a twinge of guilt. As the clan leader, she had indeed spent more time with Huzi than with Shi Rui. No, I feel my time is limited, Shi Rui asserted, tightening his embrace. Jian Xiaoqi dared not refute, fearing Shi Rui might cause a stir tonight. She quickly closed her eyes, inhaling evenly, before allowing herself to relax and drift into slumber. Meanwhile, Shi Rui waited in vain for a response, only to discover that the little female had fallen asleep. With no other recourse, he embraced her and succumbed to a deep sleep as well. However, shortly after Shi Rui dozed off, Jian Xiao Qi suddenly vanished, having ventured into her space to cultivate the land and harvest crops. Ever since her beast rank ascended to the second tier, the level of her space had also risen to the second tier shortly thereafter. She remained uncertain whether there was a significant correlation between her beast rank and the level of her space. At the second tier, she possessed 200 acres of farmland, and the spirit spring yielded 2,500 drops daily. Presently, the output of the spirit spring was still quite meager. Each time, she would fetch water from the river and mix a small amount of spirit spring water to irrigate the fields. She tirelessly worked through the late hours, digging and sowing. Now, half of the land was planted with various fruit trees, while the other half was predominantly wheat, with only a few potatoes or vegetables planted at the edges. Among the fruit trees, she had affixed numerous small dendrobium seedlings, which were thriving well. However, she hesitated to harvest much, waiting for the tiger beasts to have a bountiful autumn harvest next year, so she could cleverly transport a portion of the space's yield to sustain them through the winter. If the tiger beast's harvest proved sufficient, she would cease to provide them with rations in the beast realm. Jian Xiao Qi was reluctant to sustain so many individuals through her own labor, as she had done in the end times. She hoped that the tiger beasts and herbivores could collaborate, earning their own sustenance through hard work, thereby gaining valuable experience in their struggle against nature, allowing for sustainable growth in the beast realm. She intended to only utilize the harvest when her assistance was genuinely required. In her space, the growth cycle of plants was several times faster, so if the yield was abundant, she would hoard it all, as it would not spoil, given the ample space available. Given time, she could accumulate vast quantities of resources. These provisions would be reserved for herself and her family, adhering to the principles of rapid space upgrades, while also minimizing her nocturnal labor in the future. Moreover, in this life, she yearned to savor the joys of a beautiful existence, rather than sacrificing her nights to toil endlessly. Thinking of how to treat Gung Tung better, she hurriedly gathered many dendrobium stalks from the woods, planning to prepare some for him to enjoy on another day. Once these tasks were completed, she exited the space and nestled back into Shi Rui's embrace to continue her slumber. The following day, upon awakening and returning to the cave, they were greeted by a towering stack of firewood outside, with smoke billowing from the chimney, indicating that breakfast had already been prepared. They hurried inside, and Jian Xiao Qi inquired with concern. "Gung Tung, did you not sleep last night?" "I did, but only for a brief period before dawn broke." "Come, breakfast is ready," he replied. "Thank you, Gung Tung, for preparing breakfast and gathering so much firewood," she said appreciatively. "No need for thanks, Xiao Qi. I enjoy cooking," he responded, genuinely pleased to do so in hopes of endearing himself to the little female. Jian Xiao Qi smiled softly, taking her seat to eat. Gung Tung had indeed improved his culinary skills through his recent worldly experiences, making the meal quite delicious. Shi Rui nodded in agreement as he ate it. "Do you wish to visit Shi Rui's territory?" Hu Jia asked, surprised. "Yes, we would like to gather some rock salt to bring back to the space. Once the herbivores have some leisure time, we can teach them to refine fine salt," Jian Xiao Qi replied. Hu Jia responded promptly. "All right, I will make arrangements that we shall depart after lunch." Within the tribe, Fei Pang, Lu Qin, and others possessed more seniority than Hu Jia, assisting the chieftain with daily tribal matters, allowing Hu Jia to focus on more significant tasks. The ability to procure more salt was the most vital contribution. Throughout the morning, Jian Xiao Qi swiftly organized her own affairs. She checked on Niu Mu Mu, who had indeed run a slight fever the previous night, but had quickly sweated it out and enjoyed a refreshing sleep. Appearing more spirited than the day before, Bin Shi rewarded him with an extra bowl of meatball soup garnished with egg flowers. Jian Xiao Qi prepared another bowl of meat egg custard for him, offering it as encouragement for his good behavior. Following that, she accompanied Lu Qin, busily assisting her with various tasks around the tribe. Jian Xiao Qi cradled a small tiger cub while Niu Hua Hua held another. The little tiger cub grew more robust and lively by the day, increasingly eager to explore the world beyond her arms. Jian Xiao Qi lifted Xiao Ling under her forelegs, raising her high and spinning around. Xiao Ling displayed no fear, wagging her tiger tail and instinctively maintaining her balance, letting out joyful cries. Jian Xiao Qi herself became dizzy from the spinning. She set the cub down, nuzzling her face against the soft belly of the little creature. The tiny one seemed to be quite ticklish, using all four paws to grab and tug at Jian Xiao Qi's hair in a playful manner. Jian Xiao Qi felt both pain and ticklishness, her hair becoming disheveled, yet she couldn't bring herself to release her grip. Knowing she would be away for several days, she lamented that by the time she returned, the little tiger cub would have grown even larger. After playing with Xiao Ling, she snatched Xiao Chu from Niu Hua Hua's arms, continuing to indulge in playful antics. Niu Hua Hua observed her and finally could not restrain herself from asking, "Do you truly adore the little tiger cubs? If you like them, why not have a few of your own?" Jian Xiao Qi was taken aback. She did indeed like them, but had never considered bearing any herself. "I have only just come of age. Surely I should wait a few years. Otherwise it could harm my health," Jian Xiao Qi rationalized to herself. Niu Hua Hua, Holding Xiaoling, scrutinized her from head to toe before proudly stating, "Indeed, you appear rather short and slender. It would be wise to wait a few years before having children. Who knows, I might even beat you to it and give on you a few tiger cubs first. Perhaps I could have several at once." Jian Xiao Qi was left speechless, feeling belittled by such remarks. She quickly glanced at Lu Qin, relieved that her mother was preoccupied with training second-tier beastmen and had not overheard their conversation. Otherwise, she would have certainly fallen behind in Lu Qin's eyes due to Niu Huahua's comments. Nevertheless, after spending the morning with Lu Qin and Niu Huahua, Jian Xiao Qi found herself with a new perspective. Caring for tiger cubs was indeed quite exhausting, especially with two in her charge. Niu Huahua's willingness to assist Lu Qin had been a tremendous help, alleviating some of Jian Xiao Qi's burdens. Why should she feel jealous? Jian Xiao Qi resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Niu Huahua moving forward. As an advocate for tribal unity and collaborative prosperity, she needed to learn to interact with various individuals without resorting to opposition. At last, the three towering males, Hu Jia, Geng Teng, and Shi Rui, bid farewell to Lu Qin, Fei Peng, and others, taking Jian Xiao Qi with them as they departed the tribe, heading west towards Shi Rui's territory. They hoped to arrive before midnight. The wind howled fiercely above them, and Hu Jia, fully equipped with a hat, gloves, and scarf, enveloped Jian Xiao Qi in his fur cloak. They passed by the shores of the Yumming Lake, which had completely frozen over in winter, with only a few spots where holes had been artificially made to reveal patches of water, while the rest lay draped in a silvery white. "Xiao Qi, would you like to visit Songlan?" Hu Jia inquired. "Of course. I can't always play with the males. I need a few female friends as well. However, we must first attend to our business." "Perhaps we can visit afterwards," she replied. "All right then." Their journey proceeded smoothly until they finally reached the borders of the territory. Inside, as always, the sounds of various small animals echoed in the night. Geng Teng and the other two males soared through the sky. They activated their abilities to scan the surroundings for any foreign beasts that may have encroached upon the area. Upon discovering something, they exchanged glances, clearly eager for a confrontation. Jian Xiao Qi sensed their demeanor and realized that foreign beasts had likely infiltrated the territory. The four of them landed steadily by the river near the cave. Hu Jia held Jian Xiao Qi close as they stood there, while Geng Teng and Shi Rui cautiously approached the cave. The exterior of the cave remained unchanged. The fence was intact, and the bamboo racks still bore dried grass. The entrance to the cave was barricaded from the inside, but It was uncertain whether the foreign beast had overtaken the entire territory or merely occupied the cave. As Shi Rui approached the fence gate, he clenched his fist, visibly displeased. This was his home with the little female. They had reached the entrance, yet no one inside seemed to have noticed, which was quite peculiar. Shi Rui stepped forward and forcefully pushed the stones from outside, creating a loud ruckus. Indeed, a commotion arose from within the cave, with scattered voices sounding alarmed. Shi Rui shouted, "Who is in there? Come out quickly." "This is the den of Shi Rui, the serpent." With a sudden call, an eerie silence enveloped the cave, rendering even the sound of breath non-existent. Was there truly any means of escape? This cave boasted but a single exit. "Hurry out and face your fate," Snake Rui urged impatiently for the second time. Yet again, silence prevailed, devoid of any response. Exchanging glances with Geng Teng, they resumed their efforts to push the immense stone. With a resounding crash, the boulder was finally dislodged. Geng Teng leaped into the opening first, only to be met by a flying stone that hurtled towards his face, aimed at him. Fearing for the safety of Snake Rui behind him, he caught it with great effort but refrained from retaliating, wary of damaging the cave. Thanks to his excellent night vision, he discerned a rotund creature within. The shadow darted about, attempting to escape through the sole exit. Just then, Snake Rui seized the opportunity, grabbing it by the nape of its neck and hoisting it up, while his other hand readied a blade for a swift strike. "Please, don't kill me." "I surrender," the stout creature implored in a surprisingly loud voice. Taken aback, Snake Rui released it onto the ground. The dark figure rolled a few times before trying to flee, only to be intercepted by the approaching Hu Ge, who pinned it underfoot. "I surrender. I surrender," the creature cried, shielding its head and face. The three imposing males and Jian Xiao Qi encircled the creature, Observing its performance, that it was then that Jian Xiao Qi clearly recognized it as a bear beastman, and notably one of the third tier. Further scrutiny revealed a small bear cub clinging tightly to the beastman's fur, nestled in his embrace. Trembling with fear, in the world of beasts, it was customary to cease hostilities when an opponent declared surrender. Allowing them the chance to speak, Snake Rue kicked it lightly, demanding, "Who are you? My cave bears my scent. Do you not fear death for encroaching upon my territory? Great Snake, I'm called Gun Gun. I did not intend to intrude. The weather is cold, and I feared my brother would freeze to death. Spare me, and I shall leave at once," the bear beastman pleaded. The three large males then shifted their focus to the small cub nestled within his arms. It was significantly smaller than a tiger cub, visibly shivering, while Gun Gun struggled to keep a firm hold on it. Jian Xiao Qi inquired, "Is the cub unwell?"